former Home Secretary, United Kingdom. Good morning, ma'am. We're very, very pleased to have you with us. A huge Indian welcome for Suella Braverman, please. A round of applause. Thank you. And of course, who better to lead this conversation than a three-time MP himself? Please welcome parliamentarian and author, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. This is going to be a fantastic conversation, I promise you. I'd first like to request Ms. Braverman to please join us at the podium for her opening remarks. Welcome again.
Good morning, Ideas of India. Great to see you after a fantastic musical performance and celebration yesterday evening. Speak at the Ideas of India Summit today here in Mumbai. And I want to put on record my thanks to the organizers for putting together a magnificent schedule of thought-provoking discussions and meetings that I am sure will be fruitful in many ways. And in my brief introductory comments, I want to just say that for me, whilst I'm proud to be born and bred in Wembley in the United Kingdom, sometimes known as a Little India, schooled and worked for a decade as a barrister in England, and now representing the beautiful parliamentary constituency of Fareham in Hampshire in the UK Parliament, I love India. India is in my heart. India is in my heart, she's in my soul, and she's in my blood. I'm proud to be part of the living bridge and one of the millions of British Asians who form the global Indian diaspora. I'm second generation immigrant in Britain. My father was born in Nairobi in Kenya in the 1940s, but he has his roots in Asagao and Kalangut in Goa, where his ancestral home is and where his family still lives. His younger brother, Father Iris Fernandez, works as a priest in Delhi today, and he has previously worked for the Catholic bishops in India. And my mother is from Mauritius. She's proud to have been recruited by the NHS, the National Health Service, when she was just 18 to train and work as a nurse in the UK, a job that she did for 45 years. Her Hindu ancestors originate from India, and they traveled to Mauritius in the 1840s as indentured labor to work on the sugar plantations in Mauritius. So that's some of the history of my family. But for me, some of my earliest memories personally are from India too. When I was 3, my mother and my granny went on a grand tour of India because they too love India. And they took me along for 6 weeks. They were very brave. I have a 3-year-old daughter, and I don't think I would take her on a grand tour of any country right now. And we traveled then in the 1980s, the length and breadth of India, from Calcutta to Kanyakumari. And for me, one of my earliest memories of life itself is when I was sitting as a young child, a 3-year-old, with my granny, whose name was Tulsi, who was a Hare Krishna devotee, at the temple in Vrindavan, a construction of unparalleled beauty. And she is sewing garlands made from the sweet-smelling yellow, red, and orange marigolds. And the oasis of calm and serenity, with the intoxicating aroma, the mystery of the spiritual, and the buzz of activity in the background, and the warm Indian sunshine, encapsulate what my first vision of India was. As an adult, 30 years later, I traveled around India myself with a backpack on my back about 10 years ago. And that's where I saw how transformed India had become. The enterprise, the innovation, the development, and the success that India has achieved, that you have achieved, is astounding. And I want to take this opportunity to applaud you and your fellow countrymen for achieving so much success in such a short time. From achieving the first landing by the Chandrayaan-3 mission on the moon's south pole, the victory cry of a new India, the presidency of the G20 last year, when we saw a new approach to multilateralism led by India, which meant a new voice for the global south in the international discourse. On digital public infrastructure, India has been decisive in her leadership, having witnessed the revolutionary impact of digital innovation and DigiLocker firsthand. And as the world's largest democracy, with the fastest growing economy in the world, with the IMF updating India's economic growth to 6.5% for both 2024 and 2025. Let me just say, figures that we look at jealously in the UK. There is huge amount to be excited about and optimistic about when it comes to India's future on the world stage. And I haven't even mentioned your cricket prowess, which has caused us in recent months a lot of pain and sadness in the UK. Although I note the UK is making a very noble comeback in today's and recent matches. Now, given India's significance internationally, this year will be one in which India may play an important role diplomatically and politically. With over 60 general elections around the world, including in the USA and UK, both, if the current polling is right, marking a change in administration. We have wars in Europe and the Middle East, global challenges relating to COVID recovery, energy supply challenges, terrorism, and global migration movements of an unprecedented scale. There is opportunity for both countries like the UK and India to collaborate and work together on the world stage. That is why post-Brexit United Kingdom heralds a great opportunity for a UK-India trade deal that works for both our nations. To double trade to potentially £86 billion, doubling your exports and increasing UK investment in India, particularly in sectors like infrastructure, renewable energy, healthcare, and education. And I very much hope that our two nations will be able to secure a mutually beneficial UK-India trade deal. Now, from the UK perspective, and to give you an update from my country, we are focusing on the forthcoming general election, which will take place later this year. Our economy is recovering well post-COVID, with inflation falling by over half and unemployment low. There has been record levels of investment in our public services, such as the NHS and schools, such that today literacy standards in English schools have improved dramatically in the last 10 years by global standards. Now, from the Home Affairs brief, which has been my role in recent years, we now have a record number of police officers working on the front line in England and Wales, something that I delivered when I was Home Secretary. We recruited an extra 20,000 new police officers. And we passed new laws relating to public order, national security, overhauling our outdated espionage laws, and illegal migration, a challenge that we remain committed to fixing urgently in the United Kingdom. Post-Brexit, we have joined the CPTPP and taken a more deregulatory approach to business, thanks to our ability to diverge from rules emanating from the European Union. And militarily, we have maintained our 2.5% of GDP investment into our defence as the NATO standard and developed new security and defence partnerships with Australia and the USA through AUKUS to develop the next generation of nuclear-powered submarines. So, to conclude, it's clear that we all live in exciting times in both the UK and India, and I look forward to spending time with you today and ongoing as we explore the vast array of topical issues on the itinerary. Thank you.
Thank you, Suella. That was extremely interesting. And I must say that for many who are familiar with the media image you have and the sort of reputation Home Secretary, your remarks will come as a very pleasant surprise. I must say that many of us would not have expected to hear you speak so warmly of India and Indians, and that's already, I think, a very welcome start to our conversation. But one piece of news I have to give you all, since she mentioned our cricket prowess, is that we are really getting a pasting this morning in Ranchi from the English with a number 9 batsman, Ollie Robinson, scoring a 50 and just clobbering us all over the place. So I'm afraid the series lead looks in danger of evaporating. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Except that you mentioned it. But let me go back to the pleasant surprise of your remarks, because we have to admit that as far as many people who follow British politics in India are concerned, you have been portrayed, perhaps caricatured, you'll have to say, as almost a self-hating Indian, somebody who has been anti the free trade deal because it's going to facilitate more immigration from India, somebody who has been so tough on migration, both legal and illegal, that some of the less kind terms about you include a play on your name, Cruella. Now, you'll have to tell us, do your remarks this morning represent a departure from that, or is it simply an unfair portrayal of what you...
Shashi, thank you very much for those warm words, and I'm glad to hear the welcome from you. Listen, I've been in politics, in elected politics, for nearly a decade now, and there is always the cut and thrust of political debate, and you develop, as you will know, I'm sure, Shashi, a thick skin, and so, you know, media labels really are neither here or there. What matters is delivery for the British people. And what I've been very concerned about in the UK, and particularly in my role as Home Secretary, and I actually know that the Prime Minister shares this commitment, is tackling the very challenging problem that we have in the United Kingdom right now, that of unprecedented illegal migration. In 2022, we had 45,000 people cross the English Channel on a dinghy illegally, and they didn't have the legal right to be in the UK. They were leaving a safe country like France, and they have come into the United Kingdom, jumping the queue and undermining our border security. This is an issue of pressing salience in the United Kingdom. The British people are frustrated with what they see on our southern border. It's something that has occurred in recent years, pretty much post-Brexit, and it's something that the government really must fix. I know the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, feels very committed to fixing it, and I share that commitment. And so I think I've been attempting to reflect the very strong concerns that the majority of British people feel about illegal migration in the United Kingdom. We need to take a firm but fair approach. Ultimately, it's a humanitarian challenge because people are dying. People are dying in the Channel to get to the United Kingdom. They're being exploited by criminal gangs, people smugglers. They're often vulnerable people, but they're also abusing and exploiting our immigration rules. It's something that cannot continue. And as a politician, that's been the issue of most salience that I've had to deal with.
But you have argued that illegal immigration is the single biggest threat to Europe. But you've also argued, unless I've misread you, that legal immigration depresses average wages, increases costs due to the impact on public services, and reduces, therefore, GDP per capita. And isn't that paradoxical given the very history you mentioned in your speech when you talked about your parents coming to the UK? Is it a case of somebody climbing on board the boat and wanting to pull up the ladder behind them so nobody else can come?
No, it's not. And I'll tell you the first point I need to make here in this whole discussion about immigration. The United Kingdom, and my personal experience, that of my parents, bears this out, is an extremely welcoming country to migrants. We have, I think, an enviable track record of welcoming thousands, not millions of people over the decades and indeed the centuries. Whether it's in recent years, we've welcomed over 500,000 people from abroad into the United Kingdom seeking refuge, people from Hong Kong, over 100,000 people from Ukraine, people from Syria, people who have found sanctuary in the United Kingdom. And I'm very proud of the Conservative government's track record on that, extending the hand of friendship and sanctuary to those most needy in the world, providing humanitarian protection. Or whether, even if you look back decades ago, the story of my father and my mother. My father, as I mentioned earlier, came to the United Kingdom in 1968, kicked out of Kenya as a young man. He was 19 years old. He went to the United Kingdom with nothing, no money, no family, no connections. And he made his life in the UK. Or my mother, recruited by the NHS as a girl of 18 in the 1960s, flown to Aberdeen in Scotland, training as a nurse and working for the NHS for 45 years. They're so proud of being British. They're so grateful Britain provided them and the opportunities. And if you look at the levels of migration today, they are simply unsustainable. Now, put aside the issue of illegal migration. Let's focus on legal migration, which is what you asked about, Shashi. Last year, net migration into the United Kingdom stood at 700,000. That's an increase from 240,000 in 2019. Now that kind of number, these kinds of numbers, people coming into our country illegally on a work visa, on a student visa, on a family basis, is not sustainable when you look at the resources and the capacity that the United Kingdom has. Now, this is not to take away from the generosity and the track record that I pointed out, but we also have to look at the fact that we do need some effective border control. We do have finite resources in the United Kingdom. Our NHS is under strain because of rapid increase in our population, in part caused by inward migration. We don't have enough school places for the population increase caused in part by inward migration. And the pace of increase into the United Kingdom of inward migration is causing strain on communities because of cultural tensions, and I think very importantly, possibly most importantly, on housing supply and house prices. Speak to young people in the United Kingdom today, and they will say to you, one of the number one issues, or one of the top issues that they face, is being able to afford a home. That's critical to their life chances, because if you can't put down the deposit for a home because prices are extortionate and it's just out of your range, you cannot think about starting a family. You cannot think about settling down and moving on and laying down roots and becoming a stakeholder in society. Home ownership is a pressing challenge for us in the United Kingdom, and the insufficiency of supply of housing is directly connected to the exponential rise in population, due in part, at least, to unprecedented levels of net migration. So legal migration, of course, we are welcoming to migrants, and we are proud of our heritage of welcoming people from abroad, but we also have to do that with an attitude of pragmatism, balance, and fairness.
Well, the only concern is, of course, that given how successful migrants have been in the UK, and especially the Ugandan Asian diaspora, has produced so many millionaires and other success stories who in turn have generated jobs in Britain and so on, isn't yours a somewhat retrograde attitude towards people coming in? I mean, I remember when I spent 11 years working for the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, we would have a poster out that said, a bundle of belongings isn't the only thing a refugee or a migrant brings to their home country. Einstein was a refugee. And I think it's anyway, I mean, I take your point. I wouldn't want you to repeat it again, but it seems to me that your critics are basically arguing that there are a lot of people who've done well, but you're preventing others from having the chance to do well and contribute to the UK.
I dispute that. I think, as I said, the UK is very proud of welcoming people from abroad. And what we want to create post-Brexit, I think this is an important factor in the debate. The Brexit vote in 2016 in the United Kingdom was a vote to leave the European Union. I campaigned and I voted to leave the European Union because I wanted to lower the numbers of inward migration. The 2019 general election in the United Kingdom made clear in our manifesto that we would lower overall numbers when it came to migration. We have a mandate from the British people to lower overall numbers of net migration. It's what the British people have voted for time and time again. It's incumbent on governments to deliver that. So one, we have a mandate to what the British people want. And secondly, of course, we welcome and we want to welcome the best and the brightest to the United Kingdom. We want to develop a high-skilled, high-wage economy. And we want to ensure that people with the talent, with the goodwill, and with the right attitude are welcome to come and work in the United Kingdom and contribute to the prosperity of both our countries. I don't think that is anathema to my message on lowering overall numbers of net migration.
Well, the thing is, I mean, you mentioned the free trade agreement very positively, but you've been a critic of it in the past, particularly because of your concern that while Britain has lots of goods that you want India to reduce tariffs on under an FTA, India would want to offer you people, and people is something you don't want to take.
Listen, I think if you look at our record following our departure from the European Union, the UK has done exceptionally well. We've struck over 70 free trade agreements with other nations around the world, something many critics said would never be possible. And these are mutually beneficial free trade agreements. And free trade really is the cornerstone to global prosperity and development for humanity, actually. And so I would definitely support a mutually beneficial, that's the key, a mutually beneficial free trade agreement between the United Kingdom and India. And I'm sure you would say the same, Shashi. So we always need to negotiate. And I'm sure common ground can be found, but it is clear that we do have to maintain border control in the United Kingdom. We do need to get overall net migration numbers down. As I said, we have an instruction from the British electorate to do that. And so to undermine that would be a dereliction of duty.
Okay, so let me move on to another aspect that's of much interest in this country. You've called yourself a proud child of empire. And you've actually said that the empire was responsible for establishing the rule of law in their former colonies. Now, many of us in India have a very different view of empire, and I'm certainly amongst the more notorious critics of everything to do with empire, including the claim of rule of law, which was in fact administered in the colonies in the most appallingly one-sided and racist manner. How would you today look at the overall record? Do you still feel that India should be happy to have been ruled by the British?
I think this is where we get to the nub of why you were invited and why I was invited to share a platform, Shashi. Because I've noted your very well chronicled views, and we somewhat disagree, but I hope we have some commonality as well. Listen, when you look back on history, and I don't claim to be a historian, I claim to observe events from the experience of my parents who were born under the British Empire in Mauritius and Kenya, and what I have read myself. But I don't think we can look back on history in binary terms. I think things are always nuanced. There is always good and there is always bad. And I think judging our forefathers and the fathers of our fathers of our fathers of our fathers by contemporary standards is always a difficult juggling act. So I am, of course there were aspects about the empire which many people will have found abhorrent, but also it can be true that the British did leave behind the railways and the ports and the civil service and the administration.
All of which were instituted in order to perpetuate British rule in India and enhance British profits. Not one of them had anything to do with the well-being of Indians in India. And that's the point that we are. I mean, I understand your role as a British politician in Britain, but it is, for me, a matter of some concern that too many British politicians, now one of Indian origin, are allowing the past to be seen in this rosy sort of way, when in fact it's something that actually calls for an apology to the people who have suffered as much as Indians have over the 200 years. And I just want you to understand that when you stand up and say, oh, I'm a proud child of empire, a lot of us feel more than a twinge of pain at the reality of empire having been essentially denied. And don't forget, even to this day, Britain doesn't have anywhere in that wonderful city of museums, London, a museum to colonialism that shows the entire experience of the colonized people. You can do an A-levels in history without learning a line of colonial history. Britain has successfully airbrushed its unsavory actions to the point where your colleague Liam Fox was actually able to assert that Britain is one country in the world that has nothing to be ashamed of in the 20th century. And the 20th century is full of British atrocities, including the massacre of 1,300 people in Jallianwala Bagh and the extraordinary callousness that led to the Great Bengal Famine of 43 and 44. There's a lot for Britain to apologize for, and we haven't had that apology yet. So I just wanted to park that thought. I'm not getting you to sit here and apologize now, but I do think that you really will have to look at the record a little more fully before you make statements like being a proud child of empire.
Well, I mean, as you would imagine, I disagree with your interpretation of events. Of course, there are many aspects of history which cannot be condoned and must be condemned. But I also do think that if we look at the present and the future, India is a great example. It has been a great success, and post-empire, India has embraced everything that was left and excelled and beyond expectations. So I think looking forward and looking at the Commonwealth, this has been a great, the Commonwealth is a great relationship and a great community of nations which have a historic link and which can look to the future and work collaboratively for the future. But I also think that looking at I still do maintain I am a proud child. My parents were born under the empire. They are incredibly grateful for what the British did in Mauritius and in Kenya, and that they were beneficiaries. They were beneficiaries both of what Britain did in their countries of origin, but also of what Britain has done for them when they moved to Britain
Suella, your
and lived in the United
ancestor
Kingdom.
was an indentured laborer. Do you have any idea of the conditions under which they lived? They're far worse than slavery. But we can talk about they weren't exactly merrily going off getting a visa to do good work in immigration. They were being press ganged into forced labor. But all right, let me move on, because I've got to ask you a question that I keep getting asked, including on this very stage yesterday, in terms of my party, and that's about your party. You're facing an election, as you mentioned in your remarks. Are you doomed to inevitable defeat?
Well, I mean, it is, the UK Conservative Party is facing a challenging time. Just last week, there were 2 by-elections, and unfortunately, the Conservative Party lost control of those seats. Every poll that we are looking at does predict a defeat at the general election. So I am very concerned about the direction that the Conservative Party is taking in government. And I have urged a change of course, because I very much want this Conservative government to win, and I very much want to keep Keir Starmer out of number 10. But I do think that ultimately, despite the gloomy prospects set out in the polling, which is very difficult evidence to deny, I do believe we can still win the next general election. In the United Kingdom, the Labour Party is tearing itself apart over an issue relating to foreign policy on Gaza and the Middle East. And the Labour Party would be a disaster for the United Kingdom economically, in terms of security terms and defence, and in terms of our world standing. So I very much hope and will work very hard to secure a Conservative victory at the general election. But you're right. I mean, it does look very, very difficult right now on the basis of the polling.
The world, of course, is seen in many ways as moving in a particular direction, and you have rather trenchantly said that you are against left-wing idiocy because it's divisive, disempowering, and dangerous. Now, as you know, the left would say exactly the same thing about right-wing extreme points of view. Isn't there a case for avoiding divisive, disempowering, and dangerous points of view on either side and trying to find common ground? Are you not positioning yourself at one extreme of a spectrum of division, which actually needs to, you talked about this bridge between the two countries. Shouldn't there also be a bridge between the 2 points of view?
Well, I agree that on the extremes of any debate, you will often find irrational and extreme views. And the far right is just as abhorrent as the far left. What I would say about the left-wing idiocy that I complain about is that we are seeing left-wing idiocy in the heart of the Labour Party. That's the problem. And the way this manifests itself in terms of Labour Party policy is that they are a party that would promote something called the Race Equality Act. We don't need a Race Equality Act because we have very good race relations in the United Kingdom, and we have very good protections in law already for people from ethnic minorities. It's virtue signalling, it's political correctness, it's trying to divide our society. We've also seen the rise of identity politics in the United Kingdom, generally prosecuted by the left wing. And it's manifested itself in debates around gender ideology. So we've had people can't be a woman. Now, forgive me, again, I'm no professor of biology, but to my mind, a man cannot be a woman. And that is a fundamental of biology. And yet, the transgender lobby, the gender ideology extremists have been very militant in their campaigning on this issue. Now, we support the rights of transgender people. We want everybody to live in a safe and secure way in the United Kingdom, but we mustn't conduct this debate in a way that has a chilling effect on freedom of speech. Or when it comes to race, we've had discussions about institutional racism. That's a notion with which I disagree. I don't believe that it's right to say that the police are institutionally racist. That would smear tens of thousands of people who are not so. We've had the BLM movement in the United Kingdom. BLM stands for Black Lives Matter, and people taking the knee. The BLM movement would defund the police, and they want to overthrow capitalism. And yet we have people in positions of authority backing the BLM movement. We've had militant eco-protesters in the United Kingdom taking over our highways and slow walking and causing considerable disruption through militant protests. So we've got this theme and trend of left-wing activism, which is having a corrosive effect on freedom of speech and common sense and British values.
Thank you, Suella. I see a warning that the time is up, but I thought we had 15 minutes extra for this session. Is that right? Do I carry on? In any case, I've got 2 quick questions still left for Suella, so I'll go for those. One of the I think important issues is you mentioned in your speech that you've overhauled outdated espionage laws. Can you tell us what was outdated about them and what the changes would bring about?
Yes, when I was Home Secretary, we passed the National Security Act last year, and that was to upgrade and reform our outdated espionage laws. We've previously been subject to the Official Secrets Act, and those are somewhat old statutes in the United Kingdom, and we reformed some of those provisions to make our frameworks much more nimble and agile for our security agencies. We face in the world growing threats from hostile states such as China, Russia, and Iran, and it's right that our professionals working on the front line of domestic security have the ability to respond in a nimble and flexible way to those emerging threats.
Okay, but you're talking about espionage by the UK or in the UK?
In the UK, by hostile states.
By other countries, okay, I get it. One of the issues that have divided the right and the left, of course, in this country as well as yours, is this question of religion in politics. And you have accused asylum seekers of faking conversions to Christianity to be more acceptable. You have criticized rising Islamism in the UK. And you've today in your speech reminded us that you have ancestry of both Catholic on one side and Hindu on the other side. In your personal life, you're a practicing Buddhist. So would you not instinctively be a pluralist on religion rather than be ranged on the side of those who are, shall we say, demonizing exotic religions like Islam and so on in the UK? I'm just curious because we have a similar debate going on here. Many of us feel that religion is a private affair for the individual, has nothing to do with government policy, and should be kept out of politics. But here you had yourself made comments about religion in your political career. So I'm just trying to understand that.
Yes, I mean, I do tend to agree that religion is a private matter for the individual, and really there should be a somewhat level of separation between that and politics. But the comment I was making was about a structural and systemic and policy matter that we've identified in recent years and something I found when I was Home Secretary. And this goes back to my comment about illegal migration. And what we've seen in recent years is many people come to the UK, sometimes illegally, and claim asylum. And the grounds for their asylum have really been fabricated, and they have potentially been Muslim people. This is not in all cases, but the kind of typical case study we've found in the United Kingdom. Someone has come from a Muslim country. They are themselves actually Muslim, and they have claimed to have converted to Christianity as a way of pleading refugee status, because they say on the basis of their Christian conversion, if they were to be removed to their Muslim country of origin, they claim that they would be persecuted. And so religion, namely the Christian church, has been exploited by asylum seekers or illegal migrants. And what we've identified in recent years is a trend whereby people are being able to fake their Christian conversion quite easily through the Christian church and then claim asylum and have that be the basis upon which they can stay in the United Kingdom. We just had a very tragic case, unfortunately, in the United Kingdom of a man called Ezidi who had come to the United Kingdom illegally several years earlier. And he claimed asylum. He had come from a Muslim country, and he claimed asylum. He was refused his claim for asylum. He went on to commit a sex offence and was committed of sexual offences. He was a convicted sex offender in the United Kingdom. He then claimed asylum again for the third time. This time, he claimed that he had converted to Christianity. And there is a suggestion that he had done that in a way which was false. He did it, he pretended to be a Christian. He was granted asylum, it is understood, on the basis of his Christian conversion. He thereafter, it's alleged, went on to commit further offences in a tragic way, throwing acid on a woman. And that lady had to go to hospital, a child was hospitalized, and a horrendous act of violence was committed afterwards. And the United Kingdom has been outraged by what's been seen as an exploitation of our migration rules.
Nothing to do with his religion, but more to do with his act of violence.
So what we've seen is, the question is, why was that man, a convicted sex offender, allowed to stay in the United Kingdom? He was allowed to stay in the United Kingdom because he pleaded that he had converted to Christianity, and that was a false basis. So our system is not rigorous enough, and it needs to be fixed.
I see your point. All right, well, that's a different, in any case, that's an individual case. I know there's one issue you did want to briefly address before we wrapped up. What do you see as the biggest challenges facing the world today?
Well, I think there are many challenges affecting global security right now. And if you look at the war in Ukraine and Putin's invasion of Ukraine, or if you look at what's happening in the Middle East, there are real threats to global security. If we look at the Middle East, Israel endured one of the most atrocious acts of brutality that it's seen in decades by the terrorist group Hamas. It's also under attack from Hezbollah. And Israel has the right to defend herself within the limits of international law, of course. But those calls for an immediate ceasefire are naive and dangerous. And I want to make clear that I'm against those calls for an immediate ceasefire, because this war in the Middle East could stop tomorrow. If Hamas laid down their arms, if Hamas returned the hostages that they still hold in captivity illegally, and if Hamas committed to peace. That's how we get an immediate ceasefire. It is not for Israel to unilaterally disarm in the face of an imminent and immediate threat posed by Hamas in Gaza.
But Suella, the 29,800 civilians have been killed in this Israeli bombing in Gaza, including thousands of women and children. Is this something you really want to see continuing? What's wrong with the humanitarian ceasefire while the other things are worked out?
Well, of course, humanitarian protection should be provided for civilians.
International law requires it.
And that is why there is more that other countries might be able to do, like Egypt. And Israel itself have made provision for the humanitarian aspects of this conflict. But let's be clear. unrelenting in their attacks on Israel, brutal to the extreme in unspeakable ways, and they would do it again. And Hamas leaders, Hamas operatives are holed up in all parts of Gaza, also in Rafah. And so it's incumbent on any self-respecting government to do what it needs to do to protect its citizens. Israel is currently under constant and violent attack from Hamas. And therefore, it does need to protect itself. It does need to eliminate Hamas. And we need to maintain our support for Israel in that endeavor.
Right. I take your point. I think respectfully, some of us will disagree with you on aspects of that, but we can talk about it later. The warning sign is here. Just an update since we began with Suela's rueful reference to India's cricketing prowess against England. And I said we were getting pasted this morning when I said that England were 347 for 7 in pretty much record time. I'm pleased to let you know that India's taken those last 3 wickets and England are 353 all out. So we might yet redress the balance. The empire strikes back, Suela. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Suela Braverman.
Well, what a match of equals this has been. Thank you very much for leading that conversation, Dr. Tharoor and Ms. Braverman. Thank you for taking on those sharp questions from Dr. Tharoor and answering them with such candor. I'd request you to please stay on stage as I invite Avinash Pandey, CEO, ABP Network, to join us and present you with a token of our immense gratitude for your presence here today. Let's hear it for the wonderful Suela Braverman and Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Avinash, for doing the honors. Well, what a wonderful, brilliant, engaging first session of the day that has been, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, on this stage, we are talking about different ideas of India to build a new India. And when we look at building the best version of India, it becomes important to look back on how we got to the present. Reimagining India involves rethinking traditional approaches to governance, economy, society, and culture, and embracing innovative ideas and solutions. Now, as we converse about reimagining the very idea of India, we are joined by two very diverse perspectives today. Our first speaker, Dr. Parkala Prabhakar, is a renowned political economist and the managing director of Rightfolio. Now, with his expertise in economic policy and governance, Dr. Prabhakar has been a leading voice in shaping India's economic landscape. Joining him today is Dr. Vikram Sampath, a prolific historian and author known for his insightful narratives on Indian history. Dr. Sampath's works have not only enlightened readers, but also inspired a deeper understanding of India's cultural heritage. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Parkala Prabhakar and Dr. Vikram Sampath. Please join us on stage, gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you both. And may I also invite senior journalist Shankar Iyer to kindly chair this session. All right, it's over to Shankar Iyer now.
Suprabhatam, good morning, Vandanam, Vanakkam, Namaskar. How do we describe India? So when we speak about India, it's in many flavors, many colors, many cultures. And so the question really is, our title is Reimagining India, Two Perspectives. Let's start with the big question as to why do we need to reimagine India? Are we reimagining India or are we reimagining Bharat? Are we reimagining Bharat as the Bharat that was? Are we reimagining the India that we saw last night at Javed Saab's musical performance, or are we reimagining the India that applauded when India sort of took the wickets of the English cricket team? So let's start by like 5 minutes, Prabhakar, if you can sort of start off saying, why do you think we need to reimagine India?
Thank you very much, Shankar. I'm really honored to be here with Sampath, and thank you very much for the organizers to have given me a chance to be here. Shankar, I'll first of all tell you what I'm not going to discuss. And then I'll tell you what I'm going to discuss and how I would like to go about. Make this into a kind of a dogfight between me and Vic.
No. I mean, ideally, Prabhakar, we need a vision from you.
That's one. Yeah. And second thing is, of course, it's also not about what the nation wants to know now, right now, tonight. That we can wait for, till the prime time debates. I think, as you said, this is a very serious question that we need to meditate on, think about it quite seriously. Shankar, I traveled from Hyderabad last night. At the security check, the constable was repeatedly saying, one tray, one bag. That one could put one bag in one tray, that's all. For a second, I was astonished why this constable was making a political statement. One tray, one bag, one nation, one election, one nation, one language, one nation, one leader, one nation, one nation, one. Then I realized it's a very, a transactional thing in an airport. But that is the kind of so-called reimagining India that is happening today. Now, what I discovered, Shankar, is that this kind of a reimagining that we see today, this kind of a reimagined discourse that we see today, is nothing actually a reimagined discourse or reimagined idea of India, but a repurposed idea of India, a repurposed discourse of India, harking back to early 19th century, especially after the British power has consolidated from 1818 onwards, after the comprehensive defeat of the Marathas. From then onwards, if you see, there were a lot of strands. How do we look at India? What is India? Who are Indians? And what kind of a nation are we going to build? And how do we fight the British? How do we fight the colonialism? How do we fight the imperialism? And after we secure independence, how do we build the nation? There were lots of strands. And in the fight, there were several streams: violent, non-violent, pacifist, applicants, supplicants, agitations, etc., etc. But you see, when we look at all those people who fought in their own different ways, in their own different methods, and their own journeys, their own paths, what is the most important thing for us to look at is what could have been the consequences of their different strands, consequences or implications for the polity, for the economy, for the individual, for castes, for religions, for groups, for languages, for regions, etc., etc. Now, if this is the background, then I would say what we see today, the so-called reimagining or the so-called recasting of India and the Indian imagination is a repurposed narrative from those times that India belongs to certain people. India belongs to people who worship in a certain way. India belongs to people who follow a certain religion. India belongs to people who speak a certain language. India belongs to people who reside in a particular geographical area, etc., etc. As opposed to a narrative or an imagination which is an enlightened imagination, which is in line with the forward movement of history. India belongs to everybody who is here, every citizen, and citizenship is not related to your language or religion or region or anything, but whoever is in India is an Indian, and the liberal, diverse, not just tolerance, but acceptance of differences, of looking at every person, every language, every region as equal owners or equal participants in this long journey of India. This is Nadu. So this reimagining, which times, and which doesn't say, look, this last 70 years or 60 years or 50 years have been an aberration. Not an aberration, but a progress. Leaving aside or leaving those practices and those belief systems that were actually unscientific, primitive, misogynistic, etc., etc. And I, of course, Vikram knows much better. Now, you see, if you look at it, people who had advocated that this country individually is not the one, but the groups. It could be Varnashrama, it could be Jati, it could be caste, it could be anything, or religion. Are we looking at that kind of an imagination of India? Or are we looking at a citizen and citizen-centric republic, democracy, plurality, liberalism? Are we looking at this? These are the two strands which I think the later one, which I said, should be the way to reimagine India and go forward.
Quite accidentally, Vikram, I am sitting on the left, but that doesn't mean that I am representing the left view. And you are
to my right.
To your right. There is a conception, there is a construct, a kind of hummed narrative, not a spoken narrative, that there is an element of othering that is prevalent, that there are issues. The other aspect, I mean, the flip side of it is that people have been othered for 70 years and they are finding a voice to sort of express themselves. In this, my concern is that are we losing track of the idea of diversity, unity in diversity, what we used to call vividta mein ekta. And all our Sanskrit shlokas are full of inclusion. I mean, you know, I struggle to find a shloka which is exclusive. So is there a reason why people have this conception about the hegemony of homogeneity in the sense of one language? I mean, you know, we can get into the structural aspects of how we need to reimagine India I'm particularly worried about the North-South question that has popped up. I'm worried when I speak many languages, but I will be forced to oppose if a particular language is imposed on me. And incidentally, all three of us are from South India, so there is some commonality there. But where do you think the debate is located? And in your own writings, I mean, you've written about Gauhar Jha at one level and written about Savarkar on the other side. I mean, not on the other side literally, but it's a cultural spectrum. Do you think there is an othering of India? Is that charge valid?
Thank you, Shankar. It's a great pleasure to share stage with Dr. Prabhakar, whom I greatly admire for his scholarship, and to be with all of you this morning. As a historian, and I'm very glad Dr. Prabhakar prefaced his opening statements with the fact that we don't want a dogfight. I don't think anyone wants that, as much as the television TRPs would demand such, fights. But as a historian, I would like to say that when one looks back at the past, and today all these debates and discussions are contestations of history, where history has become a live battlefield. A very famous American historian had once said, what people did in the past is not stored in amber. Every generation looks back and drawing from its own experiences makes patterns of the past and the present. So when we are saying we are reimagining Indian past, I don't see it as something that is necessarily bad, or something that is necessarily a political project that someone sitting somewhere is sponsoring for a group of hideous people, trying to say, okay, let's change this narrative so that we can get electoral dividends. That may have some element of truth somewhere, but by and large, to rubbish away the entire, change that is palpable in Indian society today, to just a political project or something that is linked to an ideology or a political party, I think that would be slightly, missing the point. We just saw what happened during the Pratishthan of the Ram temple in Ayodhya. Of course, the movement was led by the Sangh Parivar in the 90s, which brought the temple movement into public consciousness. But during the consecration ceremony, the Pran Pratishtha, common Indians across the length and breadth of India who had nothing to do with the BJP, RSS, VHP or anything, who were also feeling that this was a day of renaissance and resurgence, where after 500 years of struggle, we've got back one of our most sacred, a very, very bigoted project of some political party. I think you're being totally not in sync with the mood of the people. We need to wake up and smell the coffee, the filter coffee, which is coming straight from the ground. Now, just in the session before ours, Dr. Tharoor and Ms. Braverman spoke about history and Dr. Tharoor there very rightly also questioned her about the atrocities of the British Empire. But very often, he and his party don't want us to question the atrocities of the invaders prior to the British Empire, the Mughal Empire. They became us, is the normal narrative, which is not so much the case. They were as much oppressors as the British Empire was, in a different manner. It was cultural imperialism of another kind. Now, to even question these or to talk about some of these aspects of our past somehow gets you painted as a communal and a bigoted person, which is, I think, the problem. Dr. Prabhakar mentioned about equal rights to everybody and so on, which the Constitution, enshrined. Very well, no one has a dispute about that. But then 5 years before the Indian Constitution came into force, what was called probably the right-wing, party of those times, the Hindu Mahasabha, which was presided by people like Vinayak Damodar Savarkar and Shama Prasad Mukherjee and others, came out with a draft constitution of free Hindustan. And in that, there is not even one mention of citizenship based on religion. And in this document, which I quote extensively in my book too, they say every citizen of India is equal in the eyes of the law, irrespective of the religion. Religion has nothing to do with the majority community. The Hindus will not get any extra privileges because they are in a majority, and conversely, the minorities will not get extra concessions only because they are a minority. In the eyes of the law, everybody is equal. And this was the stated position of the ultra-right party of that time. And a lot of these thoughts actually flowed into the final Indian constitution too. And in the Constituent Assembly debates, several members of the Congress actually acknowledged that the Hindu Mahasabha's views on this were quite egalitarian, and they would be adopting some of these views into it. Into the final draft of the constitution. So this fact that, there is one set of people who actually discriminate on the basis of something, I don't know if that is historical enough to actually, on a political side. On a political side, if the most ultra-right party is actually, giving equal rights to everybody without appeasement of any section, what else is secularism? He also spoke about the caste differences and so on. Now, Hindutva, by its very definition, would actually be anti-caste. If Hindutva is a movement or a political ideology and philosophy to unite Hindus, it would never want them to be divided on the basis of caste. So right from Savarkar to Golwalkar to the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and others, all through their long history, had always advocated for a casteless Hindu society, because you make them en bloc as one unit. That is what helps you. If you splinter them into castes, that is not going to help. And on the contrary, actually, historically speaking, it was someone like Gandhi who in his collected writings say, I very much believe in the Varna system. I very much believe, in which he had a constant running debate with Ambedkar too, where he said, I believe that the Varna system is not odious, and for Hinduism to remain, the Varna system is essential. So who is the right wing here and who is the non-right here? So I think we've got a lot of facts all muddled up for contemporary political rhetoric, which is fine in some way, and for, as Dr. Prabhakar mentioned, the TRPs and dogfights. But if you actually get into the historical facts, I think the fact is somewhere totally different from what we talk about.
So in some senses, the Hindu way or the Indian way, we all believe in that there are many versions of the truth. And so the debate goes on whether there are many versions of the truth.
Shall I just add to that? I mean, I do understand. I mean, this is always, thrown back saying, Ekam Sat Vipra Bhaudha Vadanti and all of that. It's a wonderful virtue to have. But, is everybody signing up to this rule of the club? If you have an opponent who says my way or the highway, this is the only path to God, and anybody who does not subscribe to this, we have the divine sanction to persecute you, to kill you, to convert you, to break your places of worship. And that's a sanction. It's not an 18th century, it's not a 12th century, it's happening as we speak.
No.
It's happening in our neighborhoods. It's happening in the parts of, pre-partitioned India. Down. So theologically, when we are faced with that, what does the faith which has all these egalitarian principles do? Does it still just keep quoting the scriptures? Or does it also have some amount of organization only for self-defense? Not necessarily for proactive attack on anybody, but you're not even allowed to organize yourself to against any predatory attempts. I think that is, we are the only pagan civilization which is still surviving, and there's something to that.
I'll make a couple of points in the sense that I don't think I'm qualified to defend Mahatma Gandhi, so I will leave him to defend himself in his works about what he said in Varna. Certainly there are many things that one can debate about. But Vikram, the point that I was making is this, that in the Indian system, you have to worry about what is implicit and what is explicit. The explicit actually, if we go back to the founding of the Constitution, I mean, the word secular was not used because the idea was that which is implicit should not be stated explicit. Subsequently, in the 70s, it was stated for whatever reason. So in the same train of thought, there is a feeling that while everything and I'm just presenting the case as it is being put out by the other side of the narrative, is that while we say that there are no rights have been taken away, there is an equality, that issues are enshrined in the Constitution, the fundamental rights. The point that we often sort of get confronted with when legislation is made, whether the legislation in terms of citizenship, the kind of fog that envelops some of the legislation. Be that as it may, I'm rather skeptical of any political party saying that we are not in a caste race, and that we don't factor caste in our equations, because all electoral maths has an element of demography. But we'll park that here, and I think we should have a longer conversation on what is explicit and implicit. But Prabhakar, this point that Vikram made, which is right. So, I mean, for decades, a particular version of history, and history is written by victors, and so if for 60 years a certain political establishment was a victor, the next establishment which comes in feels it is entitled to write the history. I mean, is this not part of their entitlement? Are you saying that there should be a kind of cutoff on representing history or representing facts? Vikram spoke about the Ram Mandir Pratishthan thing. And a lot of people feel that, and a lot of people, Vikram, also feel that, why will it stop at that? Or are we going east and west again on some other projects? So how do you see this, Prabhakar?
Shankar, I'm not going to,
no, it's not a response to...
it's not that. But you see, I just want to make two quick points before I come to what you have referred to. Vikram mentioned about Hindu Mahasabha, but Hindu Mahasabha has also referred the Hindu-Muslim question to the League of Nations, decided to refer the Hindu-Muslim question to the League of Nations in 1940. Don't forget that. But you see, there's so many nuances. But the point is this: how do we look at a person residing in India? Do we look at that person as belonging to a particular varna, or a jati, or a caste, or a religion, or a citizen, or a speaker of a particular language? Or do you look at, without any of these qualifications, you look at that person as a citizen? That's one. Now look at, he's also mentioned about Ekam Sat, Bahuda Vipra, Bahuda Vadanti, etc. There are many of these kind of things in our, Sanskrit literature. But the point is this, that the Varnashram Dharma, which directly comes to us from a Purusha Sukta, which says, Brahmano asya mukhamasit bahu rajanya kritaha uru yadasya tad vaisyaha shudra padabhya. Somebody who comes from the pada, somebody who comes from the thigh, somebody who comes from the shoulder, somebody who comes from the mouth. These four are really categories. And, all these strands that saying for a long time, even today, they do not disown these, or they do not disavow of these. They still feel that the Indian democracy, it is recorded, Indian democracy should be based not on individuals, but on groups. That stand was also debated in the Constituent Assembly. And what we have as a document today is after a lot of churning. Now, when you had, especially since Vikram wrote about Savarkar, let's see, just before Savarkar, when he also talks about, what was the socio-cultural milieu around that time. Dogs and pigs were allowed to go into the city of Pune between 9 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, but not untouchables, because at that time the shadow of a person is very long, and even falling of a shadow of an untouchable on a savarna is very polluting. You know, that was the kind of milieu. And do we go back to that kind of a differentiation? It may not look today, but you know, slowly and slowly, this is the value system that is being re-enthroned. This is the value system that is being, you know, glorified, and you know, and there is a slow narrative of, no, let me finish it, Vikram. I'm not saying that you are doing it, but there is an atmosphere.
Nobody is. That's a no-brainer.
You can't say that. You can't say that. But you see, these kind of a value systems, they have to be seen, and people who are trying to propagate this kind of a value system, they will have to come clean and say, look, this Purusha Sukta has nothing to do with us. This kind of a practices which were untouchability, you know, and there are very eminent people who wrote that women's minds are biologically inferior. I can quote that, and there are very revered figures. I do not want to name them now, but you know, they are very revered figures. They said they are on record, and all these things have happened. People were not allowed to get into the schools. So this is the underpinning. This is the value system which is underpinning.
So got your point, Prabhakar. What you're sort of placing is that there are people who come from a particular context.
That's right. And you know, Shankar, that is the kind of reimagining India. This is actually a repurposed reimagining which was already done and dusted.
Okay.
In the 19th century and the early part of the 20th century. As I said, Hindu-Muslim question was decided to be referred to the League of Nations in 1940 by Hindu Mahasabha. So how do we look at that?
Okay, Prabhakar. So, Vikram,
Shankar, I'll just...
Yeah. So, the case that the way I see it is that there were many reformists within the Mahasabha, within the RSS. Certainly, the people that I knew were anti-caste, but there are people. So again, it comes back to the implicit and explicit thing. And you know, I want to bring it back to contemporary. Do you think that there is a case where these earlier historic contexts are coming back? Are they being imposed? And is this part of the othering story? And you know, you might want to respond to what Prabhakar said.
See, first of all, I don't know who is getting back to these old straight jackets. I really have no idea. This is a rhetorical, non-fact-based assertion. And if we need to, I mean, the Purusha Sukta may have said something, but then no one says that the leg is a bad part of the body. Just cut off your leg and try to see whether you can walk for a few days. So it may have stratified you to different parts of a human anatomy, but where is it implicit there that the leg is something inferior to the head? Without the leg, you can't do a single day's work. Now, if you need to condemn that, will we also condemn those verses of a particular holy book which divides the world into believers and non-believers? No, we don't. We don't. Just quoting reference. Sir, please. No. Yeah, who's preventing? We saw what happened to Nupur Sharma. She just quoted verses of the holy book, and we had the whole country going flames. We had Sar Tan Se Juda happening all over the streets. Condemnation is not enough, but then you day in and day out we can go on and also castigate Hindu scriptures, but nobody reacts in such a violent manner. Just yesterday you had the Deoband coming out with a plan, and Deoband is not some small little organization, saying by 2047 we want the Ghazwa-e-Hind in India. Now these are real threats. These are real, if you can close your eyes and say these don't exist, and we are living in our make-believe which we need to acknowledge. And you know, your earlier idea that the victors will write history, certainly, I mean, history has always been the handmaiden of the victors, but the supporters of this government actually castigated for not writing history enough. We have had HRD ministers of this government who say in the last 10 years we've not changed one single line of the history textbook, as if it's a matter of.
I don't know, but several parts of history have been taken off the books, Vikram.
No, I mean, that is, that's a rationalization.
Yeah.
We don't have to study only about Delhi. We need to study about other parts of India. So maybe what is taken out, what is added, that's another issue. But then, the whole history project too is something that is happening outside the precincts of the government and the ideological cohorts, which is what I told you right at the start. So to dub everybody who's trying to find that voice again, everybody who's trying to, India was not born in 1950 with the promulgation of the Constitution, which is what the constitutional patriots would want us to believe. I think the civilizational ethos of this nation, which far predates the Constitution, and the Constitution on the converse draws from this ethos. Why else would the Part 3 and the fundamental rights have Rama, Sita, Lakshmana on the fundamental rights? Today, if someone sees that, they'll call that a Sanghi propaganda. The very fact that they were exemplars of virtuosity and someone who are civilizational beacons is something that the founding fathers and mothers of this nation and the Constituent Assembly actually realized.
Fair
but
enough,
to even do that today would be claimed as a right-wing, bigoted propaganda, which is unfortunate.
That's a very fair point in the sense that what was seen at that time is seen differently now. I mean, this is what I said, that there are contextual conceptions and points.
If you just allow me like 2 sentences. Now, for all the so-called, assertion of Hinduism and so on, this is a country where I think Hindus are the only community who don't get to own their temples. It's the government. Where is this a secular nation when the government controls all our temples, whereas no other community in this country, they can run their own institutions, they can run their educational institutions. I come from Karnataka, where just now, there are in the budget, you have 300 crores for the Waqf, you have 200 crores for Christian institutions, and 10% tax for the Hindu temples above 1 crore. And 75% of Delhi is actually Waqf property. So after defense and railways, the largest landowner in India is the Waqf, including Mukesh Ambani's house is on Waqf property. The Delhi High Court is Waqf. The Central Vista is Waqf. And the Waqf Act of 1995 can evict anybody. You can't go to a civil court. You have a Waqf tribunal which will try you. You have a Places of Worship Act which will ensure that you can't get any reclamation, legal, peaceful reclamation.
There's 2 sentences.
That thing is flashing there, so I got to sort of wrap up.
But just allow me maybe 15 sentences. You see, why does the state intervene? Why does the state intervene to say that untouchability is unlawful? State intervenes. You can say, well, it's for us to decide. And Vikram talked about the temples. Shankar, I tell you, in temples, Varnashrama Dharma, the atrocious side of Varnashrama Dharma was in the temples. You see, you had one caste, one which came out of the mouth, could enter the Garbhagriha, and the other one could stand 3 feet away, the other one could stand 7 feet away, the other one could stand 10 feet away, and from the 10 feet onwards, the jatis, the castes, one can stand 12 feet away, another could stand only 15 feet away, 17 feet away, 19 feet away, 21 feet away, and some others could not even come into the temple, not only come into the temple, but also could not walk on the streets leading to the temple. Now, this is the reason why the state had intervened. And the state is the British state. Wait a minute.
So can the state also intervene to ensure there is no halala, there is no triple talaq, there is a uniform civil code?
It is happening, isn't it?
There is not, and that is called as a bigoted communal agenda.
Why should not?
Why is there gender empowerment? Muslim women can be married off at 13.
I wouldn't like to cross-talk. Finish it, you finish it. But then why do you cross-talk? See, the point is this. Point is, are we looking at individuals as individuals with equal rights, Or are we looking at them as belonging to castes, regions, religions, etc., etc.? This is how reimagine. Now, the reimagining that is now going on is only a repurposing of the reimagining or imagining that has happened in the 1880s and 1890s and 1910s and 1940s.
So, as you all can see, that reimagining of India is an ongoing work in progress project. And this is a project, I mean, in the 40s, they used to call the Congress the Hindu party. I think now the flip side is playing out. So this is a conversation that we need to have. It is important to have as to how we reimagine India. In my own construct, I would like to reimagine India where the air is free of pollution to breathe, where the children in schools have teachers, where the hospitals have doctors, where people have jobs. But that is a part of the narrative that sort of, as both of them agree, it doesn't often appear on television screens, but needs to appear more. I shall wrap up this. I think this is a conversation everybody needs to have. Thank you very much. Thank you, both of you, for a scholarly discussion.
Well, it's been a feisty debate, and we do hope it carries on off stage. And I think one other thing that we all can agree on is that in whichever way we reimagine India, a constructive and healthy debate will always be part of it, which is exactly what this conversation was. So thank you very much for that, gentlemen. And please do stay on stage as I invite Saurabh Yagnik, COO ABP Network, and Rajiv Dubey, Media Head, Dabur India, to please join us on stage and present our esteemed guests with a token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our brilliant speakers. They've given us a lot to think about. Many thanks again, Dr. Prabhakar and Dr. Sampath. Thank you very much, and thank you to Shankar Iyer for leading that conversation as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on, I think you will all agree that one of the most wonderful things about being human is our ability to evolve with time and circumstance. Now, as us citizens evolve, so does the societal fabric that we operate in. Ultimately, societal change is a very dynamic process, and it involves multiple actors. Institutions, laws, individuals, communities can all bring about change. But in a very vibrant democracy like ours, bringing about change is not easy. Can there really be a universal acceptance of change, whether brought about by man or by mandate? Let's pick on that idea with two of the sharpest legal minds that we have in our country today. Please welcome on stage Gopal Shankar Narayanan, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. Please join us on stage. And let's also welcome Saurabh Kirpal, Author and Senior Advocate, Delhi High Court. And please do put your hands together for our chair for this session, the lovely Shelley Chopra.
Good morning, everyone. As Radhika said, that the previous session gave us a lot to think about, and this will give us a lot to debate about. Not just debate on stage, but I think often you ask yourself many of these questions and wonder which side of that debate you are on. So let's start with perhaps what's on our mind when it comes to the country's courts. Are we a country of progressive laws with poor execution, or are we a country of a lot of laws still finding their feet? I'll start with you, Gopal.
I think it's very difficult to say whether the laws are progressive or not. What we do know is that we do try to regulate almost every arena of human action. And this allows politicians of different hues to be selective in what they regulate. They regulate what they wish to regulate. They choose not to regulate what they don't want to regulate and allow it to be ad hoc. So I feel, especially if I'm looking at, say, the last 15, 20 years, there has been a change from what I believe are welfare legislations like the Rehabilitation Resettlement Law, which repealed the Land Acquisition Act, many environmental legislations. I've seen that not being something that's been carried forward. I would have hoped administrations would carry that forward. And I've seen possibly a harsher hue with reference to civil liberties, personal liberty particularly. The Enforcement Directorate and its powers under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Many amendments that have been made since then. I haven't, if you had to ask me, would I find a welfare legislation? I wouldn't find one in the last 10 years. But I would find perhaps things like this Uniform Civil Code in Chhattisgarh, PMLA and how it's been operated elsewhere in the country. I'd find many of those, which takes care of small little, contingents of people and their interests. But if something is available to the entire country, I don't really find that with reference to health and education and things like that.
So, Saurabh, what's new about law being interpreted the way people would like it to? And also what's new about politics using the law to suit their interests? Unpack this for me based on what Gopal said.
Well, look, I think law and politics are intimately connected. They have to be, right? Law is really about how society should be regulated, and politics is a way to bring that about. So that synergy that exists between law and politics is inevitable, in fact necessary. That's why we have politics. That's why we have law. They don't independently exist with a truth of their own. Law has no inner morality to itself, other than we can discuss that. But generally, no. It's just how should society be organized and reflected. So that, of course, is a fact that there will always be a correlation between politics and law. And if the law follows the politics of the majority at a particular time, then the politics of the minority will always think the law is a tool for oppression. So there is then a tension between law and politics, not innately otherwise which exists, but because a certain person believes.
Are those the times we're living in?
Well, we've always lived in those times because politics will always differ. We live in a country of 1.4 billion people. We can't all think the same. Neither should we, right? Consensus and all is well and good, but we don't want uniformity either. So as long as differences exist, it's inevitable that law will favor one or the other side. The way we see in court every day, there are decisions taken one way or the other. There will be winners, there will be losers. And that's how law and politics intertwines. The question is, are there certain, and I now contradict myself by saying that law in itself has no inner morality. Maybe that is, as a social tool, probably correct. But as a society, we have certain morals, I think, which are encapsulated in our constitution. There, I say politics and law have to work together to fulfill those ideas, which are mentioned in our fundamental rights chapters, in our ideas of socialism, secularism, etc. Now there, politics and law must work together to fulfill ideas which are otherwise unwavering and should be fixed.
So, you did mention that laws don't have an inherent morality. But if one looks at the last few years, the courts have taken decisions or come up with rulings that have possibly reflected more of the public sentiment and sort of broken into this notion that, yeah, the courts are watching. And there are times that the judiciary has seen, seem to have come across as more progressive than even public discourse. Now, unpack that with some examples for us and also talk to us, why do you think that is the sign of our times? Well, it looks like courts are very powerful at the moment.
Look, I think to say that in the recent years, the courts have been interventionist when they haven't in the past. If you leave the history of India from 1950 to about 70 aside, I think from the 70s, there was an interventionist era in Indian judiciary. And they've been interventionists ever since. And as long as interventions have carried out, there has been criticism. Multiple people, whoever have suffered, typically governments, decisions of the courts have called out the government, the judiciary for being excessively interventionist. So I don't think it's true in the last few years the courts have been interventionist. I would say it's the reverse. If anything, in the last few years, the courts have been a little less interventionist than they have been in the past. To the extent that when there are a few notable exceptions, then they make headlines because there are notable exceptions. Now, that could be because those judgments needed to be given. I'm not necessarily making a comment. But I think there is a I'll call out one particular judgment, the way Gopal also mentioned, the PMLA, and we can talk about the PMLA, how that was upheld by the courts. Now, that's hardly an interventionist action on the part of the judiciary. The role of the judiciary ultimately has to be to protect the fundamental rights of its citizens. It's not to do politics. It's not to make other decisions for the country. The role of the court is ultimately to safeguard every individual citizen of the country. And when it does so, it's not being interventionist. It's only doing its job, which is to do that.
I know in part you read out the book to us, but I want Gopal to poke this a little bit because you talked about timing and you talked about, the many times that the courts, are doing their job. We're talking about a time when the last 15 days we've had UCC make headlines. We've had electoral bonds make headlines. Can we really say that courts and timing is not a matter of coincidence?
See, as a lawyer practicing in the courts, I think we are much closer to what's actually happening in the courts. So to reduce it to a question of, oh, the court is playing ball with the government or the court is interventionist, I think is meant for Twitter and social media. It's meant for people who are not getting nuanced and getting close to it. Let me tell you the factors that play a role in any case. And let me tell you the quantum of the workload as well. In the Supreme Court, for example, we have 16 courtrooms functioning on any given day. We have, on Mondays and Fridays, close to 1,000 cases being heard. 1,000, right? Heard and disposed of on Mondays and Fridays, which are our miscellaneous days. Now, nobody is discussing those 1,000 cases. They're discussing the 3 or 4 cases which the media decides to highlight. So electoral bonds is decided on the same day as, say, 30 other cases. Electoral bonds grabs the headlines because of what it deals with. But the other 29 cases don't have a political hue attached to it or media flavor, so you don't talk about it. Now, in a particular litigation, strategy of lawyers is important. I was in the Kashmir case, for example, arguing against the manner of imposition of 370. Right? I know that as petitioners, our strategy was terrible. We had counsels who had not prepared, who addressed the court. We know that when questions were put by the judges, uninformed, unread counsels were giving answers which were stupid as far as our strategy were concerned. Judges make up their minds based on that. Now, the person, just give me a minute. So the person reading the newspaper the next day, when the judgment comes out, says, oh, this is bound to happen. It's a right versus left thing. It's a Modi government versus an anti-Modi government thing. It's not that. It's actually a suture going wrong in a surgery can mean the difference between life and death. Yeah. That's what it is. So the art of advocacy and the role it plays with how well prepared you are, how well you present your case, how you strategize is very important. So electoral bonds could have easily gone the other way if the strategy was bad, if the arguing was bad, if the advocates were not up to it.
Yeah.
So when you reduce it just to achha, they're playing ball with the government or they're not playing ball with the government, I think you make it a very basic kind of debate, which it's not. It's actually very, very forensic.
Public goes by perception.
Yes.
And perhaps one would say in the last couple of years, where democracy might have left people unsatiated, courts have risen to the occasion with timely news headlines like this one.
No, yeah, but let's take an example of those who are, for example, Omar Khalid, his bail application for 3 years. The petition was pending before the Supreme Court, and every 3 weeks, people would talk about the fact, oh, look at this poor guy, he's stuck in jail and nobody's doing anything about it. His lawyers allowed this matter to drag on for 3 years. Bail SLPs normally are disposed of in the Supreme Court very soon, 2-3 months. But you keep taking adjournments for 3 years, and then what happens 2 weeks ago? You withdraw the petition. Now, then don't blame the courts. I'm saying the courts do deserve blame. I'm not a huge advocate for everything that the courts do. They make as many mistakes as everybody else does, right? But don't keep on attacking the courts when, as an arm of the government dispensing justice, arm of the state dispensing justice, what the courts do is that in 95% of the cases, they're dealing with cases which are under the radar, but it's some poor man's pension, it's somebody's land dispute, somebody's consumer issue, which they're sorting out. They're doing all that. On these occasions, yes, obviously, I mean, in many of these cases, we would have expected the courts to be tougher. But the judges of the Supreme Court are a reflection of the people of this country, right? Every time you see a car accident happen and somebody lying on the street, you'll find 95 Indians standing around taking videos of it. One guy will be trying to help that chap. So that's the ratio of people in the judiciary as much as it is in parliament or anywhere else.
Okay, I'm going to just shorten this and ask you very directly. On a scale of 1 to 10, where are you on the electoral bonds decision?
I think it's a 8.5.
Going to challenge me on this if I say 9. Does that matter? The question is, it's a good judgment.
Yeah.
Right? Numbers don't make a difference. I suppose the nuance for numbers between 9 and 8.5 will make a difference to constitutional lawyers like Gopal, and because a lot of what a judgment decides is also speaking to the future, right? So the reasoning and the rationale of the judgment is why we will give numbers. It makes little difference to an average person on the street. Other than the fact that they feel that the court today has said that an average citizen has the right to know where there is an interplay between politics, finance, and corporates. The fact that corporates and politicians are in bed with each other, I think doesn't come as a surprise to anybody. That's always been the case, not just in India, across the world. In fact, it is inevitably so, right? The problem is if there is a quid pro quo, which there will be, at least the public has the right to know about it. People may say that the average person on the street doesn't really care about this knowledge. Why are we so hung up upon it? I think that's to undermine the intelligence and the intellect of the person on the street. They know very well as to who's in bed with whom. Second, as I said, you're speaking to the future. The future generations will find this information. It will be digested by the media, which a lot of you here are, and will then be presented to the public. And therefore, the right to know that has been espoused in the electoral bonds case is what would make it a 9. It would have been 9.5, I suppose, if it had come 2 years earlier.
I would in fact...
So you're saying timing does matter?
Of course it does.
And so does it pay a price for transparency? I mean, you know, I know this prima facie, this is a transparency effort. Yes. But has it come too late?
It's only partly, if I may, it's only partly a transparency effort. Why I said 8.5 and why I didn't say 10 is because of this. Once the Supreme Court of India says something is illegal, right? What you normally do is set aside the illegality. That's not been done. All you've said is, this electoral bonds is bad, put up the details of all the money you took. Now, if it was completely illegal, you should direct each of these political parties to return the money. That's where you take it all the way to 10. But you didn't do that. You stopped short. So for me, it's a 3/4 measure, and we're very relieved that it's a 3/4 measure. But eventually, you're allowing each of these parties, particularly the BJP, who is admittedly the lion's share of this, to get its 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 crores and spend it. Now, if it's illegal, make them return it.
Look, you were talking about timing, Shelley, and let me just take an example of something that deeply concerns the media. Matters of defamation and what is called the muzzling of the press by all political parties. We have multiple judgments by our courts upholding the right of free speech. The right to press is one of our most fundamental rights. But that matters little when you get arrested in a small town in UP, Bihar, Maharashtra, and you're in custody for a long, long time, months. You know, we think a month is not a long time. Even a few hours of custody for any of you, or even 1 day's custody, will mean a lot. Yeah. And the court will ultimately give a judgment saying that, oh, this is a violation of free speech, this should never have happened. But in the meanwhile, you've been in jail for a month. You are going to remember that. And next time when you're speaking out, we'll keep a bit more muted. Not only you, but all your colleagues in the media will say, well, this guy or this woman went to jail for a month. Maybe it's my turn next. So as long as the media is not protected immediately by the courts, and that's what timing matters, it ceases to have meaning. You know, we often say in law that operation successful, patient dead. So you have a great lengthy judgment coming out, but if there's no substantive relief which is given immediately, it renders the judgment often meaningless.
Okay, let's just talk about the other news piece that will remain around for debate as more and more states look at the Uniform Civil Code. We always debate this, and I think this is not new, but it's very relevant today that whether social change comes before the law or the law comes before social change. My question to you is slightly different. Should law be involved in social change in the way it is in the Uniform Civil Code? The example of Uttarakhand, where we are, we're coming down to details of how live-in partners should declare to whatever's the nearest, system of registration, and the kind of details that just question adult behavior and choice.
Look, there are two separate facets to what you have just said. What is the connection between law and social change, and then the content of the law, right? I think we should keep these two questions separate. Law, as I said, is nothing other than society. So to interfere in society is misconceived, with the greatest respect. Because after all, the idea of marriage, which is a societal construct, is regulated by law. So law permits marriage, unless you are gay. But if you are strict, then it regulates marriage. Law regulates every aspect of society, from where you drive. I mean, you asked earlier about, are we over-legislating and under-regulating? Well, look at Indian roads for that. Answer is yes. But to come back to the question about whether law and society are interrelated, obviously, right? Law is a way to enforce rules that society has decided need to be adopted. Law is nothing but a system of rules. So obviously law and how society is governed are connected. That doesn't mean we can't comment on the content of that law or the decision society has taken. You gave the example of the Uttarakhand Civil Code. I personally believe, and I know probably Gopal does as well, that it is necessary for the country, some 75 years after its existence, to have a uniform civil code. It's imperative. We cannot have differences of different laws because they typically end up being gender unjust. Yes. But there is a lot to be said about how you bring about the law, right? It's not just the end that matters, it's the journey. So I think there is a lot to be said about how the UCC in Uttarakhand has been drafted and is being now brought in. Rather than by consensus bringing people together, from a top-down approach, they're the problem, I think, which also then engenders feelings of mistrust. Yeah. We live in polarized times already. Why not try to bring everybody together? I mean, there was a consultative process, but it was really not very consultative. But you identified the one weakness in the UCC of Uttarakhand is this live-in relationship concept. Now, I cannot for the life of me understand what was going on in the mind of the draftspersons. As you said, it's not law yet. What were they thinking of when they decided that this live-in relationship should be mandatorily registered without defining what a live-in relationship is?
Yeah. So, we all think about laws and courts as our safety nets. And I'm beginning to wonder, keep going back to this point around morality that Saurabh talked about a little while ago. Isn't this, in a way, throwing a bait around the idea of what morality is, and the courts are center and front with it on the UCC, for example?
Well, unfortunately, morality is used in the Constitution as a control. It's used in Article 19, it's used in Article 25 with reference to religious institutions and freedom of religion, etc.
Just hold the mic closer.
Yeah, as a ground to restrict the operation of any of these rights. Now, I think the problem with that, and that's what we saw in the 377 judgment, is that you have to show on what basis you are making a law for a particular purpose. The UCC, for example, in Uttarakhand and elsewhere, and this debate has always been posited as a debate effectively, as far as the public is concerned, that look, you had a Hindu code which came in the 50s, and you did nothing to ensure that Muslims, Christians, etc. would be on par. I mean, we have the Christian Marriage Act, but with reference to Muslims particularly, you've allowed them to run riot with having 4 marriages, etc. There's a broad idea behind the debate on UCC. But if you are a lawmaker making the Uniform Civil Code, you must realize that the divisions in our community are not only gender, sexual orientation, for example. If you have a uniform civil code, just ensure that any kind of alliance, regardless of sexual orientation, is also covered by the UCC. The Uttarakhand civil code deals with marriages and deals with live-in relationships. The definition of both is man and woman, but not man and man, not man and... So for me, that's a problem. You've had this issue coming up again and again. You've said that the LGBTQ community should not be treated as criminals. The next logical step is to allow them the rights that the Constitution affords them. I believe the Supreme Court bucked the opportunity and passed the buck to the Parliament when this issue came up. Saurabh argued also before that bench. This was the perfect opportunity for you to take care of that issue as well. Take care of it regardless of community, regardless of gender, regardless of social orientation, sexual orientation, regardless of caste. All those issues should have been covered. So I think morality is something which is undefinable, because each political group at that point of time in Parliament, having the numbers, will claim that what we are saying is moral. The courts will interpret that and decide at some point of time that it is or it is not. It took us from 1860 till 2019 for us to finally have this. In fact, in the present penal code, as well as the proposed new penal codes that they're bringing in, there is a provision, a shocking one, in the penal codes which exist even today, which says that if a man entices a woman, I don't know how you entice women, but you entice a woman out of a marriage, then that man is guilty of an offense. The man is guilty. The woman is just an object to be moved from point A to point B. How do we have these provisions in law even today? How is it that when you have a standing committee and Parliament says yes to this, what are these guys doing? They've taken an oath to uphold the Constitution. 543 of them are voting on this, and all of them say, okay, champ, let's go. This is a good law. You had this opportunity now. I mean, do these guys even read the Constitution? It shocks me that you pass laws like this, continuing to treat women as chattel after all these years.
You see, just again to come back to this old chestnut between morality and the law. When the Frank Sinatra song about love and marriage, which go together like a horse and carriage. Morality and the law is something similar, really. Because at one point, the morality of the society must be reflected in its laws. Otherwise, people will simply not follow the law. If there is a whole series of immoral laws, as we saw in Nazi Germany, of course, they followed it there. But generally, the idea is your laws should be conformed to the morality of a society for ensuring its observance. At the same time, you need to protect people from morality. Because that same morality of society can, in instances, become oppressive. So a morality of a majority, when it dictates to a minority that you must eat this, you must dress this way, you must live in a particular manner, this is whom you can or cannot love, that is when morality starts becoming oppressive, and you need protection of the courts from that morality. Yes. And yet the Constitution talks of that morality that Gopal talked about, which is what the courts have said, that the morality we talk about is what is called constitutional as opposed to popular morality. The idea or the values of the Constitution, the idea of dignity, the idea of freedom, the idea that people are able to love and live the way they want to, that is the morality that the courts should intervene. That doesn't mean that Parliament has no role.
I hear so much disappointment in your voice as you say that, because you are clearly feeling that the courts could take that stance, but they're not.
Well, I'm a lawyer. I'm always disappointed, but also optimistic. Disappointed because I saw most recently the judgment of the marriage equality case that was delivered, that Gopal referred to. The judges did not merely buck the trend. I think they actively hid under a rock and said, sorry, this is not for us. let someone else do it. Yes, we see the violation of fundamental rights. Yes, we have taken a constitutional oath of office to uphold, preserve, and protect people, but we will not do anything about it. Thank you very much. Best of luck for the future. That's
Okay.
what the court said. Optimistic because they have been these 5 judges, 3 of whom who ducked the issue. I see today hope in the young of this country. I see hope in the high court judges that one goes around and interacts with and argues before across the country, that they will be more receptive to the positive change that this country is seeing and needs. So a mix of both.
I'm going to again pick a statement you said, disappointed but optimistic. Is this how you feel about waiting for your appointment to come through?
I would remove the optimism in that part.
Gopal,
I would.
I
Can I
hope
use the
you're
word
optimistic
realistic
on his
instead?
behalf.
Well, look, I have a different view about judges and their appointments, etc. I personally would never accept what I think is an unforgiving job. For Saurabh as a friend, I hope it doesn't come through. For Saurabh as an excellent lawyer, and I believe who would be an excellent judge, it's better for the institution if it does come through. Touching upon that disappointment that he mentioned, Saurabh is not sharing the fact that the disappointment, apart from being an advocate, is deeply personal for him, right? He's got a same-sex spouse. He's been waiting years for the recognition in this country. He's won it bravely, and he's withstood years and years of criticism and gossip and everything for what he's done. And I find it awful that my country and my institution, the judiciary that I serve, wasn't able to take care of Saurabh and his kin. And I hope that someday it's all very well to say fraternity in the preamble of our constitution. But my problem, especially with politics today and the media today, is that we try to divide everything down the middle. It's this or that. It's Modi, not Modi. It's Supreme Court, not Supreme Court. We don't try to find the common ground where we can take care of everybody and just try and look for common ground and everything of the interests of Saurabh and his kin.
Yeah, our obsession with binaries. Yep. Okay, so just to come back to a couple of other important subjects like the ones that we've so far discussed is, of course, the whole question of whether we should rethink the words in our constitution. Dr. Swami's plea, the words secular and social. Where are you on that? And please feel free to sort of display candor in your answer.
Well, if you speak of nuance, I'd straight away distinguish the socialist and the secular. The insertion of the word secular in our constitution was at the same time meaningless because it is already a secular constitution. Yet, at the same time, a matter of great importance because it reminds people that we are a secular constitution. Words matter. Words mean things. When you use a word, it conveys an idea. It's all well and good to say that we don't need the word secular in the constitution because it is secular. We all agree it is. But when the preamble of the constitution, the basic text, the first few words you read of the constitution tells you you are a secular constitution, it puts a balm on the minorities of this country saying, yes, we live in a place that respects us, that values our existence. So I think the retention of the word secular in our preamble is imperative. Socialism, on the other hand, is something that I have my differences with. Partly because our constitution is not a socialist document. We have the right to do business and have our free trade and profession. We have a truncated form of a right to property. We live in a country which has, after 1990s, shed the path of socialism. We require political parties to make an oath of office saying that I will affirm to the values of our constitution. And yet that party may be avowedly capitalist, and it should be. That's part of free speech, right? So to dictate a particular form of economic philosophy, which the constitution itself does not necessarily mandate, there I have a problem with. But I don't think it's for the court to strike down these words that were added.
I have a slightly different view on this. initially in 1950, our preamble didn't have the words secular and socialist. It doesn't mean that we were not a secular country until the 70s when this amendment was brought into the constitution. The issue on which the Supreme Court has entertained Swami's plea is a very narrow one. It's only that, look, can you insert something in the preamble with a back date? Can you say that the preamble, when all the Constituent Assembly members sat together, our founding fathers, and said, this is our preamble, can you now, ex post facto, after many of them are dead and gone, attribute to them 2 words which they didn't put in the Constitution? In my view, secular is superfluous because it's there in the Constitution. Whether your preamble said it or not, it's a secular Constitution. I don't think there's a doubt about it. Yeah. Socialism, in fact, should never have been inserted in the Constitution, either pre or past, and I'll tell you why. Because under the Representation of People Act, where parties are registered, Section 29A requires that you say as a political party that I am going to be socialist, secular, etc., etc. Yeah. If you don't say that you're going to be socialist, you're not allowed to be registered as a political party in this country. And that's bizarre. If a capitalist political party interested only in profit wants to register itself, you can't participate in this democracy. So for me, I believe that, yes, let's not meddle with the preamble. I don't think you should ever have made amendments to it in the future, because think of what could happen now. Suppose next year they amend the Constitution to bring in 3-4 words which are unpalatable to you. You've already set the trend saying, yeah, we can do it.
We can do it. Fair. Okay.
Are you saying this one last line? Are you saying political parties are not capitalist?
Good point. Okay, I know that lawyers are not people of few words, but I'm going to force the two of you to literally take one phrase, sort of tests on this one. One law that should be done away with in India?
The PMLA.
Okay, you?
Income tax.
Income tax. Oh my God. Look at that. The CEOs all woke up just now. All right. The one law that should be there in India?
A generic anti-discrimination law which protects rights of minorities, women, scheduled castes, sexual minorities, everybody.
Okay.
In the same vein, a Civil Rights Act which takes care of all communities. The Supreme Court Judge Antonin Scalia of the US came and criticized India for not having that law after the March on Washington. The fact that we never got one and we still don't have one. So at a private space, you can discriminate on caste and stuff and nobody can do anything about it.
Yeah, okay. And this is the hardest question. Keep it short. What is your idea of India?
Well, I'll keep it short, rather like myself. The idea of India to me is already embodied in our constitution. The idea that I can be different, yet feel Indian. The idea that I can express myself in whichever way I want without someone else calling me out and saying, hey, you, because you live in the right to my dignity, the right to my freedom, the right to my choice belongs with me and me alone.
Yeah, good part.
Fraternity.
Include brotherhood and sisterhood since I'm here. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you very much indeed. This has been such an enjoyable, such an enriching conversation to listen to. And thank you for so beautifully articulating the black, the white, and the gray of the law and judiciary in India. Thank you. Please do stay on stage as I invite Mr. Gunwant Singh Mongia, CMD Mongia Steel, to please join us on stage, sir, and present our guests with our mementos. Let's have the mementos on stage very quickly, please. A huge round of applause for our brilliant speakers who really unpacked various layers of the law. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Sankaranarayanan and Mr. Kirpal and Shelley. Once again, a wonderful, engaging session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're changing tack a little bit, changing tracks and talking about the movies once again. And that always brings a round of applause, doesn't it? Our next guest, ladies and gentlemen, is the queen of screens, no matter what their size and what language the content. From a majestic portrayal in Bahubali to the electrifying success of Kavala, Tamanna Bhatia's journey since her debut certifies her as a pan-India star. With her mesmerizing performances and captivating presence, she has carved a niche for herself in the hearts of nationwide audiences. She's gearing up for a lot of thrilling upcoming projects, and we are so excited to have Tamanna with us to share more details today. Please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Tamanna Bhatia. And let's also hear it for Anantnath Jha from ABP Uncut, who is leading this conversation.
Hey, yeah, audible enough. Yeah. Welcome back, and I'm back here on day 2 of Ideas of India version 3. तो कल तो जरा हमने पढ़ाई लिखाई की बातें की, आज जरा फिल्मों की बातें हो जाए। सबसे पहले तमन्ना, वेलकम, थैंक यू सो मच आने के लिए।
Thank you for having me here. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you all doing? Great. Okay. Let's make it better then.
क्या खाती हैं, कौन सा साबुन इस्तेमाल करती हैं? How are you glowing so much?
Actually, मैंने ना एक ट्यूबलाइट swallow किया था जब मैं बहुत छोटी थी, and then this never really digested that very well. So here we are.
No, you're looking absolutely wonderful, even color coordinated.
Sorry?
With red, color coordinated with red and white as well.
Yeah, I recently discovered that red is the color of my soul. So I'm just like red everywhere now.
Souls have colors?
I don't know, they should.
अच्छा, मैं अभी देख रहा था, तमन्ना suddenly became तमन्ना, तो end में H जो आया है, वो कैसे, क्या spirituality, numerology, क्या?
The thing was, when I was really young, I was like, and I don't know how I had this clarity, but when I was like 8 or 9 years old, I was like, I want to become an actress. So I knew that part of my life. And I was like, naam to khair, mere pita ne kafi filmi hi rakha tha. So I was like, okay, that should be easy. I don't have to change my name. And then I happened to meet someone who said, ek A aur ek H laga do, अच्छा चलेगा. मैंने बोला जो भी चलेगा लगा दो. तो लगा लिया एक A और H. अब सब लोग को एक सांस लेके मेरा नाम बोलना पड़ता है. बस ये एक प्रॉब्लम है.
So end में जो आ गया वो.
I think I'm trying to leave them with that feeling. So I hope that's what's
Believe me, you
happening.
are. Okay. Bahubali to Bubbly Badmash and all this. ये कैसे?
You met Madhur sir, yes, today.
Yes.
It's called Bubbly Bouncer.
Yeah, Bubbly Bouncer. So how has the journey been right from Bahubali? Was it a game changer for you? कि उसके बाद everybody knew who you were. उससे पहले सिर्फ South में people knew.
Yeah. I feel like Bahubali from the audience's perspective, but it was a big revelation for me also as an actor, as a performer. क्योंकि जिस किस्म के सिनेमा देखते मैं बड़ी हुई थी, वो बहुत ही कमर्शियल था, वो बहुत ही रोमांस से लेडन था. It was song and dance. And here I got to be a part of a film that just changed the way people view Indian cinema today. Bahubali had all of those emotions and even more, and it gave me the opportunity to play a character that I literally could not pick a reference anywhere from. And that's when I realized that me as a person, as an actor, had so much scope. And it's true that sometimes it takes another person's eye for you to discover what are your strengths. And for me, it was Rajamouli sir. After he gave me that opportunity, I literally asked him this question. I said, "Sir, आपने मुझे क्यों चुना एक किरदार निभाने के लिए?" So, he always laughed about it. He never answered that question. But as I played the character, I understood why he wanted me for the part. I think there is a sense of strength that I myself did not know existed in me. But when I did that part, it revealed itself. So I think it was cathartic for me.
ज्यादा मजा कहाँ, साउथ की इंडस्ट्री में फिल्म्स करने में या मुंबई में? Which do you prefer? If you had to pick, you can't say both.
Yeah, no, of course. I'll stay away from diplomacy as much as I can here. No, the thing is, and this is an honest thing about the movies for people who don't know about it. A film set is a film set anywhere in the world. I could be tomorrow working in, another country. And I would still be, every film set is chaotic and it is unique because there are different set of people working with completely different backgrounds, completely different ideologies, and a completely different approach. So to be honest, that's the beauty of my job, that every time I enter a film set, I don't know what I'm in for. I don't know what I'm going to experience. And it is that thrill of not knowing that what I'm going to experience is what actually makes me want to go to a film set every day. Unlike you guys, don't have the burden कि मेरा अगर boss मुझे पसंद नहीं आया तो मुझे उसको झेलना नहीं पड़ेगा. 3 महीने के बाद या 6 महीने के बाद वो बदलने वाला है. So the good part is the good times don't stay as much as I would like to, but the bad times also don't. So I don't see a difference, to be honest.
What I actually wanted to ask was the style of working. Are they more organized? South में सब कुछ time to time चल रहा है, payments time पे आ रही हैं, schedules shoot पे time पे हो रहे हैं. मुंबई में सब आराम से stardom में आ रहे हैं. क्या ऐसा होता है क्या?
I think that is film to film. वो actually industry पे dependent नहीं होता. North and South में दोनों जगहों पे आपको दोनों किस्म के लोग मिलेंगे. जो बहुत ऑर्गेनाइज्ड हैं और बहुत डिसऑर्गेनाइज्ड हैं, ये दोनों जगहों पे मिलता है. लेकिन आई थिंक साउथ ने एक बात कंसिस्टेंटली मेंटेन की है अपनी फिल्मों में कि वो बहुत ही रूटेड स्टोरीज बताते हैं और वो अपने जहाँ पर वो पैदा हुए हैं, जो अपब्रिंगिंग उनकी है, वहाँ के हमारी जो इंडियन लोकल स्टोरीज हैं वो बताते हैं. एंड आई फील लाइक शायद उनमें इतना ह्यूमेननेस होता है, इतनी इंसानियत होती है. दे आर एक्चुअली वर्किंग विद वेरी प्रिमिटिव इमोशंस एंड दोज इमोशंस कट अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड बिकॉज वो सबकी इधर सेम होता है. माँ का इमोशन ही होता है, पिता का ही इमोशन होता है, भाई का भाई ही होता है. There is just it is not different in different parts of the world. So they capture those very basic emotions and then they create stories which are very rooted. So I think that combination is extremely potent and that's why I guess we see them doing so well.
We spoke about types of people abhi. आप किस किस्म के इंसान हैं? Are you a romantic at heart?
I am a realist. And
Who says realists can't be romantic?
Yeah, realists can be romantic, but yeah, I think I've always said this, and I firmly believe I'm like Anil Kapoor from Tal. I'm like हम गम बांटते हैं, हम गम बेचते हैं, खरीदते नहीं.
दर्द बेचते हैं.
गम या दर्द जो भी बोल दो. But so I mean that's just me acting all cool. But yes, I'm a mushy little creature. I'm very, very mushy at heart. I'm as romantic as you would imagine me to be.
Okay, I'll do that later on. But चिपकू romantic या give me my space? अब प्यार हो गया, अब मेरे को अपना space चाहिए. तो अलग-अलग type के romantic होते हैं ना?
I think
एक होता है चिपकू जो follows you around like a shadow. दूसरा होता है कि अच्छा अब हो गया romance.
I can be चिपकू actually. I'll have to be honest. I'm very चिपकू, very, very चिपकू.
There have been so many interviews in which you've said that your parents pretty much spoiled and raised the bar for you. तो क्या है, क्या ढूंढ रही हैं आप? Or if you found, what is it that has met those expectations in a relationship?
I think I came to a point in my life where I stopped searching for anything and I started becoming what I wanted to find. I think that is the way I think one can find true love. If you start becoming your idea of true love, because they say you attract what you are and not what you want. So I just decided to become what I wanted, and I think that works.
What scares you?
I think mortality is something that is something I wish someday we as human beings learn how to embrace and not get so scared of, because I am very scared of losing my parents and very scared of losing my loved ones, because that's when, everything just becomes meaningless. So for me, mortality is something that scares me a lot, especially of my loved ones.
Mortality for others or for yourself? I mean, so many
Seeing people go is not easy. And I feel like maybe someday as human beings, we also make it, maybe we take away the idea of, we focus so much about how we want to live, but we don't really think about, of course, nobody wants to think about that. But I think I think that would be my biggest innermost fear.
Let's move on to things that make you come back down to earth. You're a very successful film star, actor, and you have people following you everywhere. Wherever you go, people are stopping you, taking selfies. एक तो ये patience कहाँ से लाते हो हर बार to smile और हर बार अच्छी तस्वीर कैसे आती है? दूसरा इस patience के लिए कितना spirituality? How do you manage it? गुस्सा नहीं आता है?
No, also pictures are not always good, guys. Never, mostly. They're not, but I like these paparazzi. They are the best paps. मैं भैया आपका नाम भूल गई. He's a very dear friend, actually. I forgot your name, भैया.
Dattaram.
Dattaram clicks very good photos, but it's not every time that Dattaram is there, so it varies. Having said that, I'm a people's person. I love people. I have always, since childhood, loved people. So I have no problem meeting people and acknowledging what they feel about my work. And sometimes, people come and say even very, very strange things. But it's nice to know it the way it is, because otherwise you would just have, never really understand what people feel about you. So yeah, I've never had a difficulty in smiling for people, because what do they want even? They just want you to smile, and sometimes they want a hug. Sometimes they're like, hey, can you, record this video for my mom or for my dad? They'll feel so happy. It's like you're getting an opportunity to use your time and your life to make someone's life better. And such an easy way to do that. You don't have to, आपको कुछ भी नहीं करना पड़ता. आपको सिर्फ स्माइल करना पड़ता है, आपको सिर्फ प्यार देना पड़ता है. और अगर ये लोगों के लिए मुश्किल है तो फिर आसान क्या होता होगा, I don't know.
आपके लिए ठीक है, कई बार हम हंसते तो बच्चे रो पड़ते हैं. So it's okay if you're Tamanna, but okay, everybody has their own issues. OTT या films, which one do you prefer and which one are you more inclined to now?
It's a mere format of consumption. आज लोग सिर्फ थिएटर तक सीमित नहीं हैं. अगर वो फिल्म्स कंज्यूम करना चाहें तो वो OTT पे देख सकते हैं, वो अपने फोन पे देख सकते हैं, उनको जहां देखना है देख सकते हैं. So I feel like it's a mere shift in medium thanks to technology, and I'm very happy that there is more technology and there's only going to be more. So I don't have a preference. When I started my career, it was only celluloid. So if you had to experience a movie, you had to go to the film theater to experience it. Today, that you're not restricted to that. अगर आप कहीं जहाँ पर आपको थिएटर के लिए एक्सेस नहीं है, आप अगर OTT पे कुछ देखना चाहो तो देख सकते हो. So I feel like that's a great strength, and I embraced it right when it arrived, because I felt like it's only natural for us actors to go towards that.
A very touchy topic. If I have worked hard, I'd want my kids to enjoy my legacy. What do you have to say about nepotism? Is it okay if it doesn't matter, or should it actually be tried to cut down? यो इंडस्ट्री में काफी देखा गया है ऐसा.
Actually, आप देखें तो मतलब हर इंडस्ट्री में होता है. Like my brother is a doctor. My family has a lot of doctors, and so my brother. I, on the other hand, wanted to become an actor, and I pursued my career, and I excelled even without the presence of somebody who is from the film industry in my family. So I feel like if you have talent, and most importantly, if you understand people and people management and organization, I feel like that can be a very big strength to achieve anything, because I think that is the base needed for excelling in any career path, because essentially we are constantly dealing with people, and that is something that actually helps you maneuver things. Of course, there are people who also deal with machines, I would like to know their point of view. But as of now, I can only think about people.
Are you a feminist? One of those people who, actually want everything for the women and believe that something is wrong with the world and the women have to fix it? Or are you a person who believes that it is the men who need to be feminists rather than women?
I think feminism is not a quality just for women. It is for both. Because it's about your belief system, right? It's about believing that we are human. I really firmly believe that I am at times as masculine as, as anybody else in the room who is a man. Because we have, as a human being, we have both. We are half masculine, we are half feminine. So we are able to channel that when we want to. So I don't feel like, if you ask me, in the world, yes, there is an inequality. Yes, there needs to be more equality. And I, as an actor, I am in a position of power to push that idea, and I always do that because I feel like I have worked my way and become who I have become, but there are lots of people who don't have that today. And yes, I think it's important that the women who don't have that power are empowered. So yeah, I'm all for it.
Your biggest mistake that you think if you could go back in time and change that, ऐसा क्या है? तो यार ये नहीं करना चाहिए था.
I wish I had spent more time preparing myself as an actor. I never got that opportunity. But I was learning on set. I was learning on film sets. And I was learning while working. Some people say that's a better way. But I do feel like if I had an opportunity to prepare and not always perform, because when you're performing, you're in a very different framework of mind and physical self. So I think I never had enough time to prepare. That's one thing I'd like to change if I could.
अपनी फिल्में एक बार खत्म हो जाती हैं, उसके बाद आप जाके देखती हैं, एनालाइज करती हैं, कहाँ मैं ठीक कर सकती थी, कहाँ मैंने गड़बड़ किया.
I think मैं अपनी फिल्में जब रिलीज होती हैं हमेशा उन्हें exactly वो टाइम पे नहीं देखती, थोड़ा टाइम छोड़ के देखती हूँ, क्योंकि I feel I get a little more objective after some time has elapsed. Immediately देखती हूँ तो थोड़ा emotional हो जाती हूँ उसके बारे में, क्योंकि हम इतना वक्त बिताते हैं वो piece of art बनाने में, and लोगों की इतनी बातें होती है, हर इंसान का एक नजरिया होता है उस काम के ऊपर, तो हम थोड़ा हमारी perception थोड़ा सा इफेक्ट हो जाता है. तो I prefer always watching my films a little later.
And then you critique yourself, or you have somebody tell you कि भाई या ये करना था नहीं करना था. Do your parents also take part in it? Does your brother and everybody?
Yeah, my family is really brutal. My brother's the most brutal person I know when it comes to anything I do. So yeah, I get it first at home. And then of course, there are lots of people. And I feel like the honest opinion is very apparent. When people really like your work, it's just in the air, you know it, that people have liked your work. And when they don't like your work, they don't talk about it. So you know, okay, that didn't happen very well. So yeah, it's actually fairly easy to perceive if it's going well or not.
Okay, we are at ABP Network's Ideas of India version 3. What is your idea of India, or probably what you'd like to see, the changes happening apne desh mein, with respect to the youngsters who are probably first-time voters?
I definitely wish, and maybe because I only studied till the 12th standard, so I didn't really study further. But whatever I did study, I do feel like I wish the education system is different in our country. I hope we push towards people learning more life skills, people learning how to do their taxes, people learning how to do the real stuff, because that unfortunately nobody teaches you. And by the time you learn it, it's mostly a lot of your life is spent in learning those things. So if there was a change in the way education was, maybe we could make better Indians, we could make stronger Indians, better equipped to face life. And if we really foresee India as, the superpower that we want it to be, we need youngsters who are, equipped to handle that. And they need to be equipped with how they build themselves as people. So yeah, the education system, I wish, has more practical knowledge, has more knowledge about how to just do so many things that actually come in use, and not so much algebra.
एक सवाल जो काफी बारी आपसे घर में भी पूछा जाता होगा, सारे रिश्तेदार पूछते होंगे, सेटल होने का क्या सोचा है?
मैं बहुत सर इतना सेटल हो चुकी हूँ, मैं इससे ज्यादा कैसे सेटल हो सकती हूँ?
But you do get this question often.
Yeah, I think I realized कि हम इंसान हैं और हम भेड़ बकरी नहीं हैं. हम एक दूसरे की कॉपी नहीं हैं. हम बहुत ही यूनिक हैं. हमें वही चीज करने की जरूरत नहीं है जो सब कर रहे हैं या आपके दोस्त कर रहे हैं या आपके उम्र के सारे लोग कर रहे हैं. आपकी जिंदगी और किसी और की जिंदगी कंपेयर करना is actually just the way to crush your potential. So I feel like hence मेरे choices कभी भी लोगों की तरह नहीं रहे हैं. तो I don't think आज भी मैं कोई भी चीज, कोई भी कदम उठाऊंगी क्योंकि लोग कर रहे हैं या लोग बोल रहे हैं या फैमिली बोल रही है या मेरे दोस्त बोल रहे हैं या दुनिया बोल रही है. मैं ये इसीलिए करूंगी क्योंकि मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं ऐसा करूं. और जहां तक सेटल होने की बात है, आई फील लाइक it is always going to be an individual journey for a person. And I think when we spoke about, women empowerment, if you can empower women to actually not have this idea कि आपको किसी पे depend करना पड़ेगा अपने life में. आपको settle होना है तो आपको एक मेल काउंटर पार्ट की जरूरत है सेटल होने के लिए. अगर हम ये आइडिया कहीं ना कहीं तोड़ सकें तो वो अपने आप में फुली रेडी होंगी जिंदगी को फेस करने के लिए. एंड शी विल चूज लाइफ पार्टनर्स दैट आर एक्चुअली गुड फॉर हर एंड नॉट समथिंग दैट शी नीड्स टू डू. बिकॉज जब हम एक नीड के स्टेट में होते हैं तो वी ऑलवेज मेक चॉइसेस दैट फील समवॉट लाइक अ कॉम्प्रोमाइज. बट व्हेन यू चूज बिकॉज यू वांट इट, इट्स अ वेरी डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ चॉइस.
Thank you, Tamanna, we see her in the movies, we see her on the screen, लेकिन ये side देखने को सिर्फ यहीं पे मिलेगा.
I like your Instagram, by the way. It's really cool. I think you're really funny is the right word to use on.
I'm trying to
you're
be
really funny.
trying to be serious. My bosses are here.
He can't see. Sorry, is your boss not supposed to know that? But I'm sure he sees your Instagram.
Okay.
You don't?
I'm
you
sure
should.
they have.
He's really good. Whoever your boss is.
Thank you so much. Getting
I
compliments.
highly recommend a follow. Click.
Made my day, made my week, made my month. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. I hope I didn't pakao you. I tried my best.
Thank you so much, Tamanna. What's wonderful about you is that you're completely self-made. You've seen tremendous success. And still there is something so simple, so endearing about you as you spoke with us today. So thank you very much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Tamanna. May I welcome on stage Rajiv Gupta, Director, Sharda University, and Kushan Chakrabarti, CFO, ABP Network, to present the lovely Tamanna with a memento from Ideas of India. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Tamanna. Thank you. Anand, thank you for that conversation as well. चलिए दोस्तों आगे बढ़ते हैं. और कल रात हमने आमिर खान और किरण राव जी से एक बहुत दिलचस्प बातचीत की जिसमें ये सामने आया कि भारत के हर कोने के गांव में रोचक और दिल को छू लेने वाली कहानियां हैं. अब हम एक ऐसी शख्सियत से मिलने वाले हैं जिनका जन्म मध्य प्रदेश के बिलगांव में हुआ, जिनकी कहानी को बड़े पर्दे पर उतारा गया है. ऑफ कोर्स दैट इज स्पेशल, वो एक खास बात है. पर सच्चाई ये है कि जो चीज उन्हें प्रेरणादायक बनाती है वो है उनकी मेहनत. उनके जीवन को देखेंगे तो आपको ये समझ में आ जाएगा कि कोई भी भारत के किसी भी कोने से कितना भी बड़ा सपना देख सकता है. और अगर आप दृढ़ता से मेहनत करते रहें तो उस सपने को वास्तविकता में बदलने की क्षमता हर एक में है. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma, IPS and DIG, Mumbai Airport. और उनके, as you know very well, मनोज कुमार शर्मा जी की कहानी को विदुर चोपड़ा ने कुछ ही दिनों पहले 12th फेल मूवी में हमें बड़े पर्दे पर दिखाया है. A very warm welcome.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं दिबांग और मेरे साथ खास मेहमान, जैसा कि बताया आपको, मनोज कुमार शर्मा जी IPS ऑफिसर हैं, DIG हैं, CISF के साथ और 12th फेल हैं. बात इससे करें कि इन्होंने कहा कि मैं एवरेस्ट पर चढ़ के फतेह करूंगा, तो एक तरीके से इन्होंने अपने मन में जो भी एवरेस्ट गढ़े हुए थे उनकी फतेह की. तो मैं आपसे ये पूछ रहा हूं मनोज सीधे कि एवरेस्ट फतेह तो कर लिया, अब आप क्या करना चाहते हैं?
दिबांग जी, हमारे यहाँ हमेशा बोला जाता है कि ऊपर चढ़ना आसान है, पर ऊपर से नीचे आना बहुत 1-2 सेकंड का काम होता है. गलती हुई कि आप नीचे आए, तो मैं धीरे धीरे उतर रहा हूँ, एवरेस्ट से उतर रहा हूँ, अपने काम पर फोकस कर रहा हूँ, जो मेरा काम है, जिस कारण से मैं सर्विस में हूँ. मैं ट्राई कर रहा हूँ कि जो हम लोग एक पुलिस वाले के रूप में काम करते हैं वो काम करूँ. तो बहुत आराम से ज़िंदगी चल रही है. लकीली ये एक 3-4 महीने का एक ऐसा टाइम आया था जिसमें लोगों तक 12th फेल गई तो 12th फेल के साथ में मनोज भी गया, और विक्रांत मैसी ने जो एक्टिंग की इस मूवी में, और विनोद चोपड़ा जी ने जो डायरेक्शन किया, वो सब ऐसा कुछ था रियलिस्टिक कि उससे मुझ पे भी चर्चा हुई. पर हाँ, इस चर्चा के बाद काफ़ी देश में एक ऐसा माहौल बना जिसमें जो बच्चे हैं, जो यंग बच्चे हैं, लड़के लड़कियाँ, वो आगे कैसे बढ़ सकते हैं, उनको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमें क्या उनको सिखाना है, ये चीज़ एक मूवी दे पाई. ये मुझे बड़ी खुशी है, क्योंकि हमारे पास में सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत ये हो रही थी कि बच्चों के सामने आदर्श क्या रखें. हम आज़ादी के बाद कैसे उनको बताएं कि भाई आपको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. नहीं तो हो ये रहा था कि बच्चे माँ बाप से बोल रहे थे कि आपने मुझे एडमिशन नहीं कराया, आपने पैसा खर्च नहीं किया मेरे ऊपर, इसलिए मैं आज ये नहीं कर पाया. हमारे पास बहानों की बहुत सारे बहाने थे. तो इस पिक्चर ने इतना किया कि बहाने ही होते हैं. अगर आप में ताकत है, दम है, आप लगातार मेहनत करते हैं, तो जीवन में किसी भी उद्देश्य को पाने के लिए आप सफल हो सकते हैं.
देखिए, इनकी जो कहानी है बहुत इंस्पायरिंग कहानी है. तो कहानी की शुरुआत में चलते हैं. मैंने पढ़ा कि मुरैना से हैं. मैं गया हूँ भिंड मुरैना, और मैंने वहाँ इसलिए गया क्योंकि मैंने 2 बार डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई डाकुओं पर. मोहर सिंह, मलखान सिंह, माधो सिंह, फूलन देवी के साथ हमने वहाँ पर शूट किया. और जौरा के हैं ये. जौरा वो जगह है जहाँ पर डाकुओं ने सरेंडर किया था गांधी आश्रम में. वहाँ पर लोग बड़ी बड़ी मूछें रखते हैं, और हर कंधे पर आपको एक पचफेरा 5 गोली फायर करने वाली बंदूक दिख जाएगी, नहीं तो कोई ना कोई बंदूक जरूर दिखती है. वहां से आप निकल कर आए, और मतलब आपको तो बागियों को तो पुलिस के दूसरे तरफ होना चाहिए, आप इस तरफ कैसे कूदे, कैसा हुआ ये?
आपने कितना सही शब्द यूज किया, पचपेरा. बहुत कम सुनने को मिलता है हमको बाहर. हमारे पास 2 तरह की बंदूकें बहुत होती हैं, पचपेरा, एक दुनाली. दुनाली जैसे 2 गोलियां चलती हैं, पचपेरा जैसे 5 गोलियां चलती हैं. तो हमारी भिंड मुरैना का जो कल्चर है चंबल का, वो कल्चर में बंदूक होना और बाकी हथियार होना बहुत बहुत ईजी माना जाता है. और हमारे यहाँ इन सब चीज़ों को ताकत का और अंदेशा माना जाता है. दरअसल इसके पीछे का कारण ये है कि जब जब भी भारत पर आक्रमण हुए, तो जैसा कि आप जानते हैं सब नॉर्थ से हुए, और जब जब भी ये सब आक्रमण होते थे, तब ये जो बेल्ट है मुरैना, भिंड, ग्वालियर, मथुरा तक का ये जो एरिया है, वो हमेशा इस रिवोल्ट के सामने खड़ा हुआ. तो जब खड़ा हुआ बार बार लड़ना पड़ता था तो लोगों ने हथियार रखना शुरू किए अपनी आत्म सुरक्षा के लिए। पर धीरे धीरे क्या हुआ, जब आज़ाद हुए हम लोग और उसके बाद धीरे धीरे पिक्चर बनना शुरू हुई और हमारे गांव को, हमारे चंबल को लोगों ने डकैत से जोड़ दिया, डाकुओं से जोड़ दिया कि यहाँ डकैती हो सकते हैं। तो ये दर्द मेरे पास काफ़ी सालों तक रहा है कि हम मुरैना भिंड डकैत नहीं है, बेसिकली हम बागी हैं। डकैत और बागी के बीच में बड़ा अंतर है। बागी वो होता है जो बगावत करता है सिस्टम से, हम सिस्टम से बगावत करने वाले लोग हैं। और से ये इच्छा थी कि इस डाकू वाली जिंदगी को हटा करके मैं ये दिखा पाऊं कि ये जो एरिया है वो एरिया बेसिकली उन लोगों का है जो मेहनत करते हैं, आगे बढ़ते हैं। इसलिए डाकू का नाम हटाइए। आप जैसा बता रहे हैं कि जौरा में, मेरे गांव से 4-5 किलोमीटर दूर मेरा जौरा है, जहां दिबांग जी ने बात की, वो जगह थी जहां डाकू ने सरेंडर किया। वो जगह थी जहां पूरे दुनिया के सबसे बड़े बड़े लोग, सर्वोदयी नेता आए, विनोबा भावे जी आए, जयप्रकाश नारायण जी आए, सुब्बा राव जी आए। इन लोगों ने वहां पर सरेंडर किया और एक ऐसी प्यारी गांधी आश्रम बनाया। उसके बाद वहां के बच्चों में एक नई चेतना आई। मैं खुद उससे जुड़ा, मैं खुद उनकी यात्राओं में गया, खुद मैंने देखा। सुब्बा राव जी तो इतने बड़े गांधीवादी नेता थे कि 97 ईयर की एज में पिछले साल उनकी डेथ हुई है। और वो मुंबई जब भी आते थे तो अभी भी वो हाफ पैंट पहन करके, एक हाथ में झूला लटका करके मेरे पास ही आते थे, मेरे घर ही रुकते थे। तो मेरा बोलना ये है कि चंबल अकेला सिर्फ डाकू नहीं है, चंबल कुछ और है। हाँ, एक चंबल की खासियत ये है कि जो वो करना चाहता है वो जिद्दी है, उसको आप अच्छी जिद बना दीजिए। मान लीजिए कि आप बंदूकों की भाषा बात करते हैं, मान लीजिए वहां पर एक राइफल क्लब बना दीजिए, मान लीजिए शूटिंग के लिए कोई अच्छी शूटिंग रेंज बना दीजिए, तो वो तब्दील हो जाएगा, वहां पे लोग उसमें चले जाएंगे।
फिर आप वहां से आप गए ग्वालियर?
हाँ, तो मेरा सफर ऐसा था कि मैं जब गांव में था तब मैं चाहता था कि उतना ही मेरा विजन था कि 12th पास हो जाए, अच्छे नंबरों से हो जाए और मैं कुछ टाइपिंग वगैरह सीख लूं, तो मैं कहीं ना कहीं चिपक जाऊंगा, कहीं लग जाऊंगा। मेरे घर की स्थिति ऐसी थी नहीं कि मैं अफोर्ड कर सकता। मैं चाहता था कि घर वालों के गाँव में कुछ थोड़ा बहुत हेल्प कर पाऊं। तो 12th में जब
और 12th तो आप फेल हो गए?
हाँ, एग्जाम देने गया तो फेल हो गए। और फेल हो जाने के बाद समझ में आया कि ये फेल में क्यों हुआ हूं, क्योंकि नकल नहीं चली।
नकल नहीं चली?
हाँ, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ सामूहिक नकल करने का सिस्टम था। टीचर आते थे, बोर्ड पे लिखाते थे और हम सब लोग उसको टीप देते थे और टीप करके हम सब लोग परसेंटेज में अपने हिसाब से पास होते थे और कोशिश करते थे कुछ नौकरी लग जाए, कुछ काम धंधा हो जाए, कुछ शुरू करें। लेकिन उस साल क्या हुआ कि एक ऐसे व्यक्ति ऑफिसर के बन के रूप में आए जिन्होंने कि नकल नहीं होने देने का बीड़ा उठाया था और वो हमारे स्कूल में आके बैठ गए, नकल नहीं होने दूंगा। और सच में नकल नहीं हुई। तो मेरे दिमाग में ये बात गई कि हमारे उस बच्चे के लिए जो 12th में पढ़ रहा है, जो गरीब घर से है, उसके लिए सबसे बड़ा आदमी प्रिंसिपल होता है। और प्रिंसिपल हाथ जोड़ रहा है उनके सामने बार बार जाकर के, नहीं नहीं रुको, आप खाना लाते हैं, चाय लाते हैं। तो उसने कहा नहीं, नकल होगी ही नहीं। तो मुझे ये लगा कि यार ये इतना बड़ा आदमी कौन है ये, और अगर इतना बड़ा आदमी है जिसके सामने सिस्टम ऐसे फैला हुआ है, बैठा हुआ है, तो ऐसा क्यों नहीं बन सकते हम। तो मुझे लगता है कि वो एक चीज मेरे अंदर रह गई और जब मैंने उनसे बात की, चर्चाएं हुई, तो मुझे समझ में आया कि ऐसा बनने के लिए बेस्ट तरीका ये है कि आपको बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, ये चीटिंग छोड़नी पड़ेगी, नकल छोड़नी पड़ेगी। और आप नकल छोड़ेंगे, चीटिंग छोड़ेंगे तो लाइफ में आप आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। और ये सोच करके फिर मैं ग्वालियर आया।
और ग्वालियर में आपकी एक बहुत अच्छी मुलाकात हुई आपके ऐसे दोस्त की जिन्होंने फिर वो किताब लिखी आपके ऊपर।
हाँ।
लेकिन वो जो किताब है वो आपकी स्ट्रगल की रही। ऐसे कौन से पड़ाव हैं स्ट्रगल के जो आपके ध्यान में आते हैं, रहते हैं? और चूंकि अब फिल्म आ गई है, लोगों ने फिल्म देखी है, तो उसमें उनकी बात हुई उस स्ट्रगल की।
ग्वालियर में आने के बाद मेरा एक अच्छा दोस्त बना अनुराग पाठक। अनुराग पाठक ने मुझे इतनी हेल्प की कि दोस्ती की परिभाषा ही थोड़ी अलग हो जाती है। उसने मुझे साथ रखा, मेरे साथ खाना दिया, मेरे को कपड़े दिए, मेरे को अपने साथ में हर समय साथ लेके जाता था। अपने पर्स को मुझे देता था, रख ले तू। बाद में मुझसे पैसे मांगता था कि चाउमीन के लिए दे रहा है कि 8 रुपए की चाउमीन हाफ आती थी उस समय। तो वो ऐसा दोस्त था जो 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 प्यारे दोस्त होते हैं, और मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि हमारी सबकी जिंदगी में कोई ना कोई दोस्त ऐसा होता है, हम भले भूल जाएं लेकिन कोई ना कोई ऐसा होता है जो हमारे लिए कुछ ना कुछ करता है। वो जब मेरे साथ था तब उसने मेरी काफी हेल्प की, पर चूंकि वो भी ऐसा नहीं था कि हेल्प पूरी कर पाए, तो फिर मुझे ऐसे कुछ स्ट्रगल में काम करने पड़े, जो काम ऐसे थे जिनके सहारे मैं आगे बढ़ सकता था। जैसे मैं जब गांव से शहर आया था तो गांव में मैंने टेम्पू चलाया था। टेम्पू चलाने के बाद मैं जब यहाँ आया तो मुझे समझ में आया कि मुझे किसी भी हालत में लाइब्रेरी में एक काम मिला, जहाँ मेरे को 350 रुपये मिलते थे। लाइब्रेरी के काम में मुझे फ़ायदा ये हुआ कि मैं प्यून जरूर था वहाँ पर, लेकिन किताबें बहुत पढ़ने को मिली। मैं जानता भी नहीं था कि मैक्सिम गोर्की कौन है, ये अब्राहम लिंकन कौन है। मैं महात्मा गांधी के बारे में पढ़ पाया, मैं अम्बेडकर के जी के बारे में पढ़ पाया, ऐसे ऐसे बहुत सारे लोगों के बारे में पढ़ पाया जो मेरे लिए तिलिस्म था। मुझे पता ही नहीं था कि महसूस की कि जितना जो आदमी आगे बढ़ा है वो उतना ही ज्यादा ईमानदार, सरल और छोटे घरों से आया है। तो मुझे लगता था कि मैं क्यों नहीं कर सकता ऐसा, अगर वो कर सकते हैं तो। मेरी समस्या ये थी कि मुझे बोलना नहीं आता था, मेरी समस्या ये थी कि मुझे अंग्रेजी नहीं आती थी, मेरी समस्या ये थी कि मैथ नहीं आता था, साइंस नहीं आता था। तो मैंने उस लाइब्रेरी में, मुझे याद है कि मैं जब सब चले जाते थे तो लाइब्रेरी बंद करके घंटों अकेला ही भाषण देता था, भाई और बहनों आज हम इकट्ठा हुए हैं। तो ऐसे करते करते मैं कोशिश करता था कि मैं सीख जाऊं, क्योंकि मेरी बड़ी इच्छा थी कि कॉलेज में जहाँ पढ़ता था वहाँ एक दिन मैं मंच का संचालन करूं। मंच का संचालन करना बहुत टफ काम होता है, बहुत टफ। तो वो मैं सीखने की कोशिश करता था। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जीवन में हर चीज धीरे 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 सीखने से आती है। माँ के पेट से कोई भी व्यक्ति सीख कर नहीं आता। ये बॉर्न इंटेलिजेंसी की जो संकल्पना है उसे मैं नहीं मानता। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमको एक्वायर करनी पड़ती है नॉलेज, इंटेलिजेंसी, और जो जब कर जाए जीवन में, कभी भी आप 4-5 साल किसी भी एक क्षेत्र में दे दीजिए, आप एक्सकेल कर, आप आगे बढ़ जाएंगे। क्योंकि वो 4-5 साल आपके जीवन का वो हिस्सा है जब आपने पूरी ताकत से, पूरी मेहनत से दी है। तो ऐसे ही ये स्ट्रगल था। यहाँ एक ऐसी दिक्कत आई इस लाइब्रेरी में कि मुझे थोड़ा ऐसा बताया गया कि मैंने एक जगह पे जब पेपर रद्दी बेच रहा हूँ तो मैं पैसे ज़्यादा में बेच दिया, कम मैंने पैसे दिए, ऐसा उनका आरोप था। तो मैंने लाइब्रेरी छोड़ दी, क्योंकि मुझे लगा कि आप, मेरा ऐसा बोलना है कि स्वाभिमान की रक्षा हम लोगों को सब कुछ हार के करना चाहिए। मुझे लगा कि मेरा स्वाभिमान हाथ हो रहा है, तो लाइब्रेरी छोड़ी मैंने। उसके बाद मैं आटा चक्की पे आटा पीसने का काम करता था। आटा चक्की पे आटा पीसने में मैं घंटों आटा पीसता था। वो मेरे लाइफ का बड़ा स्ट्रगल वाला दौर था, जहाँ पर कि मुझे लगता है कि मुझे ये ताकत महसूस हुई। इस पिक्चर में एक बड़ा अच्छा एक डायलॉग है जो मुझे बड़ा पसंद है बहुत ज़्यादा, कि समस्या बाहर का अंधेरा नहीं है, समस्या अंदर का अंधेरा है। हमारे अंदर जो अंधेरा है ना, उससे लड़ने की एक ही तरीका हो सकता है, और वो ये है कि हम बाहर से नहीं डरें, अंदर अपने आप को मजबूत कर लेंगे तो फिर अपने आप सब ठीक होता जाता है। ये स्ट्रगल का दौर था। फिर उसके बाद एक और स्ट्रगल का दौर आया मेरी लाइफ में। वो ये था कि मुझे मालूम चला दिल्ली में कि मुखर्जी नगर के इलाके में, जहां हम लोग सब तैयारी करने पढ़ने जाते हैं, कि वहां पर डॉग वॉकिंग की जा सकती है। कई ऐसे घर थे जिनके बच्चे बाहर हैं या कोई और बाहर है, तो डॉग रखे हुए हैं घर में, बंदे हैं, उनको पोटी सोटी कराने के लिए जगह नहीं है, टाइम नहीं है। तो मुझे लगा ये सबसे बेस्ट तरीका है कि मैं कुछ डॉग ले लूँ और लेकर के घुमा कर 1-2 घंटे लेके आ जाऊं और उसको ला दूं। तो वो मैं करने लगा। मुझे एक डॉग का 400 रुपये मिलता था।
400 रुपये?
400 रुपये पर कुत्ता। ऐसे 4 कुत्ते भी आपके पास आ गए तो आप 1600 रुपये में आप जी खा सकते हैं, रह सकते हैं। तो वो मैंने किया, और उस दौर में जब मैं कर रहा था तब एक लड़की थी दिल्ली में, श्रद्धा, जिसके साथ में मैं थोड़ा ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल महसूस करता था, और मुझे लगता था कि ये वो लड़की है, जैसी लड़कियां आपके जीवन में आ जाएं तो आपका जीवन बहुत आगे निकल जाता है। पर मेरी दिक्कत थी कि उसको ये नहीं मालूम चलना चाहिए कि ये कुत्ता घूमने का काम करता है, क्योंकि अगर ऐसा होगा तो कहीं ऐसा ना हो जाए बोले कि यार छोड़ो, ये लड़का किसी काम का नहीं है। पर मुझे आश्चर्य तब हुआ जब एक दिन उसे मालूम चल गया और उसने कहा, करे मुझे डॉग बहुत अच्छे लगते हैं, मैं भी चलूंगी तुम्हारे साथ। तो मेरा बोलना यह है कि इस दुनिया में आपको, अगर आप आंख खोल के रखेंगे तो इतने प्यारे प्यारे लोग हैं, इतने अच्छे अच्छे लोग हैं जो आपके स्ट्रगल में कहाँ खड़े हो जाएंगे पता भी नहीं चलता। दिव्यांग जी, आप विश्वास नहीं करेंगे, मेरी पूरी लाइफ की कहानी इस बात को लेकर है कि समाज में लोग भरे पड़े हुए हैं अच्छे लोग। मेरी फीस किसी ने भरी कभी, मेरे को कई मकान मालिकों ने मुझसे किराया नहीं लिया, कई ऐसे लोग जो जीवन में मेरे लिए खड़े हो गए, गौरी भैया जैसे लोग, जिन्होंने कहा कि नहीं तुम हो ना यार। क्योंकि सबके दिमाग में एक बात थी, अभी जस्ट अभी कुछ देर पहले यहाँ पर एक सेशन चल रहा था, उसमें बड़ी प्यारी लाइन आई थी, भेड़ बकरियां। हम जितने भी गांव के बच्चे हैं, गांव के लड़के लड़कियां हैं, वो भेड़ बकरियों की तरह चल रहे हैं। और भेड़ बकरियों में से जब एक की जीत होती है तो सबकी जीत होती है, क्योंकि आशा बनने लगती है। तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस स्ट्रगल ने, मेरे स्ट्रगल ने, और इस स्ट्रगल को बड़े पर्दे पे आने में लोगों के अंदर एक आशा का निर्माण किया है।
आप जब दिल्ली आए, यूपीएससी की तैयारी करने लगे, तब आपकी मुलाकात हुई एक तरीके से आपके गुरु, आपके भाई, आपके बड़े अच्छे दोस्त विकास दिव्य कीर्ति जी से। उन्होंने आपकी कहाँ तक मदद की, वो मदद कैसी रही, कैसे आप उन दिनों को याद करते हैं?
विकास दिव्य कीर्ति सर से मेरी जो मुलाकात हुई थी वो क्लासेस में हुई थी, पर वो एक ऐसे व्यक्तित्व हैं जिनके बारे में जितना बोला जाए कम है, पूरा हिंदुस्तान जानता है उनको। लेकिन वो, मैं बात बता रहा हूँ आज से करीब 20-22 साल पुरानी, जब वो खुद भी स्टेब्लिश हो रहे थे, तब भी उन्होंने, दौर था जब मैं चाहता था कि कोई एक आदमी ऐसा मिल जाए जो कि ये कह पाए कि यार ताकत है तेरे अंदर, दम है तेरे अंदर। क्योंकि उस समय ना बड़ी दिक्कत होती है, कोई मानने की तैयारी नहीं होता आपके अंदर क्षमता है कि नहीं है। तो सर ने क्लासरूम में एक बार बोला था कि ये कौन लड़का है, बड़ा अच्छा लिखता है, इस लड़के को मुझे लगता है कि जरूर बनेगा। और वो जो सब थे वो इतने ज्यादा मोटिवेट करने वाले थे मुझे कि उसके बाद लगातार मैं आगे बढ़ता चला गया। सर ने हमेशा अपने पीठ पर हाथ रखा मेरे, और आज भी मेरे लिए वो उतने ही ज्यादा मार्गदर्शक गुरु हैं। आज भी मैं किसी भी दौर में कभी भी कोई भी सलाह लेता हूँ उनसे ही लेता हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि उनका विश्वास मुझ पर बहुत है। और जो ईमानदारी और ऑनेस्टी का जो मैंने एक शपथ ली है, उस शपथ में मुझे ऐसे लोगों की बड़ी जरूरत पड़ती है जो मेरे जैसे हों। क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि दुनिया में जो अच्छे लोग हैं, जो ईमानदार लोग हैं, जो सच्चे लोग हैं, उनको इकट्ठा होना चाहिए, उनको एक दूसरे से बात करना चाहिए, मिलना चाहिए, जुड़ना चाहिए, ताकत बढ़ती है एक दूसरे की। नहीं तो क्या होता है कि जो खराब लोग हैं इकट्ठे हो जाते हैं और उसके बाद आपको परेशान करते हैं, और आप इतने ज्यादा अलग अलग दुनिया में जी रहे हैं। क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम क्या है, ईमानदार आदमी के साथ बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, बेसिक प्रॉब्लम है, वो ईगोइस्टिक है। उसको लगता है मुझसे ईमानदार कोई हो ही नहीं सकता, मैं हूं ना यार। और उस चक्कर में क्या करता है, वो किसी दूसरे आदमी को उतना ज्यादा महत्व नहीं देता। मुझे लगता है कि ऑनेस्टी विदाउट ईगो अगर किसी के पास है तो ऐसे लोगों को जोड़ना चाहिए। अभी भी मेरी लाइफ में सर, जब भी मुझे कोई अच्छा आदमी मिलता है मैं पकड़ लेता हूँ उसको, मैं जोड़ लेता हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि वही अच्छे लोग एक दिन देश बदलेंगे। यही अच्छे लोग हैं जिनके साथ पूरा देश जुड़ सकता है।
और फिर यूपीएससी का आपका इंटरव्यू हुआ। आपने पहले बताया कि आपका अंग्रेजी में थोड़ा हाथ तंग था, जिसको बोलते हैं, और आप तो एक ऐसे भी लिख के आए बहुत जोरदार, वो बड़ा मजेदार वाकया हुआ, उसके बारे में बताएं। और एक यूपीएससी में जो आपसे सवाल पूछे गए अंग्रेजी को लेकर, आईआईटी आईआईएम के स्टूडेंट्स को लेकर, वो बताइए, वो बहुत इंस्पायरिंग है।
जो भी बच्चा गांव से आया है या छोटे शहर से आया है, उसकी बड़ी समस्या है अंग्रेजी, इंग्लिश, और वो समस्या हम लोग समझने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। अंग्रेजी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती वहां पर, नहीं है कॉन्वेंट स्कूल। अगर कॉन्वेंट स्कूल नहीं है तो उसको जो भाषा आती है वो उसकी हिंदी है, रीजनल लैंग्वेज जो है उसमें कंफर्टेबल है वो। मेरे साथ भी सेम ऐसा ही था। मुझे याद है जब मैं मेंस लिखने गया था, प्री मेरा हो गया था, मेंस लिखने गया और अंग्रेजी से इतना डरा हुआ था, क्योंकि एक पेपर होता है अंग्रेजी का क्वालिफाइंग पेपर, और उस पेपर में मैं रट के गया था, यार काश टेररिज्म आ जाए, टेररिज्म आ जाए। टेररिज्म में तैयारी करके गया था, क्योंकि उसमें रटना पड़ता है दिमाग। अंग्रेजी बोलने वाले जो हिंदी वाले लोग हैं उनकी बड़ी समस्या है। जो लोग हिंदी वाले हैं और अंग्रेजी बोल रहे हैं या रीजनल लैंग्वेज वाले अंग्रेजी बोल रहे हैं, उनको समझेंगे वो, उनको पहले हिंदी में सोचना पड़ता है, फिर उत्तर देने के पहले सेंटेंस बनाने पड़ते हैं, फिर ध्यान रखना पड़ता है कि यार मैं पास्ट में बोल रहा हूँ कि फ्यूचर में बोल रहा हूँ, प्रेजेंट में बोल रहा हूँ। फिर उसको लगता है कि यार मेरे को हेल्प बोला, लेकिन हेल्प बोलना चाहिए था। ये इतनी बड़ी समस्या है, इतना बड़ा द्वैत है इस देश का, और आजादी के 75 साल के बाद भी ये बना हुआ है। और ये इंफीरियरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स जो धीरे धीरे जबरदस्ती डाल रहे हैं हम लोग हमारे बच्चों के अंदर, हमारे अंदर, 4-5% लोग हैं देश में जो अंग्रेजी बोल रहे हैं, जो अंग्रेजी जानते हैं। लेकिन उन 4-5% लोगों ने तय कर दिया है कि चूंकि वो अंग्रेजी जानते हैं इसलिए वो ऊपर हैं और तुम नीचे हो। आप यकीन मानिए, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, देश के हर सिस्टम में, बड़े सिस्टम में सिर्फ इंग्लिश में बात होती है, प्रेजेंटेशन इंग्लिश में, हर चीज इंग्लिश में। कोर्ट की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, कोर्ट में भी आप एक्यूज हैं, आप जज हैं और मैं खड़ा हुआ हूं कि मेरा केस चल रहा है। आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, आप लोग क्या बात कर रहे हैं मुझे नहीं पता, मेरे बारे में बात चल रही है। और उसके बाद धीरे से मेरा वकील मुझे बताता है कि सुनो तुमको सजा हो गई 20 साल की। अरे यार मेरी बात, तुमने मेरी बात रखी कि नहीं साहब के सामने, पता ही नहीं है। तो ये बड़ा मौखरी सिस्टम चल रहा है देश में हमारे, और इस देश के सिस्टम को मुझे लगता है आवाज देने की जरूरत है कि भैया रीजनल लैंग्वेज, हिंदी, ये सब हमारी अपनी भाषाएं हैं, इनसे हम क्यों डर रहे हैं, क्यों इनको लाना नहीं चाहते। तो ऐसी पृष्ठभूमि से मैं आया था। मैंने निबंध लिखा आराम से, टेररिज्म इन इंडिया, खुश होकर बाहर आया कि बस इस बार तो निकल ही जाएगा। बाहर आके मालूम चला कि बेसिकली पेपर में तो टूरिज्म इन इंडिया आया हुआ है, टेररिज्म आया ही नहीं है। तो इस तरीके के प्रोसेस में मेरा ये इंग्लिश बहुत कमजोर थी, मेरा मैथ भी कमजोर था, तो मैं कैसे स्ट्रगल करूं, उसे कैसे निकालूं।
उसमें ये सवाल हुआ कि भाई आप 12th फेल हैं, यहाँ IIM के लड़के आए हुए हैं, IIT के लड़के आए हैं, आपको क्यों चुना जाए? ये आप तो यूपीएससी में सवाल।
यस, ये हर जगह का एक्चुअली मेरी लाइफ का सबसे बड़ा जो प्रॉब्लम था वो अब सॉर्ट आउट हुआ है जाके। वो था 12th में फेल होना, वो दाग था। 12th में फेल हो गए तुम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, 12th में फेल हुए तुम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, 12th में फेल हुए तुम कुछ। 12th फेल होने का कुछ फायदा हुआ? तो यही था कि मुझे यही पूछा जा रहा था कि भाई यहां पर आपको इंग्लिश नहीं आती, आप कैसे प्रशासन चलाएंगे, कैसे सिस्टम बनाएंगे, तो आपको हम क्यों लें। तो मैंने उनको ये समझाया था इंटरव्यू में कि अगर इस गिलास में पानी महत्वपूर्ण है, स्टील का गिलास है या कांच का गिलास से क्या अंतर पड़ने वाला है। पानी सही होना चाहिए, साफ होना चाहिए। वैसी भाषा कोई भी रहे, मेरे विचार ठीक होना चाहिए। वो देखिए आप, ऐसे ही एक मुद्दा ये था कि भाई IIM के बच्चे, IIT के बच्चे, वो योग्य बच्चे हैं, वो अगर इतने योग्य हैं तो हम आपको क्यों लें। तो मेरा इसमें ऐसा बोलना है कि देखिए, इस देश में तुलना अगर किसी को करना है तो संसाधनों को लेके कीजिए आप। मेरा बेटा अभी मुंबई में पढ़ता है, बेहतरीन कॉन्वेंट स्कूल में पढ़ता है। उसको दिक्कत हिंदी है, इंग्लिश नहीं है। वो हिंदी में नंबर कम आते हैं, इंग्लिश में बहुत नंबर आते हैं, क्योंकि उसका कारण है कि उसको बचपन से वही सब मिल रहा है। एक बच्चा मेरे गांव का दोस्त है राकेश, उसका बच्चा नहीं पढ़ पाता। तो मेरा बोलना यह है कि आप संसाधनों को बराबर लाइए, या तो फिर आप बराबरी कीजिए, और नहीं है तो आप ये देखिए कि कौन कहां से आ रहा है। मैं अपने गांव से, चंबल के उस बिलगांव गांव से अगर इंटरव्यू देने तक आया हूं, यहां तक आया हूं, इसका मतलब ये है कि मैं नंगे पैर आया हूं ना, मैं चप्पल पहन के नहीं आया हूं, मेरे को सुविधाओं से नहीं आया हूं मैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल मैं आपसे पूछूं कि किताब आ गई, आपकी फिल्म आ गई, क्या मिला आपको इन दोनों से, किताब से, फिल्म से?
मुझे पर्सनली पूछा जाए तो पर्सनली कुछ नहीं मिला क्योंकि न मैं कभी किसी से कुछ पैसा लेता हूं, न मैंने कभी किसी तरह का कोई लाभ लेने की कोशिश की है। मैं विशुद्ध ईमानदार व्यक्ति हूं। जैसे सिलेक्शन के समय था वैसा आज भी हूं। मेरी वाइफ वैसी ही है। मैंने और मेरी वाइफ ने जब तैयारी कर रहे थे तब उस समय तय किया था कि हम डायमंड और ज्वेलरी नहीं पहनेंगे। उसने आज तक नहीं पहनी है, तो पैसा खर्च होता नहीं है कहीं भी। तो ये जो गिफ्ट सिस्टम है, एनिवर्सरी पे गिफ्ट, बर्थडे पे गिफ्ट, वो हमारे यहाँ नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ अगर गिफ्ट देना है तो लिख के देते हैं कुछ एक दूसरे को, तो वहां जाकर के दुकान में जाना नहीं पड़ता। तो मुझे ऐसा लाभ मुझे जो है ना वो ये है कि मेरे अंदर की जो बातें थी, जो ये देश को मैं देना चाहता था, वो आप लोगों के सामने आई है। सामने एक पिक्चर के माध्यम से आई है, मूवी के माध्यम से आई है, किताब के माध्यम से आई। तो उसमें से अगर आप कुछ लेना चाहते हैं तो ले सकते हैं। मुझे खुशी तब होती है, जो मुझे मिला है वो ये मिला है कि कोई स्कूल के इतने सारे लेटर बच्चे 8वीं 9वीं 10वीं की मेरे पास भेजते हैं, जिसमें लिखा रहता है कि हम आपको जैसा बनना चाहते हैं, हम आपको अच्छा ईमानदार बनना चाहते हैं, सच्चे बनना चाहते हैं। वो मेरे लिए ज्ञान है। अगर कोई बेटा फोन करता है मुझे कि यार मेरे ना पिताजी ने बहुत स्ट्रगल किया था। वो बोलते थे कि मैं 20-20, 22-22 किलोमीटर साइकिल चलाता था, लेकिन समझ में नहीं आता था। ये पिक्चर देख के समझ में आया और मैंने अपने फादर को जाके हक किया। वो मिला मुझे कि मैं इस पिक्चर के माध्यम से विधु विनोद चोपड़ा जी के कारण, नहीं तो इतनी सारी कहानियां भरी पड़ी हुई हैं, कौन किसकी कहानी कहाँ कहने वाला है, कौन मिलता है किसी कहानी कहने के लिए। हर एक दुनिया में कहानी है, क्योंकि ये कहानी स्पेशल कहानी नहीं है, ये साधारण कहानी है। एक ऐसे बच्चे की कहानी है जो गली मोहल्ले गांव बेगांव सब जगह मिल जाएगा आपको। आप क्या सोचते हैं सर? अगर मुझे याद है कि जब किताब आई थी तो मैं आपसे एक कोटेशन चाहता था, बहुत पहले। मैं सर को बहुत सालों से जानता हूँ, बहुत सालों से पढ़ता हूँ, 100 सालों से इनके बारे में टीवी पे डिबेट देखता हूँ। तो मेरी इच्छा थी कि मेरी किताब पे एक कोड आ जाए, साहब किया जाए, दिवांग साहब कुछ लिख दें एक लाइन। तो मैं हमारे यहाँ के जो मुंबई के जो दोस्त हैं मेरे ABP वाले, उनसे बोला, मैंने दीक्षित जी को बोला, विकास भदौरिया को बोला, आपने मुझे वो लाइन दी, मेरे लिए कितनी कीमती थी आपको पता नहीं है। वो मेरे लिए कितना महत्वपूर्ण चीज थी। ये सब चीजें मिल रही हैं मुझे इस पूरे सिस्टम से। और मुझे लगता है कि आगे आने वाले समय में अगर ज्यादा नहीं, थोड़े लोग भी अगर ये सोचते हैं कि ईमानदारी से मेहनत करना है, भाड़ में जाए बेईमानी, शॉर्टकट भाड़ में जाए, लंबा रास्ता है लेकिन ईमानदारी का रास्ता लेना है, तो मुझे लगता है कि मेरे लिए इससे बड़ा और सुख और कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता।
तो मैसेज साफ है कि मेहनत कीजिए, और मैसेज ये कतई नहीं है कि एक बार आप लोग 12th में फेल हुए तब आगे मेहनत कीजिए। 12th में फेल ये हो चुके हैं, वो कहानी हो चुकी है। मनोज जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने इतना समय दिया।
थैंक यू
सो मच।
थैंक यू।
वो हमारी ऑडियंस की तालियां ही बता रही हैं कि कितने प्रेरणादायक हैं मनोज जी, एंड देयर इज क्लियरली अ लॉट टू लर्न फ्रॉम यू। थैंक यू सो मच इतनी सारी इंसाइट्स हमारे साथ शेयर करने के लिए। प्लीज स्टेज पर बने रहिए। मैं स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगी राजीव दुबे जी को, मीडिया हेड डाबर इंडिया, टू प्रेजेंट अ मोमेंटो फ्रॉम आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया। और मनोज जी आपको ये भी बताना चाहेंगे, कि ABP नेटवर्क कुछ खास इंडिविजुअल्स को चेंज मेकर फॉर गुड अवार्ड दे रहा है ड्यूरिंग आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया, एंड यू आर आवर चेंज मेकर फॉर टीचिंग अस हाउ टू क्लाइम माउंट एवरेस्ट without any shoes and without any oxygen. So thank you so much for your work. मैं स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी अविनाश पांडे जी को, CEO ABP Network, to please confer this prestigious award, Change Maker for Good, Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma, IPS and DIG, Mumbai. Thank you very much, Avinash ji and Divang ji. Thank you for sharing another wonderful conversation. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, उस इंस्पायरिंग स्टोरी के बाद अब एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मुद्दे पर हम लोग चर्चा करने वाले हैं, and that's to do with India's healthcare. Approximately 75% of Indian healthcare infrastructure, those resources are actually concentrated in urban areas in India. और यहाँ पर सिर्फ हमारे देश की 27% पॉपुलेशन रिजाइड करती है. Now there is clearly an imbalance, और इसका एक ripple effect है on increasing healthcare costs, and of course it costs lives. Now in recent years, technology-enabled telemedicine is helping close the gap. It's the need of the hour for sure, and it's also a huge, very big business opportunity. Our next session focuses on finding out if it is enough for making healthcare accessible for all Indians. Joining us now is the co-founder of one of the most prominent telemedicine and healthcare companies in India. Please put your hands together for co-founder of Practo, Shashank ND. A very warm welcome. Please join us on stage, and let me invite back onto stage Chetan Bhagat to chair this conversation.
Hi, Shashank. Thank you for doing this. So you run Practo. People have heard of Practo? Yeah? So Shashank is the guy who started it from his literally dorm room in NIT Surat Kal. So you're not a doctor, but you run a healthcare company, right?
Yes, I'm an engineer. I'm a software engineer.
You finished it, or you just kind of?
I started in my third year. I don't have the degree to prove it.
You don't have?
But I got the Distinguished Alumni Award, so I think I'm a graduate.
Okay, so they haven't given you a graduation degree, but they've given you a Distinguished Alumni Award?
I have that for sure.
Okay, so we had 12th fail, now we have college dropout, I don't know. And the last valuation of Practo, guys, I don't know if you know this, but it's around $500 million. So that's 4,150 crores. If I'm not wrong, at 83. How many zeros in 4,150 crores?
I've not counted.
See, you can't even count the zeros. And the dude's not even a doctor. No doctor has that much money. Or I don't know, maybe some plastic surgeon somewhere. Well, that is incredible. And the valuation is, I guess, an idea of the value you're adding. But for people who, I mean, everybody's heard of Practo. You can call it Uber of doctors. Not really, but kind of. You can't cancel, the doctors can't cancel. That's one thing. But what does, to explain to a layperson, what does Practo do, very briefly? And, how is it adding value to the healthcare?
First of all, thanks to ABP and thank you for having me here. Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone that I've met, there's not a single person that I've met who doesn't want better healthcare, who doesn't want higher quality. So everyone wants to live longer, live healthier. They want it for themselves. They want it for their family. That's the universal need. The people, I'm sure 30, 40 years back wanted to live up till 80. Now people want to live till 100. I'm sure the next generation wants to live till 125, and that's going to keep happening. So what Practo does is that in healthcare, many of us here are not, I'm also not from healthcare. That's why I could solve this problem. I could relate to this problem. I found healthcare to be very complex. I found healthcare to be very opaque, a black box. I don't know the treatments. All the words are so scientific and confusing. Which is the right place to go. I have all these, hearsay, but I don't know scientifically which is the right place to do, what to do. I'm an engineer. For every decision I make, I put an Excel chart, I put down what are the options I have and decide. So we found that in India, there's such good quality, but that accessibility to it was a big challenge. The matchmaking was a big challenge. If I'm a patient and I need to, let's say, get an oncologist, and more specifically, a breast cancer specialist, more specifically, someone who knows that particular type of cancer really well, there are people who do that. And the chances of survival or chances of impact can be 10x higher if you go to that right person, but we miss to do that. We go to the person we think is the best, who's probably very good, but the chances of outcome can be much different. So what Practo does is, we have now 2 lakh doctors on our platform. We try to understand their specialities, their subspecialties, their expertise, and then we help to connect that dots and make it easy for the layman just through a mobile app to demystify this very complex black box. Because who doesn't want their parents to live 10 years or 20 years more? Who doesn't want themselves or anybody else to live longer?
In fact, that's how it started, isn't it? Like you actually took your parents to a clinic or wherever, and you saw the doctor not being able to email and print out something. You've told me that story, but just to for the audience, how did it start? And you were still at NIT, and you're saying that the studies weren't really happening in the college, so I was bored, so I thought, let's just make a 4,000 crore company. Because, what's a man to do?
Don't really worry too much about the outcome, but I love the process of doing things. I was in college. I think the college was a fantastic college. I was in NIT Surat Kal. I was doing B.Tech, computer science, IT information there. But for whatever reason, the curriculum was not as exciting. They were not teaching the latest in technology there. Back then in 2009, internet was booming and script-based languages were very important. But we were not being taught that. So I used to go outside the campus, get books, read up about it, and then I used to come back to Bangalore to sell my products. The way Practo started off was my father had a knee replacement surgery that was required. And I went to one of the top hospitals in Bangalore. the doctor was using an iMac back then. And when he gave me a printout. And I told him that, instead of a printout, can you give me an email, right? Email is easier, it'll get recorded forever. I don't need to worry about searching for it, etc. I don't know, take this paper. He looked at me very puzzled and he said, I would love to give you an email of your father's report, but unfortunately my software only has a print option. It doesn't have an email option. So it had only a button, and that button was limiting the doctor to serve my need. So I said, that button is honestly just one line of code. Just one line of code, right? It's not very complex. Software should have that. So I said, okay, I'll make one for you. So I just made a software and gave it to the doctor. The doctor's super happy. He paid me for it. Then hundreds and hundreds of doctors had paying me for that software.
How much were you charging?
Back then, we used to charge about, I think, 10,000 per year, in that range. So we used to sell a software, but it was online, so they had to pay us every year. So by the time I graduated, we had paying customers because of their one button.
You understood the subscription model long back before it cooled to understand. Like,
yeah, we were the first SaaS software for doctors one of the few in the world.
Yeah, SaaS, for those who don't know, like me, I've just learned, is software as a service, where you don't actually sell the whole software package, you charge them every year.
Yeah, and today we have about 20,000 doctors using it.
Oh, you still have that? That's a separate.
Still being used. Overall software for Practo, almost about 80,000 doctors use it in India, Middle East, many other countries.
Just so that they can email.
We of course added more features. We were one of the first to add the SMS feature. Then we made it more complex. We added billing systems, EMR systems, and much more.
Okay, let's talk, because you're watching healthcare very closely. One of the things we've all noticed is everything becomes more expensive over time, but healthcare has become extremely expensive, right? We like see hospitals bills which are more than 5-star hotel bills. People are borrowing money, getting deep in debt. I don't know, there just seems to be a much faster rise in healthcare costs. Maybe the quality is also improved. I would give it that. We didn't have hospitals like this in India earlier. So there was no scope of charging 57 lakhs for a 1-week stay. But I have seen bills like that on social media. What's going on? And we know India's reality. People don't earn, we don't even have that many taxpayers and everything. So what can be done to provide good quality healthcare, but not astronomical costs, which are almost unaffordable for 99% of India?
So if you look at US and the worldwide, in inflation, the two things that are, which the inflation is the largest year on year is education and healthcare. The cost of these, as the country gets more developed, that costs will keep going up. One of the things that I'm seeing in India is that because consumers like us, we directly go to doctors, we don't go through an insurance company, first approach a doctor or a hospital. That's because in India, there's a trust gap. We are a developing economy, so most of us, when we decide about healthcare, it's most important thing that comes to mind is, who do I trust? I can't take a risk, who do I trust? Because quality in India in healthcare can vary a lot. It can be very bad to extremely good. So people are very conscious about quality, and the first thing that comes to mind is, I don't want to take a risk. It's okay if I need to pay a little bit more, but where's the best place I can go? I don't want to be in this place where there's poor quality healthcare. And because India is such a large country to regulate, the regulators can't manage the quality across the board. So they try to do it to the lowest common denominator. So people like us, we try to go to with trust in mind. And what happens is that only a few names come up in our minds. And our healthcare spends go to those few players. And those few players, because trust is such an important, it's almost like a brand, right? So you go to the branded places, and so you end up spending more. So what can actually reduce this is two things. One, if we are able to find how can large number of hospitals gain the trust of consumers, so that not a few monopoly exists. It's a larger base. That's one of the things that Practo does, is how do you enable establishments like hospitals and clinics to showcase trust so that consumers can trust them, and not everybody has to crowd those few beds that's there everywhere. That's one. Two is, again, insurance. Can we have more gatekeepers? In most of the countries where they're able to manage costs well is where consumers go to insurance companies, and then insurance companies have the incentives to keeping the costs low. Hospitals have the incentives to inflating the costs. So I'm not saying they do, but the incentives are not aligned. So if you go through an insurance company, they're on your side. They want you to live longer because they get more premium. They want you to spend less because they make more margins. So I think the incentives with an insurance company is more aligned. And insurance penetration in India is still beginning to happen. The trust in providers is beginning to spread. So it's going to take some time. But these are the two areas, if we keep developing on, the cost can be controlled.
Okay. Is there any country's healthcare model you like and you think could be good for India? Like, is there any, just, I mean, I'm not saying we should do exactly that, but I mean, are there any countries which you feel have done a pretty decent job?
That's a tough one because, like you said, like
everywhere it's messed up.
Like you know, if you look at UK, and I'm just going off the developed countries. If you look at UK, there's a waiting line for doctors. You can't meet a doctor in two, three months. For surgeries, it's probably years. In US, you have a problem of costs again inflated. So to be honest, we don't appreciate what we have in India. It's quite good. It can get better, but we have something that's good. I think if insurance penetration goes up, it will get even better. We have now new digital public goods coming out like ABP-ym, HCX. These are similar to UPI that is there in finance. And so it can be revolutionary in India. I think the one model that I do like is Australia. I think Australia has managed to keep quality high and the costs reasonably well. Of course, a country like us can't afford those rates, but they have done a much better job than other developed countries. Their treatment outcome data has also shown that even with those costs, the quality has not suffered. So I think that's the closest that comes to my mind, but I think India has to find its own answer, to be very honest.
Can you do medicine, like consult a doctor online? Can it be done? Because for me, from childhood, without a stethoscope, like it's all about the thing, the heartbeat or whatever. But I guess that instrument is a little overrated.
I'm not a doctor, but I'll tell you what I do know.
You have 2 lakh doctors. So, I mean, tell me something. Is it possible? What is possible? If people are like, they want to consult a doctor, I have a cold. Do I have to go to a clinic and sit with 50 other patients, get some more viruses, give them my virus? Or can I do it online? Is it even possible or not possible? Or are some things possible?
I think, like you rightly called out, there are many things that are possible today. The most important thing is treatment outcome, right? Whether stethoscope is there, or there's a new device, or there is 1 doctor visit or 10 doctor visit, the most important thing is the patient getting better for the long term? And what we have seen is there are a lot of ailments for which a teleconsultation is probably better. Like you called out, instead of, for a very minor thing, going to a hospital where you're probably exposed to other patients with other challenges, probably unnecessary. And also maybe sometimes you delay the need to go and you self-medicate yourself. Again, a challenge. You pop in pills without talking to a doctor, again, a challenge. So I think the telemedicine finds the right balance between self-medication and overcrowding the hospital. But there are, of course, limitations to it, right? And a good doctor will tell you what the limitations are, that what he or she cannot do, right? He or she cannot diagnose you, which requires a physical examination. And in those cases, they tell you what the preventive steps to be taken, what the immediate steps to be taken, and when the right consultation needs to happen. So I think it fits in as a hybrid in between. You might own a car, but sometimes you will take an Ola and an Uber, right? So I think it fits in as a need that's a hybrid between the two.
Okay, that's good. Is healthcare only about, if you're sick, you go to a doctor, you get fixed? Is healthcare also about preventing the problem in the first place? Because I think almost the big pharma, I mean, here, abroad also, everywhere, the incentive is to keep people a little sick. I remember I give some corporate talks. I went to a pharma company's talk. It was the diabetes conference. So all the people who sell diabetes drugs were invited to go or something to party because they had a record sales. And they were showing graphs. And they said, how amazing is this? Diabetes is going up and up and up. And we are selling more and more and more. I mean, for them, I get it. They were very happy that they have more and more, many more crore Indians got diabetes this year. Why do so many Indians have diabetes, hypertension? It's a crazy number. It's like, if you're above the age of 40, and like at least for males, 1 in 6 chance, or 1 in something 3 that you have diabetes, or 1 in 3 that you have diabetes or hypertension or both, cardiac. I mean, it's just there. Is it our food? Is it our culture? Is it our genetics? Is something missing? Or is it like we'd rather, the whole incentive is keep people sick and find a medicine for life. Not like one pill you get, okay, what's the benefit to the pharma company? Subscription model there also. For life. If you notice, all the medicines that are big now are for life. That's what they were talking in the conference also, by the way. And I was like, dude, like these guys are on a different planet, man. They want to make us all sick. They were not trying to make us all sick, but they were just happy we were sick. Right? That's just the way their business works. How do you see it?
I think I think it's the first question is, why do India has the capital for diabetes and hypertension.
Can I just ask you to keep the mic closer?
India is the capital for diabetes and hypertension. Unfortunately, it's also been proven genetically there are reasons for it. So we don't need to blame the people who have it for the reason they have it, but there are some genetical reasons. Of course, it can be prevented. Of course, there are a lot of new technologies coming in that can help you manage it without medication. And we do many programs where we help patients without having to reduce the medication in their diabetes journey. It's called Practo Transform, and many companies now have something called Practo Remission programs or Practo Reversal program. Diabetes remission programs or diabetes reversal programs. That's why I feel that insurance is a very important a part of a healthcare ecosystem. They are the right balance factor in the ecosystem. Otherwise, if you look at whatever we do, we go to a hospital, we have trust gaps between the hospital. Are they charging me for unnecessary treatments? You go to a diagnostic lab, you don't know whether the tests are required, not required. Are they charging me extra for it? You go to a pharmacy, you don't know whether they're giving you the expensive medicine or So there's trust gap in the ecosystem because there's no player whose incentives are aligned with the patients. You want less medication, you want less tests, you want the right level of treatment. You don't want over or under. That's why insurance plays a very important role where they balance these things out. Because if they under-treat you, then they have to pay in the long term. If they over-treat you, they have to pay in the long term. So I think the business model of insurance needs to be encouraged. And in India, it's growing at the fastest pace around the world. One of the fastest insurance growing markets is India today. So I think it's a matter of time when these things will start getting controlled. There are more things in prevention today than ever before. We can now predict even in cancer and in many other things way in advance. Now, even stage 1, we're talking about stage 0, stage 0.5 of cancer detection that's coming up, where once a year, if you do a scan, you are able to recognize these things and prevent a lot of these stage 1s and stage 2s from happening. So there's a lot that's going on in the preventive space, and I'm sure it'll be with all of us very soon.
Okay. Let's get away from healthcare. Let's just talk of startups. Let's talk of people trying to do startups. There've been some startups recently. We don't have to name them, which had a huge rise, if at all, in the profile, valuation, whatever. And then they've had a lot of issues. Some are really like in the news for the wrong reasons now. Let's just stop it there and not make conjectures. You as a founder and a recent founder, what do you think goes wrong when you have such a success story and then you suddenly, it's just a complete turnaround and it's negative? What are some of the things founders need to take care of? And especially if there's a young person watching this here or on TV, and if he or she wants to open a startup, what tips would you give them?
I think I think startups are both to face the consequence of that hype. Right? I'm sure businesses have the same trajectory. There are many large industrial groups that have gone under because of that. I think it's common between everything, whether it's a startup or a large non-startup. Right? I think the fundamentals of the business will be strong. You have to add value. Valuations are temporary. Right? I think profits, margins, revenue, these are what carry a company forward. So I think if that's there in a startup, nothing to worry about. I think there will be times when cost of capital will change, and so you have to adjust your cost structures accordingly. So there's nothing very specifically wrong, I would say, about some of these companies going under. It is expected. It is expected that a percentage of them will come under issues. It's the same natural law that happens to everyone. But I think what can help prevent it is, because the growth pace, the growth in a startup is much higher. When you talk growth in a company, you're usually happy with a 20-25% growth rate. In startups, you're talking about 100%, 200%, 250% year-on-year growth rate. So because of that growth, you accumulate a lot of capital, you accumulate a lot of responsibilities, and that can sometimes get your head, right? That can sometimes push you in the wrong direction. And that sudden growth has its positives and negatives. You capture a lot of market share, you capture a lot of profits, but at the same time, you also, it's not organic, right? It's in a very inorganic way. So you have to be careful to have a level-headed mind, right? To have your feet on the ground. You need to know what's real, what's not real, what's temporary, what's permanent, what's important, what is a temporary phase. And I'm sure that with more companies doing well and not doing well, the trajectories, the lessons will be learned, and founders will avoid these traps that have happened.
Although it's still a valuation, Practo has this big valuation, and I think it's fair to say that you're a wealthy man. Let's face it. How old are you?
I'm 36 now.
You're 36. And there's so many zeros that it's difficult to count sometimes. It's all valuation, and I know you're all about the work. But from being that boy in NIT Surathkal to suddenly, coming into being seen as a startup founder and at least half unicorn and going to be unicorn, I'm sure, soon. How does the wealth and money in all this affect you versus just doing business and making Practo do what it's supposed to do? How do you mentally balance it all?
Yeah, I think, millions and billions have zeros. So does the Indian population. We have 1.5 billion Indians, and the number of people that we reach each year, we almost 15 crore people use Practo. They come to Practo each year. So I think that's really where the motivation lies. Now, whether that valuation is this or that, it's a consequence of that. So for us, what's kept us going for 15 years, it has been the impact that we make on people. It's the utilization of new technologies that come in. How do we interpret that, connect the dots between the technology, healthcare, consumers, and make it better for everyone? When we started, we got the SaaS model going, the software as a service. Then when the mobile came out, we got the mobile apps going. When we got, now when we have AI coming out, we are now one of the first few to put out solutions in AI that can help people like you and me. So that's really what's the exciting part, right? Now, whether you attribute which number to it is finally a number, right? But the impact it has on people, the impact it has on crores of people, and what it does to them is really what is what's meaningful, and that's what keeps you going. Whether some 5 people think of your number to be this or that is less important, but if the 15 crore can get to 20 crore people around the world, and if we can potentially have a bigger impact in things like you mentioned on prevention using AI and other things, it's really meaningful. And we also help contribute to the GDP of the country. We help contribute to a healthier India. Those are the things that keep us going. Those are the things that we talk about. Valuations are honestly, to be very honest, external. They're not as much as company conversations or day-to-day conversations in the company.
Okay. Well, Shashank, you're a symbol of New India, and you are an inspiration to all of us. And thank you for all the good work, and thank you to help India get better.
Thanks, Chetan.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks very much, Chetan. And I think special thanks to Chetan, because I didn't have to stand there and ask him to wrap up this time. It's happened on time. So thank you so much. And thank you, Shashank, for really telling us more about a company that's making genuine impact on the ground for India's healthcare system. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Shashank, MD. And I'd like to invite on stage Preeta Dandapani, Assistant Vice President at Sales ABP Network, to present him with Change Maker for Good. A huge round of applause. And as I was saying, Shashank is also our change maker for good, for creating a business with a social purpose. I'd like to invite on stage Avinash Pandey to please join us and hand over the awards to Shashank for creating a business with a social purpose. Chetan. Thank you, Avinash ji. And thank you, Shashank. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we'll break for lunch. And here's once again where I request your cooperation. We need to start the sessions back on time, 2 p.m. Let's meet back here. See you then. Enjoy your lunch.
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम में। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम में। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम में। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम में। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम में। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम में। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम में। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University, where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University, where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University, where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University, where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University, where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University, where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग स्टेडियम। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University, where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
शुरू में ना स्कोरबोर्ड में मेरे इतने ही रन थे और इतने ही लोग इस स्टेडियम में। फिर क्या, मेहनत करी और ऐसे में सौरभ से बना। जब आप उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरते हैं तब सबका ट्रस्ट जीतना पॉसिबल है और ट्रस्ट से बनता है बंधन। जैसे बंधन बैंक, आपका भला सबकी भलाई।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
एबीपी नेटवर्क आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया में आप सबका स्वागत है और इस वक्त हमारे साथ महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी मौजूद हैं। देवेंद्र जी, आपका स्वागत है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
देवेंद्र जी, अभी हम भारत को लेकर आपके क्या आइडियाज हैं इस पर भी बात करेंगे, लंबी बातचीत होगी। लेकिन उससे पहले मैं दिल्ली से आया हूं और दिल्ली का मौसम बहुत अच्छा है, तो चलेंगे दिल्ली।
देखिए, दिल्ली का जो मौसम है ना, वहाँ पर जाकर कुछ दिन मौसम एंजॉय करके हम मुंबई वापस आते हैं। हम दिल्ली रहते नहीं है।
तो आप दिल्ली जाएंगे और मौसम का आनंद लेके वापस
हाँ, मौसम का आनंद लेके वापस आएंगे, क्योंकि मुंबई का मौसम दिल्ली से भी अच्छा है।
लेकिन मुंबई में और खास तौर पे जो महाराष्ट्र में है, यहाँ पर सर्दियों में भी गर्मी का एहसास आपने करवा दिया विपक्ष को भी। और
मैं तो इतना ही कहूंगा कि जब एक जनता ने मैंडेट दी हुई सरकार, ये जिसको हम अलोकतांत्रिक तरीके से जब उसको बेदखल किया जाता है, तो उसके बाद ऐसी चीजें होती है जो चीजें महाराष्ट्र में हुई है
जी।
तो मुझे ये लगता है कि ये जो महाराष्ट्र में आपको सारी गर्माहट नजर आ रही है, अगर 2019 में जनता के मैंडेट को ठुकराया नहीं जाता, जनता के मैंडेट के खिलाफ हमारी पीठ में अगर खंजर नहीं घोंपा जाता, तो शायद ये परिस्थितियां नहीं होती। एक बहुत अच्छी स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट महाराष्ट्र में दिखती। अब हम वापिस आए और वापिस स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट दे रहे हैं।
जी देवेंद्र जी, अभी लोकसभा चुनाव बिल्कुल सामने खड़ा है, तो क्या लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र में जो पिछला प्रदर्शन था उससे बेहतर आप कर पाएंगे, या चुनौतियां बढ़ी हैं या कम हुई हैं चुनौतियां?
देखिए, चुनौतियां तो है ही, मैं कभी ऐसा नहीं कहूंगा चुनौतियां नहीं है। और पिछले प्रदर्शन से बेहतर प्रदर्शन करने के लिए हमको ही मेहनत तो करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि हमने दोनों बार 48 में से 42 सीटें लाई है। तो उसके आगे बढ़ना है तो बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। पर मैं इतना जरूर कह सकता हूं कि दोनों बार का जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस है, उससे हम नीचे नहीं आएंगे। जाएंगे तो आगे जाएंगे या वहीं पर रहेंगे, उससे नीचे नहीं आएंगे।
देवेंद्र जी, एक बात बताइए, आपने मेहनत की बात की, हालांकि आपका राजनीतिक जीवन में आपका जो श्रम है, परिश्रम है, वो सबने देखा है, पूरे देश ने देखा है। लेकिन एनसीपी पर आपने मेहनत कर ली, शिवसेना पर आपने मेहनत कर ली, कांग्रेस पर आपने मेहनत कर ली, अब बचा क्या?
अभी बहुत कुछ बचा है।
अच्छा, बचा है?
हाँ जी, मेरा इस पर एक ही जवाब होता है कि आगे आगे देखिए होता है क्या।
देवेंद्र जी, गठबंधन सरकार अब आप चला रहे हैं, आपने पूरी सरकार चलाई, पूरे मैंडेट के साथ आई और पूरे 5 साल महाराष्ट्र में शासन चलाया भारतीय जनता पार्टी का। अपनी विचारधारा को विकास के साथ, विकास के आयाम के साथ जोड़कर आप आगे ले गए 5 साल। लेकिन अब गठबंधन की सरकार है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कि जो देवेंद्र फडणवीस पिछली सरकार में कर पाते थे, सोच पाते थे महाराष्ट्र के लिए, वो इस गठबंधन की सरकार में भी हो पाता है?
देखिए, हर सरकार की अपनी एक काम करने की पद्धति होती है और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि उस समय मुख्यमंत्री बतौर मैं काम कर रहा था
जी।
तो बतौर मुख्यमंत्री आपके अधिकार भी अलग होते हैं, निर्णय लेने की आपकी क्षमता भी अलग होती है। अब मैं उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में काम कर रहा हूं, लेकिन फिर भी मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में जो एजेंडा मैंने चलाया था, आज उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में भी वो एजेंडा मैं चला पा रहा हूं। और मेरे साथ हमारे जो मुख्यमंत्री है एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उनका जो व्यवहार है वो इस प्रकार का है कि मैं ऐसा मानता हूं वे कभी भी जो कार्य मैं हाथ में लेता हूं उस कार्य को सम्मान देते हैं। तो निर्णय प्रक्रिया में मेरी सहभागिता उतनी है जितनी बतौर मुख्यमंत्री थी, और जो एजेंडा उस समय चला रहा था उसको पूरा बैकिंग मुख्यमंत्री जी का है। इसलिए मैं ये मानता हूं कि वो मैं कर पा रहा हूं और महाराष्ट्र में वो चीजें दिख भी रही है।
जी, वो आप कर पा रहे हैं, लेकिन आपके बारे में कहा जाता है कि आप व्यवहार कुशल तो आप हैं ही, कि जब शरद पवार जी के साथ बातचीत की शुरुआत हुई गठबंधन को लेकर 19 के बाद, तो आप इतने ज्यादा व्यवहार कुशल हैं कि आपने शरद पवार जी तो माने, आप अजीत पवार को ही मना लिया आपने।
नहीं, देखिए, मैंने इससे पहले भी इस बात को स्पष्ट किया है कि हमने शरद पवार जी से बातचीत की
जी।
शरद पवार जी ने हामी भरी। शरद पवार जी ने गठबंधन की बातें करने के लिए अजित पवार जी को नमित किया। अजित पवार जी के साथ सारी चीजें हमने फाइनल की। जो चीजें फाइनल हुई उसको पूरे तरीके से वो मैंडेट शरद पवार जी ने दिया। पर पता नहीं क्यों आदत अनुसार पवार साहब अंतिम वक्त पर बैकआउट हो गए। उस समय अजित पवार जी ने भूमिका ली कि इस प्रकार से मुझे आगे करके आपने सारी चीजें तय की और ऐन वक्त पर आप बैकआउट हो रहे हैं, इस प्रकार का विश्वासघात मैं नहीं कर सकता। और इसलिए वो हमारे साथ आए और उनके लोगों की भी इच्छा थी कि हमारे साथ वो रहना चाहते थे, क्योंकि वो जानते थे कि स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट ये बीजेपी के साथ ही बन सकती है। किंतु उस समय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का निर्णय कुछ इस प्रकार का आया कि हम लोग उस अलायंस को कंटिन्यू नहीं कर सकते थे। इसलिए अजित पवार जी वापस चले गए और हम मुख्यमंत्री से विपक्षी नेता बन गए।
जी चलिए, ये तो कहानी हुई। अब शिवसेना की कहानी, अगर जो शिवसेना में जो कुछ हुआ, यानी अब एकनाथ शिंदे आपके साथ आए, कई तरह की बातें पब्लिक डोमेन में है, लेकिन आज वो कैसे करीब आए?
एकनाथ शिंदे जी से मेरे रिश्ते पहले से बहुत अच्छे हैं और मेरे साथ मंत्रिमंडल में मंत्री के रूप में उन्होंने काम किया। विशेष रूप से जो महाराष्ट्र के मेजर प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, उन प्रोजेक्ट्स पर मेरे साथ वो लगातार काम करते रहे, उनको ड्राइव करते रहे
जी।
तो एक हमारा रिश्ता भी था। और एकनाथ शिंदे जी ये एक बहुत कट्टर इस प्रकार के शिव सैनिक रहे हैं
जी।
हिंदुत्ववादी रहे हैं, बाला साहब को मानने वाले रहे हैं। तो जिस समय उद्धव जी ये निर्णय ले रहे थे उस समय भी शिंदे जी उसके खिलाफ थे। उस समय मध्यस्थता करने वालों में से एक शिंदे जी थे, जो लगातार ये प्रयास कर रहे थे कि उद्धव जी की और हमारी कुछ बातचीत हो और बीजेपी शिवसेना ही साथ में आए। लेकिन उस समय उद्धव जी चूंकि मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहते थे
जी,
तो उन्होंने उनकी बात मानी नहीं। और जिस दिन ये सरकार बनी उस दिन से ही शिंदे जी की अस्वस्थता वहां पर थी ही। वो एक प्रकार से उनको ये लगता था कि ये ठीक नहीं बना है। और एक बड़ा तबका शिवसेना में ऐसा था जो ये मानता था कि हम लोगों ने जिनको इतना घोर विरोध किया
जी,
हम उनके साथ सरकार चला। अच्छा, सरकार चलाना भी ठीक है, लेकिन बिल्कुल आइडियोलॉजी के खिलाफ हम लोग चीजें करें उस सरकार में और उसको समर्थन दे, तो ये वो लोग डाइजेस्ट नहीं कर पा रहे थे। और इसलिए हमारा सारा उनके साथ बातचीत तो थी ही, लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण ये था कि धीरे धीरे उद्धव जी के बर्ताव से
जी,
उनके लोग इतने तंग आए कि उनको ये लगा कि अब अपने अस्तित्व का सवाल है, हम लोग तो हमारा अस्तित्व ही खो देंगे। और उसके बाद फिर उन लोगों ने तय किया और तय करने के बाद जब हमसे बातचीत की तो हम तो मौका छोड़ने वाले थे नहीं
जी,
क्योंकि मैंडेट तो यही था, हमारे साथ ही वो चुनकर आए थे
जी।
तो हमने गठबंधन कर लिया और सरकार बना ली।
ठीक है, आपने बताया, पूरी बात बताई। आपने ये भी कहा कि एकनाथ शिंदे जी आपके मित्र थे। मित्र तो आपके उद्धव ठाकरे भी थे।
उद्धव ठाकरे जी मित्र थे, लेकिन
थे या हैं?
नहीं, देखिए अभी ये तो उनको सवाल पूछना पड़ेगा
जी।
इसलिए पूछना पड़ेगा कि मित्र वो होता है कि अगर कोई बात आपकी और मेरी नहीं जमती है तो इतनी हिम्मत होनी चाहिए कि फोन उठाकर बोल दे कि नहीं हो पाएगा। जिस समय हम लोग गठबंधन की बात कर रहे थे
जी,
उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनना था, 5 साल मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, वो मेरे साथी थे। दिन में, रात में, आधी रात में जब भी फोन करते थे मैं फोन पर आता था, मैं उनकी बात सुनता था, जो काम वो कहते थे मैं उसको करता था, कभी मैंने उनकी बात टाली नहीं। लेकिन जिस समय ये गठबंधन वाली बातें थी मैं फोन करता रहा और उनमें इतनी भी कर्टसी नहीं थी कि फोन पर आकर वो कह दे कि नहीं देवेंद्र जी आपके साथ नहीं जाना है। ये भी उन्होंने नहीं किया, तो दरवाजा तो उन्होंने बंद कर दिया। तो इसलिए अब उद्धव ठाकरे जी दोस्त है या नहीं है ये सवाल मुझसे पूछकर फायदा नहीं है, ये उनसे पूछना पड़ेगा क्योंकि रास्ता उन्होंने बंद की खाई।
जी, तो उसके बाद कभी बातचीत भी नहीं हुई आप लोगों की?
उसके बाद कोई फॉर्मल बातचीत हमारी कभी नहीं हुई। हाँ, मिलते आमने सामने, नमस्कार करते, एक दूसरे का हालचाल पूछते, इतनी कटसी तो महाराष्ट्र में आज भी मौजूद है, तो हम लोग वो करते हैं।
दरवाजे उन्होंने बंद किए, लेकिन हवा महाराष्ट्र में बहुत तेजी से चल रही है, राजनीतिक हवा। तो अगर दरवाजे के कपाट हिले तो दरवाजा खुल जाएगा?
नहीं, मैं नहीं मानता। देखिए क्या होता है कि पॉलिटिकल डिफरेंसेस जब होते हैं ना
जी,
तो उसको पाटना आसान होता है। आपके और मेरे इश्यूज के ऊपर डिफरेंसेस है तो हम कॉमन ग्राउंड बनाकर साथ में आ सकते हैं। यहां पर हमारे मन दुखी है, यहां पर केवल पॉलिटिकल डिफरेंसेस नहीं है
जी।
देखिए, दिन रात सुबह शाम वो और उनके लोग अगर हमारे नेता मोदी जी को गाली देंगे और ऐसी ऐसी गालियां देंगे और ऐसी ऐसी बातें कहेंगे जो हमारे घोर विरोधक भी नहीं कहते
जी,
तो मुझे लगता कि हम उनके साथ जा पाएंगे। तो कोई सवाल नहीं उठता, हमारे मन दुख गए, हम मन से दूर हो गए,
मन से दुखी?
मन से दुखी, इसलिए साथ जाने का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता।
लेकिन अभी वो मोदी जी की तारीफ कर रहे हैं, कुछ दिन पहले उद्धव जी ने कुछ तारीफ भी की उनकी।
देखिए, कहीं एक आध बार तारीफ की होगी तो मुझे पता नहीं, पर दिन में उठने से लेकर सोने तक 10-20 गालियां मोदी जी के खिलाफ नहीं निकाले तो उनको खाना नहीं पचता। और उन्होंने तो कुछ लोग ऐसे छोड़ दिए कि जो सुबह 9 बजे अपना भोंगा शुरू करते हैं वो मोदी जी को गाली देने से करते हैं, तो शाम तक मोदी जी को गाली देना इतना ही उनका काम है। तो ऐसे जब उन्होंने लोग छोड़े हुए हैं तो इसका मतलब सीधा है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि उन्होंने अपनी राह पकड़ी है, हम अपनी राह से चलेंगे।
देखिए, आपने कई बार, मैंने आपके कई साक्षात्कार देखे सुने, आपने कई बार बात भी कही कि देखिए शिवसेना आपकी नेचुरल अलाइज थी। शिवसेना अभी जो गठबंधन के साथी हैं, अब राजनीतिक साथी हैं, किस तरह के साथी हैं, लेकिन अब दूसरी तरफ आप बात करें कि आपका दिल दुखा है, तो राजनीति में दिल लगाएंगे तो दुखेगा ही शायद, क्योंकि यहाँ तो पता नहीं कब रिश्ते टूट जाए, कब जुड़ जाए, कब दरवाजे खुल जाए।
नहीं, इसीलिए मैंने कहा पॉलिटिकल अलायंस में जब अलायंस ब्रेक होता है दिल नहीं दुखता
जी,
क्योंकि पॉलिटिक्स में इश्यूज होते हैं। आपको एक इश्यू पसंद आया, मुझे नहीं आया, आप और मेरा मामला अलग हो गया। लेकिन 25 साल जिनके साथ दिल लगाया, 25 साल जिनको भाई की तरह
जी
हमने ट्रीट किया, 25 साल जिनके साथ सुख दुख बांटा, ऐसे लोग जब आपकी पीठ पे खंजर घोंपते हैं और ऐसे लोग जब रोज आपके खिलाफ, आपके नेताओं के खिलाफ झूठी बातें, भद्दी बातें, गलत बातें जब बोलते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि तब दिल टूटता है। तो इसलिए यहां तो दिल टूटा है। और अभी जो हमारा गठबंधन है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे साथ जो हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी की शिवसेना है, ये असली शिवसेना है। बाळासाहेब ठाकरे जी, इनके विचारों पर चलने वाली शिवसेना, ये हमारे साथ है। इसलिए आज भी शिवसेना के साथ हमारा गठबंधन ये एक प्रकार से इमोशनल गठबंधन है
जी।
और मैं बहुत साफ कहता हूं कि अजित पवार जी के साथ, एनसीपी के साथ हमारा जो गठबंधन है, ये हमारा स्ट्रैटेजिक गठबंधन है। राजनीति में कुछ इमोशंस होते हैं, कुछ स्ट्रैटेजी होती है। हाँ, ये हो सकता है कि शायद 5-10 साल बाद वो भी इमोशनल बन जाए, पर आज मैं बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहता हूं
जी
कि शिंदे जी के साथ, शिवसेना के साथ हमारा गठबंधन इमोशनल गठबंधन है। एनसीपी के साथ हमारा गठबंधन स्ट्रैटेजिक गठबंधन है।
स्ट्रैटेजिक
जी।
और ये अशोक चौहान साहब कैसे आए? कोई आदर्श स्थिति थी आने की उनकी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में?
देखिए,
चुनाव से पहले आदर्श स्थिति बनी, मतलब आप मेरी बात भी समझ रहे हैं?
नहीं नहीं, बिल्कुल आप जो कहना चाह रहे हैं मैं भली बात ही समझ रहा हूं। और जिस समय अशोक चौहान जी को ये प्रश्न पूछा गया तो बहुत लेट पूछा गया
जी,
तो उन्होंने उस जवाब में यही कहा कि अरे मैं तो सोच रहा था कि पहला प्रश्न तो यही आएगा
जी।
मैं एक बात बोलता हूं कि देश के अंदर आज जिस प्रकार की परिस्थिति कांग्रेस की है, जो जमीन से जुड़े हुए नेता है उनको कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप में कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं रहा है। देखिए, आखिर राजनीति में काम करते हुए हर व्यक्ति को अपना भविष्य क्या होगा
जी,
अपना अस्तित्व कैसा होगा, इसकी चिंता होती है। और जब कांग्रेस के नेता अपने भविष्य को देखते हैं, अपने अस्तित्व को देखते हैं, तो उनके सामने एक क्वेश्चन मार्क नजर आता है, उनको अंधेरा नजर आता है, उनको कहीं रिवाइवल नजर नहीं आता, उनको कहीं अपनी हार से सीख कर बदले हुए नेता कांग्रेस में नजर नहीं आते। और ये सोचते हैं कि जब मोदी जी देश को इतनी तेजी से बदल रहे हैं, देश इतने तेजी से विकास कर रहा है, जब मोदी जी ने नए भारत की जो नींव रखी, जब नींव रखी तो लोगों को लगता था कि ये केवल एक जुमला है, लेकिन आज नया भारत लोग महसूस कर रहे हैं
जी।
तो इसलिए ऐसे सारे नेताओं को लगता है कि अब मुख्य धारा में हमने भी जुड़ना चाहिए
जी।
और वो मुख्य धारा में जुड़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। तो ऐसे जो लोग आ रहे हैं हम उनको साथ में ले रहे हैं।
ठीक है, लेकिन एक और अहम सवाल कि मैं आपके संगठन को मैं बड़े लंबे अरसे से कवर कर रहा हूं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। तो देखिए, आपका जो कार्यकर्ता है वो बड़ा इमोशनल है और आपका कार्यकर्ता बूथ से लेकर लड़ता है, भिड़ता है, ये आप ही लोग कहते हैं अपने भाषणों में। तो उस कार्यकर्ता के सामने बड़ा संकट नहीं आपको नहीं लगता कि अब जब सत्ता पे भागीदारी की बात आती है या हिस्सेदारी की बात आती है, हालांकि आपके संगठन में इस शब्दावली का इस्तेमाल नहीं होता, लेकिन आप मेरी भावना समझिए जो मैं कह रहा हूं, तो आपको नहीं लगता कि आपका भी दिल दुखा, लेकिन उनका तो दिल दुखा होगा जो जमीन पर कार्यकर्ता है? देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता यही बीजेपी का एसेट है, क्योंकि ये कार्यकर्ता ऐसा है कि 90% हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को ये पता है कि उनको जिंदगी में कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला, वो पार्षद भी नहीं बनने वाले, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली एक लिमिटेड नंबर है, पार्षदों का भी नंबर लिमिटेड होता है, लेकिन फिर भी वो काम करता है क्योंकि उसके काम की प्रेरणा ये सत्ता नहीं है, उसके काम की प्रेरणा ये विचार है जी। और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि ये जो कार्यकर्ता है, इसी के बदौलत भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे बढ़ रही है। तो आज जब लोग पार्टी में आते हैं या नए नए लोग पार्टी के साथ जुड़ते हैं, तो ये कार्यकर्ता इस बात को समझता है, क्योंकि आज उसका एम क्या है? आज उसका एम है कि हमारे विचारों को और हमारे राष्ट्रवाद को मंडित करने वाले मोदी जी है। तो वो आज ये मानता है कि मोदी जी के लिए, मोदी जी को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाना है, देश को मोदी जी का नेतृत्व चाहिए, उसके लिए वो कुछ भी करने को तैयार है, उसको कोई गम नहीं है, उसको कोई चिंता नहीं है। ठीक है, वो ये सारी परिस्थितियों में भी काम करने के लिए तैयार है। देवेंद्र जी, एक बात बताइए कि इस बार का जो चुनाव प्रचार होगा आपके लिए बड़ी चुनौती नहीं होगा, आपको नहीं लगता? क्योंकि जब आप चुनावी मंच पे जाएंगे, सभाओं में जाएंगे, तो जिन लोगों को पिछले चुनाव में, जिन लोगों को आप मंच से जिनके खिलाफ बोलते थे, उस बार आपके अगल बगल में खड़े होंगे। नहीं, जिनके खिलाफ बोलना है वो सामने है ही ना। उद्धव जी सामने है, शरद पवार जी सामने है, और मेरे हिसाब से हमारे साथ जो लोग आए हैं उनका नेतृत्व तो उन्होंने ही किया है, तो इसलिए हमारे सामने कोई दुविधा नहीं है जी। और अगर आप मेरी बात कहें और चुनाव में भी अगर आप मेरा भाषण सुने जी, मैं 90% विकास पर बोलता हूं, 90% क्या किया इस पर बोलता हूं, 90% मेरा विजन क्या है इस पर बोलता हूं, 10% केवल मैं राजनीति पर बोलता हूं। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं ये चुनाव निगेटिव मैंडेट का है ही नहीं। ये देखिए, एक निगेटिव मैंडेट का चुनाव है, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी का होता है, ये प्रो इनकम्बेंसी का चुनाव है, इसमें निगेटिव मैंडेट का सवाल ही नहीं। ये चुनाव तो इस चीज पर होने वाला है कि मोदी जी ने क्या किया है और मोदी जी क्या करने वाले हैं। इसलिए मुझे नहीं लगता कि किसी को गाली देने की जरूरत है। गाली देके मैं अपना श्रम, अपने शब्द क्यों खराब करूं? मैं तो मोदी जी ने क्या किया ये बताऊंगा और लोग हमको वोट देंगे। अब भाषण का जिक्र आप कर रहे हैं, आजकल आपके भाषण जो हम सुन रहे हैं वो जिसको कहते हैं कि थोड़े हार्ड लाइनर आप बनते जा रहे हैं, ऐसा कहा जाता है आपके बारे में। आजकल आप खूब हिंदुत्व से परिपूर्ण भाषण देते हैं, एक हार्ड लाइन आपने पकड़ ली है। ये हार्ड लाइन और सॉफ्ट लाइन कुछ होती नहीं है भैया। जो हिंदू होता है वो हिंदू होता है, ना हार्ड लाइनर होता है ना सॉफ्ट लाइनर होता है। और मैं एक बात बताता हूँ कि मेरे लिए आप पूछेंगे हिंदुत्व क्या है जी, तो मैं ये कहता हूँ कि जो टॉलरेंट है वो हिंदू है। पर टॉलरेंस का अर्थ ये नहीं है कि कोई आपके गाल पे एक तमाचा मारे तो आप दूसरा गाल आगे करो, एक तमाचा मारेगा तो 2 तमाचे मारेंगे। टॉलरेंस हमारे लिए ये होता है कि सभी प्रकार के जो विचार है उन विचारों को हम टॉलरेट करें। सभी को अपनी पूजा पद्धति का अधिकार है, सभी को अपने विचार रखने का अधिकार है, सभी को जिस प्रकार से वो लोग अपने फेथ को एक्सरसाइज करना चाहते हैं उसका अधिकार है। ये हिंदुत्व है। और मैं तो पैदा ही हिंदू हुआ हूं,
मैं राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ का स्वयंसेवक रहा हूं, मैं कार सेवक रहा हूं, तो हिंदुत्व तो मेरे नस नस में है। तो इसलिए कोई हार्ड लाइन सॉफ्ट लाइन का सवाल नहीं है। मैं सुलझा हुआ हिंदू हूं। आई एम अ प्राउड हिंदू।
जी, आपने कार सेवा का जिक्र आपने किया, तो राम मंदिर बन दिया तो असदुद्दीन ओवैसी उन्होंने कहा कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस कह रहे हैं कि जब बाबरी मस्जिद गिर रही थी तो मैं वहीं खड़ा था, तो उन्होंने आपका काफी विरोध किया उस पर। आप वहीं थे, वहां पे थे?
हाँ बिल्कुल, मैं वहीं था। मैं तो कार सेवक था। मैं सारी कार सेवाओं में गया हूँ। पहली कार सेवा में मैं बदायूं जेल में था। जिस समय बाबरी ढांचा नीचे आया उस समय मैं वहीं पर था। सवाल ये नहीं है, देखिए पहले दिन से हम ये मानते हैं कि कलंक का ढांचा ये मस्जिद नहीं है। देखिए मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, जिस मीर बाकी ने वो ढांचा वहां तैयार किया उसने भी तो कभी नमाज अदा नहीं की वहां। किसने नमाज अदा की है? ये तो हिंदुओं के जो एक प्रकार से हिंदुओं को हतोत्साहित करने के लिए
जी,
जो हमारे राम मंदिर पर हमला हुआ था, तो उस समय बाबर ये बताना चाहता था कि देखो हिंदुओं, तुम्हारे राम भी तुमको नहीं बचा सकते, हम तुम्हारे राम से भी ज्यादा पावरफुल है। उसके पीछे की उनकी मंशा ये राजनीतिक मंशा थी, इस देश को गुलाम बनाने की मंशा थी, इसलिए उन्होंने उस मंदिर को तोड़ा था। वरना वो तो कहीं भी मस्जिद बना सकते थे, लेकिन वहां क्यों उन्होंने वो ढांचा तैयार किया? तो इसलिए ये कलंक का ही ढांचा था। और इस ढांचे को तोड़ने के लिए जिस समय कार सेवक वहां गए, उस समय सारे कार सेवक ये मानते थे कि हमारे राम जी के मंदिर का पुनर्निर्माण हमको करना है, इसके ऊपर एक कलंक का ढांचा बना है, इस ढांचे को हमको नीचे लाना है और हमारे मंदिर को फिर वहां स्थापित करना है। तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इसमें कोई गलत बात नहीं है। मैं वहां पर था, इसका मुझे अभिमान है। मैं वहां पर था, इसका मुझे गर्व है। असदुद्दीन ओवैसी को अगर बाबरी ढांचा नीचे आने से कोई गम होता होगा तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो उनको लखलाभ है। मुझे तो इस बात की खुशी है कि वो ढांचा नीचे आए।
एक बार फिर से मैं लोकसभा चुनाव की बात करूंगा। लोकसभा चुनावों को लेकर आपने कहा ठीक है, मोदी जी के नाम पर, मोदी जी के काम पर आप लोग वोट मांगेंगे, लेकिन ये जो फिगर आ रही है 370, 400 पार, ये कहां से 400 पार और 370 की फिगर आपको लगता है?
देखिए ये जो चुनाव है ना, ये पॉलिटिकल अर्थमेटिक का चुनाव नहीं है, ये पॉलिटिकल केमिस्ट्री का चुनाव है। एक पॉलिटिकल अर्थमेटिक होती है जिसमें 1+1 2 होता है, और एक पॉलिटिकल केमिस्ट्री होती है जिसमें 1+1 11 होता है। ये 1+1 11 का चुनाव है, क्योंकि देश के अंदर मोदी जी ने जिस प्रकार के काम किए हैं, आज देश का ऐसा कोई तबका नहीं है, कोई तबका
जी,
सभी जाति के, धर्म के, वर्गों के लोगों को ये लगता है कि इस देश को अपने मकाम तक कोई पहुंचा सकता है तो मोदी जी पहुंचा सकते हैं। और लोगों को ये बात भी ध्यान में आती है कि अगर मोदी जी के सामने हम लोग अल्टरनेट के रूप में किसी को देखें, अल्टरनेटिव के रूप में, तो दूर दूर तक, कोसों मीलों तक कोई अल्टरनेटिव नजर नहीं आता। तो मेरा अपना यह मानना है, जो मेरा राजनीतिक तजुर्बा है उसके आधार पर मैं कहता हूं कि लोगों ने मन बनाया है, लोग मोदी जी को वोट देना चाहते हैं
जी।
इसलिए इस चुनाव में पॉलिटिकल अर्थमेटिक नहीं चलेगा। पॉलिटिकल पंडित 1+1 2 लगा रहे हैं, ये 1+1 2 नहीं चलेगा, 1+1 11 ही होने वाला है। ये पॉलिटिकल केमिस्ट्री पे चुनाव जाएगा। 370 बीजेपी, 400 पार एनडीए, ये जो नारा दिया है, ये निश्चित रूप से आपको यथार्थ में आता हुआ दिखाई देगा।
देवेंद्र जी, विधानसभा का चुनाव भी सामने है, तो क्या विधानसभा का चुनाव होगा तब भी यही भूमिका रहेगी? भारतीय जनता पार्टी छोटे भाई की भूमिका में, गठबंधन की सरकार में, वो देवेंद्र फडणवीस जो मुख्यमंत्री थे वो डिप्टी सीएम।
देखिए पहली बात तो यह है कि छोटा भाई बड़ा भाई कुछ नहीं होता है। हम सब लोग मिलकर सरकार चला रहे हैं, और अगर आप विचार करें तो इस सरकार में भी मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार चलती है, मुख्यमंत्री सरकार के नेता होते हैं
जी।
और जहां तक बड़े भाई छोटे भाई का सवाल है, तो सबसे बड़ी पार्टी हम है
जी।
हमारे साथ की शिवसेना और एनसीपी दोनों के मिला के जितने विधायक है, उससे ज्यादा विधायक अकेले बीजेपी के है। इसलिए बड़ा भाई छोटा भाई का कोई सवाल नहीं है। ये गठबंधन हमारा बना रहेगा। इसका फॉर्मूला क्या होगा, कि कौन कितनी सीटें लड़ेगा, कौन किसका नेतृत्व करेगा, ये सारी चीजें तो बीजेपी की पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी हमारे जो अलायंस पार्टनर्स है उनके साथ मिलकर तय करेंगे। लेकिन ये बात मैं आपको पक्का बता देता हूं कि किसी भी सरकार का नेता ये मुख्यमंत्री होता है। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी है, वो हमारे नेता है, उन्हीं के नेतृत्व में हम लोग यहाँ पर काम कर रहे हैं और उन्हीं के नेता रहते हुए हम चुनाव में सामने जाएंगे।
यानी विधानसभा चुनाव उनके नेतृत्व में लड़ेंगे, ही आप कह रहे हैं?
देखिए, सीधी बात होती है कि जो मुख्यमंत्री होता है वो नेता होता है।
जी देवेंद्र जी, एक बात बताइए कि आप कैसे, आपको आपके संगठन ने कैसे तैयार किया, आप खुद कैसे तैयार हुए? आप बताइए, आप मुख्यमंत्री फिर डिप्टी सीएम, हालांकि ये बात कई बार कई मंचों से आप कह चुके हैं, लेकिन इसमें मैं एक बात और जोड़ना चाहता हूं कि पहले एक उप मुख्यमंत्री, फिर 2 उप मुख्यमंत्री।
मूल रूप से शिंदे जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया जाए, ये प्रस्ताव ही मेरा था
जी।
तो इसलिए इसके लिए तो मुझे तैयार करने की किसी को आवश्यकता नहीं थी। मैं हमारे नेताओं के पास गया और मैंने कहा कि इसको मजबूती से अगर चलाना है और जो लोग साथ में आ रहे हैं उनके मन में अगर कॉन्फिडेंस तैयार करना है तो शिंदे जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना पड़ेगा। हमारे नेताओं ने कुछ समय लिया क्योंकि उनको ये लगता था कि सबसे बड़ी पार्टी हम है और हम लोग मुख्यमंत्री बना सकते हैं, हमारे पास मुख्यमंत्री एक रहा है। तो थोड़ा विचार करने के बाद फिर उन्होंने उसकी मान्यता मुझे दी और उसके बाद ये सारी चीजें हुई। लेकिन मैंने उस समय एक बात हमारे नेताओं को कही थी
जी
कि मैं सत्ता से बाहर रहना चाहता हूं। मैंने कहा मैं अपनी इमेज ऐसे नहीं बनाना चाहता कि देखो ये सत्ता के लिए कितना लालची है, कल तक मुख्यमंत्री था अब सत्ता के लिए उप मुख्यमंत्री बन गया। तो पहले हमारे नेताओं ने मुझे कहा था कि ठीक है आप सत्ता से बाहर रहिए, लेकिन जिस समय मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ इनकी लेना तय हुआ उस समय हमारे नेताओं ने मुझसे बातचीत की और मुझे कहा कि देखिए आखिर सरकार चलाना है तो सरकार बाहर से नहीं चलती
जी।
आप एक्स्ट्रा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अथॉरिटी के रूप में सरकार नहीं चला सकते, फिर यूपीए सरकार जैसी हमारी परिस्थिति होगी। सरकार तो अंदर से ही चलती है, इसलिए आपके लिए एक नेता के रूप में दुविधा होगी कि मुख्यमंत्री थे अब उप मुख्यमंत्री कैसे बने, लेकिन एक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में इसको स्वीकृत कीजिए क्योंकि आप अंदर रहेंगे तो ये सरकार ठीक से चलेगी।
Ideas of India, ये है Ideas of India.
Very, very few artists around the world who can take the soul of India's diverse classical music and amalgamate it with the sounds of modern India successfully. The result is happiness. It's just happiness. It's soulful melody. Our next performers are masters at this craft, whether it's leading music concerts at the G20 or performing at some of the hottest musical festivals across the globe. Let's take a quick look at their journey so far. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Surendro and Soumyajit.
A very good evening, no, a good afternoon to everybody present here. We are so happy, honored to have been invited in this platform, which is so prestigious, and share the stage with some of the leading ideators and achievers of our country. We are humble musicians and students of music. Today, we have 40 minutes, so we have to quickly take you through some of the ideas that has always inspired us. Of course, Indian classical music and Indian folk music are two very, very strong pillars of our country. And we have so many ideas. Every one of us, we have our small little ideas. And put together all these ideas, we make our country. So the first thing that today we'll do is sing and perform a raga for you, which is Rag Yaman. And it is, one of those early ragas that, a student learns. The only tweak in this would be that the song or the bandish or the composition of this raga is not composed Pandit or Ustad of some gharana, but has been composed by R.D. Burman. So I hope you enjoy Rag Yaman Kalyan and R.D. Burman. तेरे मेरी आवाज ही पहचान है गर याद रहे हो ना गुम जाए चेहरा ये बदल जाएगा मेरी आवाज ही पहचान है गर याद रहे वक्त के सितम हम हसीन आज है यहाँ कल कहीं नहीं वक्त से परे अगर फिर मिले सासानी निवानी मारे रेवा पवन मन 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 पवन गैरे गुम जाएगा चेहरा ये बदल जाएगा मेरी आवाज मेरी आवाज ही पहचान है गरे रहे रे
In fact, when we started to learn these forms of classical music, we were fascinated that such modern songs that we hear every day, maybe in the radio or while we are traveling somewhere, have such indulgence of this traditional form of Indian classical ragas.
And then we were stuck to this idea. And I just thought that I have to mention that through this song and these beautiful words, we would also like to remember Gulzar Saab and his Gyanpeeth. So can we just hear it once for him? And the next piece that we are going to perform is in the same mood. So I'll take Rag Yaman Kalyan, and then we'll see that all our favorite composers, how they have dealt with this scale. And you would be surprised to know that almost every composer from film industry and from different parts of the country
has never missed a chance to compose something in Yaman Kalyan. So here we go. Just two lines and we'll see how it happens. So Yaman, the early bandish that I learned was Guru bin kaise gun gaave Guru na mane to gun nahi gaave Gun janame be guni kahave. And then I was surprised to hear this song by Hemant Kumar. Pare, pare, wo शाम कुछ अजीब थी, ये शाम भी अजीब है, वो कल भी पास पास थी, वो आज भी करीब है, वो शाम कुछ अजीब थी. We moved a little bit towards Shankar Jaikishan and we found एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर दिल चाहने दो मुझे तुमसे मोहब्बत हो गई है मुझे पलकों की छाँव में तो कल्याण जी आ रहे जी चंदन सा बदन चंचल चितवन धीरे से धीरे से तेरा ये मुस्काना मुझे दोष न देना जग वालों हो जाओ अगर मैं दीवाना. खयाम साहब कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है कि जैसे तुझको बनाया गया है मेरे लिए तो अब से पहले सितारों में बस रही थी कहीं तुझे ज़मीन पे बुलाया गया मेरे लिए मेरा गीत अमर कर दो बन जाओ मीत मेरा प्रीत अमर कर दो होठों से छू लो तुम मेरा गीत अमर कर दो. मदन मोहन जरा सी आहट होती है तो दिल सोचता है कहीं ये वो तो नहीं. तो किसी ने मुझसे कहा कि all these songs are classics and are old compositions, लेकिन आजकल ऐसा नहीं होता है. That's even not true. Composers can't resist themselves from all these tempting classical ragas. So see for instance Sanjay Leela Bansal. एक दिल है एक चाह है दोनों तुझ पे तुझ पे दोनों तुझ पे कुर्बान. एक मैं हूँ एक ईमान है दोनों तुझ पे तुझ पे दोनों तुझ पे कुर्बान. याद है ऐरती जगह पैरों से जमीन जमीन लगा ऐरती जगह पैरों से जमीन जमीन लगा. Even Nadim Shravan is in Yaman. सोचेंगे तुम्हें प्यार करके सोचेंगे तुम्हें प्यार करके ख्वाबों में बसाया तुमको यादों में छुपाया तुमको मिलोगे हमें तुम जानो And because we are from Bengal, how can we not have Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore? দাঁড়িয়ে আছো তুমি আমার গানে পারে আমার সুরগুলি পায়ে চড়ো আমি পাইনি তোমারে গুরু বিন कैसे गुनहगार হবে রে 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 Thank you. I would still remain in this raga in this scale for one more performance. Probably, 6-7 years ago, the great football legend Pele was in Calcutta, and we were asked to perform for him. So then we thought what to sing for him, because there was a language, barrier. But then we picked up this beautiful composition, which we always call the crazy composition. This is it's a composition by the great Padma Vibhushan Dr. M. Balamurali Krishna, and it's in Rag Kalyani, which is the South Indian, counterpart of Yaman Kalyan. So are we ready? Are we ready for the crazy composition? Now, I want some crazy reply from you. Are we ready?
So basically, people think that Western music is very scripted, like you can really read the notations and play, and everybody can be in sync. But Tillana is such a form of music in our Indian music, which has this synchronization because people learn it as a song, and these were scripted years back.
And then, there is a way of improvisation and the original composition. So we start with the Muthuswami Dikshitar Kirtan. Krishnani Begani Baro Mukhavan Thodo Krishna Krishna Begani Baro Re Tadari dani dire dani kire dagda num dadari dillana. I mentioned Pele because you can then see, all these football movements in this song. Tadari dani dire dani kire dagda num dadari dillana. Sari da mama gare dadari dani dire dani kire dani dire dani kire dagda num dadari dadari dani tadare dadari. That's what's up. Janda janda dirati, janda janda dirati, tanam talam udagidi, sani sadani sade, janda dirati, tanam talam udagidi, magavare magava, janda janda dirati. Ah Krishna ni begani, bar This is not rehearsed. Sani sani dani da dani da ba da ma pa pa ma da da ma ni ni ma sa. Gama ma da ma da ni da. Ni re gama pa ma da pa ma re gama da ni da. Re ba ni re ni. Ni re gama da ni da. Ni re gama ma da ni. Ni re gama ma sa ni. Ni da. Ni re gama ma da re gama ma da. Ni re gama ma da re gama ma da. Krishna, 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 Krishna. Thank you. That was Tilana Aave. The clock is ticking, so we...
You know, our music is very powerful. It dates back to centuries, and this is the treasure that we have in our country. And when we take this music globally to newer audiences, to jazz musicians, to audiences in the West, they're mesmerized with it. We're very proud of it.
So the next piece would be something that the world has always been in search of, and something that will never be out of date. I'm talking about love. So the next piece would be love. And F. I dedicate it to that special person inside you. You know. So this is something that I dedicate to your love. Probably a couple of 3 songs, 3 different time span, 3 different situations, 3 different lyricists, imaginations, but everybody taking you to this one-way love. First is Raja Mehdi Ali Khan.
पास आइए कि हम आएंगे बार बार, बाहें गले में डाल के हम रोले जार जार, आँखों से थे ये प्यार की बरसात हो, शायद फिर से जन्म हमको मिली है आज ये घड़ियां नसीब से, जी भर के देख लीजिए हमको करीब से, फिर आपके नसीब में ये बात हो, शायद फिर से जन्म मुलाकात हो न हो, लग जा गले कि फिर ये हंसी रात हो, शायद फिर से जन्म मुलाकात हो न हो, लग जा गले से उड़ता ही फिरो इन हवाओं में कहीं, या मैं झूल जाऊं इन घटाओं में कहीं।
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख, the best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right, की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India, yeah, ideas of India, ideas of India, yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
अपने अंदर तू देख, the best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right, की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right. की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right. की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is.
के बाद कहा जाता है और कोई राग गाना नहीं चाहिए. So this is Bhairavi, and this is celebrating all the languages of our country, and I'm sure this song is going to take you back to your childhood memories. And because it's ABP Network, this is also celebrating Indian televisions, which we very strongly believe that after Constitution, cinema and cricket has played the most vital role in uniting this diverse country. And we were just, listening to Sir's speech yesterday, the opening speech, and then we decided that we would just do a small little thing in this Rag Bhairavi, which is almost an extension from what you said yesterday, and the Ram Mandir and everything. So, Bhairavi is... crazy idea that on one hand we chant Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. This has the strains of Bhairavi in it. And also on the other hand, तेरी also has the colors of Arabi, and both these melodies, they make the sound of my country. सुर की नदियाँ हर दिशा से बहके सागर में मिले, बादलों का रूप लेके बरसे हल्के हल्के, मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा, मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा, तो सुर बने हमारा, मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा, जाए तरच दे जाए तरच, एक बटपन ये संग तरच, तेरा सुर मेरे सुर देना, मिलके बड़े का नवा सुरता, सुर का दरिया बह के सागर में बदलाता रूप लगे, बरसने होले होले, इसैदा नम इरुवर सुरहं नमदा, दिसै बेरनानालु हाडिसै नाडुकर मुगिलाय मरया परिवदपो, दिसै नन्न बनिगे निन्न बनिया सेरिदंते नन्न बनिया, ना स्वरमु नी स्वरमु संगममय मन स्वरंगा अवतरे, इंद्री स्वरमु इंद्रुडि स्वरमु तुझे बोले स्वरमु, तुम्हार शूर मुदेर शूर सृष्टि गुरु आई कुशूर, तुम्हार शूर मुदेर शूर सृष्टि गुरु आई कुशूर, सृष्टि हो आई कुता, सृष्टि कार्य चंद बड़े सूरज तारो मारो बड़े आपड़ो सूर निरालो, माझा तुमचा जुळता तारा, माझा तुमचा जुळता तारा, सुरंजा बरसती तारा, सुर की नदियाँ हर दिशा से बहके सागर में, बादलों का रूप लेके बरसे हल्के हल्के, मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा, मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा, तो सुर बने हमारा, तो सुर बने हमारा, तो सुर बने हमारा, आज राधा ब्रिज को चली, 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 सगले बड़े सन की रे, सगले बड़े सन की राधा, राधा तेरा ब्रिज को चली, आज राधा ब्रिज को चली, आज राधा ब्रिज को चली, ब्रिज को चली, ब्रिज को चली, राधा ब्रिज को चली। Thank you. Thank you so much. It truly means a lot to us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Namaskar. And before we just leave, I would like to just, mention them. Ronit on drums, Himadri on bass guitars, Shoikat Goblo on keyboard, Shayon doing our sound. And like to thank honestly and earnestly from our, heart to ABP Network for organizing this wonderful Ideas of India. We really need to talk about all these ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I really don't need to say much. The standing audience says it all. You've not just entertained us, but also educated us that, we've been singing all these wonderful film songs all these years. And now we know that they're based on the foundations of Indian classical music. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, show your love for this talented act, all the wonderful musicians. And I'd like to welcome on stage Rajiv Gupta, Director, Sharda University, as well as Saurabh Yagnik, COO of ABP Network, to please join us on stage and present a token of our immense gratitude to this wonderful team. Can we have the mementos on stage, please? Zordar Talia, what a memorable set they have played for us. And just to let you know that this was especially curated for Ideas of India, so it really has been a special performance. Thank you so much. और अगर आपकी इजाजत हो, Kamrujeet or Surendra, आपसे कुछ बातचीत करना चाहेंगे, we can just step down and be closer to the audience.
Perfect.
Aye na, please. Let's have a quick chat as we prepare to hear from one of India's foremost economists. Dr. Arvind Panagaria ji is sitting with us. Many, many congratulations, sir. Recently been appointed as the 16th chairperson of the Finance Commission. And as we set the stage, kindly take a seat, sir. Please do take a seat. We will just be setting up the stage for the next session that we all are looking forward to very, very eagerly. Just wanted to congratulate you and thank you for your presence in advance. तो आप जैसा मैंने कहा आप लोगों ने हमें बहुत एंटरटेन किया है आज एजुकेट भी किया है एंड वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट द G20 अर्लियर किस तरह से भारत ने मल्टीलैटरलिज्म में एक लीड ली है और आपने मल्टीकल्चरलिज्म में लीड ली है बिकॉज़ यू with a band that was made up of other musicians who were not from India. So I want to understand what that experience was like for you.
The fascinating factor is our music is very penetrative. The Shastriya Sangeet that has great counterparts in the other forms of music, which helps us to, generate that melody together. So Indian classical music is a medium of friendship to the global audience, and we can easily reach out with that.
We are so honored and thankful to the Ministry of Culture and Government of India for, asking us to compose the orchestra for G20 orchestra. And so we composed 6 original compositions and we collaborated with musicians from 29 countries. And it was a team of 150 musicians. And we performed in, Varanasi in the august presence of so many dignitaries from all across the country and the globe. And it was something that we will cherish a lifetime for.
Well, I have no doubt that I think we'll stick to this one. So I have no doubt that, your performance was a window to our music, when you performed. But what is the perception of India when you meet all these musicians from across the globe? What's the perception of India that they have and about our art and our culture?
Like even 10 years back or 15 years back, it was different because we were just speaking of ragas, we were speaking of yoga. That was very popular in the West. But today, they are completely aware of the, modern India, of our young generation, who are so enlightened with our traditions. There was a time when we were not focused on the traditions, but I can honestly say that this is a time when this new generation is so conscious of what we had in the past.
Truly, yes. And we are, of course, so proud to, represent our country. And the most interesting fact, we can only talk on behalf of our music, is that it is so inclusive that even if we are not students of jazz or Western classical music or blues, लेकिन हमें अपने सारेगामा पधानीसा अगर मतलब थोड़ा बहुत ठीक से आता है, then it is quite easy for us to understand that how it functions and then participate in it. That's a biggest, thing that we have for our music.
आखिरी सवाल आप दोनों से ये रहेगा. You are such great representatives of our youth, right? And you're taking our culture forward. What is your idea of India? What kind of India do you want to see?
I think we want to see an India where in schools kids are taught these classical forms of music so that they know of what we had. And our culture exchanges between the states, and we all hold our hands together for a more glorious future.
And of course, as I started our performance with, I truly believe that every one of us, we have our small little idea about our country. I want an India where all these ideas would be respected and all these ideas will, together form then the bigger picture of our country, and which I think we are heading towards too. Thank you.
Thank you both. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for this very talented duo. And thank you for brightening up our afternoon. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick moment here to say thanks to our supportive partners. This wonderful platform has been supported by Dabur Vedic Tea, our co-presenter, co-powered by Rajesh Masale, Bandhan Bank and Gallant Group of Industries, partners Espera Gems and Jewels, Tata Power, Rally Spray, Tata AIG, Jindal Steel, Tata Capital, Mahara and MMRDA, our knowledge partner Sharda University, wellness partner Shuddhi Ayurveda, state partner Uttarakhand Shasan, Uttar Pradesh Sarkar, associate partner Himalaya and digital partner ABP Live and Uncut. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to a much anticipated session once again. The dream of a Viksit Bharat, we know, cannot be realized without job creation. Development of climate resilient infrastructure is also key. Then there are issues like boosting manufacturing, increasing agricultural output, and also labor reforms, etc. Clearly, building a new India is an ongoing project. We are privileged today to have one of the foremost experts on Indian economy join us on this platform to give us insights into how development priorities are shaped and also executed. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Dr. Arvind Panagaria. He's of course been appointed recently as the chairperson of the 16th Finance Commission. Many, many congratulations again, sir. Kindly join us on stage. It's wonderful to have you. He's of course also a celebrated author and a globally respected economist. I'd request Shelly Chopra to please join us on stage to take this conversation forward. Namaskar.
Shall we say welcome back to India?
Yes, thank you.
And we had some amazing music short while ago, which I saw you thoroughly enjoying. So I'm very curious, is Mr. Arvind Panagaria into music? And what kind of music is he into?
Mainly the old songs, the Kishore Kumar, Mukesh, Rafi, Lata. So I'm from the old generation, so mostly it's still stuck in there.
Stuck in time, you said?
Yes.
Lovely. Luckily, our economy is not, and Mr. Panagaria is at the helm of now the new Finance Commission. Very, very curious. Coming back into India, seeing it from the heart of Columbia University, then being here at Niti Aayog and launching its new avatar, going back, you've seen India in many colors, both in global context and its own context. How do you feel about the comeback right now?
Well, for me, coming back to India has always been invigorating, and no surprise that even after I had returned from the Niti Aayog back to New York, I was coming about 3 times a year at least. So I can't stay away from India. And after 50 years, I'm still an Indian citizen. So, this year it'll be 50 years in the United States for me. I left in 1974.
Yes.
So.
But there is so much optimism about India today. Every single person, from our timelines to our newspapers to any form of text, is talking about the India story. And it's not just about relative to the world. Of course, everything is relative. But having seen India from the outside and now building these, executing a lot of new ideas, which we'll talk about as we go, what is making you excited about the India story today?
So give me just a minute, to give you a little background of me, because I'm old. So I have seen the old India and I'm seeing the new India. And I remember, in the 1980s, I used to be very pessimistic about India, that this license permit Raj that we have will probably never go away. We even used to joke that, economists who work on India are of 2 types, those who are optimists and those who are pessimists. And the pessimist says that things are so bad, I can't imagine. Says that, well, I can. But things changed in 1991. And since then, we had ups and downs. But nevertheless, I think, the trend has continued to be towards liberalization with some bumps along the way. And as a result, the growth has been kicked up. For about 20 years, we have now grown about 7% a year in real rupees. But if I make the same calculation in real dollars, we have grown about 8% for 20 years. And if I take out the COVID years, it's 8.8% in real dollars. So that's hell of a growth. We could have never imagined in 1980s that this could happen. So I think, things are looking very good. And when one looks to the future, it looks even better.
One of the parts of the topic of this afternoon includes the term jobs. And everyone who talks about the India growth story talks about amazing numbers that makes everyone euphoric about the potential. But every time we attach the word jobs with it, it doesn't always seem to add up. Does this add up for Arvind Panagriya?
Okay, yes and no. I think yes, in the sense that, lot of the jobs debate happens around unemployment. And if you look at the serious surveys, which is the, PLFS, the labor force survey that the MOSPI does, unemployment rates are not very high. Whether you look aggregate urban unemployment, rural is even less. And aggregate, it has been around between 3 and 4%. So unemployment is really not India's problem, in my view, and we can talk about it. Our problem is underemployment. So productivity is low. So the job that can be done by 1 person often gets done by 2 people or maybe 3 people. And that is where I think, the real challenge of jobs is creating well-paid, high productivity jobs.
So unpack that for us. You said unemployment is not a problem. The problem is underemployment. I'm just looking at just the number of women who are employed. This number was 25% or 27% a few years ago. We've actually dropped on that number. I'm just curious, as a whole, when you say that underemployment is a problem, somebody could argue that we just have more people employed in the same job or pretending to do that job. Could you just unravel that for us simply as an economist? Think of us as students and tell us, why do we have this situation?
So one way to think of it is this, that we are a country with a very large workforce, right? So in the economist jargon, we'll say that we are a labor-abundant country and we are a capital-scarce country. But what we have done is to put much of the capital in very selective sectors, which are in any case very capital intensive. So we got a situation where much of the capital is working with very few workers. And then you got a host of workers in agriculture, in micro and small enterprises, where the capital is hardly present.
Yeah.
So then you got a lot of workers working with very little capital. And when that is the case, it translates into low productivity.
Yes.
Right? So even for a gardener, for example, if you haven't got the proper tools, he's not going to be able to do the job efficiently. And so you substitute labor for capital, but there are certain forms of capital which cannot be substituted by labor. So that translates into low productivity.
But this is a fantastic point you make, and it's a realistic point. My question to you is that how are we fixing this? Because it's clear to us that there's no dearth of capital when you can show growth like the growth figures we're talking about, and it's coming through in FDI and coming through in financial institutional capital. But that's not the answer to creating jobs.
Yes, I think this is where you're right. The capital is sufficiently there, meaning our savings rate now has climbed back up, and total investment to GDP ratio has come back to about 34% now, which is from the peak that we experienced, very unusual in 2007-8, is only 2 or 3 percentage points away. So we are very much there in terms of total capital. What is still happening is that this capital is sitting in industries which employ very few workers. What we need is policies, and part of this problem has been very historical. We started out with incredible kind of license permit Raj on industry. So industry was very shackled. We opened that in the 1990s, but the small scale industries reservation remained. Then the labor laws still have not been four new codes, but they have still not been implemented. So, what that of course translates in is that capital really doesn't go where labor is, because think of industries like apparel, footwear, furniture, all kinds of light manufacturing, which all the countries that have grown at 10 or 11%, South Korea, Taiwan in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, China in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, they all exported these products in large volumes. We haven't done that. And I think, we still need to fix labor laws, need to fix infrastructure. I think infrastructure progress has been absolutely tremendous. Phenomenal, actually, I should say, in the last 4 or 5 years. But again, we do need to fix the labor laws. Some trade issues also, because, we have so to compare to other countries, the protection level is higher. That needs to come down. So I think, nevertheless, on the whole, we are in a fantastic sweet spot. These are problems I think will get sorted out, and over the next 10 years, I'm very optimistic that the jobs problem will be solved as well.
So, Mr. Panagria, we last met in 2007-8, on the steps of Columbia University, and I still remember that we were talking about labor law challenges. We are in 2024. We're still talking about labor law challenges. Are we just disillusioned about solving this? Is this something that we have moved the bus from? Because you said capital doesn't chase labor-intensive spaces. Is it time for India to wake up and say, manufacturing, I haven't got it right. I've missed the bus. Let me now build on something else. Just curious. I mean, we're actually entering an era where the entire country is talking about semiconductor chips. And a large part of the world has moved on from it. So I'm very curious about your very honest thoughts on these.
Look, just quickly on the semiconductors, there's a different argument, and that's a more national security kind of argument, that you don't want to get caught up in a situation in which you don't have access to semiconductors.
Okay.
So perhaps you could argue about that, but there is no escaping manufacturing. I think it's nonsensical for anybody to say that you can grow the economy on services. Name one country on the face of the earth over the last 150 years which has actually grown and transformed itself without manufacturing.
Then what makes you hopeful now in 2024 about India? Why will we get it right now?
In India, the reforms have been piecemeal. That is the challenge within a democracy. There are a lot of strengths, but it is also the fact that you have to take the people with you. And so the reform process tends to be slow. There is no question about it. You can draw the contrast between India and China, for instance, that, after Mao died in China, Deng Xiaoping came along and he said things were not quite right. That's not the way it ought to be. With the authoritarian system, Deng Xiaoping went in and bang, bang, bang. I mean, he also faced internal opposition, but it still was nothing like what our political class have to face when they make changes. We saw that happen in the case of the farm laws, for example, which had to be ultimately withdrawn. So it is a slower process. Our politicians also understand it. So they do try to evolve some consensus first and then bring the reforms. And labor law clearly was, remember that Mr. Yashwant Sinha, during Mr. Vajpayee's prime ministership, had first put the labor law reform on the table, but at that time, then he couldn't build the consensus, so he took it off. And subsequently, I think no other government had taken the courage, but now the Modi government has gone ahead and passed at least the laws. So, I think it'll happen. I mean, now the laws have been passed. The difficult part has been done. It's only that some of the states are dragging their feet in writing the rules and regulations, because laws cannot be implemented without every state writing the rules and regulations, because the old laws have to be repealed. Now, you can't repeal the old laws. These are central laws. You can't repeal the old laws for 22 states and not for the other 6 states. So therefore, they have to be implemented in all 28 states simultaneously. And that process is ongoing. For most of these codes, most of the states have actually written the rules and regulations. Just 2 or 3 states left. It'll happen as soon after the elections.
So given that the Indian economy has always sort of waited for these disruptive moments, the leapfrog story, what do you think is going to be your 2 biggest priorities in the new role as you look at the India story, perhaps at yet another pivot in the global market?
Yes. Now, in my new position, I think it's a very different job. This is not directly related to the reforms. It has to do with the division of tax revenues between the center and the states and among the states. So this is really, a very low-key.
It's almost a political job, by the way.
It is turning a little more political, you could say, but largely I think the history of finance commissions has been that it is a very professional body, keeps a low profile, and it does its job. And in the end, I think, it has enjoyed the general acceptance from all political parties, and it has never resulted in any kind of political storm, so to say. So I hope we can do the same. So not from my side, but I think I can tell you what reforms perhaps we will need to do going forward. So I've already mentioned the labor laws which have to be implemented. We then also need to liberalize the economy a bit further. I think on this issue, we have, particularly in 2018-19 fiscal year, because the GST revenues had declined in the early stages, now they are back. In 2018-19, we introduced a lot of custom duties. I think, the original motivation was to compensate for the revenue lost on GST, but then the protection has this habit of not going away that easily, once the tariffs are put in place. So I think we need to liberalize those. We need to also sign more and more free trade agreements. We have done some with Australia, UAE. The one with UK, it looks like it may even happen before the elections are concluded, but certainly after elections will happen. We have to also sign one with the European Union, and I would really love to see down the road, it will not happen within next 3-4 years, but down the road, once we do it with the European Union, we should be ready to sign one with United States as well. So that's one last very important set of reforms have to do with privatization. And on that, the government already has a good policy in place for privatization. Public, the banks ought to be privatized as well. So this is the kind of set of reform agenda that the
just on that point, could you talk a little bit more about it? I mean, we've seen some conversation on the banks. We've seen some privatization of government institutions. Are you looking at a specific sector, let's say within banking, outside banking? Just curious. And what makes you optimistic about this divestment? Is it because now there are other private sector organizations that are doing better, in those spaces? Just curious. Or unlocking money, basically.
No, look, I mean, unlocking money is also important actually,
Yes.
because, the government does want to invest a lot more on infrastructure, and it is doing it incredibly effectively. The projects that used to take 10 years have being completed in 2 years now. And projects on large scale, the kinds of projects we had never done, we are doing those. So that is a reason also. But I think even bigger reason is one of efficiency, that, once these enterprises pass on to the private hands, they all become far more productive than they were. I mean, look, Air India is a prime example. The government was losing billions of dollars on Air India actually every year. Those losses have now gone off the government's books. And in addition, I've been traveling Air India since it was privatized, and I've never seen, the plane being given 1/10 empty. I think every seat is taken, both in the economy class, business class. It's at least the flight that I come on from JFK to Delhi, completely full. Service is improved, image is improving, and that in spite of the fact that the interior of this particular plane on this particular leg of the flight is still an old one, but that hasn't deterred, but this is the history also of, I mean, this is the more recent one, but several enterprises had been privatized under Prime Minister Vajpayee.
Yes.
And every single one of them actually is flourishing. And employment, there's always this bogey is raised that, the private owner will fire the workers, and employment, jobs will be lost, and so forth. None of that happened actually. Systematic studies have been done. Employment has gone up, and of course the enterprises themselves have taken off.
Yes, in divested entities. Okay, let me just zoom you out of that and talk to you about how today India has a place in the world. And of course, it's very much so driven by that 7 to 8% growth, because where else do you put the money and get growth, right? But I wonder what your take is when you see that not only are we showing financial returns to the world, we're showing a voice of confidence. Has that struck you as a very important difference between the last 4 or 5 years to where it is today, and how?
Yeah, practically all the good things that could happen are happening. And in the opposite side, we sometimes say that the conditions are there for a perfect storm. Now the conditions are perfectly there for India to take the world by storm. Economically, really, India is the only major economy that's growing at this kind of rate. The rival economy, China, which had been growing very robustly for about 3 decades, I would say, has slowed down. I mean, there's no question. The 4th decade, if you take 2010's decade, growth rate has come down to about 7% during that decade. And currently it is down to 5%. No surprise there. Actually, all the economies that had grown rapidly, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, all the economies previously, by the 4th decade, they slow down, and 5th and 6th, they slow down yet further. I mean, after you've grown that rapidly for 3 or 4 decades, you join the human race. Yeah. India, on the other hand, has grown, actually it has not grown the 10% kind of, at 10% kind of rate. So even though for 20 years we have had pretty good growth, still our per capita income is $2,400 or $2,500. Yeah. We are still, compared to like South Korea, 33,000, compared to even China, 16, 17,000, we are still well below. What that means is that there is enormous gap between the productivity for the rest of the world and our own productivity per worker.
What's going to fill it? Because it doesn't seem like an obvious path for, us to tread. What's going to fill that productivity gap?
No. Look, part of the explanation is that the capital with which our workers work is less. Capital per worker in India is far less than in China or than in South Korea. So as capital accumulation happens, automatically productivity rises, but there is also the element of technological catch-up. That, technologies that can give you per capita incomes of, say, South Korea 33,000 or even China 17,000. Yeah. They are there for us for taking. And so whenever there is this large gap, economies, if the economic policies are right, they grow. They grow fast.
So let's double click on that. There are two parts to it. One is the fact that, like you mentioned, China, we are also a population which was a demographic dividend story about 20 years ago. Today, there is no guarantee that this demographic dividend will stay with that much gusto, given that, you and I just spoke about the unemployment situation, and there's certainly not enough jobs are getting created to that extent. And the second part of it is this capital. Let's say if the capital comes in today, it needs time to grow its potential, which means if investments happen today, we're going to see the benefits only after a few years, maybe a decade later. So how do you see some of that time gap getting crunched for India to sustain this from 8 to 10 to 12%?
Yeah, no. I mean, you said you and I, that's your pessimism, not mine,
My job is to ask you questions.
No. Look, there are a variety of ways that demographic dividend, which still is very much with us and will stay with us, kicks in. First of all, there are two aspects to it. Population is large and the population is young. Okay, the size, first of all, helps you. Just think of digitization, right? Once you put the infrastructure in place,
Yes.
it's there for everybody to use. So, once the infrastructure has been put in place, if 10 more people want to use that infrastructure, there is hardly any extra cost to it.
Yeah.
In fact, there is an added benefit that comes from being able to interact with larger number of actors on the platform. So that's, so there is this scale economy. Roads, when you have to build, when you build it for a smaller population, is per person, the cost is going to be much more. But when you got a larger population, more dense population, per person cost is much lower. So that's the size aspect of it. Now the younger population aspect of it. Let's think China, for example, right? Each couple has two parents, on the woman's side, and two parents on the men's side, and four parents to take care of, and not enough children, right? We don't have that kind of dependency ratios yet, and we are going in that direction, but it'll still be a long while before we get there. So that's one aspect. But also, the younger people save for the future, and the older people who are retired spend their past savings. And given the fact that there's a lot more younger people in India, savings rate therefore has a lot more potential.
Yeah.
It's already high, and it probably has the scope to rise yet further. So also from the consumption side, then, the younger population is much more demanding. Innovation, younger population is much more innovative, is willing to take risks, it's more risk-taking. So there are a number of these factors, each of these, empirically is harder to get handle on, but it ultimately reflects in the higher rate of growth.
Okay, let's pick two aspects and we'll close the discussion with that. One is that we're sitting in Mumbai, the city of Dhanda. They want to know, the stock market has been unstoppable. Do you feel, and wear your professorial hat when you talk about this, that our markets really reflect how we are doing as an economy or how we're doing as sentiment?
Investors are smart people. They're not there to sort of burn their money. And if the stock market is booming, I think somebody is investing there. Now, right now, of course, conditions are particularly good because there was a short period during which, when the interest rates in the US were rising, then the money was, capital was moving out of India into the United States, out of everywhere, the emerging markets. So all emerging markets were actually suffering, and we also saw the currencies depreciate and so forth. But that phase is over now. On the US side, particularly, to some degree on the European side also, but less so, now the expectations are that the interest rates are going to come down, right? So that naturally means that capital is moving back here.
Yes.
That's one. But the second factor, which is so much favorable to India, is about China. Now, as multinationals move out of China, they have a lot of options. They could go to Vietnam, they can go to Thailand, they can go to Indonesia, and so forth. But in the end, I think from the longer run perspective,
size matters.
Size matters. I think at the end of the day, if you're trying to create supply chains which will be friction-free, meaning, if you locate them in 10 different small countries, then in the supply chains, products, the components, as they move from one country to another country before being assembled fully in one place, there's a lot of friction. Country, you can locate the supply chains here, and these things can move in a frictionless way.
Yeah.
So what we need is still continued reforms, continued liberalization. I think that if that happens, we are the natural successor in this sense as China recedes from the market.
Successor to China, is that what you're saying?
Sorry?
Successor to who?
Successor to China.
China.
Yeah.
Okay, my final question to you, and this is linked to a few phrases you constantly use, digital infrastructure. Is that the game changer for India's global story and the success story of the UPI, for example, other than the notional possibility of us, or not even notional, real possibility of us to use it at the Eiffel Tower? But other than that, do you think UPI and many of the allied stacks are going to be one big game changer on a global map for India as we go forward?
There is no doubt that it is a very important part of the change, but that's not the only change, right? So on public infrastructure, I think there's no country that has done what India has done, and it's not merely the story of UPI, but there's a lot of other things that have gone on as well. So on the public infrastructure, we are practically, I can't think of any other country, but there are other areas as well. But on that one, I should say that since perhaps there are a lot of IT captains in the audience also, I think our private industry actually has to do better than it is doing. It has to compete with what China could do. We are still to do those kinds of things. My favorite example. A lot of the times, the industry says that, China did it by protecting, and they got the Googles out and the Facebooks out and so forth. And so this is really a ploy, I think, to get, that Amazon, we can't compete. And
so you're saying India's created the infrastructure, now take on the opportunity.
Let me complete the thought. But look, TikTok was actually banned from India. Why did our IT industry not produce a successor to TikTok here?
But why do you think not? That's my question.
No, but that's a question to the industry, right? I
like the way you're throwing up a challenge there. I hope Bangalore is also listening while we're live. Yes. Fair enough.
So they are the ones who have to answer, not me. What I'm saying is that, look, that's a space in which somehow I feel that the public sector, the public digital infrastructure has moved far more rapidly. Our industry actually needs to step up. There was a time we were far ahead of China in IT.
Yeah.
China was much later, but China has zoomed past us there. And I think, I'd like our industry to also step up.
And IT has new alphabets these days. They are A&I.
We got to, create this, especially when a TikTok is taken away. It's the Facebook Shorts that came to replace it.
YouTube Shorts,
not our local homegrown.
Okay, so while everyone thinks about how they can potentially take up this challenge that you're talking about, I want to ask you, not in the capacity as the chairman of the Finance Commission, but as Professor Arvind Panagriya, are you happy with the current idea of India? And if not, what would you change?
Am I happy with the current idea of India? I'm an economist, and I'm very happy with the way we are going on the economy. I hope we could, speed up some of the reforms. Now I realize that till election happens, we won't see those reforms happening. But soon after the reforms, I think, soon after the elections, I hope we really go. Prime Minister has said that he's going to make big decisions after the elections. So I'm hopeful that we'll see some big actions happening. And certainly at least the UK-India free trade agreement can still happen now. Before, at least there are signs like it might happen now.
Now that you've backed, let's get this done. Thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Your insights make us very optimistic about the Indian economy. Please do stay on stage as I invite Avinash Pandey, CEO ABP Network, to join us and present Dr. Panagriya with a memento. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Shirley's absolutely right. Now that Dr. Panagaria is back home, let's get things done. Thank you very much. Thank you, Shirley. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have an individual, a personal idea of our life journey and experiences in the country and with our fellow citizens. Now imagine you were born in the UK, you're raised in India, you're a senior official at the UN, and then you step into the world of politics. You've been 3 terms as a parliamentarian, and you happen to be a prolific writer, a very successful writer too. What would the idea of India be for someone with such diverse experiences? Let's just hear it from the man himself. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Dr. Shashi Tharoor as he shares his idea of India with us. And I'd also like to welcome on stage senior journalist and columnist Veer Sanghvi to take this conversation forward.
Hello, everyone. I was asked to talk about my idea of India in as personal a way as possible. And I suppose in some ways it does emerge from my own life story. I was born in London. My parents moved back to India when I was 2.5. So I grew up in India, and I grew up all over, in Bombay, in Calcutta, college in Delhi. Then I went abroad to study, and I joined the United Nations, and I worked at the UN for 29 years, 1 month shy of that. And then I ended up deciding to come back to India. It didn't help that I had contested for the post of Secretary General of the UN and lost somewhat narrowly by a couple of votes. But as Groucho Marx would say, close but no cigar. So I came back to India. I mean, I was essentially always interested in politics. I've been elected president of the College Students' Union at St. Stephen's. I was elected the representative of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees staff from voters around the world, and I got the highest number of votes. So there was always a certain willingness to put myself forward to represent people and speak for it. So when I was asked by the Congress Party whether I'd be willing to contest, I didn't hesitate, and I said yes. And in some ways, it was a foolhardy answer because I had really no idea what I was getting into. I had actually left India to go to graduate school in America at the age of 19, and in those days, the voting age in India was 21. So I actually hadn't even voted in an election, let alone come close to understanding what it took to contest in one. So it turned out to be the hardest thing I'd ever done, and I'd walked through minefields in Bosnia and refugee camps in Somalia, and I can tell you this was far, far tougher than anything like that. But at the end of the day, once it was done, I was in a position to truly claim I'd earned the mandate from the people. I took the seat from the Communist Party that had held it in the two previous elections, and I won with a very convincing 1 lakh majority in a 4-cornered fight. And from then onwards, I've been in Parliament. I've been re-elected a couple more times, so I've now served 15 years as the Member of Parliament for Thiruvananthapuram. And in the process, I've been through pretty much everything that you can imagine can be done to a politician. I have suffered Agni Pariksha after Agni Pariksha. I've felt the impress of stilettos in my back as well as from the front, but I've stayed at it, largely because having taken such a major plunge, I felt it was necessary to actually come and stick to one's determination to make something of a difference. So that's on the personal front that they wanted me to speak about. But what was the India that I had left and I'd come back to? So as a kid already, you know, with I remember when I was going to the States, I wanted to stop in England on the way and see some friends and family. and I went to apply for a visa or an entry permit, as it was called in those days, at the British High Commission in Calcutta. And after a somewhat lengthy wait, I found myself summoned to the Deputy High Commissioner's office. And I wondered what had happened, you know. And when I went in there, I said, so what did I do wrong? And they said, nothing wrong. It's just that because you were born in London and all your papers are in order, we are able to offer you a British passport. And I said, I don't want a British passport. I just want a visa. They said, well, we cannot give you one because we're not entitled to give an entry permit to somebody who's entitled to a passport. So I said, how will I go? And I want to stop in England. They said, no problem. You just show your passport, keep a copy of your birth certificate handy, and they'll let you in. And it was a moment of very deep interrogation. Do I want to spurn? In those days, I'm afraid there were very many large numbers of our countrymen and women who would have done anything to get a passport like a British or an American one. And did I want to spurn that? And if so, why? And it's because, a very simple answer I found myself as a young man was when I look in the mirror, I see an Indian. But what did I understand by that? And that most of my adult life. I've written 25 books, most of which are in one way or the other scratching the itch of what it means to be an Indian. And in fact, that's part of the subtitle of a book I wrote called The Battle of Belonging. Unfortunately, during COVID, so it didn't get very much attention because obviously people weren't exactly going around buying books and holding book releases, functions, and discussing them. But I'm rather proud of that because that's where I think I came up with pretty much my most definitive answer. And that consisted of an interrogation into the whole notion of nationalism, where it evolved in Europe in particular, and from there, what it meant and what it came to mean in the 20th century, and finally what it means in India today. And one of the things you should all realize is that nationalism is really a fairly recent concept. It really is a 19th century idea, not much before that. The word may have existed and so on, but it didn't quite mean what we understand by nation or nationalism today. And nationalism in the 19th century is essentially about grouping people very much who are like each other in one way. So essentially, German nationalism was for people who were white, Christian, and spoke German. That was it. And of course, lived in a common territory. And the territory of people who fulfilled those three criteria became Germany. And in terms of France, the same thing. In terms of England, the same thing. You had certain basic requirements that involved ethnicity, religion, and language. And that's how you constituted a nation state to promote and defend those interests. Now, that obviously wasn't the Indian idea. Our nationalism grew up essentially, initially, as a classic anti-colonial nationalism in opposition to British imperialism. And then, at the climactic moment, if you like, of British withdrawal, what happened? The country was partitioned. And it was an era in which a lot of partitions happened. You may remember East and West Germany, North and South Korea, North and South Vietnam, all within a 5-year period. But in those cases, it was all over ideology. It was essentially the communist system in one half of the country and a welcome for capitalist economics in the other half. In India, that wasn't the issue. It was not an ideological conflict. It was instead a conflict over one simple question. Should religion be the determinant of our nationhood? And the Pakistanis created a nation on the basis that it was, that for them, their nationality determined their religion. But the people who were left behind, as it were, from Mahatma Gandhi to Jawaharlal Nehru to Maulana Azad to Dr. Ambedkar and everybody else around them, they had a very different answer to the same issue. They thrashed it out. There are 2.5 years of debates in the Constituent Assembly that are priceless, really worth reading and following. And in those debates, they actually thrashed out the question, okay, Pakistan's been created as a state for Muslims, why can't we create a state for Hindus? And they answered this question very, very definitively and clearly. This is the logic that had actually partitioned the country. We will not buy into this logic. Our freedom struggle was for everybody. We will create a country for everybody. And the Constitution actually enshrined this idea of India by guaranteeing that everybody, irrespective of their caste, their creed, their color, their culture, their cuisine, their convictions, whatever, They, as long as they were citizens of India, they all had the same rights as everyone else. And that made all the difference. It was what one might describe as not a classic European-style nationalism. It was instead civic nationalism. Civic nationalism is nationalism that actually is anchored in a constitution and in institutions, and not an identity, neither ethnic nor religious nor linguistic. And so we had all sorts of ethnicities in our country. We had every conceivable religion in our country. We had every, 28 different languages spoken by more than 35 million people. No problem. All of them could coexist. Everyone was equal. That was the India to which I had felt a strong sense of allegiance. I grew up in such an India. I went to school in Mumbai, and as a children of nationalist parents, my father had even dropped his caste name at the time of colleges, around the time of independence. And they never ever mentioned the religion or anything else about the kids who came home to play. And I later realized, when I became conscious of such things, that indeed, as was typical in Mumbai, that essentially I had had friends from every imaginable religion. There were Christians, there were Muslims, there were Sikhs, there was Parsis, obviously, and there was even a Jew. And they had all come and gone, and no one had made any comment about their background because it wasn't supposed to matter. That was the India in which I grew up. That was the India whose image I cherished in my own mind. When I started writing about India while sitting abroad and being invited to speak, and I used to come back home to India every year on vacations, and I thought I continued to see that sort of India. There was one major spasm of setback, 1992, the whole culmination of the Ram Janmabhoomi movement and the violence that ensued and the destruction of the Babri Masjid and the violence that followed that. And all of that, of course, seemed to be a challenge to this very idea, and yet India overcame it and continued, as we saw in the following years, just that way. So when I returned to India in 2008, I thought I was coming to an India that in its essence had not changed from the India I grew up in. Yes, maybe it was possible that a lot of superficial changes had occurred. Certainly, I left in India where you couldn't see a foreign car or a washing machine or very many consumer products that originated in the West, and that when we were NRIs, we were importing to bring back home. All that was gone, everything was available and so on. That was a major change. But the other change that we have seen since had not yet occurred. And so I really came back to an India that seemed to me very familiar, pluralist, diverse, celebrating its own uniqueness. And in fact, I had a first-hand example of that as a UN official traveling in the Gulf countries in 2004, just after our elections of that time, and just after the government had been formed. Will you do this for me? Sorry, it's a bit of a struggle. Thanks. And at that time, what happened was that in the Gulf countries that I was traveling to, the various ministers and senior officials I met were utterly astonished and admiring, I might add, that our elections in 2004 had produced a government led had given a victory to a party led by a woman born in Italy, white person of Catholic descent, who then made way for a Sikh to be sworn in by a Muslim president as prime minister in a country 80% Hindu. And when they mentioned all this to me, I looked at them and said, don't you understand, we are just like this. Or as we say these days in India, we are like this only. It had nothing to do with us trying to impress the world in any shape or form. This is the country we are. So that was just 2004, so 4 years later, I didn't think very much had changed. And indeed, I would argue it hadn't. But then, of course, we saw the dramatic transformations of the last 10 years. And that's where my idea of India seems to be obviously very clearly under threat. That is, or under challenge, which is that instead of an India for everybody, an India of civic nationalism, we instead have an India in which essentially we seem to be seeking a return to an ethno-religious linguistic kind of nationalism. That is encapsulated in the famous slogan, Hindi, Hindu, Hindustan. And the problem with that is that there's 20% of the people who aren't Hindu. There's 52% of the people who don't speak Hindi. And of course, there's half the country territory that is not part of Hindustan in the old sense of that term. And if we are going to privilege that particular area, the so-called Hindi heartland, over the rest of the country, and its values, its beliefs, its religious preferences, its language, what are we going to be doing to the idea of India? And this is why this whole phrase has come in. It was a phrase that Tagore used first decades ago. Then Amartya Sen delivered a famous lecture in Oxford in the early 90s with that title. And of course, Sunil Khilnani made it famous with his book. But that was essentially the idea, if you like, encapsulated in the Constitution. Now, there was always room to contest it. I have no difficulty with the notion that the idea of India that I have may not be the idea of India that you have, and you have every right to propagate and advance your idea. But I used to feel that my idea was actually more reflective of the realities of the country, and at the same time also more reflective of the way in which we lived for the most part. And that's why I decided that I wasn't going to be compromising on my idea, and I was going to defend it as much as I could. Now, I was given 10 minutes, and I think I've hit that mark, so let me try and wrap up at that point. But that's essentially it. There are ideas of India in contestation. I see a very clear cleavage between the civic nationalist idea of India and the ethno-religious identity markers of India. Do we have a nationalism anchored in identity? Do we have a nationalism anchored in a constitution and in democratic institutions? That's got to be the key issue that we all confront. I believe that the India I came back to was the India that I had seen and grown up with and been taught about and read about and valued. I asked myself, is this surely not worth defending a bit more vigorously as an alternative idea begins to gain ground? I'll stop there, and I'm sure as we talk, Veer and I will explore this further. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Shashi. Actually, you spoke for 21, but that's fine. I will listen to you for another 15. You were very good. That means there's 9 minutes left, not that you've spoken for 9.
But they only had 25 on the clock, for whatever reason.
Listen, you were brilliant. I would have listened to you for another 15 minutes if you'd spoken. Quick questions. One, you came back because you believed in a certain vision of India. Did you realize then how fragile that was? Did any of us?
No. I genuinely believe we took it for granted. That may be why it's so easily challenged, is because we were complacent about it. We just assumed that everybody accepted this idea of India.
Let me give you the alternative argument, and this is an argument leveled by people who have a different idea of India. And while we talk about ideas of India, essentially there are really only two ideas. One is the Nehruvian, Tagorean idea that India is a country that you can sign up for. You don't have to be black, white, round-eyed, slit-eyed, Hindu, Muslim, whatever. And the other is the idea that Advani made famous in the 1980s, which is this is a Hindu country. There is no shame in accepting that. Muslims are welcome to live here, but they should know they're living in a Hindu country. I mean, these are essentially the two poles, and there are little bits in between and some extreme versions even saying that Muslims can only live here as our guests if we want them to, etc., etc. Given that there are these two completely different visions of India, why do you suppose so many people who seemed, at least in the 90s and till 2004, quite happy with the first idea of India, why do you think they've changed?
Well, first of all, you're quite right. It was an idea you could sign up for. And it's interesting how many white people did. JBS Haldane became Indian. My professor at St. Stephen's, David Baker, is a white Australian, applied for, and people couldn't believe him in those days in the 70s. Imagine somebody willing to give up an Australian passport to become Indian. But he believed in this idea. He was a historian of modern India. And indeed, he became Indian. And there are other such cases. I've written The Battle of Belonging about a friend of mine who was born Pakistani, but rejected the two-nation theory and sought and won an Indian passport eventually. So you've got people who believed in the idea, fought to be part of it, and wanted to be. And then, as you rightly said, there is this alternative idea, which I believe is actually a falsification of history in the sense that it's been a very, very, very many centuries since India was purely a Hindu country. There were always other forces in as well, if you're looking purely at religion. And at the same time, and I'm a proud Hindu, so I'm not saying this out of any sense of an outsiderness, but as a Hindu, I grew up believing passionately in precisely the Hindu acceptance of difference that makes a difference between Hinduism and other faiths. Swami Vivekananda used to quote the Shiva Mahimna Stotram all the time, which said that just as many rivers flow down many hills and valleys in different directions, some straight, some winding, and end up in the same sea, so also all forms of worship end up at the same divine. And that idea meant that he had a phrase in his famous speech in Chicago where he said that I'm proud to speak on behalf of a religion that has taught the world not just tolerance but acceptance. And that kind of threw me weird because I had gone to school like anybody else in India and learning in history class that tolerance was a virtue, that a tolerant king is a good king because he allows other people to disagree with him and so on. But what I think Vivekananda understood very well was that tolerance is basically a patronizing idea. It essentially says, I have the truth, you are in error, I will magnanimously indulge you in your right to be wrong. Whereas what Vivekananda says is something very different that he believes Hinduism stands for. The Hindu says, I believe I have the truth, you believe you have the truth, I will respect your truth, please respect my truth. And this is what the essence of the acceptance of difference is all about. And frankly, it was a wonderful recipe for coexistence in a multi-ethnic, multi-linguist, multicultural country, which is what we were and had always been for centuries before. To my mind, therefore, this whole notion of it being a purely one religious country that everybody else here has to live in on sufferance or as a guest or as an interloper. Golbalkar had an unkind word. He said they're either our guests or they're bandits who've broken into our home and we have every right to expel them. That kind of language, that is extremely un-Hindu if you follow Vivekananda's teachings as well as those of Mahatma Gandhi and other modern interpreters of the faith.
There is in this whole objection to secularism and that original idea, and that subtext is that this idea of India, that everyone is an Indian regardless of religion, is a Western construct done by people with a Western education. Nehru is usually held up as an example of that. And therefore, we as true Bharatis or Bharatiyas would reject that. Many people would see you as epitomizing that kind of educated Western person, not realizing that you actually go out and win Lok Sabha elections time after time, mainly because you're not seen as a Hindi speaker and the new nationalism is very Hindi focused. Is that fair?
I don't know. I don't think that criticism of me on those grounds would be fair at all. But I'm just going to say that I don't really think this is a Western idea. I think in many ways as a Hindu, and you can read my book, Why I'm a Hindu, for my exposition of this, it's a very Hindu idea. There's this if you look at the original concept of the divine in Hinduism, the Brahman, this was essentially no different from today's Islamic concept of God. That God is someone you can't, or something you can't imagine, can't see, has no form, no shape, no smell, no touch, no gender, and therefore they cannot be. It is called the Nirguna Brahman, the God without qualities. That was the Brahman that we all were supposed to worship. But after a few centuries, when it was very clear it wasn't enough for ordinary people. Ordinary people were worshipping trees and rivers and mountains because they wanted something to focus their worship on. And that's when the rishis came up with the concept of the Saguna Brahman. They said, all right, fine. In that case, you want something you can look at and imagine God to be. But then since no one really has any claim to any one authentic version of God, since no one has seen God and lived to tell the tale, why don't we actually allow you to have any form of God that you choose to worship? And that's why we have 330 crore names of God and attributes. And these are the material manifestations for our limited human imagination of what the immaterial, spiritual, the spirit, as it were, of the Brahman is all about. And so if you want to imagine God as a pot-bellied man with an elephant's head, you're free to do so. You want to imagine God as a 10-armed woman riding a tiger, you're free to do so. And by the same logic, if you want to imagine God as a bleeding man suffering on a cross, that is fine too for the Hindu. That's the root of Indian secularism, as far as I'm concerned. And to say this is all Western thinking is actually a denial of some very real, profound philosophical inquiries going back 2,500, 3,000 years in our Hindu faith.
A final question, because we're nearly at the end of our time. If you look at societies where prosperity has grown, if you look at, say, Western Europe, religion becomes less and less important. The number of people who go to church in England is at a historic low. Even in America, despite fundamentalism in some of the South, in much of America, fewer and fewer people go to church. Why is it in India that as prosperity has increased, so has communalism?
Well, first of all, Indians never went through much of irreligion. I mean, they were obviously through much of irreligion. I mean, there were obviously a handful of people who call themselves agnostics and so on. But there was a study done by the Pew polls, the global polling organization. And I think they established that Indians were the most religious country in the world. Something like 98% of Indians claimed allegiance to a religion, whereas I think the comparable figure in most Western countries would be south of 70 odd. And in some cases, very much lower than that. So India was always a religious country, which is why I'd argued even in the political space that we should not be confronting the Ram Janmabhoomi movement and the revival of this Hindu fundamentalism, which is an absurd term because Hinduism has no fundamentals in that sense. But anyway, we should not be contesting it as godless secularists. We should be contesting it from within the prism of religion, because that's where people live. That's where people are, and that's what they believe. Now, that's not always an easy argument to make, and I know that Why I'm a Hindu continues to be read widely. It's a fairly successful book, but it has had very little impact on our politics as such. Having said that, when you say, why have we become more communal? I think there is a purely political explanation for that that goes beyond religion. Politicians for decades have been looking for identities to mobilize votes around. It may have been caste at one time, the cliche of, when you cast your vote, you vote your caste. And now it's also become religion. And because, again, when people started voting on caste lines and the Hindu community was thereby divided, clearly the BJP decided that it made a lot more sense to try and homogenize the Hindu vote by appealing to a collective identity that transcended caste. So it's become an instrument of mobilization, but unfortunately in the process there is a demonization of others. And that demonization is what has led to he's sort of deeply dismayed about this, because on the one hand, I don't want to surrender my Ram that I've prayed to since my childhood to the BJP. The BJP has no copyright on Ram or any other manifestation of God in the Hindu concept. At the same time, we don't want to do it on the BJP's terms. I mean, the Prana Pratishtha ceremony was the conversion of a temple into a political stage. I go to temples to pray, and I will go one day to pray, but I will not go when the event is being presided over by a political leader for a political purpose. That's the difference, really, as far as I'm concerned.
Final. I know I said last question, but I have to ask you this because you brought it up yourself, which is, haven't you chaps painted yourselves into a corner because you are now committed to being godless secularists in your opposition to the BJP? Because the moment you say we are Hindus and we respect that, we'll go to a temple, the so-called liberal media will say this is soft Hindutva.
But, that's not it. I believe Hindutva has actually not only nothing to do with Hinduism per se, it's actually in many respects anti-Hindu. The Hinduism that I've described to you, which is the religion of acceptance, of acknowledgement of diversity, of freedom of different forms of worship. Hindutva is a political doctrine that explicitly denies all those things. So we have to understand that we can't subscribe to Hindutva, whether soft or hard, but we can certainly debate interpretations of Hinduism with well-meaning people. There's no problem with that. I'm very happy to do so. But to my mind, the real issue is not that. The real issue is the weaponization of a Hindu identity, not the Hindu religion, of a Hindu identity for political purposes. And that we have to fight.
So that's the next book, Why Hindutva is Not Really Hindu.
But I've more or less said that in my book, Why I'm a Hindu. Okay. Do read it.
All right.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Shashi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tharoor. I think many in the audience will agree with me when I say that you've wonderfully articulated and embody the idea of a pluralistic India. So thank you very much for that. And also many thanks to Mr. Veer Sanghvi. Please do stay on stage as I invite Jogesh Bhutani, co-founder Nexus Alliance, and also Pushant Chakrabarti, CFO ABP Network, to kindly present Dr. Tharoor with a memento from Ideas of India. It would be great if you all can be together. Mr. Sanghvi, for the photo op, please join them. A big round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanghvi. Once again, a wonderful conversation that you've held, giving us a lot to think about. Thank you all very much, gentlemen. Thank you indeed. And please do remain on stage because Mr. Sanghvi is, of course, taking on the mantle of the chair for the next session as well. And that, of course, has to do with Kashmir. The Supreme Court recently upheld the abrogation of Article 370 from Kashmir. And we also know that Justice Kaul, while reading his verdict, recommended the establishment of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, specifically tasked with investigating human rights violations in Jammu and Kashmir during the 1980s. Now, the idea really is to meticulously probe actions by both state and non-state actors. Now, the question being asked at the moment is if such a commission would actually heal wounds, or will it end up opening old wounds once again? We'd like to invite someone whose entire life story, in a sense, has been linked with the story of Kashmir. Please welcome on stage Omar Abdullah, Vice President, Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, my apologies, Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, and of course, the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Sanghvi. Once again, it's over to you.
Welcome. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Okay. I thought we'd do this slightly differently. I can just get into a truth and reconciliation discussion with you, which I'm sure you've had many times. But I wanted to make this slightly more personal because you were there when it all happened. Did you ever think that Article 370 was going to be abrogated in this way?
No. Not until the August. There were a lot of rumors floating around. But when credible or seemingly credible constitutional authorities sitting in Jammu and Kashmir reassure you time and again that you have nothing to worry about and that there is no threat to Jammu and Kashmir's constitutional status and that there is no move to tinker with any of the rules or laws concerning Jammu and Kashmir, then you sort of take that at face value, which is the mistake that we made. The then governor of Jammu and Kashmir, who these days is in the news for very different reasons, when we met him in the run-up to 5th August, and we point blank asked him what's happening, he said, you guys are just rumor mongering. Aap logon ko dara rahe ho. And that there is nothing to worry about. And I assure you, as in he assures us, that there is no move to do anything to Jammu and Kashmir. Now, of course, he claims he had no idea. But I would take that with as much of a pinch of salt as I should have taken his earlier assurances.
When it happened, you were detained. Tell us about how that happened.
Well, actually, it started the night before.
Okay.
We sort of, there were, if you remember, suddenly out of the blue, they discovered a rusty old sniper rifle.
Yes.
And something they claimed to have been an explosive device, the government claimed, and said that there was some threat to the Amarnath Yatra and they curtailed that. And then there was this sudden move to ask tourists to vacate Jammu and Kashmir. That's when we realized that something big was happening. That night, the telephones started to go off. And in Jammu and Kashmir, when telephones start going off, you know, trouble has either sort of already broken out or it is not far behind. But in the past, whenever mobile phones have been shut down, fixed line BSNL phones, they have traditionally functioned. So like idiots, we were busy calling each other up and exchanging BSNL numbers and telling people, like, ye mera BSNL number hai, aap mujhe phone karna. And as if sort of the BSNL would continue to function. And we went to bed with sort of internet going down, woke up in the morning and there was nothing. No mobile internet, no fixed line internet, and no BSNL phones. I then was told by one of the people working in my home that I was effectively under house arrest. And when I went out of the house and looked at the gates, there were these massive padlocks that had been placed on the gates of the house. And I asked my security people, I said, what is this? They said, ye aapko band kiya hai. So I said, under whose orders? The government. I said, what paper? I mean, show me the paperwork. I said, wo nahi hai, bas tala laga, aap baithiye. And I sat until the evening when my illegal confinement was converted into ostensibly a legal one. They used a provision for preventive detention and shifted me to a government guest house where I spent the next 8 months.
If they say preventive detention, that is supposed to be required, they're required to show that you would commit an act of violence, you would do something. What grounds did they show for your preventive detention?
That I was a threat to peace. This wasn't, I mean, they subsequently, after the expiry of 6 months of this preventive detention, they then detained me under a different law, which is called the Public Safety Act. And that made a complete mockery of it, because when they detained me under the Public Safety Act, they actually detained me for doing what nationalistic India wanted me to do. The grounds for detaining me were that I campaigned against the separatists and that I defeated Pakistan's designs by encouraging voters to come out and vote in elections. And because I was capable of defeating Pakistan's designs, I should therefore be detained under the Public Safety Act.
I'm sorry,
So
that makes no sense.
Well,
just tell me again. They detained you under the Public Safety Act for
Because I
foiling
made-
Pakistan's designs and opposing separatists.
Yes,
How can you even write that? How does that even make
well,
sense?
it's in the written order. It's part of the Supreme Court's record now. I was detained by my own country for making elections in India a success. Now, you go figure how that works. That is this government's very strange sort of outlook towards Jammu and Kashmir and mainstream politicians. You can be detained under the Public Safety Act because you actively campaign against Pakistan's boycott.
When you were in detention, were you allowed access to newspapers, internet, anything?
Not for the first 5 weeks.
5 weeks?
Yeah.
And did anyone come and see you from the government? Did they tell you what was happening?
It took 3 weeks for my sister to come and see me. I had occasional visits from members of the staff. I mean, lots of things happened at that time. If I'm not mistaken, I think Sushma Swaraj passed away while I was in detention, and I had no idea for days on end that something like this had happened. So there were all sorts of things that were happening that we had no idea about. I knew that about 40 odd colleagues of mine were in another government guest house, and I was trying to find out about how they were doing. But there was very little back and forth. I do distinctly remember, because in the room that I was placed in, there was a television and there were wires for the Tata Sky box, but there was no box. The box had been taken away. Mysteriously, the box reappeared on the 15th of August. Because I think they felt that I should sit and watch the Prime Minister's address from the ramparts of the Red Fort. And I was so desperate to watch something that I probably would have sat and watched that as well. Except that they forgot that you need to recharge a Tata Sky box once in a while so you can watch the channels. And so I switched on the TV, and with great expectation and hope, I switched on the box, hoping that Doordarshan would come on. and I would be treated to the address to the nation. Sadly, it didn't work, and the box disappeared and it didn't come back, I think, for a
What do you do all day? You are like cut off. You know things are happening outside. You have no idea. Nobody tells you anything. What was that experience like?
See, unlike my dad,
yeah,
I'm very comfortable in my own company. My father is a very sort of social person.
Yeah,
I
gregarious,
think
shall we
in
say?
similar circumstances, my father would have flipped his lid.
Yeah.
Having spent 8 years in boarding school, I was actually sort of, I mean, it probably sounds strange, but I didn't really struggle.
Really?
I honestly didn't. I know people, I mean, connected with me, people close to me, they struggled more on my account than I did. I had a very fixed routine, and I went back almost to boarding school sort of levels. I had a fixed time to wake up, fixed time for my meals.
It's not, I have to tell you, it's not a great advertisement for Sanar to say that being in detention is like...
Let me put it this way. I mean, if Sanar can train you for 8 months of detention, it can train you for pretty much anything. But yeah, I had a fixed routine for my meals. I had a fixed routine for my walk in the compound, to the extent that I regulated it to the point that even how many rounds I would do clockwise or anti-clockwise of the grounds, even that was measured. So it was always 5 rounds clockwise, 5 rounds anti-clockwise. I had 5 stones that I would move from one side of the staircase to the other. So I knew that I was doing exactly 5 rounds, not 1 round more, not 1 round less. Every day I had to be measured for my blood pressure and sort of my mental health, because they wanted to ensure that I wouldn't do anything stupid, and I had no intention of doing it. But even that, I told the doctor, look, either you come at exactly 12 noon or don't bother coming at all, because this is the sort of time I fixed. And bless him, he came on time and then would share with me snippets of what was happening outside. Yeah, once I started getting books, then I had a fixed time for reading. Generally,
Would you get any books you wanted? What was, how was
yeah,
that?
I mean, in all fairness to them, I got books. Then later I was able to get sort of DVDs and movies. So I watched a whole lot of stuff that I'd already seen before.
Such as?
No complaints that way.
Such as? What do you watch?
Well, I went through the entire 10 series of Friends, beginning to end. Yeah, I allowed myself, I think, 2 episodes a day until I finished all 10 seasons. There was a whole lot of other stuff. A lot of these box sets, the whole of West Wing, because that's a show I can watch again and again. So the whole of West Wing came. There was a few other bits and bobs.
No Jailbreak or The Prisoner or anything like that?
No. I think that they would have been very sure not to send me.
Obviously, you're a very disciplined person, because you managed to cope with this by creating a discipline, a routine for yourself.
I think, again, I'm probably conditioned by boarding school and perhaps a little bit about who I am. Once I set my mind and decide that this is what I'm going to do, then that's what it is. And
you stick to it?
9 times out of 10, I'll stick to that.
Okay. Just a curious question. Did they deny you shaving foam and a razor as well?
That's the beard.
Yeah, right.
Actually, the beard became a calendar for me. Because in the beginning, I was convinced that this detention would be about a week or 10 days.
Okay.
And so, I mean, I was actually sure, because this happened on the 5th of August. I thought 15th of August will pass and they'll let us go. And when on the 15th of August, they didn't let us out, I was like, okay, now I need to figure out, I mean, I need to know for myself how long this is going.
Yeah.
And the best way to do that is to stop shaving. And let's see how long my beard gets. Truth be told, I did not expect it to go as long as it did. If I had known, I wouldn't have done that, because it became really unruly, very sort of difficult to manage. I don't know how people eat with such bushy mustaches, because I spent at least 15 or 20 minutes after every meal trying to clean up. So it never came back
How
again.
long did it go, finally?
I think it was
till
probably
here, right?
about here.
Seen those pictures, like people rescued from an island after a shipwreck who've
it's
not
like,
been allowed.
You've seen that Tom Hanks movie where
That's
he
right.
talks, where he
That's
talks
exactly,
to the baseball.
Yeah.
I didn't have the baseball to talk to. I did make a snowman.
Oh, really?
I did make a snowman. He didn't last as long as
Did you give the snowman a name?
he didn't last long enough for me to christen him. But I shared my gloves with him. I put a hat on him. He had buttons, he had eyes, and we had a very short conversation, but then the sun came out and he disappeared.
Oh, well, that's life, I suppose. But, Omar, tell me, when did they come and talk to you politically? How long did that take before somebody came to see you, somebody of consequence?
Actually, there was no contact with the government.
None?
There was no political talk at all.
For how long?
Until I left. The only contact I had with the government was a regular visit from the magistrate who was in charge of the sub-jail, because every building that you detain people in has to be designated a sub-jail.
Okay.
So the magistrate who was in charge of mine would make regular visits. Other than that, access to me was very tightly controlled. And therefore, I was actually more suspicious of people who were being allowed to come and see me, because I couldn't understand what the motive was in allowing them. But otherwise, there was no contact with the government at all until on the last day when the officer came and said, "These are your orders, you're being released," and that was it.
Did you have any sense of what was happening outside? Even from people who came and saw you?
I was getting food from home, so from time to time, members of the staff would come. Twice or thrice a week, my sister was allowed. In between, my mom was there, so she would come. So yeah, I'd get alternate day updates about what was going on and all the rest of it.
Okay, so living alone, having a routine, having discipline is one part of it. But there must be another part of it where you must wonder what happens politically in the future, what happens to Kashmir, what happens to you?
Obviously, there was a lot of questions. There were questions about my own sort of, how committed am I to a political sort of career going ahead? What Jammu and Kashmir is going to look like after this? Trying to come to terms with what had happened. See, because, I mean, I understand the politics of Article 370. I understand that it was part and parcel of sort of a whole series of election manifestos of the BJP. So, I mean, I understand where they were coming from. But then the commitments that were made with Jammu and Kashmir were not made by a political party. They were made by the Union of India with the state of Jammu and Kashmir.
Yeah.
And to sort of wish those away and to get rid of them in the way they were it still is difficult to reconcile oneself to. You don't wish away sovereign commitments like that.
Did you feel then at any stage that your political career was over, that you wouldn't be allowed, there wouldn't be more politics? Did you feel there wouldn't be an opportunity? And did you feel, look, why am I doing this?
Well, there was a lot of sort of self-introspection. There was a lot of questioning about what I would or wouldn't do.
Yeah.
I never had any sort of doubts about whether I would be allowed, because I'm not here at anybody's mercy.
Yeah.
I mean, the people of Jammu and Kashmir determine my political future. So I wasn't concerned as to what government of India might or might not let me do. It was more a question of what I would or wouldn't want to do and what the sort of people of Jammu and Kashmir were thinking. Because while I had sort of access to news and information, I didn't really have access to party colleagues and workers and things like that. So it was a long time after I came out that I was able to sort of get a sense of the mood and what people were thinking and how we needed to reorient the sort of political direction that we were taking.
But what about the personal stuff? I mean, I think most people here know that you started out working, you didn't start out going into politics. You were hardly groomed as a successor by your father, that when you wanted to join politics, your father was not necessarily wild about the idea. So you had the option of walking away from it. Did that ever come across your mind?
Well, I'd be lying if I said it didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm only human.
Sure.
And I mean, when you spend that much time alone, there are all sorts of questions that go through one's mind. But I was clear that I'm not going to walk away and just leave a vacuum for a sort of the forces that I've been trying to fight against to fill. And I have a commitment to Jammu and Kashmir. By extension of that, I have a commitment to the rest of the country. And I intend to see that through.
There must have been, I mean, I'm guessing now, for the last several decades now, your father, your lives have been at risk. Pakistani terrorists, separatists, people have targeted you. Militants have seen you as Indian stooges who are denying the people of Kashmir their right to join Pakistan or whatever by claiming to be loyal Indians. Did it seem ironic for you now to be in this position?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always knew that there would be a section of population in Jammu and Kashmir for whom my politics would never be acceptable. The people or that section that didn't see a future for Jammu and Kashmir with the rest of India. But I never thought that I would be on a side where by the government and its political party to demonize mainstream political leadership in Jammu and Kashmir is very difficult to understand. And but it is the new reality. It is what it is, and I'd be foolish to sort of expect anything better. It's how it is, and so be it.
But there is a huge mental shift, isn't there? I remember when you were minister in the External Affairs Ministry in the Vajpayee government, I had many friends then who worked in the Foreign Office, and they said they'd never met a minister who worked as hard as you. And I said this to you, and you said, really? I used to work much harder in the private sector, just shows you what government is like. And they said that if they wanted you to go to places like Africa, unglamorous places, you were always willing to get onto a plane to defend India, to represent India, to fight for India. And yet, here you were in detention.
Look, let's be clear, I didn't do anybody any favors. As I say in Hindi, मैंने एहसान समझ के नहीं किया. It was my work, it was my duty, it was my belief. I mean, taking on from your previous session, this is the country that I was born into.
Yeah.
This is the country that, I mean, I was also born with a British birth certificate.
Yep.
I could very easily, like Shashi, go and take a British passport and say goodbye. But by choice, I continue to stay here. And I would like to believe that this will be the soil into which I'll be buried at the end. And it's out of a sense of commitment, not out of a sense of obligation. So, I mean, politics is a dirty place. As my mom always says, if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. I mean, this is these sort of attacks and this sort of thing. It happens. It's not nice, but it is the reality of the political space, and you just have to get on with it.
Are you better at coping with it now?
I have a thicker skin than I started out with.
Yeah.
But it's not as thick as some people would like to believe. I mean, look, we're all human.
Yeah.
There is a limit to sort of the criticism and the unfairness that sometimes surrounds you. But like I said, yeah, I mean, with every passing day, the skin just gets that much thicker.
Okay. Let's now talk about the current state of affairs in Kashmir. How would you, if I asked you in a para to characterize what's happening in Kashmir now, what would you say? In Jammu and Kashmir, let's be fair.
It's relatively calm.
Yeah.
It's no secret that you're not seeing the sort of street protests that otherwise you did see. Now, we can argue about the reasons behind that and how much of that comes from within sort of the people and how much of that is the heavy-handedness of the administration. And I don't want to get into that argument. I'll just accept that things are, at least on the face of it, calm. This belief that Article 370 was the root cause of all Jammu and Kashmir's problems, unfortunately, is not true.
Explain that, just expand on that.
I'll come to that. On the 5th of August 2019, when Article 370 was watered down and completely hollowed out, this country was told that separatism is a product of Article 370, terrorism is a product of Article 370, Jammu and Kashmir's seeming lack of development is a result of Article 370, Once Article 370 has gone, all these problems will be done away with. Here we are in 2014. We will be reaching the 5th anniversary of what happened in August of this year. Pockets of separatist support continue to exist. Terror on the ground. There is hardly a week or 2 weeks during which a terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir is not reported.
Yeah.
Areas that were hitherto free of terror, particularly the hills of Jammu, Rajouri, Poonch, are now seeing militant attacks. I don't think there was a single targeted attack against a member of the minority community by militants when I was chief minister for 6 years. Today, that is a regular occurrence, unfortunately, in the valley. Those Kashmiri Pandits that we had resettled in the valley with government jobs and all sorts of other sort of packages are now screaming to be allowed to leave Kashmir and move back to Jammu. There's this whole belief that Jammu and Kashmir has suddenly seen new development. Yeah. But when I ask the people who claim this, look, can you please point out a single new project that has come up in Jammu and Kashmir after Article 370 was watered down? There's not a single one they can point out. Now, I understand we have a railway. Is that the foundation stone for this railway line was laid when Indira Gandhi was Prime Minister. Now, looking around at this audience, there are a fair number of young people here. I would hazard that some of you weren't even born when Indira Gandhi was Prime Minister. That's how long ago the foundation stone was laid. So, I mean, this is not a product of just post 5th August 2019. No, this entire sort of hawa has been created about tourism numbers. Yeah. That suddenly, and I really want to get into this because this really gets under my skin. I'm happy to praise good work when I see it, but at the same time, I reserve the right to call out rubbish when it's being bandied about as fact. You know, you're being fed this diet that suddenly tourists in Kashmir, the number has gone up to 1 crore plus from, I think, 15 lakhs or 16 lakhs was the number. You know, when I first heard this number, I was amazed. I really felt that the rest of us were hugely incompetent, that we weren't able to build this kind of tourism into Jammu and Kashmir. But then I sat back and thought, well, hang on. If the number of tourists coming into Kashmir has gone up from 15 lakhs to 1 crore 15 lakhs, where are they staying? Because I don't see any new hotels that have been added. No new guest houses have been built. Hardly any new tourism infrastructure has come. So are they staying under the flyovers? Are they sleeping in their cars? Are they sleeping in the airport? Where are they going? And then when you look at the way this tourism number is counted, it all makes sense. You know, as a policy, we did not count pilgrims as tourists.
Okay.
Because we found that people who came for pilgrimage very rarely went off the pilgrim track and became tourists. Particularly those who came for the darshan of Mata Vaishno Devi. Those who came for Mata Vaishno Devi's darshan, they would come to Jammu, arrive in Katra, go straight up to the cave, do their darshan, come back to Katra, go back to Jammu and leave. We could never get them to move even a kilometer left or right of the track to participate in any tourist activity. So we didn't count them as tourists. In the same vein, people who came for Shri Amarnath Ji Yatra, we wouldn't count them as tourists as well, because even though we knew a handful of them would go to Gulmarg and elsewhere, most of them would just come to Amarnath Ji, do darshan, and go back. But this government, as a sort of considered decision, thought that, okay, fine, let's count all of these as tourists. Now you get 1 crore plus Mata Vaishno Devi Yatris. You get 3 lakh plus Amarnath Yatris. And you have about 15 to 17 lakh tourists every year. That was the same number that was coming when I was chief minister. Add all this up, you immediately get the 1 crore 20 plus lakh that they say are tourists today. So where are the new tourists? They're not new tourists. They're just the same ones that are now, the categorization has been changed. Amarnath Yatris are also tourists, Mata Vaishno Devi Yatris are also tourists, and tourists are also tourists. And suddenly the whole country is told, देखो जी, 370 हटा, अब 15 लाख से 1 करोड़ 20 लाख तक हमने tourism पहुंचाया. Please, look, if you're honest with me and tell us that, look, this is what we've done, I'll be the first person to stand up and say, excellent, well done, good job. But if you're going to feed this nation a bunch of lies, then I'm sorry, I'm going to pick each one up and point out to you that this is false.
We hear in the media Kashmiris, well, let's say Shaila Rashid, for example, who were very critical of the government before, now coming out and saying how wonderful things are, how peace has returned to Kashmir, how people have reached out to, the government has reached out to ordinary people, and a new sort of paradise has been created. How does that make you feel?
You know, the sad fact is that the government is not reaching out to the ordinary people of Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir has been denied its own elected government since 2018. We have not had an assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir since 2014. Now, please explain to me, if everything in Jammu and Kashmir is really hunky-dory, if everything is great, it is peaceful, it is developed, it is happy, the people of Jammu and Kashmir are thrilled with what happened on the 5th of August 2019, why have we not had an assembly election? Everything that the BJP had to do to win an election, they've done. They've gerrymandered the constituencies, they've had delimitation, they've announced new sort of reservation for various categories. Everything they needed to do seemingly to win an election, they've done. And in spite of that, you're not having assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir. I mean, contrary, I will tell you that this is the most disconnected government between the people and those who govern them. I mean, for all the talk of normalcy in Jammu and Kashmir, the fact of the matter is that our Lieutenant Governor does not leave Raj Bhavan until all the roads in Srinagar are cleared of traffic before his cars can go past. Now that's how sort of disconnected our rulers are from the people on the ground. So, I mean, it's all very well to make claims, but the fact is that the truth is very different.
Okay, let me give you two claims that are repeatedly made about Kashmir, about your family, in an effort to convince people that abrogation of 370 was required, that you guys had made a mess of Kashmir. The first is that you were unable to protect the Kashmiri Pandits, that thousands of Kashmiri Pandits left and you guys were happy, and this kind of ethnic cleansing went on in your regime. Now, I know the facts, you know the facts, but I think they're worth stating.
Look, the absence of Kashmiri Pandits from Kashmir is the sort of biggest open wound of the last 30 plus years of trouble. No, it's actually unfortunate that the original way in which this panel had been, or this discussion had been planned, was to have had another sort of panelist with me to discuss reconciliation and the way forward. And one of the areas of reconciliation is to sort of be able to facilitate the return of Kashmiri Pandits to Jammu and Kashmir. Kashmiri Pandits did not leave because of 370.
Yeah.
Okay? Because if they had left because of 370, then after the 5th of August 2019, they would have come back. Kashmiri Pandits left because their sense of security was snatched away from them. They won't come back until that sense of security is returned to them. And this government has not returned Kashmiri Pandits their sense of security. The fact is that more Kashmiri Pandits want to leave Kashmir today than wanted to 5 or 10 years ago. More Kashmiri Pandits have been killed in targeted attacks under this government than under the previous government. But so long as Bollywood keeps churning out propaganda movies, these sort of facts are going to be very conveniently glossed over.
Well, what about 89? I think your father had just resigned as chief minister when it began.
If you look at the, as they say, chronology samajhiye.
Yeah.
If you look at the chronology of it, Kashmiri Pandits started leaving Kashmir after January of 1990.
Yeah.
By which time my father had already left office.
Your father resigned what? Middle to end of 89.
Jagmohan was the governor.
Was the governor, yeah.
Jagmohan was the governor. Mufti Muhammad Sayyid was the Home Minister of India. And VP Singh was the Prime Minister. when Kashmiri Pandits started leaving.
In a government supported by the left and the BJP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these are facts that are inconvenient.
Okay, so let me give you
but they are facts.
Okay, let me give you the other side, which is you were then elected, you became chief minister. What did you do to bring Kashmiri Pandits back? What did you do to make them feel they would be secure?
Well, clearly not enough.
Yeah.
Because if we'd done enough, they would have all come back. But we did make a start, particularly working with Dr. Manmohan Singh's government. We had a package of incentives that brought more than 5,000 Kashmiri Pandits, settled them in various parts of the valley in government jobs. And it was a fairly successful sort of program. But as I said, unless you restore the sense of security and give them the option to go back from where they came from, all of this is just sort of optics and just sort of a little bit on the top. I mean, the numbers that left are in the hundreds of thousands. I think it's about 2-3 lakh.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to make a much bigger effort to bring them back.
Okay. The other allegation is that the average Indian's taxes have gone for many years to subsidize Kashmir, to build things in Kashmir. All of this has not reached the people of Kashmir because corrupt politicians, in brackets, i.e. the Abdullahs, and people like that have stolen all the money. How do you respond to that?
Well, even now, Jammu and Kashmir has amongst the lowest levels of poverty in the country.
Yeah, is that true? Really?
Yeah, amongst the lowest levels. I don't remember the last time somebody starved to death in Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay.
Even after the worst floods in recent memory, you still didn't have any deaths on account of hunger and starvation. The basic human development indices of Jammu and Kashmir are far better than comparable states, and perhaps even in the range of some of the more developed states. But there are statistics to show that in some areas of the Human Development Index, we're even better than Gujarat and states like that. So while we may not be the most developed state in Jammu and Kashmir, in India, we are definitely not sort of one of the Bimaru states, as others have been called. Make up your mind. Are the problems in Jammu and Kashmir because of two families, or are they because of Pakistan?
Why not both options?
Because Jammu and Kashmir has been a victim of militancy and terrorism. Militancy and terrorism is not the product of two families.
Yeah.
It's the product of Pakistan. Before militancy broke out in Jammu and Kashmir was one of the most advanced states and one of the most progressive states in terms of investment in this country. Take militancy out of the equation, and I can guarantee you, regardless of who is in office, Jammu and Kashmir will again be one of the most developed and progressive states in the country. It is very convenient to sort of try and craft a narrative blaming one or two people. But the truth is that, and again, I would have been actually happier if there had been somebody from the right wing sitting next to me who could sort of...
Don't worry, they'll all respond tomorrow.
No,
so
I'm sure they will, and social media is a great space for this, but it's not the same as sort of an actual sort of back and forth.
Yeah.
Whatever development Jammu and Kashmir has seen up until now has been pre-5th August 2019. A small example. You currently have the Khelo India Winter Games that are going on in Gulmarg as we speak.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, all the infrastructure that is being used for those Khelo India Games was either developed when my father was chief minister or when I was chief minister. Not one piece of infrastructure for winter sports in Gulmarg has been added after January 2015 when I demitted office. Now, I will be the last person to claim that we did everything for Jammu and Kashmir. But I also think in the same vein, it is grossly unfair to suggest that we did absolutely nothing.
Okay. What about the fact that politics continues to be dominated by two families? Is that healthy?
Are we a democracy?
Well,
yes,
you answer the question.
Well,
Yes, of course.
if we
India
are,
is, of course,
if we are a democracy, then ultimately the right to choose lies with the people.
Yeah.
Why do you grudge them their choice? They have a choice to reject one family, two family, or 10 families. I am not here because somebody has put me here.
Yeah.
I am here because the people of Jammu and Kashmir elected me to that place. I am out of office today because the people of Jammu and Kashmir did not return me to office. I may or may not re-enter the office of the Chief Minister. But that will be determined not by you or by Delhi or by anybody sitting in this room. It will be determined by the voters of Jammu and Kashmir. I am not apologetic about the fact that I belong to a political family. It is the choice of the voters whether to return me to office or not. That is the beauty of democracy. So this whole thing about being part of a family, look, the BJP only has a problem with those families that are opposed to it. Let's be honest. The BJP has no problem with families that are part of the BJP. And I'll give you a whole list of people who are part of the BJP who belong to political families, who are sitting in good ministries in the government of India today. Now, just because they're part of the BJP, their families don't matter. But when you're opposed to the BJP, then suddenly your family is a problem. The Akalis are not a problem for the BJP when they're allies of the BJP, but they're a problem when they're out. The PDP and the fact that they belong to the Mufti family are not a problem when they're allies. I was not a problem when I was part of Vajpayee Saab's government, and so on and so forth. So let's be honest. The problem the BJP has is not with families. The problem the BJP has is with those people who oppose the BJP. And if I'm going to be criticized for that, I have no problem with that.
All right. Let's look forward. What do you see happening in Kashmir? Well, let's start first of all with the parliamentary elections. That's the first thing. And then after that,
well,
what do you see happening?
We'll have a parliament election. We are a very small territory. We count for all of 5 seats in parliament. Ladakh, if you include, then 6. So we really don't do anything to craft the sort of national narrative. But we'll take the fight to the BJP as much as sort of predominantly in the valley, 2 seats, Jammu side. I'm hopeful about 3. The 2 in the Jammu region, it's going to be a tough fight, but we'll take those up. The important question is, what is the BJP and what is the government of India going to do about the deadline that the Supreme Court has set? The Supreme Court of India, in its sort of pronouncement on 370 and the rest of it, has also instructed the government of India to complete assembly elections by the end of September of this year. Now, I think it's a matter of considerable shame that elections in Jammu and Kashmir, rather than being announced by the Election Commission or encouraged by Government of India, had to be announced by the Supreme Court. But so be it, we'll take it whichever way we can get it. I now hope that the Supreme Court's order will be followed and we'll have assembly elections before the end of the year.
But, I mean, it is possible it won't be followed and the government will go to the Supreme Court and say anti-national forces are at work and it's not safe, danger to public safety. It's possible.
I would love for the government of India to turn around and say that, because, and in the same vein, I will ask them, then what the hell was 5th August 2019 about? Because if 5 years after 5th August 2019, you still cannot hold an assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir, then shame on you. Because if you could have assembly elections in 96, when, believe me, things were a whole lot worse. If you could have assembly elections in 1996, then you have absolutely no excuse for an inability to conduct assembly elections in 2024.
All right. Let's assume, for the purposes of argument, that elections are held in August or September. What will you campaign on?
Well, we will campaign on protecting the rights of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, protecting their land, protecting their character, and we will campaign on undoing a lot of the damage that was done to Jammu and Kashmir after 5th August 2019. We will also campaign on a positive agenda on the agenda of peace, on the agenda of inclusivity, on the agenda of development, and on the agenda of, Shashi made that point very eloquently about the difference between tolerance and acceptance. We will definitely be talking about acceptance.
Are you optimistic that the National Conference will do well?
Show me a political party that ever goes into an election in a pessimistic frame of mind.
I'll introduce you to many congressmen. Even
individuals who know they're going to leave their deposit behind in the elections. If ever asked, "Aap kaise karoge?" "Hum to jeet jayenge, aur hum bhari bahumat se jo hai election jeet jayenge." We will do well.
You will?
We will do well. Yeah, we'll do well. And I'm not going to add any ifs or buts because those always get us into trouble.
Omar Abdullah, this has been wonderful. It's been education listening to you. I think many of us didn't know what had actually happened to you, the personal and the political. You really are one of our most articulate politicians. More power to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Omar Abdullah.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Abdullah. You've taken on some tough questions and answered them quite fiercely, and honestly, we appreciate that. Please remain on stage as I invite Rajiv Khandekar, editor, ABP Maja and ABP News, to present Mr. Abdullah with a memento from ABP Ideas of India. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Thank you again, Mr. Sanghvi. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, in almost all our sessions, we are discussing the upcoming general election. And perhaps many of you would agree that the Indian general election has almost turned presidential in nature. In fact, this is something that has been brought up in several of our sessions. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party, of course, seeks votes in the name of Prime Minister Modi. And they say that where is the PM candidate from the opposition side? That's been an argument that's been made repeatedly. Now, in the mix of voting for ideology or personality, what weighs heavier on the Indian voter? Well, we are very pleased to have with us the political scientist who, via his books, has delved into this theme. Half Lion, How P.V. Narasimha Rao Transformed India, and Jugalbandi books, and they give us an insight into how minutely our guest understands the roles of personalities and ideologies in politics. Please put your hands together for Professor Vinay Sitapati, author and professor, Shiv Nadu University. A very warm welcome to you, Professor Sitapati. And may I invite back on stage Shankar Iyer to take this conversation forward.
Welcome, Vinay. We'll try and make this into a conversation. I think this session title has many parts to it, some of which we'll explore over the next 30 minutes. And I would like you to sort of apply a scholarly mind and also your sense of understanding of politics from the books that you've done. So let's start with this idea of identity. And so democracy is celebrated as an exercise of free will, right? Is it truly free? Does public opinion shape politics, or does politics shape public opinion? If I had donned my hat of an economist, I would say, is it a supply side model or is it a demand side model?
Well, in certainly both my books, I argue in favor of the demand side model. So let's take the rise of the BJP, right? That's my second book, Jugalbandi. You know, people go on and on, control of the media, you know, ED Sarkar, CBI Sarkar, etc., etc. But India remains a free democracy, and you know, Mr. Modi's popularity is 70-75%. That's not entirely manufactured, right? Let's look at the underlying basis of that power, which is demand-driven. So I'd encourage all of you, if you have just 15 minutes away from Twitter, to go to just Google Pew, P-E-W, 2019 survey of religion in India. To me, it gives the best description of the society we live in, right? I think the data is kind of out there, but you know, something like 95 or 90% of Indians marry within their own community, right? I forget the exact numbers. That's not in that survey, but that's another survey. That's free will, right? Nobody puts the gun to their head and say you must get married.
That's contestable in the climate of a program that was called Love Jihad. That is contestable whether you marry within your community or not, is free will or not.
No, it's not. I mean,
sure.
it's been, you know, lots and lots of Indians exercise free will. They marry within. The Pew survey pointed out that large amount of Indians, right, most of their friends come from their religion, right? Most of the people they live with come from their religion, right? But at the same time, they are tolerant to people from other religions. We don't live in Switzerland. We live in India, right? And if you move outside a small cosmopolitan elite in urban areas who speak English, the rest of India looks not so much like a salad bowl, but a bento box. You know, those of you who know that, which is that these are boxes which separate sort of spaces for different people, and there's tolerance for each other. The data on this is very, very clear, right? A vast majority, something like 75 to 80% of Indians, you know, they pray once a day. They go to temple or mosque or gurudwara once a week. Now, this is the India we live in, right? So is it any surprise that you get politicians who kind of make an argument on the basis of identity, and retail politicians who respond to the demand to provide certain kind of politics? Like, how did we even think that the kind of liberal constitutionalism that is prevalent in Western Europe, if you believe in a true democracy, right, will be reflected in India? Indian politics will reflect Indian society, and we are seeing some urbanization, but endogamy hasn't changed hugely, right? Friendships among people hasn't changed hugely. At the same time, there is an underlying undercurrent of tolerance. So that, at best, we would expect our politics to reflect that.
So, I mean, you know, one can say about this, and this, the audience of this channel will testify to the whole idea of the tehzeeb of Ganga, Jamna, tehzeeb, the merging, the syncretic nature of Indian. Your point that
I just wanted to add one more thing. In the Pew Religious Survey, Hindus and Muslims both in that survey were asked, are you okay if your son or daughter marries someone from a different religion? An overwhelming majority of Hindus said no. An overwhelming majority of Muslims said no, right? None of this is a justification. Don't get me wrong. But the first thing we have to do if we are journalists, academics, intellectuals is, what is the society we live in that produces this kind of politics? And of course, there's a lot of dynamic within it. If there wasn't an underlying dynamic, how would you see politicians voted out of power? How would you see prime ministers changing? How would you see people voting on different aspects of their identity at different points of time? So I'm not saying it's static, but Indian politics is demand-driven, and there is a demand for identity politics in India.
So to take that further, that we must brush off some of the blame that we sort of paste on politicians and political parties as being communal or bigoted or whatever, and casteist and all that. So by that logic, the existence of casteist politics in India is also demand-driven, right?
Absolutely. But it's also dynamic, right? To give you a very simple example, someone like Lalu Yadav, in the 1990s as a product of kind of the Mandal movement, which began at least in North India with Karpuri Thakur, who was, given the Bharat Ratna recently. He saw the benefit of Yadav mobilization, right? And mixed that with Muslim mobilization. So definitely, so there is a caste element. There's also an aspirational and social mobility element. But here's the key part. It's not written in stone. Today, Lalu Yadav is a shadow of what he was, right? The ability of Nitish Kumar to mobilize EBCs like Kurmis, which is his community, is also approaching a sell-by date. So just saying that caste, religion, and identity exists in India doesn't mean that, politicians have this fixed canvas on which to get votes. The canvas changes all the time, right? That's why you have the BJP that, had kind of, we all felt that, after the 1990s, the BJP was a 20 to 21% vote share party in India. It's now a 40% vote share party, right? India hasn't dramatically changed. It's just that the dynamics of society that the particular politician has been able to leverage has changed.
So you're now based in Chennai. And there's been no national party has got a foothold in Tamil Nadu since 1967 when they tried to impose Hindi or just a circular got interpreted so. So what explains that? That's casteist, linguistic, religious? What is the basis for the domination of the Dravidian parties in Tamil Nadu?
So let me say something controversial, which is that the Dravidian movement has lasted in India, in South India, in Tamil Nadu, from 1967 onwards, right? From 1967, it has lasted in India, in Tamil Nadu, though it also did pretty well in the early 20th century in the British elections under the self-respect movement. Let me finish.
Yeah, the Justice Party.
Exactly, right? It's not very different from how Hindutva, and this is the controversial part, has become so dominant in Gujarat, right, after the end of the Kham alliance, the end of Madhav Singh Solanki, and the rise post-1995 of a permanent majority in Gujarat, which has supported Hindutva, right? So to answer your question about the Dravidian movement, is it just about caste and is it just about identity? Let me ask the same question about Hindutva in Gujarat. There is a strong religious sub-nationalism element to it, right? At the similar in Dravidian movement, there's a strong anti-Brahmin, anti-North element that you see even today when, Stalin's son, criticizes Sanatan Dharma. So that exists, right? The other element of the Dravidian movement, whether you're AIDMK or DMK, is, let me use a contemporary term, Labharti culture, right? Midday meals, right? Welfare schemes. It's not a coincidence that when you go to Tamil Nadu, the Human Development Indexes is one of the best in India, right? So the second element, apart from creating an identity majority, the second element to succeed in India, to create a permanent, is some material benefits. You can call it Labharti culture, you can call it Revdi culture too, right? And third is a strong element of, again, what in today's India we would call CapEx, which is very visible infrastructure, right? In Tamil Nadu, I mean, the sort of the joke is that if you have to manufacture to be part of the global supply chain in India, there are only 3 places where an Apple phone can be made in India: Gurgaon, Pune, or infrastructure in Chennai is excellent. The pro-business aspect is excellent. And so just to, if you look at the Dravidian movement and the permanent majority it has been able to create for so long, yes, you have AIDMK, DMK, but they're actually, Thompson and Thompson, right? They're ideologically very similar parties. It's not very different from the permanent Hindutva coalition that, you have seen in Gujarat over the last 3 decades. And frankly, what the Prime Minister is attempting to do in India today, it's not just about Hinduism, it's just not about Ayodhya. It's also about a certain, muscular nationalism. It's also about, visible infrastructure, and it's also about Labharti and Revdi culture. So it's a kind of a Bhelpuri of all this that creates a permanent electoral majority in India.
So I'll take issue with you on calling what Tamil Nadu does as Labharti. I mean, Labharti is a description of beneficiaries. But I don't think it's freebies. I mean, the midday meal scheme that Tamil Nadu started in 1982 was adopted nationally. It led to the creation of the
It was adopted nationally by my man Narasimha Rao, but yes, in 90s, yes.
So in 1984, N.T. Ramarao created the 2 rupees rice program in Andhra Pradesh, which became the National Food Security Act. The medical health program in Tamil Nadu, the Amma Canteen program, all of them have become national programs. Now, if we say Tamil Nadu is, sort of has a freebie culture, maybe in the distribution of TV sets or stuff like that, maybe you could call it.
Electricity to farmers is the single biggest part of the budget in Tamil Nadu. Free electricity to farmers. So, Tamil Nadu farmers should buy a Nexon EV. It's free, right?
But the point there on free electricity, Vinay, is that the patent is held by Punjab, which started the free electricity program. And at least I must say that unlike the other northern states, the Tamil Nadu State Electricity Board still generates and distributes electricity. But to get to the point that you made, that identity wrapped in welfareism, how would you characterize BJP's model? Is it Hindutva wrapped in welfare, stroke capex development, or would it be development scaffolded by Hindutva?
Well, I think for the typical BJP voter, they're the same thing, right? Which is that India is rising. Their life is getting better, right? There's an element of their life that is getting better that is seen by the sort of the Ayodhya temple where I was last week, right? It's not a material improvement. There's a kind of symbolic improvement, right? When it comes to, what economists call private welfares, that they'll pay you to build a toilet inside your house. That's a material benefit, but, things are getting better, right? And when India stands up to America when it comes to Ukraine, which is an abstraction, it's a complete abstraction. It doesn't touch any Indian's life directly, right? But what is the message that a BJP voter gets? That things are getting better, right? Now, a lot of people mistake that voters are only interested in roti, kapda, and makan. But, Indians don't only think in material terms. They think in spiritual terms. They think in these symbolic terms. They think in terms of identity and religion. And that perfect, Pareto optimum balance is the BJP model. So it's not that, which is the real aspect of the BJP. All of these gives the BJP voter, which is about 40% of India, this idea that things are getting better and things will get even better if they win in a few months' time. So it's all of these that gives this impression that, just a couple of hours ago for a joy ride, I drove from here to Panvel and back on the road, on that famous kind of Sivri-Panvel link road, right? There is a material feel, right? But I'll be honest with you, when I was on that road, I got this feeling that, wow, we Indians can also do it. That's not a material, that can't be measured in 25 minutes. That's not the point, right? It's a feeling that we have arrived. And if you understand the complex way in which foreign policy of all things, boring foreign policy has been weaponized politically by this government, you have to see it in those terms, right? So, that finally India has been able to stand up to the white man. It's a very, very important psychological message that this government sends, which is as important as the Ram temple in Ayodhya.
So how much of this is messaging? How much is the medium? I mean, some 10 years back, I wrote that Modi is both the medium and the message. How much of this is the messaging?
Right? And I keep wrestling with it as do all of you. How much of it is advertising and how much is the product actually good? This is the question, right? This is another way of asking the question.
Because if you see on the day-to-day roti kapda makan life, the states which have consistently voted for the BJP, barring Gujarat, rank pretty badly on the human development indicators, rank very badly on the per capita income indicators. And this whole debate, I thought I saw Dr. Arvind Panagaria here, and his next challenge will be to address the North-South divide question that is coming up in the Finance Commission. So there is that aspect of it, which is why I said how much of this is messaging, how much of this is a promise of a better.
So let me answer this question. Sorry, I'm an academic, so you ask me a short question and I give you the longest answer possible, right? So sorry for that. In the last 25 years or last 20 years, since about 2000, right, to about 24 years, the scale of growth in India, whether it is GDP growth or Human Development Index, has only one parallel, which is what Deng Xiaoping did to China in the 1980s, right? This is not about Modi, this is not about BJP, right? So notice, I'm talking about the third NDA government, right? Through the UPA years, moving to the second NDA government, right? This also includes, as you correctly pointed out, a lot of states that have nothing to do with the BJP. For example, the transformation of Odisha, nothing to do with the BJP, is phenomenal, right? Any academic I know, I studied at Harvard and Princeton, and as you can know, you throw a stone there and you get an anti-Modi person, right? And I asked them a simple question. I see your point when it comes to many things, but do me a favor, just go to an Indian village and spend 2 days anywhere in India, right? And the modernization that you've seen over the last 20 years, there was a majority of Indians used to use the loo outside till a few years ago, a majority of Indians, right? The use of electricity, the use of phones, these are standard modernization stories. Modi is not only responsible for it. BJP states have done a good job. Many non-BJP states have done a very good job, right? So there is a general story of Indian modernization in the last 25 years. Modi's absolute genius is to be the only face of that modernization story. The modernization is real. Mr. Modi has contributed to it. The DMK has also contributed to it. Naveen Patnaik has also contributed to it. Many factors have gone into creating this modernization story, right? The capex boom in India, many states are able to implement very well, right? Modi is also able to do it, but Modi's singular genius is able to say that all the good things happening in India is because of one man, right? So that's a complex answer because it's not a fraud at all. It's a true story. But that story has many cooks. But there's only one person who's getting the tip. And that is Modi's genius.
So we back to personalities and the messaging. It's often said in democracies that institutions matter more than people. Judiciary, legislature, free press, fundamental rights and stuff. And yet voting intent chases personalities. So in Asia, we've had the Nehru era, the Indira era, the Suharto era, and now, of course, the Modi era. So are people voting for Modi's BJP? Or are they voting for BJP's Modi?
Well, so let me answer your question again in two ways. Modi's personal popularity is much higher than that of the BJP, right? The analogy of this in some sense is Indira Gandhi in the height of her powers in 1970s. After the Bangladesh war, India is Indira, Indira is India, right? But there is a difference. Indira Gandhi's popularity came at the cost of her party. If you all remember, she made it Congress I, right? Modi hasn't made BJP M. He's not made it at all. His success, his popularity has not been at the cost of the party, right? There are plenty of people in his own cabinet he doesn't like, but he is not able to, or he sees that, he's much bigger than any of them. He has to continue to work with them. Where he can justify, he can ask them to leave, right? He has not split the party organizationally. He hasn't even split the party ideologically. If you all remember Indira Gandhi, what was the reason why she split from the syndicate and created Congress I? It was because she felt that the old Congress, incidentally the Congress of her dad, was conservative. And she was the true Garibi Hatao socialist. So Her own party, she accused of being conservative and she split it. Every one of Narendra Modi's ideological projects are the projects of the BJP and Hindu nationalism. Revocation of Article 370 from Shama Prasad Mukherjee's time, they have been screaming from the rooftop, right? Uniform Civil Code, you can say it's opportunism, what Uttarakhand did a week ago, what Assam did yesterday, but again, they have been screaming from the rooftops since Shah Bano, right? Every single thing you talk about ideologically, whether it's CAA or NRC, Advani first thought of this idea in the context of Assam in the 70s and 80s, right? So unlike Donald Trump, Modi has not destroyed his party and gained the populist success. What does this mean? It means that even after Modi, the BJP will remain, it will remain strong, the cadre will remain strong. Yes, it will not have the top up that Modi provides. There's no question about that, right? But nonetheless, the core of the organization, the core of the party will remain. Let me provide you a contrast with JDU Nitish Kumar. After Nitish Kumar, do you think JDU is going to survive? Answer is no. Let's look at TMC. After Mamta Di, do you think TMC is going to survive? No. So the tragedy in India is that very quickly organizations become the personality cult of one leader, whether it's AIDMK, whether it's Nitish Kumar, whether it's BJD in Odisha. You have to give Mr. Modi credit that he is centralizing power, but it hasn't come at the cost of his party, unlike so many of his competitors at the state level.
Well, that point that he has retained full and total control about the party is as true of him as of Mrs. Gandhi.
Yes.
And he had the additional innovative instrument of the Margdarshan Mandal, which he clicked 75 years. So, you know, that put a lot of the Vajpayee Advani era people out, principally Mr. Advani.
Yes.
But if you look at Modi, actually his real genius is that he appropriated the Nehru model of national identity, of an idea of India greater than itself. He has taken Indira Gandhi's welfare model and expanded it and executed it in a much greater style. He has taken Rajiv Gandhi's computerization, modernization model and expanded it much time. He hasn't quite got to where Narasimha Rao was in terms of liberalization. I still think that he is much more state-led, but that is also a reflection of the times we live in. So the question that is, let's broaden this beyond Modi. Is the Indian right truly right of center?
Well, so the idea when we say right or right of center comes from European and Western ideas, right?
Well, we work with whatever idea is there.
Or
I mean,
even the idea
somebody has drawn a line at the center and said that whatever, you know.
Yeah, but it comes from the relationship between traditional Christianity and gradual secularization that is happening in Europe. So the idea of are you progressive, are you conservative? I'll give you an example.
One second. So the standpoint that we should look at it is, what is the relationship of the state and the citizen? What is the social contract that works? Which is where the right of center thinking is.
Yeah, but you know, in India, that has not been the core source of tension. I'll give you an example. In the 1960s, when you have bank nationalization, you know, if the BJP was truly a right-wing party, it would support it, it would oppose it. But actually, Vajpayee supports it. Deen Dayal Upadhyay supports it, right? In my mind, and
which begs the question whether they're right of center or center.
No, so what I'm pushing back is that's not the test of whether you're right or left in India. The right or left center in India structured around the fact that Hinduism is unique to India and to some extent Nepal, but whether you are right-wing or left-wing has to do with what Indian realities are, right? And I've argued this before many times, but the test of whether you are right or left in the Indian definition is the following. Do you believe that the national movement, the constitution that followed it, and the Nehruvian idea of India? Do you believe that? Do you believe that there is no such thing as India before the British came? The British came and unified the territory of India administratively. That gave rise to a national movement. The national movement gave rise to the Congress Party, gave rise to the Constitution of India. And it is that idea of India that is the only idea of India and that constitutes India. Is your moral compass the Constitution of India? If you broadly believe this, to me, you are left or left of center, if you broadly believe this. If, on the other hand, you believe that India is thousands of years old,
or if you
that
believe
India
in the concept of Akhand Bharat from
no,
Atak to
Akhand
Katak.
Bharat is a territorial idea, but that civilizationally, that Indian nationalism was not created by British rule, was thousands of years old, and the constitution is a set of laws that governs other smaller laws, but it is not the moral code in India. You tend to be right of center, right? If your broad answer to these two questions tells you whether you're right of center or left of center or right wing or left wing. This is a descriptive point. Let me add another descriptive point. 99% of Indians do not believe the Constitution of India constitutes India. I'm a lawyer. I now work in a law school. I sometimes feel that lawyers are the only people who have read the Constitution and feel that the Constitution constitutes India. I'll give you a very simple example of this. We all think that central to the constitutional idea of India is the word secularism. Central to the constitutional idea of India. If you're a critic of Modi, you'll say this is what Mr. Modi is changing about the idea of India. Now, maybe 10 million Indians, if speak English as the first language, who would use the word secularism. The remaining vast majority of Indians don't speak in English, don't think in English. What is the word for secularism in any Indian language? Can you tell me? I ask my students this. You're from Tamil Nadu, tell me the Tamil word for secularism. If you're Hindi speaking, tell me the Hindi word for secularism. And the student will think and say Sarva Dharma Nirpeksh, which is the only people who think that are Doordarshan broadcasters, you know. So now, this is the reality of the constitutional project we live in. That these ideas that form the constitution has not had popular purchase in India. So whatever you say about this tension between the civilizational view of India and the constitutional view of India, I think it's fairly clear today that the constitutional view of India as a popular project has failed. The question about the constitutional or the civilizational view of India is there are many civilizational views. And there is a tussle between which civilizational view will work. So far, the BJP civilizational view is working. I wish it was different when it came to the constitutional values. But I tell my students that good luck with you if you think that India's moral dharma is constitutional dharma, because you are a minority of a minority of a minority.
So we are basically underlying the fact that reason is the real minority in India.
No, I'm not saying reason. I mean, let me push back on this idea. So, okay, from what you've said, I know where you fall, right? Because the underlying assumption is that reason is embedded only in the constitution and not in the civilization.
The argument that civilizational idea of India rests on one view of the civilizational idea of India.
That is correct.
That is because, I mean, you know, all the flows of various cultures and that, you know, the Chinese came to Mauryas, the Maurya dynasty. I mean, you can go through the entire list of what happened. But Vinay, I'm going to sort of...
No, but let me just end one last thing. And therefore, since I feel that at least in the last 75 years, the constitutional idea of India has not had popular purchase. If you are a critique of the BJP civilizational idea, you have to counter it with a different civilizational narrative of India. It is very hard to make the argument that you must counter it through reason and rationality as embedded in the Constitution of India. My students might vote for that idea. I don't think any other Indian will vote.
Well, they're also not voting for Swami Vivekananda's idea of civilizational India, which is the real irony and tragedy of our times. But just to end, one of the persons you wrote about, Narasimha Rao, he's a hero of mine. He's also your hero. I wrote about, when I wrote Accidental India, I said he is the real architect of reforms. And that was bang in the middle of the Manmohan Singh government. A lot of eyebrows went up and said that you're actually saying that Manmohan Singh was not the architect of reforms, and that view has got accepted over a period of time. Now Narasimha Rao has finally got his Bharat Ratna, which his party didn't give, this government didn't give for 10. And do you think that bunching it with a whole lot of other people has diluted it?
Well, I keep joking that I wrote 2 books. The first book, Narasimha Rao, he was the kind of the tragic hero, the Dilip Kumar of that book, and he won Bharat Ratna. The second book was Jugal Bandi. It was a relationship between Vajpayee and Advani, but in some sense, I have some sympathy for Advani. He is the Dilip Kumar of that book, and he won the Bharat Ratna. So if you're nice to me, maybe I'll write a book about you, and maybe you'll then get the Bharat Ratna, right?
That depends on whether I want that thing or not. But who are you writing about next? Who's the next Dilip Kumar?
No, I'll have to find out the next loser of history, basically. But it's very interesting that you asked this question, because in some sense, the problem that Narasimha Rao faced explodes on the national stage when this gentleman here breaks the story about India, gold from India, being sent to the Bank of England in Sahar Airport. So Google this. There's a photograph, breaking story in the early 90s in Indian Express. He's the man who broke that story, right? I definitely feel that Narasimha Rao is the best prime minister India has had, for the simple reason that not just was the scale of transformation extraordinary, right? I mean, he invented the welfare scheme, what I talked about at the national level. Midday meal scheme, employment guarantee at the national level, he's the man who invented it. He's the man who understood that if you have to fund large-scale welfare schemes, the government has to get out of the business of business. He understood that link. He changed India's foreign policy towards the West after the collapse of the Berlin Wall. He's the father of India's nuclear program. I didn't say that. Atal Bihari Vajpayee said that when Narasimha Rao died. You'll have all the juicy details in my book. But that's not why he's the best prime minister in India. He's the best prime minister in India because he was able to achieve this with 1/10 the power that Narendra Modi has. He's a man who famously had the charisma of a dead fish, extremely boring guy, right? His party hated him. He only became prime minister because the person who would have become prime minister, Rajiv Gandhi, died in the middle of the election. And by virtue of being the least ambitious man in the party, he became prime minister, right? He had to report in some sense to Mrs. Gandhi. And in parliament, the Congress government he ran was a minority government. The 2 governments before him, both minority governments collapsed within a year. The 3 governments after him, also minority governments, collapsed in roughly a year's time. The fact that the man was just able to survive as prime minister for 5 years is astonishing. That he used those 5 years to transform India, to make the set of ideas that were heretic before he became prime minister into common sense, such that every prime minister after him and most state chief ministers operate within the logic of Narasimha Rao, is testimony to why he should have been given the Bharat Ratna much earlier. I think it's a mistake that the Congress didn't give it to him. And certainly there is some politics about why the BJP wants to kind of needle the Congress, saying you didn't give your man, I'm giving your man. Plus they want to kind of resurrect a Telangana. Icon. So there are local politics. There is a dilution. In giving it to 2 other people at the same time, but that it is richly deserved other than politics is 100% true.
His beauty was really that the man operated a completely minority government where his party was not with him. He could speak about 9 languages, and the joke was that he couldn't take a decision in any of them, but he had the courage to actually go ahead and say, not taking a decision is also a decision. And when you look at that kind of transformation, and now you look at a 300+ seat government and the challenges that they face, you realize how much he has sort of, it was a complete leap of faith what he did and transformed India. So thank you, Vinay. This has been a good conversation.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. What a lovely conversation. May I please have on stage Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO, ABP Private Limited.
I think you should give him one more round of applause. We never know which Bharat
coming.
Ratna is going to write
Very passionate conversation. One that I'm sure will continue off the stage as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Professor Vinay Sitapati. And thank you very much, Mr. Iyer, once again, for chairing this session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another very exciting talk coming up. Now, we all know that in the past decade, thanks to government schemes like the Jan Dhan Yojana, about 500 million bank accounts have been opened across India. And that, of course, is considered a great start to financial inclusion. Today, we are meeting with one of India's foremost proponents of financial inclusion. In 2001, he set up an NGO called Bandhan to enable small loans to those on the margins, transforming this NGO to an NBFC in 2006, and then getting the RBI's nod to become a universal bank in 2015. His journey is a shining example of how the correct support can make individuals financially independent and fundamentally alter the trajectory of their lives. Let's take a look at a video depicting the impact of Bandhan Bank.
Bandhan Bank, a story of impact, a story of transformation, a story of trust. Across 35 states and union territories, Bandhan Bank serves over 3.26 crore customers with over 6,250 banking outlets. Chandrasekhar Ghosh's extensive experience of working with society's not-so-privileged sections instilled in him a deep understanding of what the society needed for large-scale transformation in the lives of the not-so-privileged. In 2001, it began as a not-for-profit organization called Bandhan Konnagar, with two objectives: women empowerment and poverty alleviation through financial inclusion. Bandhan Konnagar started operations by extending microcredit to women in rural Bengal. Bandhan grew its footprint further and applied for the banking license and subsequently received it in the year 2015. On the day of the launch itself, the bank had 501 branches and a total of 2,523 banking outlets. Today, with the motto of being a bank for all, catering to customers from all segments of the society, Bandhan Bank offers total banking solutions across India. Bandhan Bank's success has been fueled by the trust of its customers and well-wishers. Beyond banking, Bandhan Bank is committed to the holistic development of communities through its CSR programs termed as Bandhan Bank Empower. These programs aim to bring about large-scale impact in the fields of poverty alleviation, skill development, education, health, and more. Bandhan is more than a bank. It's an impact organization, a catalyst for enduring positive change across the nation. It is a story of tenacity, triumph, and trust.
Please welcome on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Chandrasekhar Ghosh, MD and CEO, Bandhan Bank. A warm welcome to Ideas of India, sir, and let's welcome back on stage, Chetan Bhagat.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Welcome to Mumbai. In fact, I was in Kolkata last week to meet you, your team. And Bandhan Bank is different. And I'll let you explain more. But what I'm seeing is this is the new India, and most companies are trying to go after the rich Indian. Jewelry brands, clothes brands, car brands, they all want the Mota Indian. Hai na? And I was in a bank before, and I remember in a bank, we wanted to give money to people who already had money because they are the best credit quality. But Bandhan Bank is going after to lend money to the most economically vulnerable, what you even call like ultra poor people of India sometimes. And it's still a business. It's not an NGO. So can you talk more about how is Bandhan Bank different and why have you chosen this strategy?
Thank you. The first the point is a learning. Until these women are not contributed to the country economy development is not like to complete. For that reason, in that time, I thought about it, how we can be like to empower the women and create the employment large, and that will be helpful to the country economy. Then we find out that when I work in the village level, the women are not getting the access of financial services. And those women, those are low income people. And that is the objective I started on that as a Bandhan. And to give the small credit to these women, and they will earn the cash and they will contribute to the family. And that is the one side. Other side, if you see that in the naturally Indian society and the man-headed household, all decision taken by man and family, all work done by the women, but women are not counted. They are earning something on that. So for that is the reason I started with these women and given a small amount of the money to their hand as a loan, and they are earning the money. And now, if you see that, how they are use that money for the betterment of their children, education, children health, and they feel empowered. Many of the case studied on that. And that time, that thought is nobody like to accept. Because if I give the loan to some people, if you are correctly mentioned, if people have not the money, why you give the money to them? They will be like to eat the money and they will not return back. But their return back is a 99%. And so much loyal these people on that. So we are proved on that way and started as an NGO. And then I feel that the small is beautiful, big is necessary. Until we are not in a scale in our country, so that cannot be giving any impact to the society. So that is the time I have been thought about 2006, I will be like to convert as an NBFC and the scale of that. When I make an NBFC and going to the scale, I find out that is also not enough funding to the NBFC from the bank to reach those number of women. And then I have been started to thinking about it, how I can do it on that. And that opportunities has come to apply for a bank license. And when I go to the bank license, apply and talking with the different consultant, and nobody agree on that. You will not get that anything on that. I said that I'll try on that. If I get it, it will be better for the country on that. And I got it and started it. Now we are in the 35 states and union territory out of 36. And we are reached to this, the customer 3 crores 26 lakhs have been saved within the 23 years. But the main point in that, out of this 3 crore 26 lakhs, 2 crores are women customers. And that is, they are contributed to the family, their society, and our country is two things on that. They are created their employment, their earning has come from the, no, zero. Even we are finding out the 1 lakh rupees in the per month. And they are also created the employment. And if you see that this type of women created the one employment, then 2 crores employment generated for the country. So this is the objective started as in women empowerment. And because his income has come, now husband asking them to take the decision in the family level. And they are spent some money for betterment of their children so that they are empowered. And they are empowered, they are earning. So women empowerment is there, and they are also created the new employment, and that is for help for the country economy. So this is a short of this.
Nice. That's incredible, actually. And like I said, at a time where it's all about metros and the market and the total addressable market of income you're going. But tell me something, I've been a banker before, aren't you worried about credit checks? It's firstly very small loans. There's a lot of customers. How are you making sure that, you have mechanism in place? I think I heard that there's a very interesting system where the women of the village only decide whether customers only become the credit committee. Just talk a bit more about that. How does that work?
No, if you see that when I started on that, they have not anything that types of document. Only they have the ration card. And we taken the ration card because these people have not the income proof and they have not any that types of documents. Either PAN card, no. Driving license, no. So some people have the voter card and other card that time is not yet started. And we are thinking about the village level, other women are know them. This is the best KYC. No, yes, she is residing in that village. 25 years, we know them. They are given the confirmation, fine, I'll give the money on that. So this is not the KYC in that moment. Of course, there is one documents we have been taken as a ration card or the voter card, that will be good. And when this has come to this very formalized, we are coming as NBFC, we are like to develop some of this, the KYC, we are started to educate them. In the group meeting, we are asking them, you have need now to build up your KYC like the voter card. And we are introduce the other card when it's come. We are make a campaign with the village, how they will be make the other card and what documents is needed for other card. And that way it has come. If you say that today, those type of customer, HNI all have the card, but this type of customer, 97% have the other card and is a KYC they are put in. Even the 35% of the total of these women have the PAN card. And now they are graduating themselves automatically on that. So KYC is not the big issue, but beginning we are facing all that.
I mean, there has been news, and and this is not a judgment on, because we have no idea really what's going on there, but there has definitely been recent news of some high-flying fintechs having questions about KYC. The RBI has raised questions, to say the least, taken action. These are like big, well-funded companies with like the world's most advanced investors, and they are not what's going on there with their KYC. You don't have to tell me what's going on there. You don't know. I mean, there is definitely something going on. We need to find out. But how is Bandhan ensuring that, there are no such things as duplication, like one Aadhaar, PAN card, 500 accounts? Those are kind of some of the news that has come. I mean, how does Bandhan make sure that's done? That too at that level of rural, semi-rural, like really like tier 3, 4, 5 cities?
No, if you see that the two issue on that. One issue is there, some people have, those are intentionally doing this. No? And very few people on that. If you see the large number of Bandhan customer, they are very loyal. They are not going to doubling or tripling some of this stuff. But we are also finding out some of that. How? There is a call of that, the system in our bank, which is called the dedupe. When any of the customer are applied for a account opening, there is a KYC. When KYC has come, we have the backend system to check with the whatever we have already the account is there. They are matching on anything is there. If it is a duplicating, then it will be denied to not to open the account. So this is not possible. Even the PAN card and other card, it is automatically will be identified and denied that they cannot open the account on that.
You think like the market and the media, we are part of the media today, glamorizes fintechs and anything tech really. Like, you know, the valuations go sky high, people think, and a humble bank like Bandhan, which is actually got crores of customers, not like will get, you actually have, and have deep roots within India, is not seen that way. Like if you made your name Bandhan.ai today, just have to change the name, sir. I don't know, the market may react differently. I mean, what do you think of like this whole fintechs really versus traditional banking in India going forward? Do they both have a role? Are fintechs going to take over? Is traditional banking here to stay? How do you see it?
No, if you see that the future of India is a very important role play in the digital, which is a fintech is and also the issue on that. But my learning is that we are divided in three category of the people. First is a very high net worth people, citizen, one type, and the low income or middle income people. So when we see that the senior citizen, fintech and digital is a fear. They will not like to touch. That is their first point on that, which is the good number of account holder. Young people, they are very smart with the digital and fintech type on that. And it is a future for India. But till now, they are using their parents' wallet, not the own wallet. Third point on that, when you go to the middle class or bottom, what we are working with them, we talked about it, this is a high touch model. What is the high touch model? I will again repeat on that, when you go to this, the village to meet the customer, and they are not in enough money, we are providing the credit. We are organized the group meeting. We are meet every week to them. This is called the high touch. So if we not high touch them, they will not come out on this position. Why? When we meet them, we are follow it, what the problem they are facing, how they are repaying the money, are their businesses growing, are there opportunities of further? So if we not go to that type of high touch model, they will be missed many of the service from the banking industry. If I give this, by fintech is a one credit to them, and they will be repay, they will not repay, but I cannot follow up with their enterprise. If you see that last month I have been meet with the customer of the many times. I saw that the one of the women has come to me, and she has been taken the 10,000 rupees to 10 years before to manufacturing a fan. And manufacturing means assembling a fan and purchase the parts from the market and sell it. After the 10 years, that's the Mrs. Rai, I hope that name, 6,000 fan manufactured locally, which is called the assemble, and sell locally, 20 women under her working. Wow. Monthly income 1 lakh rupees. 10,000 rupees taken 10 years before. After the 10 years, 1 lakh rupees income as a one woman who does not know about the business. If it is a not high touch, it's not possible on that. I can give the money, but I cannot give the idea to them. Okay. So that is the need for our country to bottom up these people in the another level.
Okay.
And that is fintech. Maybe is there, they give the credit, but not to support on that part, which is need for the country people.
It's a good point. That relationship aspect of it. Tell me something. There is this very clear objective of Bandhan Bank to help parts of India which don't get financial services. But Bandhan Bank is also a private bank. It's not a government bank. It's not an NGO. It has shareholders, it has capital providers, you have regulators, you have people who want profits, you have all kinds of stakeholders. And you have this vision of trying to help as many Indians as possible, empower women, things like that. How do you balance it as somebody who's CEO? When do you think, okay, it's time to make some profit? Oh, it's time to help some people? Or how in your head, how are you balancing this?
No, first point on that, any of the development or activities or business, the main issue is a sustainability. And charity cannot sustain. It need to support some of the other side on that. So what we like to do on that, the two other things on that separately. We are banking doing on that in a sustainable way to support the people in a sustainable way. They also can be sustained. We also can be sustained. Whenever the surplus has come to this bank, we are given to the CSR, to the other wing in a bigger way compared to any other bank. So that is, we called in that the different types of area we are working on that. So in this way, we are divided on that. So that is our model, of course. We are like to do on that.
Yeah. Two of the people whose lives have been actually touched by Bandhan Bank. One is a customer, one is somebody who benefited from your CSR program. I'll just highlight, the light will go on those people and they can just stand up. One lady is called Miss Lanka. Yeah. So let me just tell you, thanks for applauding, but let me tell you what her story is. She's from Chembur, and they were working in a leather factory, making 22 rupees a day. And Bandhan Gang gave a small loan to them, and they now make leather goods themselves. And now from 22 rupees a day, they now make 30,000 rupees a month. That's the kind of story. Now, I know I interviewed the Practo guy whose company was valued at $500 million. But think about it, 22 rupees a day is, it's not even, how much is it? 660 rupees a month to 30,000. That is some growth, and that can be life-changing for them. Their children go to an English medium school now, and it's just a totally different jump of economic circumstances. So that's Lanka, and I think now she deserves an applause, and Bandhan too. And then we have Ms. Shravani from Odisha.
Chetanji, if you see that the earlier whatever mentioned about the entrepreneur, every woman inside have the entrepreneurship mind, and their success rate as a startup 95%, and they are contributed to the family and society. Whatever they are earning is a huge. So we feel proud of this, the women. 22 rupees per day income, which is the monthly is 660, has come today after how many years? In the 10 years on that, 35,000 rupees per month income. And what is the manufacturing wallet, which you are pocketed in the backside? Earlier, he has worked on this same thing. And she has been like to encouraged, if I get some money to start this type of business, it will be the change their life. So we should be encourage them on that. I like to request to all of you, give the big clap to this women.
Yes.
Happy on that.
And if I correctly understand, the loan amount was just 40,000 rupees. That's it.
Yeah.
And life has been changed forever, for generations.
Yes.
That's Ms. Shravani from Odisha. She was a beneficiary of Bandhan Bank's program, which is a direct help, direct assistance. She had an unfortunate incident when she was 16 years old. Her home was burned down, and she had a lot of injuries because of that as well. And it's the ultra poor assistance program for Bandhan Bank, where they actually go to a village and ask the villagers tell who needs the most help. And then out of the 100, say 100 people are living, maybe 2 or 3 are identified. And she was one of them. And Bandhan Bank helped her gain confidence, learn about entrepreneurship. And now she has a shop, and she also delivers food, and she's self-reliant and an entrepreneur in her village as well. And these are just 2 stories. And
if you say that the second story is a Mrs. Dash, and she burned hard the one side of the face and hand. And we picked up from the village, we have the program of CSR, which is called the development of the ultra poor family. And villagers selected this woman. She is like on that. And we are first learned from this, the women, they lost their confidence to survive, and that is a life. And we given that to the first, and that to them as a training for confidence building. Then ask them what enterprise they would like to start. Will be help everything. And so that they select. We given again training for the management of the enterprise. And we given full asset, not in a cash, full asset to her to start the business. And given a 3 months consumption, any income for that. And we are every week, our staff are looking it as a hand-holding basis. After the 2 years, we are exit, and she are running hard the business on that. If you ask her, just I met in that the back end, and she said that she has the now earning is in 15,000 to 30,000 rupees per month. And she also have the fridge, TV. She's going to purchase a 1 piece of land. And do you know that how many years? We selected 2021 after the pandemic, and 24. 3 years changed the life, who are not even selected hard. Any of this, the credit, no credit, only these things we have been given. We have the 150,000 family we developed in the country, different states in this under this program. And per family, our cost 40,000 rupees. Very simple, 40,000 rupees family can become from that level to this level. Should be like to do scale. And it's a need in our country. And this type of family in the country is a 3 to 5% of the population. And we are feel proud with these people. They are actually the entrepreneur. Our support is not like, it's a high touch only.
Mr. Ghosh, you know, banks are a symbol of capitalism. I mean, banks are part of capitalism, but it's very rare we get to see capitalism with a heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for making the distinction between charity and support. That is true empowerment. Thank you very much, sir. Please stay on stage as I invite Rupali Fernandez, Chief Revenue Officer, ABP Network, to kindly present Mr. Ghosh with a memento. And Mr. Ghosh, of course, is a true change maker for advancing the cause of women in banking. So I'd like to invite Avinash Pandey. Mr. Ghosh, please do stay on the stage. A very special memento that we'd like to give you as a change maker for advancing the cause of women in banking. A huge round of applause, please, for someone who has been on a long mission to put power in the hands of women and has been successful in doing so. Thank you very much, Mr. Pandey, for doing the honors. Thank you once again, Chetan, and thank you, Mr. Ghosh, for making the time today. दोस्तों अब आगे बढ़ते हैं एंड ये जो सेशन है इसके बारे में हम लोग एक्चुअली काफी सेशंस में बात करते आ रहे हैं बिकॉज होता क्या है ना कि भारत में जब भी चुनाव होता है मतदान से पहले हम सब लोग मतदान के विशेषज्ञ बन जाते हैं बट थैंकफुली कुछ ऐसे विद्वान भी हैं और विशेषज्ञ भी हैं जो भविष्यवाणी की इस कला में विज्ञान और अपने कई सालों के तजुर्बे का उपयोग करते हैं. Of course, the mighty Indian voter also has surprised them in the past, proving that the voter is actually the person who always wins. Now, as we approach the mammoth Indian general elections, let's poll the pollsters today. We'll just take a second before we welcome our insightful speakers onto the stage. Just being set.
Ideas of India, ये है Ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Founder, Sea Voter Foundation. Welcome, sir. Also put your hands together for Sanjay Jha, author and columnist. Welcome, Mr. Jha. Now let's welcome Pradeep Gupta, Chairman and MD, Axis My India Limited. Welcome, sir. And let's also welcome Professor Sanjay Kumar, Co-Director of Lokniti CSDS. और इस बहुत दिलचस्प पैनल को मॉडरेट करने के लिए मैं सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट एबीपी नेटवर्क के संदीप चौधरी जी को निमंत्रण देना चाहूंगी.
Which is my camera? Okay. नमस्कार, मैं हूं संदीप चौधरी. एबीपी नेटवर्क की खास पेशकश आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया में आपका स्वागत है. हम हैं मुंबई में, देश की व्यावसायिक राजधानी मुंबई में. और जब हम आइडियाज की बात करते हैं तो आज की तारीख में दर्शकों आपके जहन में भी बहुत सारे आइडियाज, ख्याल, वो ख्याली पुलाव होता है ना, तो ख्याली गणित भी आप फैला रहे होंगे. और किस बात को लेकर? 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव किसी भी लोकतंत्र, प्रजातंत्र, जमहूरियत का जश्न, सबसे बड़ा मेला. लेकिन इस मेले में हार और जीत भी तय होती है. सत्ता पर कौन काबिज होने वाला है, इसका भी फैसला जनता जनार्दन यानी कि आप करते हैं. तो आजकल आप गणित लगा रहे होंगे, वो अरिथमेटिक और केमिस्ट्री यानी कि गणित और रसायन शास्त्र का घालमेल भी हो रहा होगा. कौन जीतेगा, ताल दोनों तरफ से ठोकी जा रही है. वो एनडीए की बात हो या इंडिया की. एनडीए कह रहा है अब की बार 400 पार, तीसरी बार मोदी सरकार. वहीं दूसरी तरफ इंडिया शुरुआत में तो कह रहा था हम 100 तक का आंकड़ा पार नहीं करने देंगे. 200 की बात तो उन्होंने बहुत बार कही, लेकिन ताश के पत्तों की तरह ढहता भी दिखा. लेकिन पिछले कुछ दिनों से इंडिया फिर से रीअसेंबल करता दिखाई दे रहा है. तो 400 पार होगा एनडीए या इंडिया अपनी नैया पार कर देगा? और इस पर चर्चा के लिए 4 बेहद ही खास मेहमान आज मेरे साथ मंच पर हैं। प्रदीप गुप्ता, एक्सेस माय इंडिया के सर्वे सर्वा, इन्होंने बाकायदा एक किताब भी लिखी है, हाउ इंडिया वोट्स एंड हु गेट्स इलेक्टेड। और हार्वर्ड में इनकी जो मेथोडोलॉजी है, इनका जो तौर तरीका है, वो बाकायदा केस स्टडी के तौर पर अब वहां पर अध्ययन भी किया जा रहा है। बैंग ऑन होते हैं अमूमन, या मैं कहूं अधिकांश बार। मेरे साथ प्रोफेसर संजय कुमार हैं, लोकनीति सीएसडीएस से जुड़े हैं, देश के सबसे बड़े चुनावी विश्लेषकों में से एक हैं। यशवंत देशमुख, सी वोटर के सर्वे सर्वा एबीपी न्यूज के लिए लगातार पोल्स करते रहते हैं। ये डिप टेस्ट भी, डिप सर्वेज भी करते हैं, नब्ज लगातार टटोलते हैं, हर हफ्ते कुछ ना कुछ नए आंकड़े ये खंगालते रहते हैं। और मेरे साथ जाने माने राजनीतिक विश्लेषक, लेखक हैं, स्पीकर हैं, किताब इन्होंने भी लिखी है। और गौर कीजिएगा प्रदीप गुप्ता की किताब और इनकी किताब के टाइटल्स में जो फर्क है। संजय ने लिखी है 2024 इंडिया इन अ फ्री फॉल। तो सबसे पहले जो ख्याली गणित आप फैला रहे हैं वो विशेषज्ञों की जुबानी सुनते हैं, उनका गणित क्या है? प्रदीप, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी बीजेपी की तरफ से ताल 370 पार, एनडीए 400 पार, ये चुनावी ताल ठोकी जा रही है, ये हकीकत है या ये फसाना है?
थैंक यू संदीप। तो हकीकत या फसाना के लिए थोड़ा और इंतजार करना पड़ेगा ये जानने के लिए, लेकिन थोड़ी देर के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जो 400 पार कह रहे हैं, वो किन किन परिस्थितियों में यदि होगा, यदि संभव है तो किन परिस्थितियों में होगा, 3 आसान परिस्थितियां हैं।
इससे पहले एक चीज दर्शकों को साफ कर दें, 303 सीटें जीती बीजेपी ने, एनडीए के खाते में 352 सीटें गई थी। तो अब गणित आप समझाइए।
तो 352 सीटें जैसे आपने कहा, और मोदी भी एनडीए की बात करते हैं जब 400 पार की बात करते हैं, तो 352 मतलब 48 सीट्स कम है 400 में, तो 48 सीट कहाँ से आएंगी? पहला सवाल ये। और दूसरी बात ये, कंडीशन है रादर, कि वो जो 352 सीटें पहले जीती है एनडीए ने, उसको तो जीतना भी जरूरी है। तो 3 राज्य ऐसे हैं जहां करीब 100 के करीब सीट आती है, जहां बीजेपी ने केवल और केवल, या एनडीए ने केवल 5 सीटें जीती है। वो है तमिलनाडु 39 सीट्स के साथ, आंध्र प्रदेश 25 सीटों के साथ, और केरला 20 सीट के साथ, और पंजाब 13 सीट। इन चारों को भी मिला दें आप तो करीब 100 सीटें आती हैं, यहाँ केवल एनडीए ने 5 सीटें जीती हैं। तो कहते हैं आपकी यहाँ पे अच्छा खासा 95 सीट्स का, एनडीए को यदि 400 छूना है तो अच्छा खासा एल्बो रूम नजर आ रहा है। दूसरी बात यह है कि
एल्बो रूम मतलब बढ़त की गुंजाइश कुछ?
जी, बढ़त की गुंजाइश बिल्कुल
दिखती है। तमिलनाडु में दिखती है, कहाँ दिखती है, कौन से राज्य?
उसके लिए जरूरी है। तमिलनाडु की आप बात कर रहे हैं, तो पिछली बार एआईडीएमके और डीएमके वहां की 2 प्रमुख क्षेत्रीय पार्टियां हैं। एआईडीएमके के साथ बीजेपी का गठबंधन था, जो कि एआईडीएमके ने 1 सीट जीती, 39 में से 1 सीट, बाकी सभी 38 सीट पे डीएमके कांग्रेस अलायंस ने जीत की। तो वहां पर आज की परिस्थिति वर्तमान यह है कि अभी एनडीए के साथ एआईडीएमके नहीं है, तो बहुत सारे इफ्स एंड बट्स अभी लगे हुए हैं। यदि कि एआईडीएमके इस बार बीजेपी के साथ गठबंधन करता है और एनडीए में आता है, तो हम कह सकते हैं कि संभावनाएं हो सकती है।
और केरल में इतना पुराना आरएसएस का संगठन पर खाता नहीं खोल पाती बीजेपी।
केरल की कहानी तो ऐसी है कि बीजेपी लोकसभा में ही नहीं, असेंबली इलेक्शन में भी खाता नहीं खोल पाती। 140 में से एक भी सीट नहीं है केरल के अंदर, लेकिन कोशिश तो करनी पड़ती है। और मैं हमेशा ये कहता हूं कि यदि किसी को ग्रेजुएट होना है और कोशिश करके सफल होना है, तो उसमें लाइफ के 15 साल तो कम से कम लगते हैं जब आप स्टार्ट करते हैं, यानी फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड से 12 + 3। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बीजेपी कह सकते हैं 10 साल तो क्रॉस कर चुकी है अभी के, और आपने आरएसएस की बात करी तो वो तो बहुत सालों से
आंध्रा की बात करते हैं, 25 सीटें हैं, चंद्रबाबू नायडू तो खेमे में आ रहे हैं, जगनमोहन रेड्डी वो अपनी राजनीति कर रहे हैं, वहां कुछ संभावनाएं तलाशने की कोशिश तो कर रही है बीजेपी, कुछ सफल होती दिख रही है।
यहाँ पर भी जो है एनडीए यानी क्षेत्रीय पार्टियों का बोलबाला है। जैसे आपने बताया टीडीपी और वाईएसआरसीपी जो कि अभी सरकार में है, तो बीजेपी को यदि यहाँ पर भी कुछ करना है हासिल तो फिर किसी एक पार्टी के साथ गठबंधन करना पड़ेगा। आज की वर्तमान परिस्थिति यह है कि दोनों तरफ से कोशिशें की जा रही है, एआईडीएमके तमिलनाडु में भी और आंध्र प्रदेश में भी। यदि किसी
तो कोशिशें कब, कौन से शुभ मुहूर्त का इंतजार कर रहे हैं? अब तक तो हो जाना चाहिए था अगर कोई गठबंधन होना है।
संदीप, इतना आसान नहीं होता इसमें, क्योंकि बहुत सारी बात होती है।
नहीं, मैं सवाल इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ, इंडिया वालों से बड़े सवाल पूछे जाते हैं, अरे आपका गठबंधन नहीं हो रहा, आपका सीटों का बंटवारा नहीं हो रहा। तो दक्षिण में एनडीए कौन सा गठबंधन है और सीटों का बंटवारा तो दूर की कौड़ी हो गई।
उसकी वजह यह है कि जो एनडीए की स्थिति है कि उसमें अभी जो आपकी थाली है रोजमर्रा की खाने की, उसमें पकवान कहाँ से आएंगे इसका सवाल है। और जो इंडिया गठबंधन है उसमें रोजी रोटी या रोटी की ही कल्पना की जा रही है। तो सबसे
सांभर
पहले
फैल गया है वहां पर, रायता नहीं सांभर फैला हुआ है अभी।
बिल्कुल, जैसे आपने बताया, तो अभी तो फाइट टू सर्वाइव जो कहते हैं अंग्रेजी में, फाइट टू सर्वाइव।
पर एक जगह जहां सर्वाइव ही नहीं, बीजेपी का कमल लगातार खिला रहा है और 1999 से देखें 18 सीटों से नीचे नहीं गई बीजेपी, वो है कर्नाटक। पर अब वहां कांग्रेस की सरकार है। पिछली दफा 28 में से 25 सीटें थी बीजेपी की, वो बरकरार रखना कितना अहम हो जाता है, क्योंकि 132 सीटें माने हम दक्षिण भारत की, तो उसमें से 29 सीटें बीजेपी के खाते में गई थी, 25 कर्नाटक और 4 तेलंगाना।
संदीप, जैसे आपने कर्नाटक की बात करी, तो मैं 25 नहीं, एक्चुअली 26 सीटें जो कि बीजेपी ने जीती थी, एक सीट के ऊपर निर्दलीय जहां पे बीजेपी ने अपना उम्मीदवार खड़ा नहीं किया था, तो एक सीट केवल जेडीएस ने और एक सीट कांग्रेस ने जीती थी 28 में से 26, जबकि दोनों का गठबंधन था। और इस बार जो गठबंधन है जेडीएस का, बीजेपी ने अपने साथ पहले कर लिया है। तो मैं कह सकता हूं कि वहां पर जरूर कांग्रेस की सरकार है, जरूर 6 महीने पहले चुनाव में कांग्रेस ने
और दुगनी सीटों से जीत दर्ज की,
बिल्कुल दुगनी सीटों से 2/3 मेजोरिटी के साथ जीत दर्ज की। तो वहां पे भी बीजेपी को फाइट करना पड़ेगा। ये उसी श्रेणी में आता है जो 352 को बचाए रखने का चैलेंज और चुनौती बीजेपी के सामने है।
तो मतलब अगर हम ये कहें साउथ ऑफ विंध्या के दक्षिण में अभी स्थिति एट पार ही ज्यादा से ज्यादा दिख रही है, कोई बढ़त की गुंजाइश बीजेपी को नहीं दिख रही। मैं सही समझ रहा हूं?
नहीं, ये मैं नहीं कह सकता कि आप सही समझ रहे हैं अभी इस वक्त, लेकिन मैं एक और चीज आपको बता दूं। आपको साउथ के तमाम हमने राज्यों की बात कर ली, और 2 स्टेट्स ऐसे हैं जो बड़े हैं और जहां से कि गुंजाइश बनती है 400 के तरफ जाने के लिए, वो है उत्तर प्रदेश, जो 80 सीटों में से
उत्तर प्रदेश पर आते हैं, सिलसिलेवार चलते हैं ना। नहीं तो इतना बड़ा देश है, विविधताओं का देश है। और संजय भाई, और 2 संजय हैं, तो प्रोफेसर साहब से पहले पूछ रहा हूं, संजय भाई, क्योंकि इंडिया की भी बात करनी है, तो इंडिया के जो रचयिता थे वो थे नीतीश कुमार, और वो एनडीए के साथ हो रही है, तो उसमें बिहार कितना बड़ा फैक्टर होगा? एक नैरेटिव बिल्ड हुआ पिछले महीने, सवा महीने से ये बात आई, महीना भर हो गया, कि भाई इंडिया के इनसे ना हो पाएगा, इनको तो बनाने वाले ही एनडीए के साथ हो लिए। 40 में से 39 सीटें एनडीए ने जीती बिहार में, और उसमें जेडीयू वो 17 पर लड़ी, बीजेपी भी 17 में से 17 बीजेपी, 17 में से 16 जेडीयू। इस बार वहां क्या होता दिख रहा है? क्या बराबर सीट पर लड़ेंगे तो बाकी घटक कहां जाएंगे? बिहार कितना इंपॉर्टेंट होगा?
अगर आंकड़ों के नजरिए से देखें संदीप, तो बिहार इंपॉर्टेंट है, 40 सीटें वहां हैं। बीजेपी के नजरिए से भी और एनडीए के नजरिए से भी इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेट है। आपने जिस बात का जिक्र किया, पिछले बार एनडीए ने 40 में से 39 सीटें जीती थी, 39 आउट ऑफ 40। तो जरूरी है बीजेपी के लिए, और बीजेपी के पास 17 सीटें थी, तो जरूरी है, इंपॉर्टेंट है। आंकड़ों के नजरिए से देखें, सीटों के नजरिए से देखें, दोनों के लिए। अगर इंडिया गठबंधन को अपनी बढ़त बनाए रखनी है तो वहां पे उन्हें प्रदर्शन वैसा ही करना पड़ेगा जैसे 2019 में किया।
नहीं, जरूरत महसूस हुई, प्रधानमंत्री ने संसद में भी ताल ठोकी थी, एक अकेला सब पर भारी, पर अब एक एक सीट का गणित फैलाया जा रहा है कि कौन कितना ला सकता है टेबल पर। इसीलिए वो नीतीश कुमार जिनके लिए सारे दरवाजे बंद थे, उनको बाकायदा लाल कालीन बिछाकर वापस बुलाया गया और 9वीं बार शपथ ली बतौर मुख्यमंत्री।
सिर्फ नीतीश कुमार ही नहीं है जिनको रेड कारपेट देके वापस लिया जा रहा है, मतलब गठबंधन में तमाम ऐसे नेता अलग अलग पार्टियों के जिनको वापस लिया जा रहा है। लेकिन संदीप, मेरा थोड़ा सा मतभेद है, ये इसी के लिए नहीं है कि बीजेपी आश्वस्त नहीं है कि वो जीत नहीं रही है। मुझे लगता है, मेरा अपना एक अनुमान है, बीजेपी बहुत कंफर्टेबल है इस चुनाव में, लेकिन बीजेपी एक बड़ी जीत दर्ज करना चाहती है। और आपने जिस बात का जिक्र किया, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने एक नारा दिया है 370 पार और एनडीए के लिए 400 का टारगेट, तो कहीं ना कहीं वहां पहुंचने की कोशिश में है बीजेपी, और इसी के लिए एक एक सीट के गणित का हिसाब किया जा रहा है। इसलिए नहीं कि बीजेपी अस्वस्थ है और बीजेपी को लग रहा है हम जीत नहीं सकते।
बिहार में स्थिति क्या होगी? 39 वाली स्थिति फिर से आ जाएगी नीतीश आ गए तो?
अब ये अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि कल ऑस्ट्रेलिया और अफगानिस्तान का मैच होगा क्रिकेट का, तो मैं ये पूछूं ऑस्ट्रेलिया कितना रन बनाएगा और अफगानिस्तान कितना रन बना पाएगा, तो आप बता पाएंगे? मुश्किल है। लेकिन अगर
नहीं,
ये
नीतीश की लोकप्रियता जो है,
बढ़त किसकी होगी, तो बढ़त ऑस्ट्रेलिया और अफगानिस्तान के मैच का उदाहरण
नहीं, मैं क्योंकि गणित यहाँ पलाया जा रहा है, देखिए 352 में 48 आगे बढ़ती है क्या, 303 में तो 67 सीट बीजेपी को अपने खाते में डालनी है। बिहार में वो 17 से ऊपर सीट लड़ पाएगी, नीतीश तो अड़ेंगे, चाहे उनकी ताकत कमजोर हो रही है, लोकप्रियता भी घट रही है, ये तो सर्वे साफ इंगित कर रही है।
नहीं, आपने जिस बात का जिक्र किया ये बहुत साफ है, नीतीश कुमार की पॉपुलैरिटी आज उतनी नहीं है जितनी होती थी, उनकी लोकप्रियता गिरी है, उनकी छवि गिरी है। अब सवाल यह है, और ये अड़चन है, आपने जिस बात का जिक्र किया, बार बार इस बात का जिक्र होता है, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर सीटों का बंटवारा नहीं कर पा रहे, लेकिन एनडीए में भी बंटवारा नहीं हो रहा है। बिहार का आपने जिक्र किया, और बिहार में इसी वजह से, क्योंकि जो कहते हैं ओवरसाइज्ड कोएलिशन, तमाम पार्टियों
की बारात है वहां तो कोएलिशन के नाम पर,
तमाम पार्टियों को आपने अपने साथ ले लिया और तमाम पार्टियां आप चाहते हैं, और केक छोटा का छोटा है, 1 केजी का केक आपने मंगाया हुआ है, केक का साइज बड़ा नहीं हुआ, और आपने 200 मेहमान बुला लिए बर्थडे में, किसको क्या मिलेगा? उस बात की लड़ाई है, और इसी वजह से अभी तक एनडीए में सीटों का बंटवारा नहीं हुआ। बीजेपी चाहेगी कि ज्यादा सीटों पर चुनाव लड़े, लेकिन शायद संभावना है नहीं, जितनी सीटों पर उन्होंने चुनाव लड़ा था उतनी सीटों पर उन्हें संतोष तो करना ही पड़ेगा।
तो ये तो अभी बढ़त की गुंजाइश नहीं दिखती है, तो ऐसे में यशवंत 370 पार बीजेपी, 400 पार एनडीए, ऐसा भी हो सकता है ये नहीं होगा, और इंडिया की चर्चाएं कम हो रही हैं। इंडिया अब जैसे आज आम आदमी पार्टी का गठबंधन हो गया, समाजवादी पार्टी और कांग्रेस का गठबंधन हो गया, देर आए दुरुस्त आए दी चाहे उसे मानिए, अब मायावती के लिए दरवाजे खोले जा रहे हैं। खबर ये आ रही है कि ममता बनर्जी शायद 5 सीटें देने को तैयार हो जाए, तो वो जो भी बचा खुचा इंडिया है वो क्या खड़ा होता भी दिख रहा है, या टू लिटिल टू लेट?
ये सवाल ऐसा है कि जो स्थिति है उसमें देख के आपको कभी ऐसा लगता है कि वास्तव में मुकाबला 2 बराबरी का कहीं पे हो रहा है, अगर आप ऐसे देखें तो। और मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं इस चीजों में, हम लोगों की बहस में एक ये भी कीड़ा आता है कि हम कितना जीते ये तो अलग बात है, सामने वाले को कितना डिमोरलाइज भी किया जा सकता है, हाँ, वो भी एक अलग विषय है। तो, बिल्डिंग भी तो मुझे कभी कभी लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी बाकी जो काम करते हैं वो देश की जनता के मन की बात भी ये समझते हैं कि जनता बोर हो रही है, कुछ बात करने के लिए संदीप और यशवंत को चाहिए, क्या रोज वही घिसी पिटी बात करते हैं कि सरकार बीजेपी की बनेगी कि नहीं बनेगी, अभी पुराना हो गया, कुछ नया शगुफा दो, तो बहस का आइडिया ही बदल गया।
नहीं,
आइडिया ये हो गया,
आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया के मंच पर ही हम बैठे हैं।
आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया में अब आइडिया ये हो गया कि 370 पार होगी कि नहीं होगी।
नहीं, एक आइडिया 2004 में भी आया था, शाइनिंग इंडिया।
एग्जैक्टली
6 महीने पहले चुनाव करा दिए गए थे, वो आइडिया शाइनिंग इंडिया का धाराशाही हो गया।
तो इसीलिए मैं कहता हूं,
बल्कि यहाँ पर दर्शकों को मैं बता दूं, वो बड़ी दिलचस्प बात है। 2004 में सुबह 8-9 बजे बीजेपी के तमाम बड़े नेता काउंटिंग डे पर ट्रेडमिल पर घूमते हुए विक्ट्री साइन बना रहे थे और 11 बजे के बाद दिखे नहीं
थे। एग्जैक्टली। तो सवाल पूरी बहस में आपने बिल्कुल सही जगह पकड़ा कि अगर हमें समझना है कि नारों के बियॉन्ड जाकर के एक्चुअल धरातल पे, कि 2004 में हम सभी दूध के जले हुए थे, पत्रकार से लेकर नेता तक जितने भी थे। ऐसा क्या था 2004 में जो हुआ और 2024 में नहीं होगा, या जो 2004 में नहीं हुआ और 2024 में हो जाएगा? तो बेसिक बहुत आंकड़ों की पर जाएं हम संदीप, तो बेसिक बात ये समझिए कि 2004 के पहले का जो बेस लाइन था 1999 का चुनाव, जिसमें बीजेपी तकरीबन 200 पहुंची थी, 182, और कांग्रेस तकरीबन 111, मतलब 100 के आसपास एक। लेकिन कांग्रेस को 1999 में जब अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए चुने गए, कांग्रेस को भाजपा से 4% वोट ज्यादा मिले थे। बेसलाइन वो थी। तो 2004 के आंकड़ों के ऊपर आप दिमाग लगा सकते थे। आज जो बेसलाइन है वो 37% जो बीजेपी ने पोल किए 2019 में और कांग्रेस ने पोल किए 20%, यानी 4% की लीड जो 1999 में कांग्रेस की थी, वो 17% की डेफिसिट जो कि 2019। तो ये 20 साल में 4 और 17 यानी 21% का जो ये स्विंग हुआ है बेस वोट में, बेस लाइन ही बदल गई है। इस बेस लाइन बदलने के कारण ही जो बीजेपी के अंदर का एक आत्मविश्वास आया है, और वो बहुत आसान है संदीप।
तो मतलब बीजेपी और कांग्रेस में जो अंतर इतना बढ़ गया,
जी एग्जैक्टली,
असल चीज पकड़ने की वो है,
असली चीज पकड़ने की वही है। और मैं बहुत साधारण तरीके से मैं दर्शकों को उससे 100, 200, 243 का गणित समझाता हूं। हम सबको पता है 543 लोकसभा सीटें हैं, 100 सीटें उसमें ऐसी है जहां बीजेपी नदारत
जो प्रदीप जी ने इशारा किया।
200 सीटें ऐसी हैं, राउंड फिगर में बता रहा हूं, जहां पर कांग्रेस और बीजेपी की लड़ाई है सीधी। उन जगहों पर 14 में और 19 में बीजेपी का स्ट्राइक रेट ऑलमोस्ट 95% रहा।
हाँ, 91 टू बी प्रिसाइज।
अलग अलग आप मिला के देखें। तो एक तरह से धोबी पाठ दिया। अब 243 सीटें ऐसी हैं जो बीजेपी वर्सेस रीजनल पार्टीज की लड़ाई है। सवाल यह है, क्या बीजेपी वो धोबी पाठ इन रीजनल छत्रपों को दे सकती है या नहीं? अगर दे पाई तो प्रधानमंत्री जो कह रहे हैं 400 पार वाला, वो संभव है। लेकिन अगर वो चीज नहीं हो पाया तो जो उनका अभी का बेसलाइन है वो
टॉकिंग पॉइंट्स आपने दे दिए। एक तो कांग्रेस और बीजेपी का अंतर, और यही अंतर है 2004 और 2024। और आप वहां पर तब तो रणनीतिकारों में से एक थे कांग्रेस के। तो अब 200 सीटों का जिक्र किया, मैं प्रिसाइज फिगर जहां पर कोई तीसरा उम्मीदवार था ही नहीं, 161 ऐसी सीटें थी, 147 उसमें बीजेपी जीत गई। तो स्ट्राइक रेट 91% है। डायरेक्ट कॉन्टेस्ट बिटवीन द बीजेपी एंड द कांग्रेस की मैं बात कर रहा हूं। तो 24 की लड़ाई के नतीजे दारोमदार असल में कांग्रेस पर है। क्या वो रेनेसां कहिए, रिजुविनेशन कहिए, पुनरुत्थान कहिए, कांग्रेस का वो होता दिख रहा है, या लड़ाई यहीं पर है? यहां 20, 30, 40 सीट बढ़ा पाएगी कांग्रेस या नहीं?
देखिए संदीप जी, कहावत है अंग्रेजी में दैट अ वीक इज अ लॉन्ग टाइम इन पॉलिटिक्स। और मैं समझता हूं कि भारत के चुनाव के बारे में जो भी यहाँ पर तो बड़े दिग्गज लोग बैठे हुए हैं, लेकिन ये भी मानेंगे कि इसके बारे में भविष्यवाणी करना या पूर्वानुमान करना आसान नहीं है। क्योंकि देखिए, भारत की जनता बहुत जागरूक और समझदार है। मैंने कांग्रेस में जो मेरे मित्र हैं उनको मैं हमेशा यही बात कहता हूं कि आप लोग कभी भी हताश और निराश न हो। क्योंकि देखिए, जो लोग आज या 2014 में और 19 में जिन्होंने भाजपा के लिए, वो लोग 2009 में और 2004 में आपके समर्थन में उन्होंने वोट किया था। तो देखिए, मैं समझता हूं कि यहाँ पर जैसे मेरे मित्र संजय ने कहा कि बीजेपी इज कंफर्टेबली प्लेस्ड, लेकिन हम यहाँ मुद्दों की बात को हमने बिल्कुल नाकार दिया है, नजरअंदाज कर दिया है। आज हम यहाँ बात कर रहे हैं,
मुद्दे क्या कांग्रेस ने भी नकार दिए?
नहीं,
कोई कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम या ये 3 बड़े मुद्दे हैं
आप नहीं, आप देखिए केंद्र बिंदु में क्या कहना चाहूंगा कि अभी हम लोग यहाँ बात कर रहे हैं, वहां किसान विरोध कर रहे हैं वहां पे लाखों में। मैंने उत्तर प्रदेश का एक आंकड़ा देखा कि 48 लाख युवा 60,000 क्लरिकल जॉब्स के लिए,
पुलिस कांस्टेबल भर्ती के लिए,
पुलिस कांस्टेबल की जॉब के लिए, PhDs, इंजीनियर्स एंड MBAs। आपको क्या लगता है कि भारत की युवा, जो हम लोग हमेशा कहते हैं कि भारत का,
आज वो परीक्षा रद्द भी कर दी गई है।
आज वही देख लीजिए आपकी 65% लोग, हम लोग कहते हैं डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड, उसकी बर्बादी हो रही है आपके आंख के सामने। किसान, आई थिंक इन द
पर कोई विकल्प लेकर कांग्रेस सामने आ रही है क्या?
इसीलिए मैं
मुद्दे तो थाली पर सजे हुए हैं।
मैं आपको सबसे पहले ये बताना चाहूंगा कि यदि मुद्दों पर ये चुनाव हो 2024 का, आंकड़ों को यदि आप देखें, बेरोजगारी, महंगाई, सब चीज को आप जोड़ लीजिए। मैं तो चंडीगढ़ में जिस तरीके से दिन दहाड़े एक चुनाव, फरीबी चुनाव को जीतने की कोशिश की गई, आपने देखा है कि हमारे
जनादेश की चोरी हुई।
बिल्कुल यार, आपने देखा कि हमारे उच्चतम न्यायालय के चीफ जस्टिस चंद्रचूड़ जी ने क्या कहा इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड पर। मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूं कि 2018 के बाद यदि इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स असंवैधानिक थे, दैट मीन्स वो गैर कानूनी थे, मतलब 2018 के बाद जितने चुनाव हुए हैं हमारे देश में, वो सब एक तरीके से गैर कानूनी है, क्योंकि उसमें गलत पैसों का उपयोग किया गया है। यदि हम सोचते हैं कि
पारदर्शिता हमारे चुनाव की निष्पक्षता सवालों के घेरे में है।
देखिए, मैं आपके राजनीतिक प्रश्न का जवाब देने से पहले इसीलिए मैंने इस संदर्भ में ये बताने की कोशिश की है कि जनता को ये समझना पड़ेगा कि मुद्दे ऐसे हैं जिस पर मैं कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस के पक्ष में बोलता हूं, लेकिन यदि मैं साधारण नागरिक भी हूं, तो मैं यदि भारत का सामाजिक या अर्थव्यवस्था पर यदि मैं टिप्पणी करूं, तो ये सरकार 2024 पर आंकड़ों पर इट हैज नो चांस ऑफ कमिंग बैक।
अगर ये पूछा जाए कि भाई 3 मुद्दे क्या हैं, वो मुद्दे मतलब वो स्टेट ऑफ कंफ्यूजन है, एक असमंजस की स्थिति है, जो समझाना होता है, एक नब्ज पकड़नी होती है। क्या वो नब्ज नहीं पकड़ पा रही है?
बिल्कुल। मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि यदि भाजपा विपक्ष में होती और यदि ये सरकार कांग्रेस की होती और ये समस्याएं होती, तो भाजपा कांग्रेस को 100 सीटों से कम कर देती। बिल्कुल।
गैस सिलेंडर लेकर स्मृति ईरानी घूम रही थी, जब 400 रुपए का सिलेंडर था। बहुत हुई महंगाई की मार, बहुत हुई गैस की मार, बहुत हुई पेट्रोल डीजल की मार। 71 रुपए वाला 100 रुपए बिक रहा है, 60 रुपए वाला 90 रुपए बिक रहा है। 16 बार एक्साइज ड्यूटी बढ़ी, पर विपक्ष क्या कर रहा था? जिम्मेदारी किसकी है?
बिल्कुल, मैं पूरी तरीके से इस बात के साथ सहमत हूं कि हमारे विपक्षी दल, और उसमें सबसे बड़ी भूमिका कांग्रेस पार्टी की होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि
4 साल तक तो अंतरिम अध्यक्ष रहता है।
बिल्कुल, मैंने कहा ना, इन्हीं
मतलब नैया का, उस शिप का कैप्टन कौन है यही नहीं पता।
अब आप इस बात पर गौर दीजिए, जो यशवंत जी ने जो आंकड़े दिए, वो इसी आंकड़ों को लेकर मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो
मेरा जो मेन सवाल था, 161 में से 147 बीजेपी जीत गई। इस बार उन 161 में कांग्रेस कितना जीतेगी?
इसका जवाब मैं आपको संक्षेप में देना चाहूंगा। यदि आप सीट्स को सही तरीके से गिनिए तो 202 सीट, उसमें मैं महाराष्ट्र को भी उसमें इंक्लूड कर रहा हूं, 202 सीट में जहां भाजपा और कांग्रेस का टक्कर है, वहां पर कांग्रेस सिर्फ 16 सीट उन्होंने जीता। एक्चुअली द हिट रेट इज 8%। तो सबसे बड़ा जो प्रश्न सबके सामने होना चाहिए कि इस बार यदि कांग्रेस में वो जज्बा या जुनून या ऊर्जा के साथ
है क्या, वो बढ़ेगा?
मुझे लग रहा है। देखिए, बहुत लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी पर एक तरीके से टिप्पणी करना, बयानबाजी करना, लोगों को लगता है कि मारो पीटो, कांग्रेस में कमियां हैं, खामियां हैं,
बोझाई हो गई है
बिल्कुल। लेकिन मैं समझता हूं कि जो कुछ राज्य जिस पर पूरा 2024 का चुनाव का जो नतीजा आएगा, बिहार, वेस्ट बंगाल, उत्तर प्रदेश, कर्नाटका और जहां हम बैठे हुए हैं महाराष्ट्र, Congress has to do the heavy lifting. Congress
will it be able to do that?
I do believe that the Congress party is got the momentum on its side, and it is got to demonstrate this leadership for the India Alliance. I remain optimistic. मैं आशावादी हूं।
ठीक है प्रदीप जी, दिल्ली की गद्दी का रास्ता लखनऊ से होकर गुजरता है। 2 लड़के साथ आए। 2017 में तो कुछ कमाल नहीं कर पाए, 2024 में कुछ बदलाव होता दिखता है। जो आप इशारा कर रहे थे कि 62 सीटें जो बीजेपी ने जीती 80 में से, दरअसल बीजेपी गुंजाइश दिखाता है कि वहां अपना आंकड़ा बढ़ा सकती है बीजेपी। मैं एनडीए की अभी बात ही नहीं कर रहा।
संदीप बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने। यदि आप देखें 62 सीटें बीजेपी की और 2 सीट, उसका बैकग्राउंड आपको देखना जरूरी है कि उस 19 के चुनाव में बीएसपी और एसपी का गठबंधन था, जो बहुत बड़ा गठबंधन है, और दोनों ने मिलके 40% वोट स्कोर भी किए, बट सीटें दोनों की मिला के 15 आई। इस बार बीएसपी अलग चुनाव लड़ रही है, और ये आप जानते हैं कि बीएसपी अभी भी एक फोर्स तो है, भली जीतने में ना सही, बट वोट काटने या वोटों का डिवीजन करने में अपोजिशन के।
और हाथी अगर कमल का साथी वाला खेल कर गया तो खेल और खराब हो जाएगा इंडिया का।
वही परिस्थिति है। और इन्हीं सब चीजों को देखते हुए जो मोदी जी कहते हैं 400 पार, उनमें उत्तर प्रदेश में भी एल्बो रूम काफी है।
कितना एल्बो रूम मानते हैं आप?
अब एल्बो रूम से 64 से 80 के बीच का 16 का एल्बो रूम है, और बंगाल के अंदर
नहीं, 16 में से कितनी गुंजाइश आपको दिखती है?
अभी उसके लिए अब गठबंधन तो हो गया कांग्रेस और आपने जो कहा यूपी के लड़कों का, 16 में से मुझे लगता है कि कुछ तो बढ़ेगा, कितना बढ़ेगा उसके लिए थोड़ा और इंतजार
मतलब 2014 वाला नतीजा आ सकता है?
2014 वाला नतीजे को इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता।
इनकार नहीं किया जा। आप बंगाल पर आ रहे थे, वो सवाल मैं प्रोफेसर संजय कुमार से पूछना चाहूंगा। हम 4 स्विंग स्टेट्स की लगातार बात कर रहे थे, कर्नाटक का तो जिक्र किया, उसमें अब 3 बच गए, एक पश्चिम बंगाल, एक बिहार और एक महाराष्ट्र। बिहार का हमने जिक्र किया है, 158 सीटें 124 एनडीए जीती थी। ये स्विंग स्टेट्स क्या कह रहे हैं? अगर आप एक पहले बड़ी तस्वीर हमारे सामने खींचे और उसके बाद डिटेलिंग में यशवंत से कराऊंगा।
देखिए, बड़ी तस्वीर खींचने के लिए इनके टुकड़ों को जोड़ने की जरूरत है। बिहार एनडीए बढ़ा नहीं सकती, 40 में से 39 जीत चुके थे। बंगाल पर आए,
हाँ, 42 में से 18 बीजेपी,
42 में से 18 गुंजाइश है, गुंजाइश है। बीजेपी वहां सीटें बढ़ा सकती है,
बढ़ा सकती है, या वहां पर तो
है।
नेताओं ने छोड़ने का सिलसिला शुरू कर दिया, बिखर गई है वहां लीडरशिप बीजेपी की।
वो ठीक है, वो आपका नजरिया है देखने का, लेकिन वोटरों के नजरिए से या उनके मन को टटोलते हुए मुझे ये दिखाई पड़ता है कि गुंजाइश है।
सीएए एनआरसी की गूंज भी सुनाई देगी वहां पर,
उसकी गूंज भी सुनाई भी देगी, तो वहां पर गुंजाइश है। अगर मैं देखूं कि कौन सा स्टेट मेरे लिए सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग है,
नहीं पहले अभी पश्चिम बंगाल होगा। एक सेकंड, पश्चिम बंगाल पर ही अब जो ये खबर आ रही है कि तृणमूल, वो तो कह रही थी अकेला चलो, और दरअसल अगर आप चुनावी रणनीति के तौर पर देखो तो तृणमूल अकेले लड़े तो शायद इंडिया को ज्यादा फायदा होगा। कांग्रेस को 5 सीटें दे दी जाए, उससे क्या गठबंधन इंडिया का मजबूत होगा, या अलग अलग लड़े तो बीजेपी के लिए ज्यादा बुरी खबर?
नहीं, बिल्कुल मजबूत होगा। कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन अगर हो गया तृणमूल कांग्रेस का और 5 सीटें कांग्रेस को मिलेंगी, हाँ, जैसा आप कह रहे हैं, ये अभी अटकलें लगाई जा रही हैं, तो मुझे लगता है तब बीजेपी को भारी नुकसान हो सकता है।
भारी नुकसान हो सकता है।
पिछली बार बीजेपी को 18 सीटें आई थी, बीजेपी सिंगल डिजिट पे निश्चित जा सकती है,
और ये लगभग निश्चित होता दिखाई दे रहा है। मैं आपको ये भी बता सकता हूं,
उस तरह से सीधा
नहीं, ये निश्चित होता दिखाई दे रहा है कि गठबंधन होगा, मैं ये बात कह रहा हूं। पर अब डिटेलिंग में जाएं, और जो ये स्विंग स्टेट्स है 158 में से 124, खेल यहीं अटका हुआ है क्या कि वो 400 पार होगा या नहीं होगा, या 300 पर ही रहेंगे? 300 भी अप्रत्याशित बहुमत है, ये हमें भूलना नहीं चाहिए यशवंत।
नहीं, बिल्कुल खेल तो यही होगा। इनफैक्ट मेरे हिसाब से पश्चिम बंगाल इज गोइंग टू बी मदर ऑफ ऑल बैटल्स। आई एम बीइंग वेरी वेरी क्लियर। मैं महाराष्ट्र को मदर ऑफ ऑल बैटल्स में इसलिए शामिल नहीं कर रहा हूं क्योंकि यहां का तो वोटर ही बेचारा क्या बोले, मतलब वो वोट किसको दे के आ रहा है, बन कौन रहा है, और कल किसके पास में रहेगा और परसों कहां रहेगा, वोटर के सामने। हम लोग जैसे अब एबीपी का हम लोग जब ट्रैकर करते हैं, बाय द वे दर्शकों को इस बात की जानकारी है कि हम लोग का एक बार नहीं होता, हम लोग वी आर डूइंग अ डेली ट्रैकर फॉर एबीपी। हम लोग पूछते हैं पार्टी और नेता का नाम। अब केवल पार्टी का नाम लेने से नहीं होता। 2 शिवसेना हो रखी हैं, 2 एनसीपी हो रखी हैं,
महाराष्ट्र का मैं पूछूंगा संजय से,
और पता नहीं कांग्रेस कितनी हो रखी हैं। तो ये जो स्थिति है उसमें सिर्फ इतना नहीं है कि कौन कितना लड़ रहा है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि किसके खिलाफ कौन लड़ रहा है किस सीट पर, यह बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर होने वाला है।
तो इसमें उत्तर भारत की अगर एक क्विकली हम विश्लेषण करें भाई हरियाणा 10 की 10, दिल्ली 7 की 7, 4 की 4, हिमाचल में 5 की 5, उत्तराखंड में 25 की 25, मैं हनुमान बेनीवाल की सीट भी गिन रहा हूं, राजस्थान में 26 की 26, गुजरात में 29 में से 28, मध्य प्रदेश में 11 में से 9, छत्तीसगढ़ में, यहां तो मैक्स कर रखा है बीजेपी ने।
बिल्कुल।
तो अब ये आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ गठबंधन, दिल्ली, हरियाणा, पंजाब में अलग अलग उनका लड़ना कि नहीं, नंबर 2 आंदोलन का परवान चढ़ना, ऐसे वक्त में क्या ये एक खतरे की घंटी भी बज रही है बीजेपी एनडीए के लिए?
देखिए संजय भाई की मैं एक बात से सहमत हूं कि एक हफ्ता भी बहुत होता है किसी भी मुल्क की, समाज की राजनीति में किसी भी तरीके के लिए, लेकिन हम बात कर रहे हैं आज के ट्रैकर के और आज के आंकड़ों की। संदीप, 10 राज्य ऐसे हैं जहां पे भाजपा का वोट शेयर आज की तारीख में 50% से ज्यादा है। कितना? 50% से ज्यादा। 4 राज्य ऐसे हैं जहां भाजपा का आज की तारीख में वोट शेयर 60% से ज्यादा है, 60% प्लस। अब अगर आप बाकी सबको इकट्ठा भी कर दें, मसलन जैसे दिल्ली की बात कर रहे हैं, दिल्ली में बीजेपी का इंटेंडेड वोट शेयर ऑलमोस्ट 58% टच कर रहा है। ऐसे में सामने वाला 42% सब मिलके भी लड़ जाए
तो 4+3 करने से भी कुछ ना हो पाएगा। नहीं हो पाएगा।
इसलिए वो उसका असर उतना इंपैक्ट दिखेगा नहीं जितना दिखना चाहिए।
नहीं, आप ही की बात और संजय जो कह रहे थे कि अ वीक इज अ लॉन्ग टाइम इन पॉलिटिक्स, भाई 2 हफ्ते पहले तक चौधरी चरण सिंह को भारत रत्न से नवाजा गया, एमएस स्वामीनाथन को जी किसानों का कल्याण हो गया, इनका सम्मान हो गया। आज वो परिस्थिति बदल गई है जी। तो राजनीति का ऊंट करवट बदलता दिख रहा है।
देखिए, राजनीति का ऊंट तो परमानेंटली करवट लेता ही रहता है, लेकिन सवाल यह है कि ऊंट पे बैठा कौन है?
बैठा कौन है?
और क्या वो ये जानता है कि नहीं जानता है? और ये प्रोएक्टिवनेस होती है, एडॉप्टेबिलिटी होती है। इंसान कितनी तेजी से अपनी राजनीति को, ऊंट इधर हिला तो हम इधर हिलेंगे, ऊंट
तो मुंबई में ऊंट तो दिखाई नहीं देते,
ये
पर
फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी किसके पास है?
यहाँ का ऊंट क्या कह रहा है संजय, महाराष्ट्र का? और इस ऊंट पर सवारी इस वक्त कौन कर रहा है?
नहीं, देखिए, मैं समझता हूं कि जहां तक महाराष्ट्र का सवाल है, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने देखा है कि किस तरीके से, एक तरीके से मैं समझता हूं कि जनता का के साथ एक विश्वासघात हुआ। लोगों ने पार्टी एक्स के लिए वोट किया और वो पार्टी किसी दूसरे गठबंधन के पास चली गई। और जिस तरीके
लोगों ने तो शिवसेना और बीजेपी के लिए वोट किया था।
देखिए उनका तो अंदरूनी,
सत्ता की मलाई आपने काटी।
वो उनका अंदरूनी मसला है, उसे हमें क्या लेना देना। सच्चाई तो यह है कि लोगों ने देखा किस तरीके से शिवसेना और एनसीपी को तोड़ा गया है। मैं इसीलिए समझता हूं कि आज हम लोग यहाँ आंकड़ों की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हम लोग जरा अपने
48 में से 42 थी एनडीए की पिछली बार।
कम से कम हम अपनी राष्ट्रीय जो कहते हैं ना राजनीतिक भाषा में कम से कम कुछ नैतिकता के बारे में तो बात करें। यहाँ पर एक ऑपरेशन लोटस है, बॉम्बे में हमारे पास दलाल स्ट्रीट में एक स्टॉक एक्सचेंज है, आज तो एमएलए का स्टॉक एक्सचेंज बन गया है, जिसको चाहो जब खरीदो बेच डालो। I mean, it is a mockery of democracy.
But why are the Congress leaders so prone to poaching?
नहीं,
that is also a question, ना?
नहीं, एक मिनट। देखिए, आप इस बात को माने। देखिए, मैं सबसे पहले राजनीतिक जो भी मैं हूँ, उसके पहले मैं एक आम नागरिक हूँ। मेरे बच्चे हैं, मैं जब घर जाता हूँ तो मैं सोचता हूँ कि मैं क्या उनके लिए एक अच्छा उदाहरण हूँ, या क्या वो समझते हैं कि एक नेता है जो हमेशा झूठ बोलता है। देखिए, अंत में मुझे चिंता इस बात की है कि हम दिन दहाड़े हमारे आंख के सामने इस महान देश के राजतंत्र, हमारा जो प्रजातंत्र है, लोकतंत्र है, उसका मजाक किया जा रहा है और हम लोग उसके साथ बिल्कुल नॉर्मल हो चुके हैं। इट इज ओके, इट इज नो बिग डील।
अब तो उसमें कांग्रेसी भी तो शामिल है ना?
ये मैं मानता हूं।
अशोक चौहान छोड़कर चले जाते हैं, मुख्यमंत्री थे, सांसद रहे,
देखिए
मिलन देवड़ा चले गए, ये कांग्रेस के साथ ही क्यों?
संदीप जी, आपने किसी प्रजातंत्र में देखा है 95% जो विरोधी दल के ही नेता हैं उन्हीं पर छानबीन की जाए, उन्हीं पर कार्रवाई की जाए? आज भाजपा सैमसंग और एलजी और बॉश के साथ एक ग्रेट वॉशिंग मशीन बन गई है। हाँ, अब आप ये सोच लीजिए, जो उस पार्टी में चले गए हैं वो अचानक सब जगह घूम के आ गए। आई हैव अ फीलिंग कि देखिए, ये विषय बहुत ही केंद्रीय है। जो लोग समझते, मैं समझता हूँ मोदी जी, और उनका ये हक है, he is a leader and he has got a right to make tall claims। लेकिन ये जो 400 बार ये सब जो बात हो रही है ना, इसमें मैं आत्मविश्वास भी नहीं सुनता हूं, मुझे इसमें अहंकार भी नहीं दिखता है, मुझे इसमें एक तीसरा भावना दिखता है
डर। क्योंकि देखिए जो भी नेता दिल्ली में बैठता है वो ये नहीं जानता कि जो आदमी उड़ीसा में हो, जो चेन्नई में बैठा हो, जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बैठा हो, जो आज केरला में बैठा हो, वो क्या सोच रहा है। मैं तो यही सोचता हूँ बहुत बार कि हम लोग जो यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, वी आर ऑल पार्ट ऑफ अ प्रिविलेज्ड एलीट हियर। हम लोग बहुत खुश नसीब हैं, हम लोग पढ़े लिखे हैं, हम एक होटल में बैठते हुए हैं। लेकिन आज आप जाके उसको पूछिए, जो एक गरीब आदमी अपने परिवार के साथ, उसको बोला गया है कि हम तुमको 1 सिलेंडर दे दिए हैं, तुमको हम 5 किलो हम तुमको राशन दे देते हैं, इसीलिए हमारे लिए वोट करो। ये आप किसी पर आपको मेहरबानी कर रहे हैं क्या?
तो
ये जिम्मेदारी है सरकार की।
लाभार्थी जाति तो अब हर कोई बनाना चाह रहा है। अब समापन करें इस सत्र का, उससे पहले अब आपको थोड़ा भविष्यवक्ता की भूमिका में लाना चाहूंगा। पॉलिटिकल पंडित हैं आप लोग, और शुरुआत संजय, आंकड़ा क्या है, एनडीए कितना, इंडिया कितना, और कांग्रेस का भी आंकड़ा दीजिएगा।
ओके, आई बाइट द बुलेट संदीप जी।
मतलब बीजेपी 370 पार कर रही है। मैं सीधा सवाल पूछता हूं, 52 पार कर पाएगी कांग्रेस इस बार? नेता प्रतिपक्ष बन जाएगा कि नहीं?
मैं कहता हूं अब की बार झूठ की हार, अब की बार झूठ की हार। मैं आपको कहना चाहूंगा कि भाजपा 200 का नंबर भाजपा को नहीं मिलेगा।
कांग्रेस
और आपको एक नया सरकार और एक नया प्रधानमंत्री विपक्षी दल से आपको मिलने वाला है।
यशवंत, कांग्रेस की सीट नहीं बताई पर संजय,
कांग्रेस की सीट देखिए, कांग्रेस और भाजपा का टक्कर 202 सीट में है। मैं समझता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी इस बार 100 से ज्यादा सीट कांग्रेस पार्टी को मिलेगी।
ओके, यशवंत।
संदीप, आपको पता है मैं सर्वे विज्ञान को वोट शेयर पे जाके रोकना पसंद करता हूं। मैं सीटों में कटई, वो प्रदीप का काम है, मैं इसलिए वो हिस्सा उनके ऊपर छोड़ता हूं। लेकिन एबीपी और सी वोटर के ट्रैकर में आज की जो हालत है, उसमें बहुत साफ नंबर दिख रहा है कि बीजेपी वोट शेयर में अकेले एज ए पार्टी 40% का आंकड़ा क्रॉस कर रही है।
लेकिन पिछली बार से भी 3% ऊपर।
लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं मैं बता सकता कि सीटें बढ़ेंगी, क्योंकि जिस सीट पर वो अगर 1 लाख से जीती थी, वहां पे अब अगर 2 लाख से जीत जाए, अब बात समझ रहे हैं, तो दिल्ली में सीटें साथ ही रहने वाली हैं। बीजेपी का वोट शेयर बढ़ जाएगा तो भी लोकसभा की सीटें साथ ही रहेंगी। सवाल यह है, सैचुरेशन स्टेट्स के बियॉन्ड नए स्टेट्स में बीजेपी नई सीटें जीतने की स्थिति में आती है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के अलावा कहीं बढ़त बनाती दिख रही है बीजेपी?
मैं संजय भाई की बात से सहमत हूं। मुझे लगता है कि पश्चिम बंगाल एक स्टेट ऐसा होने वाला है जहां पे न केवल सीट की लड़ाई होगी, लेकिन उसके अलावा आपको हो सकता है बहुत सारे झटके देने वाले
उल्टा भी पड़ सकता है ना। उत्तर प्रदेश के अलावा संजय आपको दिखता है कहीं बीजेपी बढ़त बनाएगी?
उड़ीसा के लोग नाराज होंगे, उड़ीसा का जिक्र नहीं आया, और मुझे लगता है उड़ीसा भी ऐसा राज्य है जहां बीजेपी बढ़त बना सकती है। वहां 21 सीटें हैं। बीजेपी ने पिछली बार 8 सीटें जीती थी। निश्चित रूप से मैं कह सकता हूं बीजेपी की सीटें उड़ीसा में बढ़ रही हैं। कितनी आप पूछेंगे, हो सकता है
370 तो नहीं होती दिख रही, 67 सीट का इजाफा हो रहा है क्या? 303 से 370 की बात है ना।
मैं इतना कह सकता हूं कि बीजेपी 2019 में जो उनकी जीत हुई थी, उससे बड़ी जीत की ओर आगे बढ़ रही है 2024 में, और कांग्रेस जहां पर है लगभग वहां रहेगी। शायद 50 का आंकड़ा छूने में उन्हें दिक्कत हो सकती है।
प्रदीप।
नहीं, आंकड़े के पहले मैं महाराष्ट्र के संदर्भ में एक बात कहना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि मैं भी महाराष्ट्र और मुंबई से हूं। महाराष्ट्र का वोटर्स जो है पूरे देश के अंदर सबसे ज्यादा लॉयल है। लॉयल्टी फैक्टर हर प्रदेश का कम ज्यादा होता है, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा लॉयल है। और एक चीज और मैं आपको सबको बता दूं कि महाराष्ट्र ही ऐसा स्टेट है जहां पे कि रीजनल छत्रप यानी इंडिविजुअल पर्सनालिटी बेस्ड फॉलोइंग होती है, और वो करीब करीब इंटैक्ट होती है। महाराष्ट्र ही ऐसा राज्य है जहां पे 25 से ज्यादा सीटें छोटी और इंडिपेंडेंट जीत के आते हैं। तो यहाँ पे करीब 48 लोकसभा सीटों में से 30 सीटों के ऊपर रीजनल छत्रप का बोलाबाला है।
तो शरद पवार, उद्धव ठाकरे का जादू चलेगा, सिंपैथी फैक्टर चलेगा, या एक नाथ शिंदे, अजीत पवार बाजी मारेंगे?
सारे नेताओं का जादू अपने अपने क्षेत्र में चलेगा। ये 4 आपको दिखते हैं, इसके अंदर बहुत सारे हैं। आप दिलीप वलसे पाटिल को ले लीजिए।
महाराष्ट्र में उलटफेर हो सकता है, या 48 में से 42 या उसके आसपास एनडीए फिर ले जाएगा?
नहीं, मुझे महाराष्ट्र में +-5 या -5 सीटें कह लीजिए, ज्यादा से ज्यादा प्लस की गुंजाइश कम है, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी 41 पे बैठा हुआ है एनडीए।
तो बीजेपी कितनी, कांग्रेस कितनी?
कहां पर?
पूरे भारत में
पूरे भारत में पिछले बार मैं एनडीए पकड़ के चलता हूं क्योंकि अभी भी अलायंस होना बाकी है। तो आप क्या कहेंगे? तो जब तक अलायंस ना हो जाए, जब तक कोई नंबर को कह पाना किसी के लिए भी मुश्किल काम है संदीप। बट मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि एनडीए और बीजेपी काफी अच्छी पोजीशन में है, इतना मैं जरूर कह सकता, काफी अच्छी।
तो ये आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया में हमारी चर्चा थी, एनडीए कहां, इंडिया कहां। लेकिन देखिए राजनीति है ये, और राजनीति में अ वीक इज अ लॉन्ग टाइम बोले संजय, मैं तो कह रहा हूं एक रात में भी बहुत कुछ बदल जाता है। मामला टक्कर का है, कांटे की लड़ाई होती है। मुद्दे जो तश्तरी पर सजे इस वक्त दिखाई दे रहे हैं, क्या वो सड़क पर उतर पाते हैं या मोदी का जादू चलेगा? आने वाला वक्त गवाही देगा। आज के लिए इस सत्र में बस इतना ही। नमस्कार।
संदीप, एक बात मैं बता दूं सबके लिए कि जनता कैसा वोट करती है। तो पिछले 50 साल और आगे आने वाले 50 साल में भी समस्याएं, प्रॉब्लम्स, इश्यूज बिल्कुल बरकरार रहेंगे। जनता ये देखती है उसको सुलझा पाने में, उसका समाधान दे पाने में कौन उपयुक्त है। वही मैं जनता ये देखती है वो किसको उपयुक्त पाती है और उसके फेवर में वो अपना मतदान करती है। हर आने वाला कल हल जाने वाले कल से बेहतर होगा, इसमें कहीं कोई संदेह नहीं।
ये भी बात सही है, और रियल पॉलिटिक्स में एक बात और भी सही है। जो दो भाई लोग इधर की तरफ बैठे हुए हैं बीजेपी की साइड में, वो 24/7 पॉलिटिशियंस। आप उनको कितना भी क्रिटिसाइज कीजिए, खाटी पॉलिटिशियन, और आप कितना भी क्रिटिसाइज कीजिए, एक चीज का आपको क्रेडिट देना पड़ेगा,
एनजीओ
बंदे मेहनत करते हैं।
वो कितनी टक्कर दे पाएगी?
24 घंटे पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं,
पॉलिटिक्स
और 24 घंटे पॉलिटिक्स करने वाले का मुकाबला छुट्टी ले लेके पॉलिटिक्स करने से नहीं हो सकता। दैट्स द पॉइंट।
देखिए मुझे तो लगा ये प्रोग्राम खत्म हो गया, लेकिन मैं समझता हूँ, देखिए मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि 24/7 पॉलिटिक्स कीजिए, लेकिन भैया उसमें कम से कम 1 मिनट के लिए सच भी तो बोला कीजिए।
थैंक्स अ लॉट ऑल ऑफ यू।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। चलिए भविष्यवाणियां कुछ मिल चुकी हैं और कुछ ही दिनों में हमें पता चल जाएगा कौन कितना सही है। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस ऑल ऑफ यू। मैं स्टेज पर अब बुलाना चाहूंगी प्रशांत चक्रवर्ती को, CFO ABP नेटवर्क, टू प्रेजेंट ऑल आवर गेस्ट्स विद द मोमेंटो फ्रॉम आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया। एक बार जोरदार तालियां। कुछ एक हवा हमें समझा दी गई है। All our experts have been very kind in sharing honest opinions about what they think. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Pradeep Gupta ji. And for Professor Sanjay Kumar. यशवंत जी के लिए भी जोरदार तालियां प्लीज। And our thanks also to Mr. Sanjay Jha. Thank you very much, Sandeep ji. Thank you very much for a lovely conversation. Thank you, Prashant, for doing the honors. चलिए एक फोटोग्राफ हो जाए, एक यादगार। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सबका। Huge round of applause once again for a wonderful, engaging session. चलिए दोस्तों आगे बढ़ते हैं और बात करते हैं 3 पायनियर्स की। ये लेजेंड्स हैं हमारे बीच इन देयर एरियाज ऑफ वर्क, और एक कॉमन थ्रेड जो है इनके इलस्ट्रियस करियर्स में, दैट हैज बीन देयर पैशन फॉर मेकिंग एथनिसिटी mainstream, of keeping the Indianness alive, for celebrating the nuances that only happen in Hamara India, whether it's in our ad films, our music, or our lyrics, and of course our films. The other commonality, of course, happens to be that they are siblings. So, taiyar ho jaiye for some pandemonium. Let's welcome on stage Piyush Pandey, Chief Advisor, Ogilvy. A very warm welcome, sir. A legend in the Indian advertising industry. Let's also welcome Prasoon Pandey ji, Advertising and Film Director. And a huge round of applause, please, for the one and the only Ila Arunji, actor, singer and writer. आप तीनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है on the stage of Ideas of India, and once again I'd like to welcome on stage Veer Sanghvi as the chair of this session. I think we can have a warmer reception for such wonderful guests. Veer, please join us on stage. Please join us on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session. I've never done a family session before, but it's really a privilege to do a session with a family as famous and as talented. We're supposed to be talking about the ideas of India. So let's start with that. What is your idea of India? Microphone?
Yeah, first thing, Veer, I want to...
हाँ.
तो अब की बार पॉलिटिक्स मत पूछना यार.
अरे बिल्कुल नहीं. But you tell me about your idea of India.
Idea of India. See, I think we don't have to have an idea of India. India is an idea.
That's a good line.
If you look at anything that we do, every field that we look at, India is an idea. But a lot of our young people are busy looking at ideas elsewhere. वो हिंदी में एक कबीरदास की कहावत है कि कस्तूरी कुंडल बसे मृग ढूंढे वनमाई. एंड वही हो रहा है आजकल कि आपके अंदर बहुत जादू है, मगर आप यहाँ वहाँ ढूंढते घूम रहे हैं. दुनिया आपकी तरफ देख रही है. दुनिया आपकी तरफ देख रही है हर तरीके से. आपकी हिस्टोरिकल उसमें क्या चीजें विज्ञान में भी थी, क्या चीजें ज्ञान में भी थी, क्या चीजें कला में भी थी. So I think we have to enjoy the idea of India. We have to respect the idea of India. And we have to cultivate the idea of India into the next generation. So my idea of India is that India is an idea.
Yes, sir. That's well said. Is that roughly your view also? That India is an idea and our job is to nurture and cherish that idea.
Yeah, I think India is really, when I look at our family, I feel India is exactly like our big joint family. We're about 43 people, in the family. And you need to enjoy, har aadmi ka ek alag rang hai.
True.
Okay. So we've got 43 people, each person has a different color, a different thing to learn from. And we've got Maharashtra, we've got UP, we've got Rajasthan, everything in Kashmir, and we've got Firangis also in our family. Okay. And you learn from everybody. They enrich your life experience. And they of course enrich your food experience too. Okay. And I think the country is a bit like that. Okay. Just everywhere, why she was saying our ideas are rooted in the country. They are, because I doubt if any other country has that rich a culture all around us.
A tapestry. Really.
Yeah, a tapestry. That is what we need to appreciate and enjoy and cherish it.
That's very true. Okay, your brothers have said so much that's interesting. What do you add to that?
बहुत कम होता है कि भाई लोग अच्छी बात बोलते हैं, खुल के बोलते हैं. उन्होंने सब बात कह दी, पर मैं उस युग से हूँ जहाँ एकता में अनेकता, एज प्रसून सेट, कि हमारा जो व्हाट्सएप है वो पांडेमोनियम कहलाता है. तो हम कहाँ से बड़े 9 सिबलिंग थे, अब 45 हो गए, और हर प्रांत के लोग हमारे घर में आ चुके हैं. तो एकता में अनेकता, यही एक आइडिया है जो भारत का खुद का है, जो हमारी माँ ने हमें सिखाया था जब आज़ादी के बाद की हम लोग पैदाइश हैं, पर उन्होंने यही बताया था, सबका सम्मान करो। अब वो जो क्लीशे लाइन हो गई है कि सबका साथ सबका विकास, पर ये बात सही है। सबके आइडियाज को लो, सबकी भाषा को प्यार करो, प्रेम से बोलो, और इतना कुछ है कि अपनी रूट्स को पकड़े रहो। आगे बढ़ने के साथ जड़ों से जुड़ा रहना बहुत आवश्यक है, और अपनी भाषा से अपने आप को अभिव्यक्त करना बहुत आवश्यक है, तब भारतवर्ष खिलखिलाएगा, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
Very well said. Very well said. You guys grew up in Jaipur, right? Tell us a bit about your childhood, because you were how many sisters and how many brothers?
7 sisters on top.
And just these
and
two guys.
2 of us.
Just the
and
two of
if
you,
you
right?
include my parents, then we were 11. That's a cricket team. So we had the strongest cricket team in Jaipur, I think. No, jokes apart.
Seriously.
Being brought up in Jaipur was actually the greatest thing that happened to us. It was a smaller city than you know today.
Yeah.
The schools were smaller.
We're talking about which years? 80s, 90s?
I'm 1955 born. So,
Okay, so yeah.
So, शहर छोटा था, स्कूल छोटे थे, मोहल्ले छोटे थे, घर परिवार में रिश्ते मजबूत थे। तो अगर आप जयपुर में होते थे, कई बार आपके टेबल पे, हर एक के घर में अपने सबके टेबल पे एक दाल होती है। तो मैं एक बार जयपुर गया, तो मेरी टेबल पे 2 दाल थी। तो मैंने अपनी माता से पूछा, ये 2 दाल कैसे हैं? तो बोले, नहीं, वो जो अपना पड़ोसी है ना, उसको मालूम है तुमको उनकी दाल भी पसंद है, तो 2 दाल हैं। नो, ऐसी चीजें नहीं होती हैं आजकल। तो किसी के घर में शादी भी होती थी, तो आपका घर भरा हुआ होता था कि उसने अपने 10 रिश्तेदार आपके यहाँ भेज दिए थे कि वो आपके यहाँ रुक सकते हैं क्या। एंड इसमें कोई डिबेट नहीं होती थी, इट वॉज एन ऑब्वियस थिंग। तो उसमें पैदा होना, उसमें बड़ा होना, उसमें दोस्तियां बनाना, उसमें रिश्ते बनाना, उसमें पूरे भारतवर्ष को सेकंड क्लास कंपार्टमेंट से देखना और भारतवर्ष से सीखना, वो मेरे लिए जयपुर की सबसे बड़ी देन है। And they can add to it.
That's true. I remember, I'm his generation, so I remember Jaipur in those days. It was a fairly provincial, quiet, very civilized and quite pretty town. I was in school in Ajmer, so what, 80 miles away from Jaipur. So I used to go to Jaipur a lot. But what strikes me about all of you is that you came from what was then effectively a small town, though it's a big city now. Yet you guys came to Bombay and you conquered Bombay. You brought a national vision to everything you did. How did that happen?
I don't know at all. But we really appreciated the environment that we were brought up in, and we did not let that go. That is, we are only a product of the way we were brought up. You know,
And how were you brought up?
You know, okay, I was the last, first 7 sisters came, then Piyush came, and then I was an afterthought.
So you're the youngest?
I'm the youngest. Okay, I look it, no? So,
yeah, you do too.
So by the time I came into the family, my mother had created the world's best art school for me because, my older sisters, somebody was learning painting, somebody was learning sitar, somebody was learning singing, somebody was doing theater. And that is the environment you're growing. It's all happening all around you. You can't, so by the time I went to NIT, I thought, ab aur kya seekhna hai? Okay. And I think there is a great joy when you are all together. I think the thing that is missing now, we are giving our kids separate rooms and stuff like that. We did not have that. हम लोग ऐसे गद्दे एक छत के ऊपर इधर से उधर तक सब गद्दे लग जाते थे, सब वहीं पे सोते थे। पहले छत पे जाओ, शाम को 5 बजे पहले उस पे छाटे दो ताकि वो उसकी गर्मी निकल जाए। वो काम हम लोग का होता था। फिर when you sleep on the terrace and you can see the stars above, it is the most enriching time because it's not like you go there और एकदम से सो गए। अभी सबकी बातें हो रही हैं। You are like the telephone operator who can hear what this sister is talking to my mother and that sister is talking to, and in that is a huge learning. And all that has got captured somewhere in our heads, and we are only drawing up drawing on that material that is inside and producing it as commercials, and people say, oh, मेरा idea नहीं है, वो देखा था मैंने, ये मैंने सुना था, and I'm just putting a frame around it, and I'm saying, just watch it.
So it's that well of experiences that you keep drawing from.
True.
Yeah, it's interesting. You have made a name creating a new milieu for folk arts, for folk music, all of that. Did that come from your childhood, or was it an interest later?
नहीं, कान तो थे मेरे
Yeah.
जो अच्छा सुनते थे, पर वातावरण जो था वो राजस्थान में मौजूद है। मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि हमारे घर में, जैसा कि आप लोगों ने सुना है कि बड़ी फैमिली थी, तो एक ही साथ साल भर का गेहूं आ जाता था, तो उसको बीनने के लिए जो गांव वाली आती थी, वो उस काम की बोरियत को मिटाने के लिए गाती थी, और हम लोग उनके पास बैठ जाते थे। एक आप तीनों, आप कौन से स्कूल से हैं?
अजमेर मेयो कॉलेज।
अब कुछ भी कह लीजिए कि आप जड़ों से जुड़े हैं, ये जेवियर्स के हैं और मेयो कॉलेज के हैं, और मैं हूँ महाराजा मल्टीपर्पज हाई सेकेंडरी स्कूल। मेरा म्यूनिसिपैलिटी का स्कूल था, तो मैं जड़ों से जुड़ी हुई हूँ। मैं, मेरी दोस्त हैं, कोई हसीना, कोई नफीसा, रामगंज बाजार से आती थी, और ये जो लोकगीत हैं, ये जो साधारण जीवन है, वो ड्राइवरों से सुना। आई ऑलवेज डेडिकेट माई लाइफ टू माई, उस समय के जो हेल्पर थे रघुनाथ, बड़ी बड़ी मूछें उनकी थी, साइकिल पे ले जाते थे, जिस तरह से वो गाते थे, तो ये सब कुछ अनजाने में हमारे अंदर चला गया। अब ये है कि बच्चे 9 जो थे, उन्होंने जो कुछ राजस्थान में था अपने अपने तरीके से लिया। कोई कहता है कि आपका बिंदी का स्टाइल पसंद है, कोई कहता है आप सिल्वर पहनती हैं, पर मैं किसी डिजाइनर के पास थोड़ा ना गई। मैंने तो वही देखे कि फैंसी ड्रेस में हम जाते थे महाराजा मल्टीपर्पज हाई स्कूल में, तो रामनाथ मीणा की वाइफ के लहंगे और कुर्ती कांचली पहन के हम फर्स्ट प्राइज लेके आ जाते थे। तो हम उनसे जुड़े हुए हैं, और यही मेरा सबको कहना है कि कल्चर से जुड़े रहोगे। यू डोंट नीड एनी डिजाइनर, यू डोंट नीड, जितने भी फेस्टिवल राजस्थान में होते हैं वो गाने के बिना होते ही नहीं। भीख गाने के बिना मांगी नहीं जाती, मौत गाने के बिना होती नहीं। मैंने शायद जाने अनजाने उसे पकड़ लिया, और उसी ने मुझे लौटाया जो कुछ था। तो इस तरीके से हो गया। तो मध्यम वर्गीय घर में पैदा होना, म्यूनिसिपैलिटी के स्कूल में जाना, जहां आप अपनी सच्चाई से परे नहीं होते, सच्चाई से जुड़े रहते हैं। आज जैसा प्रसून ने कहा, पीयूष ने कहा कि बच्चों को अलग अलग कमरे मिल रहे हैं, हमारी तो कबर्ड भी नहीं थी, हम तो एक ही टेबल पे पढ़ते थे। और आप मानेंगे नहीं, मैं आज भी ये आदत पड़ गई है कि चाहे आपको राइटिंग टेबल हो, मेरे पास है नहीं, मैं बहुत कुछ लिख रही हूँ, बहुत कुछ पढ़ रही हूँ, उसी डाइनिंग टेबल पे काम होता है, क्योंकि बचपन से वही देखा है। तो ये जो वैल्यूज आप कह रहे हैं। और एक चीज और मैं कहूंगी कि माँ ने सबको सिखाया था कि फलों से लदा वृक्ष हमेशा झुका रहता है। ये वैल्यूज हमने उनसे पाई। या हाथ ऐसा मत करो, ऐसा करो, मतलब मांगो मत। कभी कभी जाते हैं स्पॉन्सरशिप मांगने पर, वैसे ऐसे।
You're at the, don't be modest, you're at the top of your profession, not just at an Indian or an Asian level, but probably at a world level. Yet the one thing everybody says about you when they talk about you is how open you are, how unpretentious you are, how you have no snobbery, how you talk to everybody the same way. Is that a product of your childhood, of growing up?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, explain
Yes,
that.
definitely it is. That I had started off by talking to you about cricket.
Yeah.
I think this is what I share with everyone here and abroad at every forum, that even a Brian Lara could not win a match for West Indies. No matter how good you are, you can't. So you ought to have a great team. And that's what I talk about, that I'm not a single Piyush Pandey. There are so many people working with me, around me, helping me, right down to the man who gets me a cup of coffee at 2 o'clock at night when I'm writing an ad for Fevicol. Each one is a contributor.
Yeah.
So it's not a lie, or it's not a style that I try and project to the world. It is the truth, a truth that most people do not want to accept. A lot of people want their name there. It's not true. It's not true that you are the only contributor. I still remember I once spoke to a senior person in my company in a presentation. It was a line which everyone used, that kind of line and said, we made the brand Titan. So I asked that person, so did you make the watch? He said, no. I said, did you design the watch? He said, no. I said, did you make the shop where they sell Titan? He said, no. I said, then change this line in your presentation to say, I am fortunate to be a part of a team which made the brand Titan.
Yeah.
And that's what we say.
But does that sense of people all in it together, being a team rather than being individualistic, come from growing up in a large family?
I should think so. I think because we were all together and we learned the strength of camaraderie.
Yeah.
Okay. And we realized, I think inadvertently, we realized कि ये सारी चीजें, art is a collaborative art form.
Yeah.
You know, कहाँ से किसने क्या बोला था, उससे मेरे दिमाग में क्या आया, उसको किसी ने कैसा polish किया, and you need to respect that. If you stop respecting it, अगली बार नहीं बोलेगा वो आपके सामने, ठीक है? So you need to honor each contributor so that they get encouraged to talk more, to express themselves. And we are just lucky that we are in the position that we are in.
No, you're not lucky. You have talent and you worked hard for it.
Veera, I just want to add something out here because I remembered something. Some 7-8 years back, I got a Lifetime Achievement Award in New York.
Yeah.
And they wanted you to give an AB, and he made the AB for me. The AB was all common people, halwai, shalwai, or everyone. And they're just saying, yaar, wo to mera idea hai, why are you giving an award to him? The entire thing is, why give an award to Piyush? It's my idea. Because I picked up my ideas from general life. In India, most of the Fevicol work you have seen is from the streets of India. You almost get the feeling that I've seen it myself.
So isn't that, in a sense, you guys share that idea of India, which is that India is its people. All of us contribute, never feel we are greater than the people.
I couldn't agree more with you. Everyone has got a beauty within him or her. Pick it up from there. Why are you going somewhere else looking for it? There is magic in this country, and enjoy it and cultivate it.
Ilaji, did you realize when you were growing up in Jaipur, now when you go abroad and people talk about Indian culture and they talk about Churu prints or Sanganeri prints or whatever, so much of what passes for Indian culture abroad is Rajasthan, is Rajasthani culture. Did you realize then how privileged you were to grow up in that state?
Definitely. आज जहाँ भी मैं हूँ राजस्थान की वजह से हूँ, मैं बार बार कहती हूँ, हमारे गुजराती भाई हैं, राजस्थानी भाई हैं, जो भी हैं, पंजाब से कहीं भी हैं, वो कल्चर के लिए तड़पते हैं. और जब वो मेरे गानों को, मैं 3 जनरेशन अभी भी बाहर किसी से मिली थी, उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि मैं आपके रेशम के रुमाल गले पे डाल के करती हूँ. कोई कहती है नानी करती थी, कोई कहती दादी करती थी. तो इससे खैर मेरी एज तो बढ़ती जाती है, बट उसको भूल जाइए आप. पर मैं ये कहूंगी, मैंने कहाँ से सीखा? ये सब राजस्थान में जड़ों से आप जुड़े रहेंगे, आप सीखेंगे. फेस्टिविटी में इंटरेक्ट करना बहुत जरूरी है. हम डेस्टिनेशन वेडिंग कहते हैं पर बुलाते डीजे को है, हम बुलाते हैं बॉलीवुड को है. तो कैसे होगा? मेरा जो भी प्रोग्राम बाहर होता है, सब लोग गवाह हैं कि मैं कुछ भी कॉस्ट बढ़े, लंगास को, मांगनियार को, उत्तर प्रदेश के फोक गायकों को, इनको 15-20 मिनट जरूर देती हूँ. क्योंकि मैंने प्रेरणा कहाँ से पाई? उनसे पाई. तो पहले मैं श्रद्धांजलि उनको देती हूँ. और कई बार वो आके कहते हैं भाई साहब उनकी भाषा नहीं समझ में आई, अपना जरा फिल्मी सुनाइए. मैं कहती हूँ नहीं, उन्होंने मुझे जबान दी है, उन्होंने मुझे आत्मा दी है. तो फोक तो भारत के किसी भी, चाहे मणिपुर ले लीजिए, गुजरात ले लीजिए, कोई सा भी स्टेट लीजिए, भारत की धड़कन अगर गांव है तो आत्मा उसकी जो है वो लोक संगीत है. और वो हमारे यहाँ है. और बाहर के लोग भारत को इसीलिए प्यार करते हैं क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ सब कुछ आपको प्लेटर में हर प्रांत में मिलता है.
True, very true. I'm intrigued by the fact that you guys came from a smallish town. Well, not so small, but basically a small town, a bit of a backwater. You came to Bombay, the city of opportunity, full of all these cats and sophisticated characters. How did it feel when you arrived? Did you realize you were going to make it so big?
No, no. That I don't think I've made it big as yet.
Okay. Did you realize you were going to make it to whatever you have?
But I'll tell you what. Jaipur se aaye. Yahan pe I was working with Lintas, then they gave me a apartment on Pedder Road. And then I realized, oh gosh, this is a different city because एक maid hire करी. वो maid आई घर पे, उसने मेरा फ्रिज देखा, बोला आपका तो बहुत ही फटीचर फ्रिज है. इसमें वो नहीं है फीचर, मेरे वाले में तो है. So I said, wow. Okay.
This is Bombay.
And then we, after 3 months, she said, I'm having a baby. We said, yeah, of course, take time off. But वो महीने भर बाद वापस आ गई. तो उसको पूछा, यार तुम वापस आ गई, वो बेबी का क्या हुआ? बोला नहीं, उसके लिए मैंने मेड रखी है. So yeah, it took us time getting used to this. But coming back to your question, we never saw it like that. We were just doing our own thing and trying to do justice to each piece of work that we were working on. कभी ये सोचा नहीं. We never worked thinking कि इससे award मिलेगा. मिल गया तो बहुत अच्छा है. मिल गया तो बहुत खुश हुए. नहीं मिला तो no problem. As long as people loved it, and that's the biggest reward for all of us. When we go, airport pe, you're returning from somewhere.
Yeah.
And airport pe wo log, because we used to, in those days, we used to process our films outside and we were shooting on film. So they would always open the cans and they would say कि यार ये क्या film लेके आया? तो उसको पता है हम लोग advertising करते हैं. और जब उसको बोलो कि फेविकॉल कर, बोला फेविकॉल, अरे बहुत कमाल के ऐड होते हैं. मेरे पास भी एक आइडिया है. Now you cannot have a bigger reward than that. So we never focused on awards or whatever, whatever.
So your process is what? Somebody comes to you with an idea, says, we need this. You do what? You don't worry about awards. What do you worry about? What is your priority when you sit down to create something?
Can I do justice to the idea?
That's it.
That's it. It's single focus. That, sometimes people come to me with an idea. Sometimes they ask me to write an idea. But once you have an idea, then the idea is the king. Nothing is more important than the idea. It's unimportant what I like, what I do not like. What does the idea need?
Veer, I just want to add something before you ask me something. I'll give a logic to everyone to understand. In 1982, Color TV came to India with the Asiad. That's when I joined advertising. That was the time when you're going into the homes and kitchens of everyone in India. So Bombay could not confine itself to Bombay. It had to open up to India. And that was what was driving you. And that's what should be driving us today. We cannot live in Bombay and not think of India. Otherwise, we'll be left behind.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you. That if you look at the 70s and the early 80s in Bombay, the advertising community was what I suppose our equivalent of Mad Men. There were all these really cool guys and they thought of themselves as being international and all of that. And yet there was this disconnect with the rest of India. Maybe they should establish diplomatic relations with India. And then it sort of changes with you and with people like you. So was that something that happened naturally to you, or did you realize that this can't go on, they can't continue in this island, this bubble?
A lot of people changed that time, Veer, because they could not cope with the idea of doing work for people that they had no clue about.
That's right.
Those people who were living in Ajmer and Kishangarh and small towns of South India, they had no clue. They could only write in English and have a cocktail in the evening and say how good we are. Yeah. So there were 10 people talking to 10 people, and we had to talk to a billion people.
Yeah.
So that was the difference. I think some of them who were open to change, changed and did very well. But lots of people were caught into their world and they did not. And I think that's what we have to remember all points of time, that you have to keep an eye on the world.
Yeah.
Need not change your belief in your ideas, but embrace whatever is going on and see how you can add value to what you know. Like, I'm not a great believer in AI, but I'll have to recognize that a lot of my younger people are.
Yeah.
I'll have to listen to it and say, "Yaar, ye AI kya hota hai? Air India hai ya कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी है तो समझनी पड़ेगी.
Ilaji, I remember meeting you in the 80s, and it was the era of Prithvi Cafe and all of people being into art and being very different from what was happening in mainstream Bollywood. That process changed. Those worlds began to merge, and you were among those people. Things like Choli Ke Piche, etc., were sort of breakthrough moments in the way in which we saw folk music, folk idioms, Bollywood, etc. Were you conscious then that you were there at the forefront of a change?
नहीं, मैं जो कर रही थी वो तो अपना कर रही थी, बिकॉज HMV ने मुझे बुलाया या टिप्स ने बुलाया तो फोक म्यूजिक के लिए, पर चोली के पीछे तो किसी और का क्रिएशन है और उन्होंने ये देखा कि एक नई आवाज है, नई आवाज की सिनेमा वालों को तलाश रहती है. सबसे पहले मोरनी हुआ था, लम्हे फिल्म का, अगर आपको याद हो, मोरनी बागा में बोली, तो वो शिव जी और हरि जी की कंपोजिशन है. उनको अच्छा खासा राजस्थान का फोक, जम्मू का, पहाड़ का सब पता था, तो उन्होंने मुझे पृथ्वी थिएटर कह लीजिए, क्योंकि थिएटर मेरी जिंदगी है, वहां से उन्होंने मुझे एक नया प्लेटफॉर्म दिया. मैं अनकंफर्टेबल नहीं थी, क्योंकि फोक तो मैंने जिंदगी में जिया है. ऐसे गाने भी सुने हैं जो पारिवारिक शादियों में होते हैं, छेड़छाड़ के गाने होते हैं. तो मेरे लिए तो ये जब लिखवा भी रहे थे आनंद बख्शी, तो एक्सप्रेशन देख रहे थे, अलका थोड़ी सी सकुचाई थी, मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ा, क्योंकि मैं एक तो एक्ट्रेस हूँ, सेकेंडली ये हमारे यहाँ गाने होते हैं जहाँ जीजा साली में मजाक होता है या ननद भाभी में होता है. तो मैंने जो भी गाने गाए हैं जिनके नाम आप ले रहे हैं वो मेरी देन नहीं, वो फिल्म के बड़े बड़े अच्छे लोग, और उससे पहले भी फोक होते थे. नौशाद साहब ने बड़ा इस्तेमाल किया. वाई शुड वी फॉरगेट कल्याण जी भाई, उनको इतना गुजरात का फोक मालूम था, उन्होंने अच्छा इस्तेमाल किया. बीच में एक गैप आ गया था कि बॉलीवुड बाहर से इन्फ्लुएंस हो गया और बाहर का म्यूजिक आने लग गया, पर फोक कभी मरता नहीं. अब देखिए, आप फ्यूजन में चल रहा है, ग्लोबल में चल रहा है. हम फोक को, मैं बार बार कहती हूँ कि अपने ही देश में वो इमिग्रेंट हो गए. अब जो हो रहा है वो दूसरों की बैसाखियों पे चल रहा है, पर फोक को किसी की जरूरत नहीं, अपने आप में बहुत प्योर है. और मेरा कंट्रीब्यूशन कुछ नहीं है, मुझे अवसर मिलते गए और मुझे राजस्थान ने दिया, और ये मेरा प्यार है. लोकगीत के मैं आपको कहूंगी कि मैं कई बार 26 जनवरियों में भी गई हूँ तालकटोरा गार्डन में, और पूरे भारतवर्ष के फोक को देखने का मौका मिला. तो उनकी पोशाकें, उनकी कितनी रंगीन पोशाकें, कितने कलरफुल हैं, कितने तरह से अपने को अभिव्यक्त करते हैं, ये मुझे ट्रेंड कर रहा था और फिर मौका मिला वहाँ मैंने उन्हें इस्तेमाल किया.
The same question I've been asking your brothers, which is when you came to Bombay, Hindi film songs were sung in a certain way, the pitch, the notes were much higher. You introduced a sort of earthiness, a genuineness. Did you realize it would catch on so much and it would make a difference?
आपको समय रियलाइजेशन नहीं होता है. आप पे किसी की नजर पड़ी, आप उसकी मेहरबानी पर गर्दन झुकाते हैं कि उसने आपकी तरफ देखा. मैंने कुछ ऐड किया, ये मैं नहीं कह सकती हूँ, ये वो कह सकते हैं जिन्हें लगता है कि आई ब्रॉट सम डिफरेंस. क्योंकि तब पतली आवाजें चलती थी. आपका कहना सही है कि हीरोइन की आवाज हमेशा पतली है. मैंने तो सोचा कि अपनी ऐसी एक्ट्रेसेस शायद मुझे मौका दे जाएंगी जब मैं उनके लिए प्लेबैक कर सकती हूँ, क्योंकि हम लोगों की सबकी थोड़ी बैठी बैठी आवाजें, बट बेसिकली पतली आवाजें थी. पर फिल्म को भी कोई ऐसी आवाज चाहिए, जैसे बैकग्राउंड में रेशमा जी जब आई, तो एक जब आवाज धूल में लिपटी हुई आती है तो थोड़ा एक फर्क पड़ता है. नई आवाज की तलाश थी, मैं उनकी नजरों के बीच में आ गई. मैं अपने आप को भाग्यशाली मानती हूँ, और ये भाग्यशाली मानती हूँ कि जीवन में एक ही मौका मेरे हाथ में आया कि मैंने लता जी के साथ मोरनी गा लिया. तो बड़े बड़ों को नसीब नहीं होता है, मुझे हो गया. मैं बहुत नाचीज हूँ बेसिकली. मैं तो थिएटर करती हूँ, गाना उनको लगा कि मैं गा सकती हूँ तो मैंने गा दिया.
But even your theatre, you used a folk idiom. You too did theatre that was rooted in India. No?
बिल्कुल. हमने 40 साल हमारे थिएटर सुरनाई के मना लिए हैं, और फोक, और जिसको कहते हैं कि सुरनाई एक दूसरा परिवार है जहाँ पूरे भारत से लोग आके रहे हैं. जब भी मुझे मौका मिलता है, एक प्ले हुआ था कश्मीर की फोक को इस्तेमाल किया हमने, एक प्ले हुआ था राजस्थान की फोक को इस्तेमाल किया. अगर बात कहने में फोक का इस्तेमाल मैं कर सकती हूँ तो मैं मौका गंवाना नहीं चाहती.
And why should you?
जी, it adds to the whole thing.
True. It's said that while Indian commercials started out aping the West and trying to do things that were like what, Madison Avenue or Soho, we now have an idiom of our own. When we make our ad films, we make our own points, we have our own style. We reach out, as your brother just said, to a much wider audience. And yet we're not exactly Bollywood in our style. It's a very distinctive idiom of its own in Indian advertising. How did that develop?
I think part of the answer Piyush already gave, you know, when you realized you have to reach out to the rest of the country, you know, तो फिर उनकी भाषा में बोलना है अपने को.
But you could just have done Bollywood, no? But you guys developed a different idiom.
Yeah, so we, you know, Bollywood is a very sanitized and you know, airbrushed, you know, world view of India. We were concentrating on what is real India, and people, we feel people connect better with that. If I show here, you know, and we found the right clients in that moment, because I remember when we were doing the first Fevicol egg film, and I said, यार वो Carpenter जो है ना, तो Carpenter जितनी भी casting तुम मेरे को दिखा रहे हो, वो उसमें से कोई Carpenter लगता नहीं है, because इसकी skin tone is not telling me he has seen life, you know. Okay. So all of us are living in air conditioning, and it makes our skin completely uninteresting to me as a filmmaker. Yeah. And so I chose a guy who was only supplying junior artists, but he has been roaming around in, you know, in the streets, taking all the sun. So uske chehre pe ek backstory aati hai.
Yeah.
Now, till then, I remember before we did that to Fevicol, I remember one Elpar commercial, मेरे ख्याल से विलासी था उसमें, ठीक है. But then later on, I saw Nerolac commercial where a painter is the same model who was doing Elpar shootings. Okay, तो वो और वो डंगरी पहन के आता है. डंगरी पहन के तो अपने घर पे पेंटर आज तक नहीं आता है. Okay, so I said कि यार ये एक ऐसा आदमी लेते हैं, उसको हीरो बनाते हैं हमारी फिल्म का. And the client was brave enough. He said, I agree with you. Till then, clients would say, no, he's not good looking. No, Carpenter doesn't have to be good looking. Yeah. Carpenter has to be, and we found a great client for SBI Life, because I said, wo old lady or unka husband, wo ek magic hoga if we find a real couple. So we tested around and all that, and once we found a couple, then the client, for a moment, he said, yaar, she's not that great looking. But she doesn't have to be great looking for us. As long as her husband loves her, that's great. And that chemistry I can see. And that was a great client, because he said, okay, you got a point. So you had brave clients who were experimental in their approach. And when people saw the success of that work, then they opened out and they say, yes, why not do real casting?
And that's when things began to change.
Yeah.
We've talked about the fact that you guys came into Bombay and you started working at a time when India was changing, when media was becoming more mass than it had ever been, and it was reaching more people. And the sort of elevated, slightly stilted, bubblish kind of communication that we specialized in till then taught us how to do it. All three of you, you've been at the forefront of this change, which is why I think it's important when you say the idea of India is the idea of its people. You guys have reached the people. I want you to look ahead. What is going to happen in the next 10 years? What should we be looking at?
I think the people in this room, all of us, me included, जितने भी मौके मिले ना, expose your children to India. Give them an opportunity to respect. अगर वो destination weddings भी होती हैं, so it's not The only thing is the fun bit. There can be a lot of fun bits. Travel India a little bit. I think that's where the respect will come. I still remember, I now look back, at that time I didn't realize, but that is the truth. That's what we need. When my boss actually pushed me, and he went to bigger writers, I was a nobody. And that's when I wrote Mile Sur Mera Tumhara.
Okay.
That's what we need today.
Yeah.
If we believe in Mile Sur Mera Tumhara, to Sur Bane Hamara, I think that's what we need. We need to expose them.
So true, no? So true.
I think it's the exposure. It's the exposure. These are bright kids. They are wonderful. But if we don't expose them to the beauty of what this country has, they would miss a chance, and we would miss a chance.
Ilaji, would you agree with that?
मैं बिल्कुल एग्री भी करती हूँ और अपनी तरह से कोशिश भी करती हूँ. क्या होता है कि बहुत सारे एल्बम्स निकले, पर कुछ गाने प्रसिद्ध हो जाते हैं और कुछ गाने जो है लोग सुनते नहीं. एक गाना मैंने किया था, कुछ भी बोलो मगर प्रेम से, 9 लोक गीतों को उसमें डाला था. कहने का मकसद ये है कि अगर हम ट्रस्ट करें, अगर हम एक दूसरे को समझें, तो भारत की ताकत जो है ये एकता में अनेकता और विविधता. तो हमारे पास सब कुछ है. ट्रस्ट इज इम्पोर्टेंट और हमें उसको उसी को इनकैश करना वही आइडिया है कि सब मिलकर चलें, एक छतरी के नीचे रहें, प्यार से. और कितना है, पहाड़ से लेकर समुद्र तक हमारे पास ज्योग्राफिकली भी है, रेगिस्तान हमारे पास है. और जहां मुझे मौका मिलता है, क्योंकि ये अपनी बात 30 सेकंड में कह देते हैं, मैं अपनी बात 4 घंटे या 3.5 घंटे में कहती हूँ. नाटक करती हूँ तो भी फैला देती हूँ, गाने गाती हूँ तो भी फैला देती हूँ. पर मकसद ये अलग अलग चाहे हो. आई थिंक सोच राजस्थान से मिलिए, सोच फैमिली से मिलिए, क्योंकि हमारा खुद ही पांडेमोनियम रिपब्लिक हो चुका है कि इतने लोग घुस चुके हैं, हर मजहब के लोग हैं. तो एकता में एक अनेकता भारत की ताकत है. और मैं सोचती हूँ कि हमारे युवा बहुत, उनको हम प्रेम सिखाएं, ट्रस्ट सिखाएं एक दूसरे पे, डरे नहीं. ये जो कुछ भी हो रहा है, हमेशा लोग कह रहे हैं हमें बहुत डर है, हमें बड़े. किस बात का डर है यार? कौन किसको? फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन है और होनी चाहिए. अगर फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन नहीं होगी तो फिर घुट घुट के आदमी रहेगा. तो मेरा आइडिया ये है कि फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन हो, युवा के पास नौकरी हो, युवा आगे बढ़े, ट्रस्ट करे और भारत खिलखिलाए. That's what I say.
That's great. Looking ahead, you guys, as I said, you were at the forefront of a change in India. You were at the forefront of a way of communicating. The brilliant example you gave, you showed us that real people on screen were much better than these airbrush people when it came to connecting. What lies ahead? What do you see for the next 10 years?
Actually, I don't have the slightest clue.
Really?
Okay. And also, I feel culture is not a fixed space. Yeah. It's an ever-evolving piece. So the next generation will have to look around at what is available now, yeah, and enjoy it. I think if you enjoy and appreciate what is around, you'll be able to observe much better. I think my greatest strength as a creative guy is that I'm a good observer. Okay, yeah, because ideas, like I said, they don't come from here. You watch something, you connect something to something. Okay, and I think if the next generation just remembers this, that we are so blessed. Oh, holy Christ, you can't believe how blessed we are that we are born in this country. Because yeah, for a moment, if you were to believe that there is afterlife, and in your next life, I don't mean to demean any other country, but for heaven, for God's sake, if you were born in Sweden, yeah, and if there was a way of remembering what you had here, you'd really, really, repent. Ki yaar, I did not watch enough. This is like all of Europe put together, multiplied by 10. Okay, yeah, there is so much around me. If you do not observe, you have missed. Holy Christ! I mean, you missed an unbelievable experience.
So your next life and the life after that, the life after that.
I'd like
India, right?
Yes. Right here. Always.
1,000 lifetimes in India.
I think some things won't change, Veer. Let me give you an example. will generosity change? And I'm asking this question to the audience here. Will the concept of generosity change? I don't think generosity will change, but the ways of expressing it will change. The work done by youngsters at Ogilvy, that's the company I work in, they did the Shah Rukh Khan ad for Cadbury's, where he's talking on, he's promoting the retailers, small retailers who cannot afford advertising, but the usage was AI and deepfake. Generosity did not change. We don't have to change. Will your love for your child change? No. Your expressions will change. Will your love for your mother change? Nothing will change. So accept the universal truths, embrace the new things, but express the same things. That's what I think.
Who could have said it better? You guys are a remarkable family. I can't think of anybody who so quietly with at the forefront of so many changes in communication and popular culture. It's been a privilege to talk to you guys. Thank you.
Next time I'll ask you about how to taste food and say things about them. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much. And if I can just request you to please be seated. इला जी बहुत अनुरोध है ऑडियंस की तरफ से कि आप मंच पे हैं और आप कुछ गाएं नहीं तो ये थोड़ी जास्ती हो जाएगी.
कभी
I was waiting for that. अब तो गाना ही पड़ेगा.
एक सेकंड, अगर तेंदुलकर साहब आते हैं आप कहते हैं कि बैटिंग करो यहाँ. I mean, साजिंदे नहीं, ताल नहीं, सुर नहीं, मैं क्या गाऊंगी. पर मैं चाहूंगी छोटा सा गुनगुना दूंगी आपके लिए, पर दोनों भाइयों को सहयोग करना पड़ेगा. एक मैंने गाना लिखा था वोट फॉर घाघरा. तो कहानी बहुत छोटी सी थी कि ईव टीजिंग का जमाना चल रहा था. लोग गरीब लड़के, आज भी चल रहा है, लोग कहीं रेप्स हो रहे हैं, कभी कुछ हो रहा है. तो हम अपनी तरीके से कम्युनिकेट करते हैं कि कला के माध्यम से कैसे कहें कि ये सब गड़बड़ है. तो मैंने वोट फॉर घाघरा एक गाना लिखा था. दिल्ली शहर में मारो घाघरा जो घूमिया. अब पूरे लोग तो नहीं, सबने घाघरा घुमा क्योंकि चोली के बाद आया था ना, तो उन्होंने सोचा कि कुछ होगा इसमें भी. अरे भाई, चोली के पीछे भी एक अच्छी बात थी कि चोली में दिल है मेरा. और घाघरे की बात जब है तो घाघरे में उलट पुलट बातें नहीं है कि दिल्ली शहर में घाघरा एक गरीब लड़की है, गांव में पैदा हुई, उसको एक मंत्री के लड़के ने छेड़ा. बात दबाने चाह रहे हैं लोग कि दब जाए, पर लड़की में ऐसा जोश है, वो कहती मेरा ये घाघरा वस्त्र नहीं, मेरा घाघरा अस्त्र है. और वो घुमा देती है. फिर प्रेस वाले भी मुग्ध हो जाते हैं, फिर मीडिया भी पागल हो जाता है, फिर यहाँ तक कैसे हो जाता है जैसे फूलन देवी बनी तो वोट फॉर घाघरा हो गया. यानी कि उन्होंने देखा ताकत है, वोट फॉर घाघरा ऐसे. तो भैया तुम लोग थोड़ा साथ देना. गाना याद नहीं है, गाना अगेन बहुत लंबा है, मैं छोटा सा गाऊंगी. घूमियो 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 करना प्लीज. और पहले मैं काई हो फिर तू काई बोली. 3 चीजें गलत मत करना. पीयूष ज्वाइन. अरे दिल्ली शहर मेरे मारो घाघरो जो घूमियो घूमियो सब मर गया रे मारो घाघरो जो घूमियो घूमियो. थी मैं खेत में खड़ी, खा रही थी ककड़ी, उनकी लाल पगड़ी जो मारी बाँ पकड़ी. मैंने गुस्सा करो आया, मैंने मारी लकड़ी, उन्हें मूछा कमाई, मैंने आँखें दिखाई. फिर काई होए हो, फिर खाए होए हो. और दूर हट जा रे छोरा, दूर हट जा. दूंगी मैं थने ऐसा धचका, दूर हट जा रे पैर. दिल्ली शहर मेरे मारो घाघरा जो घूमियो घूमियो. ओए सब मर गया रे मारो घाघरा जो घूमियो घूमियो. सीटी सर बजाते पुलिस दौड़ी चढ़ी आई, कंगन मारा उतारा, हथकड़ियां पहनाई, थानेदार के आगे फिर मैं मुस्काई. मैंने दियो धचको, उन्हें खाया लचको. थोड़ी टेढ़ी हुई, थोड़ी मेढ़ी हुई. थानेदार की अकल थोड़ी सी घबराई. फिर मैंने कहो तू काई बोली. अरे दूर हट जा रे छोरा, दूर हट जा. दूंगी मैं थने ऐसा धचका, दूर हट जा रे पैर. दिल्ली शहर मेरे मार घाघरा जो घूमियो घूमियो.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 1
उसके बाद गाना बढ़ता जाता है और बाद में आता है इन्हें टिकट दिलाओ, इन्हें मंत्री बनाओ, चुनाव चिन्ह घाघरा ने बनाओ। इलेक्शन आ रहे हैं, ऐसे कई औरतों को मिलेंगी। चुनाव चिन्ह घाघरा ने बनाओ, वोट फॉर घाघरा, वोट फॉर घाघरा, वोट फॉर घाघरा। तो ये औरतों की बात।
शीला जी, घाघरे की बात हुई है तो चोली की बात की जाए। अगर घाघरे की बात हुई है तो फिर चोली की बात भी हो जानी चाहिए, नहीं?
चोली मेरा राइट नहीं, टिप्स आ जाएगा, मुझे फट से पैसे मांगेगा। आपको मालूम नहीं है, गाना गाते हैं तो पैसे मिलते हैं, नहीं मिलते हैं तो सीक्रेट है, पर जब गाते हैं ना तो यहाँ बैठे होंगे एक दो, वो कहते इला ने गाया है, फिर मुझे पैसे देने पड़ेंगे। So I can't sing.
But thank you for being so graceful and ladies and gentlemen, you know, आजकल ये क्रिएटर इकोनॉमी की बात होती है, ये भारत के ओरिजिनल क्रिएटर्स हैं and they've brought the earthiness of India to us through their creativity, through their craft. We're truly privileged. Thank you for your contribution and thank you for giving us these iconic pop culture moments. एक बार फिर से काफी historic panel रहा है ये.
Thank you.
Having the family together here. अब स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगी अपूर्वा सरकार, हेड मार्केटिंग बंधन बैंक, to please join us on stage and felicitate these legends of fighting. Can we get the mementos on stage, please? Ila Arun, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ma'am. पीयूष पांडे जी के लिए तालियां। And thank you so much as well, Prasoon ji, for being here. Thank you very, very much. And thank you, Mr. Sangvi, once again. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for our next guest to arrive, I think this is the perfect time to once again express our gratitude towards our wonderful partners who've been so supportive, starting with Dabur Vedic Tea, our co-presenter, co-powered by Rajesh Masale, Bandhan Bank and Gallant Group of Industries. Our partners, Ashpura Gems and Jewels, Tata Power, Relly Spray, Tata AIG, Jindal Steel, Tata Capital, Mahara and MMRDA. Our knowledge partner is Sharda University, wellness partner Shuddhi Ayurveda, state partner Uttarakhand Shasan, Uttar Pradesh Sarkar, associate partner Himalaya, and digital partner ABP Live and Uncut. एक बार तालियां हो जाए. Well, the evening is warming up. We've had a wonderful session और एक बहुत बेहतरीन अभिनेत्री हमारे बीच अब आने वाली हैं कुछ ही मिनटों में. We're just waiting for the iconic Kareena Kapoor Khan to arrive in a matter of few minutes.
Ideas of India, ये है Ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right. की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right. की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Has to be managed. And so we apologize for this slight delay, but the session is beginning very, very shortly.
Best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right. की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas.
Hello.
Hi,
and
how are you doing?
Good evening to everyone. I am very excited to be here amongst so many amazing people and having this chat with Chetan finally.
No, I'm delighted too. And I've always seen you from the very beginning. I never knew one day we'll be doing this session, but from your first movie or whether it was a Netflix thing, I found this, you are extraordinarily talented. So congratulations on all the achievements. How are you keeping it together? Like, does it go to your head? Do you feel like kabhi lagta hai apun ko apuni bhagwan hai? Yeah, you feel like how do you keep grounded, when so much fame is coming, so much adulation, so much love?
I think I have an attitude of gratitude. And sometimes my mom tells me, she says, you just don't know how to take a compliment. You're always underplaying yourself. But that comes from the very beginning of my journey. When I started off, I didn't go on to become an overnight success story. So those few years, the initial years of my career were the most defining years. And I believe that's what's made me who I am today. I think that's given me a sense of grounding, that I don't let it get to my head. Neither the success nor the failures.
Okay.
I think I found how to balance it. And what
Thrilled to have the company today of a powerful woman whose unmatched talent continues to floor us after 2 decades of her entering the film industry. Not only has she made characters iconic with her performances, she's also actually led change in the film industry when it comes to actresses in their different life stages. And she's been able to do that simply because of the power of her talent. हमारी guest सिर्फ खुद की नहीं, हम सबकी favorite हैं. पू से लेकर गीत तक, she continues to be our जाने जा. Please give it up for the Queen of Hearts, Kareena Kapoor Khan. A very warm welcome to Ideas of India, Kareena. And because Kareena is as special as she is, we have not one, but two accomplished gentlemen interviewing her. So please join us on stage, Veer Sanghvi and Chetan Bhagat.
मैम आपके लिए आप ये पहला सेशन है, आपके लिए 2 लगते हैं मॉडरेटर, ये लेवल पे आप हो आज, ये याद रखिए.
I'm feeling very, very privileged, very honored that I'm sitting in the company of,
Privilege or cornered? It could go either way.
both Chetan and Veer. Veer and me have done, हम लोग ने काफी बातचीत
Lot of
की
them,
है.
yes.
Many
Right
times.
from the time you joined the industry.
I think
Like
so.
one of the first ones, yes.
Lots of
I was once
fun
supposed
interviews.
to interview your sister.
Acha.
And she said, I can't make it, I'll send my sister. So I said, even better. And we did a terrific interview, I remember.
And this is our first time, I
Yes,
think.
first time. Okay. We were discussing, we said you asked the first question. So I'm asking one question. All my questions are questions I genuinely want to ask you personally also. And I asked this in a different form yesterday to Kiara, but I'm asking you this because I think you can answer this best. Because this big debate on can a woman have it all? Like Indra Nooyi, the PepsiCo CEO said, well, they can't. Some say they can. Career, family, husband, kids, fitness, looks, money, fame. Guess who has it all? I mean, you do seem to have it all. So what is your take on this? Can women have it all? And what does it take to have it all?
I think, of course, I think women, every human can have it all. Men, women, everybody. But I think what I have, which I count, is that I'm happy. And happiness is something that I have. Because my happiness is my mental stability. And if that is not there, बाकी आपने सब जो कहा, fame, money, career, husband, kids, everything falls short. सब खत्म हो जाता है कि अगर वो mental strength and mental happiness जो है नहीं है. So for me, that is the most important that a woman should preserve. Self-preservation leads to happiness.
But do you work damn hard? Is it like a non-stop, like your day is full? Like there's never like chilling, doing nothing. You're always having to balance things, or is it pretty relaxed?
I mean, some days is very hectic. Like today was very hectic because lot of things were happening in the Khan household.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because there was Taimur's school fete going on. There was my younger one, Jay's first ever concert that I missed today because I was shooting a Dream 11 campaign in Andheri. I've come from there, and Saif was actually doing a rehearsal for his film, which he's starting on Netflix next week. So he actually went to the school fair and to the concert, and I had to come here now. So it's been very busy, and I just called the kids up in the car before I got off here. And I said, have you guys reached home? Are you all eating dinner? Because now I'm still not done for the day. So yeah, I mean, there's always, it's a constant battle, but I love it. I enjoy it.
Does it get easier?
It's what you actually want it to be and how you want it to be.
Okay.
Some days I want it to be like this, and कुछ दिन ऐसे होता है जब I just want to switch off my phone. I don't want to talk to my managers. I don't want to talk to anybody, not even my parents, maybe. And I just want to be with myself and with my immediate unit, which is, my 2 kids and my husband, which is normal, and I'm allowed.
But that's one of the interesting things about you and Saif, that both of you form a very close family unit with your kids. And though you're both public people, you're also very private people. There's a lot of stuff people don't know how you enjoy yourselves. For instance, I was shocked to discover how much you knew about fine wine and Burgundy. I mean, that side of you never talk about. So is that a deliberate decision to keep that privacy?
Like I said, some things should be preserved, should be kept a little bit for the unknown. That feeling of, okay, do we really know her? Do we don't? I'm happy with people. कुछ लोग assume भी कर लेते हैं कि शायद वो ऐसी होगी. जैसे कि most people feel like I'm either Poo or Geet.
Yeah.
And I've made them believe that could be a possibility.
You're not?
I'm a bit of all my characters. But there's a side to me that it is very private. I like to keep it a little private. I think that somewhere it keeps my, like I said, mental health, my mental stability, because I think if everything is just left for the known and, for judgment, I don't know how we'll survive as actors.
But between you and Seth, you have a reputation for being the more even-tempered one, and he's slightly moody. Is that fair?
Well, he's not going to agree to that, Veer. He's going to want to say that even she's moody.
You can tell us the truth.
I think that, we both, in a way, we ground each other. I think a husband or wife, jo hota hai, I think they kind of, they feed off each other.
Yeah.
It's something. And our energies, both Saif and me, if he's hyper, I'm calm. If I'm getting hyper, he's always trying to calm me down. So I think somewhere that dynamic has worked out. But I would say that he may be a lot more impulsive, but now I think I've calmed him down.
Straight.
Yeah.
Speaking of, you mentioned privacy and having a boundary. Now, curiosity about celebrities' kids is normal. It's everywhere. It's in British royalty. Like, I think the whole country goes crazy when they are having a child, and we've seen it, but we've not seen it like we saw for Taimur.
Yeah.
Have you seen for any other? It was, and by the way, Taimur comes to play in my building.
Oh, really?
And like a very normal kid. Like in Wahida building.
Yeah.
So we've seen him so many times, and then like, to have a child who's an infant, who's a toddler, to be so talked about. Once I went there, by the way, fun fact I sometimes say in my talks, did you know Taimur is related to Rabindranath Tagore? Think about it.
He is, no?
He is,
Yeah.
yes.
Great.
Yes, so
grand.
there is some... You are very used to fame. You've seen fame for generations in your family. So in a way, I think you know how to handle it. But when it's happening to your child, and then the second child as well, and a disproportionate attention, memes, this wasn't there earlier. Now the technology...
We're in the digital age. I mean, everything is, like I said, is meant for people, to just give their opinion, judge their judgment, troll us, love us, hate us.
But when kids get, I feel there's a boundary crossed. How do you see it? How did you handle it? Are you chill about it? Does it bother you sometimes? How does it happen?
I think the only way I could be was to actually be chilled about it. Because if I was hyper about it, which maybe I was inside, but if I would bring it out, I feel somewhere it would have affected Taimur in knowing that, something's upsetting me, or that, like there's too many cameras on me, or kya ho raha hai, kyun kar rahe hain aise, kyun photo le rahe hain. Yeah, like if I'm telling the photographer ki photo mat lo, I just feel like, if he was exposed to that, it would have probably left a lasting impact on him, that he's seen this. Whereas if, like Saif just told me, he said just, head down and walk.
Right.
We can't run away from this, but instead of trying to scar him further, let's just take it in our stride and just walk with our head down outside the airport or wherever it is. And then when Taimur understands after a certain age, which he does, that my parents are famous, so they're clicking him, and he's quite easy about it. He's very chill. And I think that's the reason he's actually really chilled and relaxed. He's
both of you grew up being star kids in a sense, with everyone knowing who you were. Stardust would write about you.
But tab ek hi Stardust tha, ek hi Cineplex
but I was about to say that, but it was different in those days, There were lines people didn't cross. Those lines are gone. Kids are fair game now.
Everything is, you're being scrutinized with a magnifying glass. I feel the digital age and Instagram, and people are just making up stories. Anything is just being written. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody's writing a review. सब कुछ ना कुछ बोले जा रहे हैं.
In fact, your what they call Insta game. I mean, you're from the pre-internet era. Forget pre-social media era.
I'm very conservative actually when it comes to
and
this.
nowadays the latest breed of artists, actors, not just actors, everybody. I would say even writers, they have to have a social media game. We have a social media star.
Your social media game also is quite strong, Chetan.
Yeah, because that's more important than the writing. We have Ori here, who has another champion of social media.
Ori, my dear friend, he's also here. He's a new age celebrity.
Especially for your session.
See him.
And I think your husband's not on social media?
No, he
at all. So is the pressure there? Do you sometimes feel, oh my God, we better be on this, otherwise we'll lose relevance, or we better be good at this, we better hire a team who does this? Or you guys are still old school, or you have deliberate? Is it deliberate? Is it intentional to keep away? Is it like, ye samajh nahi aata hai?
Nee, I think that for Saif it is different because I think he's like, you know, that constant posting or taking your own picture and trying to put something. I think that he's not, like, he doesn't get that. It's easier for me somehow. I don't know. I don't know, maybe I like taking selfies. I have no idea. But the idea is that I know how to channelize my life. Like, I'll give a little bit of a idea of my life, but I'll also know when to pull back. The idea is that you have to know when to pull back. I think it's people just kind of get very consumed. And the thing is, maybe because I have a lot going on in terms of, like, you know, whether it's with the kids or whether it's my work, that it's not, I don't get so affected or consumed by it.
Do you sometimes feel guilty about working and not being there for your kids? A lot of women do. What do you have to say to those who do, and how do you cope with that feeling?
No, of course, like, there was a lot of guilt that I couldn't be there for Jay's first concert, but then I kind of tell myself that I know I will be there when, you know, he'll perform next year. And it's more for me at this age, you know, because he's 3. It's my guilt. It's like I need to be there for my joy to see what he does, because I don't know if he'll remember it. So I have to, you know, you have to talk to yourself, convince yourself, say that it's okay. Because somewhere I feel that I can't live this guilt of, you know, I'm not going to be there at certain times or at all times, and I'm, you know, not there 24 hours. Because being at work or being a working mother is something that, I mean, I can't live without either. I don't know anything without that. I feel that like Taimur understands that when I say I'm going to work, I'm going to shooting. I also feel it's a healthy atmosphere for him to see that his mother as well as his father go to work. They take turns in who's probably going to be there at home. I think it'll give him a very balanced approach to, you know, growing up and knowing how to respect a woman a lot more.
You're in a business where success and failure comes and goes very quickly. Saif, until he made it, 14 flops in a row, and then he really made it. There's a degree of tension before a film being released. 3 flops in a row, 2 hits, you wonder how long it'll last. How do you, in a home situation, insulate your kids from the uncertainties that a star's life inevitably has?
It's an interesting question, Veer, because it's so tough to not be caught up in this world of this. It's like a vicious, never-ending circle, na? Right. Jo success, failure hota hai, to then you're like, nahin, now I have to do something where I want to be successful. When you're successful, it's never enough. You want to constantly keep chasing it. So I feel that somewhere I can speak for myself that I've just learned to just say that this is what I want to do and only this much. And I want to step back. I've seen it all, I've done it. But now I have to find success, happiness, and some sort of comfort in other things apart from just chasing this box office, this nexus that just sucks you in. and that you just want that, you know.
But stars claim they would do that, but when they sort of reach that level, they've got so used to success, they're so hungry for more.
For more.
But you seem to have found a balance.
I think I'm very lucky in that sense because I have to give a lot of credit to Saif. My marriage to him grounded me a lot, gave me a sort of a, you know, a comfort that I felt that, and a lot of exposure to a lot of other things.
Like what?
Like life outside the movies.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's friendships from school, whether it's friendships from college, whether it's, you know, family, cousins, travel, you know, watching sunsets, you know, going to Himachal, going to Dharamsala. When he was shooting this film, I was pregnant. I spent, you know, 3 weeks there with him. And I had like, you know, just exploring, just being there, not being in front of the camera, but just being, you know, walking around, going to the market, just enjoying your time not being an actor. I think he exposed me to that, which I started enjoying. And once you start that, I think you find that balance.
It's difficult though, isn't it?
It's difficult, but you make a conscious effort to also engage with people outside the film fraternity. I think that also makes it a lot easier because you start having fun.
That's always been true of both your families in a sense, huh?
I think so.
You're different in that way. You grew up initially in South Bombay.
Yeah.
Saif did not far from where you lived also. So you both had very distinct lives, huh?
And we've maintained a lot of friendships from when we were a lot younger and before the movies. So I think that somehow just gives you a break and slightly more exposed to the real world of what's happening a little bit outside, you know.
True.
So
Which
it's
is so
nice
important. Chetan?
I have a film industry kind of question because you're kind of like an expert. There is today, we are in what is often described as the attention economy, or there's a war for attention. There was a time like people used to get bored, you know, and then wait for movies, they're coming, and we would wait for weeks. I remember for Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum, I was in Hong Kong working in a bank, and literally I bought tickets 1 month in advance, and we made a plan with 25 friends. Today, I'm not able to keep up with all the movies, all the OTT shows, and then there is Instagram Reels, and then there is TikTok. They stopped. Otherwise, I would have left over like TikTok also. There's YouTube. It's endless. It's endless entertainment. And in the middle of all this, there is theatrical cinema still there. Do you think fundamentally something's changed for the movie business? But then you have something like a Jawan, you'll have something like and they come and break records like nothing else. And then a lot of movies are not even like making any initial. What's happening? And how are you seeing it? And how do you see OTT versus films?
I think the switch happened. I think COVID changed a lot. You know, people being in their homes for 2 years kind of left people consuming a lot from the digital and the OTT space because there was obviously no cinemas for like a year and a half. People, entertainment, I feel in India, maximum entertainment is, you know, films and cricket. You want to watch that. You want to go out. People really, really go out to do that. So the 2 years of COVID kind of taught us to consume a lot of other stuff, you know, like you said, OTT platforms, you know, people were watching, you know, whatever was available, whatever. So maybe the audience's mindset changed for a bit. Also, their exposure to the OTT platform and the kind of films that were coming out was very different because, you know, it's a different platform. You're allowed to show a lot more. There's a lot of different kind of storytelling. But I think eventually, I think the heart of where we all के साथ थिएटर में जाके फिल्म देखनी है. That spirit started coming back slowly with the big ticket films, you know, like Pathan and Jawan. And now slowly, I think even the smaller films are doing 80-90 crores, you know, like a Dream Girl. So I think people are coming back now with the hope that this is where actually their joy lies. So I think cinema will always be their first
And you're
love.
optimistic.
I'm very optimistic about it because I feel like most of the films that have released now have done really, really well because people are, you know, they're craving the fact of that, you know, going, singing their songs in, you know, in unison together. They love that. That's the theater experience. And I think that is coming back and I'm not going to lose hope that it's not because I think the recent past has done pretty well.
You have to do your fitness routine. You have to do your diet. You have to raise your kids, and I'm sure you're getting more work than you can do. You are fortunate enough to get a lot more scripts than you can do. How do you decide how much is enough for a year? And how do you know, like, okay, something better may come along? I mean, is it deliberate now? I have 2 kids. I cannot do as many movies as I used to do 10 years back. And then, oh my God, I really love this. I really want to do this. Does that happen? Like, give us an example of things like that. And how is the scheduling of your life happening on a yearly, monthly, daily basis?
There has to be, a sacrifice because we're actually, both of us are working.
Yeah.
So we take turns. If, I want to do a film, we try that Saif is at home. If Saif is shooting for a film, then I try to be at home because we're always, one of us want to be with, the kids. They're obviously of that age where they need one of their parents with them. And then we take out that time where for in a year, 2.5 months, we won't work together, which is June to August. And that is like a pact that come what may, it's okay. And I mean, you have to learn to sacrifice something.
That's vacation time. So,
yeah,
that's family vacation.
Because that's a family vacation and that's the longest period that, Taimur gets his holidays. So we want to spend time together, travel, be at home. It's not necessary that we have to be on a holiday. The idea is that we just have to be together and we don't have to, both of us don't want to work at that time.
And then, so it's turns. If he's done a movie and then you both have a good movie, say, it's my turn now.
Yeah.
You're changing the diapers for the next few months.
Yeah. Luckily the kids are not in diapers, but the fact is that in the sense, he's there or I am there. So it's tough. So one of us is always sacrificing.
Fair enough. That's what marriage is about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, working moms have to do that. And you have to do it happily.
Yeah. From the time you joined the industry to now, do you feel the way in which women are being treated in the industry has changed? Or is it still the same?
No, I think it has changed because I think a lot of strong women have done a lot of strong parts.
Yeah.
They have done films that have been loved by the audiences, by the masses, by the, by the film people, by the critics, and at the box office. So whether it's, lead actresses like Kangana, like Vidya, like Deepika, or myself, I think we've always tried to stand for roles that have risen above just being, there in the film.
Yeah.
So, I think that has what has really, really changed a lot of dynamics on everybody, demanding a certain a role, demanding a certain fee, demanding a certain position. And I think today things are different.
Also the old argument that people went to see heroes at the box office and the women were just incidental, that's dead, no?
No, I think people are going to see films.
Yeah.
And I would want that people go to see cinema.
Yeah.
ये नहीं है कि हीरो को देख रहे हैं या हीरोइन को देख रहे हैं, हम पिक्चर देख रहे हैं, हम साथ में फिल्म देख रहे हैं, कहानी सुन रहे हैं, गाने सुन रहे हैं और साथ में खुशियां बांट रहे हैं, because that's what our films are. It's not कि okay, it's a male centric film or heroine typical centric. I mean, my film is releasing on the 29th of March. It's called Crew. It's about 3 air hostesses. There's Tabbu, me, and Kriti Sanon in the film. But I want to look at it as, I don't want to look at it like, oh, it's a female-centric film. Heroine-oriented picture.
It's a film about people.
Yeah.
And some people are male and some are female.
Yeah, what is the problem? And it's a film. Go watch it, enjoy it, love it. Why are you giving it names? It's a film.
In fact, another thing that has changed, and I'm sure you agree or maybe you can elaborate more on it, is that there was this notion, stereotype, that there's a shelf life of an actor, especially female actor. There's a shelf life when it comes to the married.
Shaadi ke baad to no
Shaadi ke
chance.
baad, and for you, and not just for a lot of, we don't even know, sometimes we have to think, is she married, is she not married? I mean, it doesn't even, we never think.
Absolutely.
But it used to be different, and even kids, nothing. Age also.
I think, not at all. I think today, audience also has become accepting. And I think age is just, a number. It's something that you're as old as you look today.
Well,
I mean, you have to be fit, you have to look good, yes, because it's a visual medium. So we have to look after
you look
oneself.
like the clothes brand. It's called Forever 21.
No, but I don't want to ever be 21 again. I'm
Why?
very happy.
Why not?
No, I love the fact that I think at 21 I was so much more like hyper and anxious. Aajkal ke bhi 21-year-olds, they always, when I see them, I'm always like, God, just wait till you're like in your 40s, you'll be much more calmer. I think I'm in a happy place like that.
But
no?
going forward, I mean, to take his question forward, do you see yourself acting forever? Or do you see yourself stepping back?
I don't know. My grandfather always said, "Na jeena yahan, marna yahan,
right.
iske siva jana kahan." For me, I've just grown up with that. He's exposed us to that, and for me, that is what I want. So, yeah, I don't know. I want to be on a
But that
movie
is
set
in the
forever.
family, right? Till the end, he was planning his next film.
Yeah.
Even if there were downs, he always bounced back.
Yeah, I mean, he lost everything in Mera Naam Joker.
Yeah.
I mean, to his last shirt, there was nothing. But he
And
just
Kala
got-
Aaj Aur Kal after that. And
Yeah,
then,
yeah, absolutely.
it was Bobby that saved
Everything.
So, given that, are you like a child of the industry, brought up in the industry, and part of the industry till you die? Or at some stage, will you walk away?
I don't know if I'll walk away because I just love what I do, and I'm just passionate about being in front of the camera and doing different parts, like just showing, just straddling that, the fact that I can do different characters, like Janeja will be different from Crew, and I take great pride in it being like, one is like a comedy role and one is like, such an intense thriller. So for me, I don't know anything else and I want to work forever. So, I mean, I don't know. But 20 years later, we'll still have a chat and we'll figure it out.
No, my guess is you'll be doing this right till the end. Chetan, go ahead. We should wrap up and you should do it.
There's a lot to learn from you. And I think it is truly amazing how you've managed to not just look great, but evolve over time, not just as an actor, but as a person. I think I don't know you when you were 21, but today you come across as really grounded and really like get a handle on things, and seeing fame in the mature, proper way. I think it's been really interesting talking to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me, guys. Thank you so much.
The full conversation, or Kareena, but I think एक ही चीज बोल सकते हैं. We love you.
Thank you.
And we hope you keep acting forever.
Yeah,
because that will be our good luck. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for
Please
having
give
me.
it up for Kareena Kapoor Khan. And I'd like to invite on stage now Chandrasekhar Ghosh, MD and CEO Bandhan Bank, and also Avinash Pandey, CEO ABP Network, to hand over Kareena a memento from Ideas of India. और करीना की एक्टिंग prowess इतनी बड़ी है. She is a change maker for us. She's made a lasting impact in the industry and she's got many years to go. So we'd also like to hand over Kareena the Change Maker Award for creating a cast of memorable characters from Geet to Maya. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Show Kareena Kapoor Khan the love that we feel for her. Thank you for bringing us joy through your work. Thank you very much, Chetan. Thank you, Mr. Sangvi.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right. की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Powerful artists, and we know Karina just left the hall, but someone else has entered the hall who is really, really special and is being keenly watched as a major star in the years to come. Now, since the time that our next guest made her debut in films in 2018, she has been appreciated for her unique style of acting and her unusual choices of roles. She's a rare star whose work receives both the love of the audience and the approval of the toughest critics. Beyond her on-screen persona, her simplicity, her sincerity as a public figure has endeared her to our hearts. Please welcome an artist made in heaven. Please join us on the stage, Sobita Dhulipala. A huge round of applause, please. And once again, let's welcome Chetan Bhagat back on the stage.
Hi. Hi, Shivda. I must say, I'm doing many sessions here. But the moment I used to tell friends or anybody, just now, like, I'm doing Shobita's session, they say, she's so hot. She's so pretty. She's so beautiful. She's so amazing. Indirectly, I've only heard this about you 20 times today. You must be hearing it 2,000 times a week or a day. How is it? Like, do you hear? I mean, how do you take it? Like, is it something that gets to your head? Do you sometimes see in the mirror and say, well, they're kind of right. I am.
It makes me absolutely conceited.
Yeah.
I think I am the shit.
Yeah. I would. I can empathize with that. Yeah. How do you take it? With so much adulation, especially on your looks coming, I mean, does it, as part of your identity, what do you make of this? Is it sweet? Is it something hard for you? Does it cause stress? Does it put pressure on you to keep on looking good all the time?
Compliments have never caused me stress.
Okay.
Yeah, I can assure you. I have always felt great. I mean, it's obviously very kind for people to walk up to someone and say good things. We live in a world where we're exposed to so much criticism or comparison that obviously when someone has something nice to say, it only makes you feel more encouraged and just touched and grateful. So obviously it's wonderful.
Okay. But you mentioned that when you were starting out, you were not this person. You describe yourself as a geeky kid. Yeah, it's your words. Kind of people. Do you want to talk about that? What was it like? Like your dad's, you're not obviously from the industry. So do you want to get into that for those who may not know?
I don't think it's like, okay, I was a geeky kid before and now I'm an actress. No, I mean, I still am quite geeky, and I think it is a part of my character. And
Where do you geek out? Like, what kind of geeky are you?
I mean, as a kid, I was obviously I was really shy as a child. I was timid. I wanted to mingle, but I just didn't have the confidence to. So I would just retreat and maybe read some books or just, do things that were not very out there. So I just developed a connection with, like I was saying, books or craft making or things that didn't require social interaction. So I didn't make a fool out of myself. But that thing has added a layer of, it's something I consider a beautiful hobby today, whether it's reading or writing or my love for travel. These are things that I picked up purely because I could not mingle so confidently as a child, and today they've gone on to become a very joy-giving part of my life. So I'm glad about it.
Yeah. But then you took part in a beauty contest. That's in fact kind of how the journey began for you. And again, I've read it on the internet, and ChatGPT told me, so I don't know if it's true or not.
Oh my God, you used
But they said that
ChatGPT.
no, I didn't use ChatGPT. I was just joking. I just saw some of your past interviews, and they mentioned that you said you did that for validation. Is that true? Because like I said, anything comes in the media, so I don't know. But why did you take part in that beauty contest?
See, I feel like certain things that are said in jest or like for
Or just
example,
you were fooling around and they made it out to be the headline.
no, I mean like when you started the conversation with how you heard people say I'm hot. To that I said, absolutely conceited. Tomorrow's headline, Shobita is absolutely conceited and arrogant piece of
Okay.
shit. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay, so you were just being sarcastic. That's why I told you. I'm not believing everything that's on the internet.
I mean, I took part in the pageant because it was the tail end of my college. I moved to Mumbai after my high school, and when towards the tail end of my college, I had this opportunity to take part in a pageant. It's something that would have never assumed I could belong with. I came from a very different world, so it was obviously very exciting to that late teenage, 19, 20 years of age. It was exciting, and I thought, oh my God, so cool. Like I get to show off and I do not even show off. I guess be cool in front of some cute crush of mine in college. It was pretty like there was an innocence there. I don't think I had a great larger map, planned out. So
It was
yeah.
just one of those things. Yeah, the only connection I have with beauty contests is in 2010, I was one of the judges of the Miss India contest. They called me and they said, Miss India. I thought, okay, I'll do it for the country. I'll go. And I went there and I met some of the contestants. And then in the end, on the sideline, I said, कैसा लग रहा है आपको? पार्ट लेते? कहते सर सच्ची बताएं? मैंने कहा हाँ. कहते भूख लग रही है. We've not eaten properly for 2 months. Because is it like that? Those contests, they tell you to not eat, or do people willingly not eat much during the
No,
time?
I've not had such an experience. I had a great time actually. I mean, I was a kid, so everything was very new, and I wasn't prepared to know the drill. But I didn't have such an experience. Yeah.
All right. And then you did modeling, and then to the movies, and then you've had OTT platforms. What do you enjoy more, movies or OTT platforms, and why?
I don't think as an actor there's much of a difference.
Okay.
We do our work as actors wherever we go, but obviously no two things are similar, right? Today is different from tomorrow, even if you do the exact same thing. 2 days in the lockdown where we were sitting at home doing the same routine, we're still different from each other. So I feel naturally there's a difference in everything we do. But having said that, my work as an actor remains largely the same. So not much of a difference.
And your path to the movies, you're what they call outsider, and I don't know where the outsider, insider, but you don't have genetic material of parents who were in the movies. Let's just say it like that. Your dad was in the Merchant Navy. Is that part correct from the internet?
Yeah.
And your mom was a teacher?
Yes, my mother's
So
a
very
teacher.
different profile. So it's very different path to get roles. You have to give auditions. You have to do all kinds of things. So can you talk through that journey? How was it for you? Did it just pop one after the other? Did you have to keep trying? Were there a lot of rejections? Because there are people out there watching and trying to do something in life. Not all are trying for an exam, whatever, and they may face setbacks. So tell us a little bit more about your journey, what setbacks you faced, and how it finally worked out.
I won't bore all of you with this TED talk of my journey, but because I was not really connected to the film world, my only entry point was through auditions. And after my Miss India year, I was modeling for a bit. And as a model, you also do auditions for ads. So वो करते करते मुझे समझ में आया कि okay, in this field, if I want to, if I'm curious about the entertainment industry and I want to have a sustainable sort of a career, what are the options? So I was just weighing it out, and I gave myself about 3 years to figure it out. I had always been a classical dancer, so creative expression was a part of my life. I just didn't know that acting could also be it. It just didn't strike me because I think we were conditioned to think that, okay, I have to find a job that's gives me security, some kind of like, like academics, and then finding work that gives me financial security and stuff like that. So doing something like in the creative field was a bit out of syllabus. But I gave myself 3 years and I auditioned. I must have done 1,000 auditions in my life.
Is that a exaggerated number or is that
No, I mean, I'm just throwing a random number. Maybe it's like, I don't know, 600, I don't know.
600? So it was in the
Whatever.
100. This was very high.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was it was a lot of auditions, which is okay. At least it's a democratic setting where someone like me who comes from Vishakhapatnam without any idea of the world, if I'm able to audition and figure my path. I got called in for my first film audition and I got so excited because in my 3-year deadline, I had 2 months left and I thought, अगर कुछ नहीं होता है उसका, I would have gone back to studying. And I would have gone back genuinely grateful that वो 3 साल के लिए I have given it my best shot. और ठीक है, I didn't want to endlessly at that time. That's what I thought. And I ended up getting that part, that audition. It's for a film called Raman Raghav 2.0 with directed by Anurag Kashyap. Yeah. That left a huge influence impression on me. I went to Cannes Film Festival. I was nominated for my performance, and I was this. I was a kid. I mean, obviously, I guess when we look back on our lives, we look at ourselves as like, यार हम बच्चे थे, क्या सोच रहे थे, you know. But I do think that I notice now so often, I've always looked perhaps a lot more steely than I was. I was just really a kid figuring out the way. So it left a very positive influence on me, that film and that nomination. So from that point onwards, I thought, okay, whatever I do, I'd love to get the opportunity to do something which has scope for performance. It's not in my hands. You know, what I can do is जिन opportunities का the access है, from those I can select कि शायद ये अच्छा होगा, ये अच्छा नहीं होगा. But I can't sit back and be like, मुझे वो चाहिए, वो कैसे मिलेगा?
अभी भी करते हो audition?
हाँ?
अभी भी you audition or is it now
Sometimes.
talk to my agent kind of thing happening?
No, I mean, depends on the film, I guess. If it's a part where there is uncertainty about physical suitability or something like that, sometimes I do. I don't mind it.
Right.
In fact, an audition is the PH test. कि कितना suitability है, कितना नहीं है. I don't mind it. I don't think there is something to feel bad about it.
Do you think एक certain image भी बन जाता है कि this actor is performance actor and she's the lead big blockbuster movie actor? Does it affect you that someone, honestly, like someone less talented than you can be part of a very big film scene as a more commercial kind of actor? And you say, ईशु तो बहुत अच्छा काम करती है, लेकिन performance actor है. It happens to men too. It happens to male actors too. Does that, like, have you seen that happen? Do you let it affect you? How do you deal with that?
It could have happened on certain days, but then there are some moments which make me feel like, नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. And that moment is this moment where I'm sitting in front of these very intelligent people. And just before my session was Mrs. Kareena Kapoor Khan, who's a blockbuster mainstream actress. And she was interviewed by you. I'm sitting perhaps in the same chair right after, interviewed by you amongst this gathering. क्या फर्क है? Like I've been given this dignity and this opportunity based on the work I've done. So हमेशा मैं ये मांगती रहूं कि दूसरे मतलब लोग मुझे दें
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's very well put.
If I keep waiting for someone to do that thappa on me कि अब आप valid हो, तो वो कभी नहीं मिलेगा.
What are you seeking in life, really?
As in like,
you seem like a thinker. You seem like somebody who thinks about things. And, you know.
what do
And
I
I say it in a very
seek?
good way.
I don't think life का कोई purpose है. I really do think that we come like between two shores. एक river है, and this life is that nav that passes through that river from one shore to another, one life to another. So I feel इस life में आप whatever you do it, enjoy it, but there is a certain detachment I feel to everything. Obviously, I can't be too detached because then we won't have any ambition. But somewhere I walk the tightrope between being a little disconnected, doing my own thing, and from life, what do I seek? To be honest, I think an experience that I look forward to is motherhood, whenever that happens, because I feel वो शायद amazing होगी.
Okay. Yeah, and in fact, related to that, one thing that happens, you know, जो बाहर से आते हैं, जैसे आपने भी अपने आप को 3 साल दिया, वो एक ऑटोमेटिक एंट्री नहीं है कि बच्चा जवान हो गया, अब चलो पिक्चर करो, ये आपके लिए पिक्चर बन रही है, आप ये प्रोड्यूस करेंगे, ऐसा तो नहीं है, आपको धक्के खाने हैं, hundreds of ऑडिशन देने हैं, कई सालों, so everything gets delayed. Like you just kind of started hitting your stride now, if I may say so. अब इसमें कभी ना कभी शादी भी आनी है, फिर मदरहुड आना है, जो आपका बड़ा टॉप एक्सपीरियंसेस में यू आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू इन लाइफ बकेट लिस्ट, तो वो कैसे बैलेंस करोगे? लाइक हाउ आर यू सीइंग इट कि यार अभी ये काम है और यू थिंक अभी साथ हो जाएगा सब कुछ? मतलब
आपके बच्चे हैं?
मेरे तो हैं, मेरे तो बड़े हो गए.
तो आपसे कोई पूछता नहीं है ये सवाल?
नहीं.
आप कैसे बैलेंस कर रहे हो?
क्योंकि मैं तो राइटर था ना, मैं तो बैंक में था. नहीं, ये सभी का होता है, ऐसा नहीं है. लड़कों को भी अपना करियर बनाने में कई बार बहुत टाइम लग जाता है, एंड दे कैन नॉट गेट मैरिड सो सून. So ऐसा नहीं है, it's not a gender question really, because if your dad has a big business and you're 21 and you are given keys to a brand new office, it's easier for you to, and if you're coming from nowhere, it may take you a long time to feel like, okay, I have my business. I personally know a lot of startup founders who are not able to get married right now because they have a cash burn and they need to cash earn. I'm being honest. So it's for strugglers, for people who come from outside, for people who are trying to build something. It's a more general question. How do they look at family, having a husband or wife or kids while trying to achieve something very difficult and big?
So I get it. You're saying it's not about male, female, it's more about secure, not so secure.
Yes.
I feel like we tend to look at, okay, एक बार मेरा करियर सेट हो जाए, फिर मैं शादी करूंगा, फिर उसके बाद FD हो जाएगा या म्यूचुअल फंड हो जाएगा, फिर बच्चे हो जाएंगे. I don't know if that's how it's meant to be.
How do you see it?
I feel like there are two parallels. Both have to go at the same time. I mean, we don't pick between taking care of parents and going for a job. दोनों करते हैं. So I feel like life में ये जितने भी roles हैं, my role as a daughter, my role as a sister, my role at work as a professional, my role as probably a wife, yeah, whatever. All these साथ चलते हैं. So I don't think I look at it like पहले ये फिर वो. वैसे तो मतलब I don't know. In fact, I feel like there are so many couples who support each other.
We just had the previous session where they alternate movies, you know, like she said, when we get good scripts, one movie Saif will do, I'll stay at home with the kids. Next movie I'll do, he'll stay at home with the kids.
Yeah,
so yes.
Yeah. And also I feel like even if someone was not financially very secure, very often by being coupled, you feel like you have a partner who supports you कि यार तुम करो जो करना है. मैं देखता हूँ. So I mean, there are women who do it a lot, and there are many stories of men also who support their wives in doing whatever they want to do. So I don't think it's this or that. I am like very pro balance. मतलब life में, of course I have ambition, and of course I have things that I'd love to experience, and I'd love to hit certain goalposts. But my idea of success is not vertical. कि ये होगा फिर ये होगा, ऐसा नहीं है. It's more horizontal. Life में बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो मुझे experience करना है.
Right. I have a question about beauty standards, which are amplified a lot with social media today because of Instagram, right? That nature of that app is that the best content gets pushed out, and then people are seeing impossible bodies for men, fitness, or women. And that can, for a very young person or adolescent boy or girl, can create some kind of an impossible beauty standards कि मैं तो इतना खूबसूरत हैंडसम नहीं हूँ, मैं इतनी सुंदर नहीं हूँ, मैं कभी नहीं होंगी, मेरे तो पिंपल्स हैं, ये and the more models and the create a negative cycle of belief, self-belief. What do you have to say to those people? अगर आज आप कोई प्लेटफॉर्म है, आप अगर कोई देख रहा है टीवी पे भी या कहीं पे भी, as somebody who's seen as a person with massive reach and posts, and often you get lakhs and lakhs of people saying you look amazing, this, that. What do you have to say to those people who feel inadequate because of that?
I also feel inadequate sometimes.
You do.
Everyone does, no? So
you have felt insecurity about your looks?
No, it's not so one-dimensional. I feel
Okay.
like if we were to compare, I can look at my own whoever next to me and be like, oh, they have this which I don't have. It could be anything. But I don't have a message to give to people. I only have a learning that I can share. And my learning is that it is a capitalistic world, and ideals are churned out so that certain sales can be made. Let this awareness guide you and not make you feel small. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. One last question. If someone out there, some young Indian is watching this, and वो कुछ life में बड़ा करना चाहते हैं, जैसे आपने किया, self-made, actor, business, IAS का exam, anything. India has a lot of challenges if you think about it, but they are facing a low phase. You know, you just casually said, मेरे 3 महीने बचे थे, but that also mean 21 महीने कुछ नहीं हुआ. And that can't be easy, you know. And people are going through this bad patch in life for whatever reason, whatever their goal is, they're facing roadblocks. How did you cope with yours? And what message do you want to give to them?
I think having a realistic timeline helped me ground myself. I find that when I'm honest to myself about my abilities and my shortcomings and my lack of connections or whatever, a little reality check has helped me ground myself. And I guess this is an advice I would give to myself also when I was younger, is that it's really important to look at the bigger picture of life and not just like I think too much emphasis is put on work, obviously, because when we're starting out, we are hungry. We believe that we've got the talent and the merit and we want to scale up, we want to do better. But I think young people today are extremely, there's a lot of anxiety also propelled by social media, you know, the chamak. So I feel like I actually tell my cousins, like very young, don't be on social media. I don't think it's a helpful tool, especially if you're someone who finds yourself very sensitive. Be realistic about your goals. Keep your core people close to you. Invest in relationships. Build a strong bond with your parents. Their instincts for you will always be in your favor. And more than anything, I think also don't be delulu.
Yeah, that's really good advice. Shobita, firstly, I apologize for a mathematical error, which I'm very embarrassed about. You said 3 years, that's 36 months, not 24. So 33 months you struggled with nothing.
So while I was
happened.
talking, you were sitting and doing the math. You're a better
My background,
actor than I
should
am.
do better. But Shobita, thank you so much. You're not only beautiful on the outside, you're even more beautiful on the inside. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shobita, for being here. And there's something so authentic, so lovely about you. Yours is a journey we're all keenly watching, thank you once again for being with us on Ideas of India. Ladies and gentlemen, Shobita is also a change maker for us, and this is a special award that we're giving to a select few individuals who are making a lasting impact in the industries they work with. So first, I'd like to invite Rajiv Dubey from Dabur India to join us on stage and hand over a memento marking this day that Shobita has joined us. And I'd also like to invite Rupali Fernandez, Chief Revenue Officer, on stage. And Rupali, it'll be lovely if you can hand over the citation for the change maker to Shobita. A huge round of applause, please. Pala. Thank you, Rupali, and thank you, Dubey, and thank you very much, Chetan. So the most wonderful thing about this platform, Ideas of India, is that हम एक मिनट बहुत बड़े कलाकारों से बात कर रहे होते हैं, and in the next session we talk to seasoned politicians. We change tacks from entertainment to politics to the Indian economy and more. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now actually talk about the general election once again, because this Ideas of India, of course, is the people's agenda. Now, as India continues its journey of growth and development, the direction it takes is shaped by complex interplays between political ideologies. Our next panel discussion seeks to analyze the current trajectory of the country, considering the current political environment at play. Our next discussion brings together two seasoned politicians and speakers to take on the topic, left, right, or center. Where is India headed? It's important to ask that question ahead of a big election, isn't it? So please put your hands together and welcome on stage Priyanka Chaturvedi, MP Rajya Sabha and Deputy Leader Shiv Sena Uddhav Bhal Thackeray. A very warm welcome back to the stage of Ideas of India. और एक बार जोरदार तालियां for Poonam Mahajan, Member of Parliament, भारतीय जनता पार्टी. और चेतन को एक परमानेंट चेयर हमें दे देनी चाहिए स्टेज पर. चेतन भगत, welcome back to the stage.
ये बिल्कुल सही बात बोली आपने मैडम. मैं बोल दूं. मैम कह रही हैं कि जो बाकी थे पैनलिस्ट, उनको तो ऐसे दूल्हा दुल्हन वाले सिंहासन दिए थे. वो दूल्हा दुल्हन मेरा वो चॉइस है, एंड हमें छोटे छोटे दिए. मैम, इस स्टेज पे इतनी नारी शक्ति है ना इस वक्त कि सिंहासन चाहिए नहीं. जब एक्चुअल पावर आ जाती है ना तो सिंहासन चाहिए.
इसलिए अनकंफर्टेबल चेयर्स दिए हैं.
Chair maker
breaking the uncomfortable chair with the glass ceiling. Maybe that's what we have to look towards.
हाँ, तो
we'll happily do it, huh?
मैम, ये पैनल ना मेरे को बड़ा कंफ्यूज हो गया. मैं एक तो आई हैव द प्रिविलेज ऑफ हैविंग 2 women politicians and I can talk about women in politics. फिर आपकी दोस्ती हो जाएगी. The other thing is I can talk about like some political issue, फिर डिबेट हो जाएगा. तो क्या करें?
नहीं, हमारी दोस्ती भी है.
हाँ.
और हमारी डिबेट भी है. हाँ, we are here for Ideas of India. भारत के विचारों के लिए हम यहाँ पे आए हैं.
तो पूनम जी, मैं आपसे पहले स्टार्ट करता हूँ. एक पार्टी जिसने कमाल से आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया पकड़ा हुआ है, उसी की वजह से जीत रहे हैं. क्रेडिट वेयर क्रेडिट इज ड्यू. कमाल किया हुआ है. लाइक अगला इलेक्शन हो रहा है, लेकिन पहले तो फिर भी बोलते थे फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार. अब तो वो भी नहीं बोलते बिकॉज इट्स रिडंडेंट, राइट? पीपल आर सेइंग आना तो है ही. अब इससे पहले एक डिस्कशन हुआ था 400 होंगे कि नहीं होंगे.
नहीं, इतने कॉन्फिडेंस से मत बात करिए.
नहीं, आई नो, बट आई एम जस्ट सेइंग पीपल. मैं नहीं कर रहा.
नहीं, देर नहीं होना चाहिए.
पॉइंट
इज डेमोक्रेसी.
पॉइंट इज कि जब मैं तो ये कहता हूँ कि जब वर्ल्ड कप मैच में 271 टू विन है, तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है 400 बने या नहीं बने. फिर भी ये बात हो रही है. आई एम सेइंग सो क्लियरली बीजेपी हैज एन अमेजिंग ग्रास्प ऑफ व्हाट इंडियंस वांट. ऐसे तो नहीं होता, मजाक थोड़ना है. तो what do you think the BJP is doing right? क्योंकि what BJP is doing wrong, we will know very soon. What do you think BJP is doing right?
What is BJP doing right is what they're delivering to people what people want. They have the right idea of India, which is first of all Modi ki guarantee, the guarantee which has been tried and tested and succeeded for past 10 years. So that's what people want to support, Modi ki guarantee. With that guarantee, जब आप देखते हैं 25 करोड़ गरीब गरीबी रेखा से ऊपर उठते हैं, 50 करोड़ लोगों के पास बैंक का खाता होता है, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर से महिलाओं को पैसे मिलते हैं, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी से हम 40 साल बाद एक नए युवा भारत को देख रहे हैं. वी आर टेकिंग दैट आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया फॉरवर्ड विद दिस यंग नेशन. हम धारा 100 से 370 देखते हैं, वहां पे इंडिया इज नाउ टुगेदर, fighting together, being together. There is no discrimination. We think of idea of India when Modi ki guarantee is there for kisan, 11 crore kisan ko सम्मान मिलता है. Idea of India is Nari Shakti Vandan, 33% reservation for women bill passed. Idea of India, I can tell you so much, from Ayushman card to health, to wealth, to benefit, कोरोना टाइम्स टू स्टेबिलिटी ऑफ इंडिया.
गलती हुई है, एक भूल हुई है. ये लाइव टीवी पे आ रहा है हिंदी चैनल में, मेरे को भूल गया. अब आप हमें हिंदी में स्विच कर देते हैं. आई एम सो सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट यू.
मुझे लगता है अब तक मैंने आधी हिंदी में बोल चुकी हूँ. सो भारत का यही विचार है कि देश के विचारों के साथ हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और ये मोदी की गारंटी, जैसे मैंने पहली शुरुआत की, ट्राइड, टेस्टेड एंड सक्सीडेड, इसी मोदी की गारंटी लेके हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. और भाजपा इसलिए जीत रही है कि जो जनता चाहती है उनके विश्वास को लेके हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. एवरीथिंग इज ऑल अबाउट ट्रस्ट. विश्वास किस रूप से कर रहे हैं, एंड सेफ्टी, सिक्योरिटी, स्टेबिलिटी, इस रूप से हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. सो ये मोदी की गारंटी है. 25 करोड़ गरीब गरीबी रेखा से ऊपर, 50 करोड़ लोगों का बैंक अकाउंट, बैंक खाता, 370, और प्रभु श्री राम का मंदिर जो हमारे विचारों से जुड़ा हुआ था. हम हर चीज को जो हमने कहा वो करके दिखाया. यही मोदी की गारंटी है, और पूरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में भी युवा हो, महिला हो, गरीब हो, किसान हो, हर कोई मोदी की गारंटी को आगे लेके बढ़ाएगा.
प्रियंका जी, कुछ तो जादू करके रखा है. नहीं, इतने वोट पड़ रहे हैं, इलेक्शन पे इलेक्शन जीत रहे हैं, ओपिनियन अभी, आई नो इलेक्शन आर कमिंग, मैं कोई प्री जजमेंट नहीं दे रहा, एंड कुछ तो करके रखा है. और जो इन्होंने बातें कही हैं उसमें कहीं ना कहीं कुछ सच भी है. आप
बहुत कुछ सच है.
नहीं मतलब
मैं
उनकी राय ले लेते हैं.
हाँ, मैं बिल्कुल. सबसे पहले देश में पहली सरकार नहीं बनी है जो 2 टर्म जीत चुकी है. तो जादू की अगर बात करें तो जादू पहले भी हुए हैं.
हमने ये
आई एम जस्ट, अगर मैं जवाब दे दूं प्लीज, एंड आई वुड रिस्पेक्ट नो इंटरप्शन. थैंक यू. दूसरी बात मैं कहूं कि देश ने ये भी माहौल देखा है जहां पॉपुलर प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स को धूल चटाई है. पॉपुलर प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स को धूल चटाई है. इंदिरा गांधी जी को इमरजेंसी के बाद, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी को इंडिया शाइनिंग के बाद. तो मैं यहाँ पर इस गारंटी से तो नहीं कह सकती हूँ जिस गारंटी से आप कह रहे हैं कि बस आंकड़ों की देरी है, तीसरा टर्म आने वाला है. ये कॉन्फिडेंस आप में हो सकता है. परहैप्स आप एक आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया देख रहे हैं, मैं एक इंडिया देख रही हूँ जहाँ पर किसानों का भी हरियाणा बॉर्डर पे जिस तरीके से उनके ऊपर उनकी पिटाई हो रही है, जिस तरीके से उनको रोका जा रहा है, जिस तरीके से टीयर गैस का जो वो ड्रोन शॉट्स हैं वो दिखाए जा रहे हैं, कैसे पेलेट गन से किसी एक 23 साल के युवक की हत्या कर दी जाती है. मैं एक इंडिया देख रही हूँ जहाँ पे युवा भारी संख्या में प्रेपरेशन करते हैं एग्जामिनेशन की, पेपर लीक हो जाते हैं. पेपर लीक की वजह से जो महीनों की मेहनत है वो पेपर को आप रद्द कर फिर से उनका री एग्जामिनेशन कराते हैं, और वो लाखों की संख्या में उत्तर प्रदेश में, लखनऊ में प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं. मैं वो इंडिया देख रही हूँ जहाँ पे देश की सम्मानित महिलाएं, रेसलर्स, आकर जंतर मंतर पे इंसाफ की दुहाई मांग रही हैं. पर इलेक्शन होता है रेसलिंग बॉडी में, और इलेक्शन बॉडी को अभी भी कंट्रोल उन लोगों ने किया हुआ है जिनके ऊपर आरोप लगाते हैं. मैं वो इंडिया देख रही हूँ जहाँ पर हम बात कर रहे हैं जीडीपी ग्रोथ स्टोरी की. बिल्कुल, मुझे भी इस बात की खुशी है कि ये 70 साल की मेहनत है, 70-80 साल की देश की मेहनत है. पर हम अगर पर कैपिटा इनकम देखते हैं तो हमारी आमदनी तो वहीं की वहीं है, आमदनी 98 है, खर्चा रुपया हो गया है। तो मेरा जो आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया है वो उस जन की बात करना है जो जन प्रताड़ित हैं, जो जनता देख रही है कि उनका जो फ्यूचर है बच्चों के एजुकेशन को लेकर, बच्चों की सेवाओं को लेकर, बच्चों के जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज को लेकर, वो कहीं ना कहीं प्रभावित हो रहा है। और मैं चाहती हूँ कि मेरी जो काम की सेवा है वो उन लोगों की आवाज बनकर निकलें जो उनके बारे में कह सकें। गारंटी जन की गारंटी होनी चाहिए। इसलिए आई एम नॉट एज कॉन्फिडेंट एज यू आर साउंडिंग with regards to how people are thinking with the third term of Mr. Modi.
पूनम जी, वो कह रही हैं कि सब तो खुश नहीं है, सब तो खुश नहीं है, कुछ तो, और काफी बड़ा देश है, 140 करोड़ लोगों का देश है और भी ज्यादा है, सब खुश नहीं है। कुछ मुद्दे हैं जो उनको लगता है कि बहुत गहरे मुद्दे हैं जिस पे सरकार ने वो ध्यान नहीं दिया है जो देना चाहिए। तो ऐसा कैसे, मतलब आप कह सकते हो कि भाई कमाल हो गया फिर जीतने वाले, मतलब आपने सुना उन्होंने क्या कहा, तो आई शुड गिव यू अ चांस टू रिस्पॉन्ड एंड देन वील मूव टू अनदर टॉपिक।
ये सबसे पहले धूल चटाने वाली बात कही, धूल चटाई बिल्कुल इंदिरा गांधी जी को, क्योंकि उन्होंने लोकतंत्र की हत्या की। अटल जी के वक्त कोई धूल चटाई नहीं थी, 7-8 वोटों की यहाँ और वहां दिक्कत हो गई थी और विरोधी पार्टियां साथ में आई थी, कोई पीछे और आगे चले नहीं गए थे और कोई जनता ने उनको धूल नहीं चटाई। तो 1 मिनट धूल चटाने की भी बात जरूरी कहनी है। और जिस धरती माँ को हम अपनी माँ समझ के जब माथे पे एक योगी नरेंद्र मोदी खड़ा है तो उसको कोई धूल नहीं चटा सकता। उस माथे की धूल को लेके जनता की आशीर्वाद लेके चल रहे हैं, तो उस नरेंद्र मोदी की गारंटी है कि उसको कोई धूल नहीं चटा सकते। लेकिन जनता जनार्दन है, उनका आशीर्वाद जरूरी है। बहुत सारे मुद्दे यहाँ पे लिए, बिल्कुल 140 करोड़ की जनता है, लेकिन 140 करोड़ की जनता में जब अभ्यास करते हैं आप, आपको दिखाई देता है एक प्रकार की खुशी। आप कह रहे हैं कि आमदनी 98, खर्चा रुपया, जरा पूछिए इन्फ्लेशन अभी कितना है? पहले कांग्रेस की सरकार में डबल डिजिट में था, आज सिंगल डिजिट में इन्फ्लेशन है 5%। मतलब ये नहीं है कि हम इन्फ्लेशन उससे बढ़ा नहीं सकते, हम चाहते हैं और कम हो, और उसके लिए काम भी हो रहा है। तो जब आंकड़े पता नहीं तो हम क्या करें? अभी आप कह रहे हैं पेपर लीक की बात, किसने लाया पेपर लीक का बिल इतने सालों बाद? और आपने और मैंने ही पास किया पार्लियामेंट में।
अभी राज्यसभा में नहीं हुआ है मैम।
तो अभी राज्यसभा में होगा जब आप उसको पास करेंगी, लेकिन बिल तो आया है। विचार यही है इस बारे में कि आप करना क्या चाहते हैं, कि आप विरोध कर रहे हैं, बात तो सच है, लेकिन किस विषयों पे विरोध कर रहे हैं वो भी जरूरी है। जहां पे हमारी गलती तो हम कहेंगे हम इसमें और बेहतर करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं धूल चटाई, तो मैं ये सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ, महाराष्ट्र में जब आपकी सरकार कुछ सालों के लिए आई थी तो आपको फिर किसने धूल चटाई? तो धूल चटाने की बात हो तो राजनीतिक धूल चटाना भी बहुत जरूरी है ना, फिर उस पे हम क्या करें, आप बताएं।
मैं जरूर बताऊंगी।
मैं एक बोलूं, स्पीकिंग ऑफ, इन्होंने महाराष्ट्र की सरकार का ही बोला, मैं ये मेरा जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन भी था कि आप शिवसेना से हैं और एक टाइम पे साथ में इलेक्शन लड़े थे और जीते भी थे, शायद आपने एक दूसरे को मतलब कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट भी किया होगा, और फिर शाम तक खबर आई कि नहीं यहाँ तो कुछ और ही मामला हो गया है। तो और अब शिवसेना इंडिया अलायंस में भी आ गया है। तो अभी की बात करते हैं, और ये जो अलायंस है, एक तो ये कि हम इकट्ठे हो गए हैं, इसके अलावा ये अलायंस भारत की जनता को क्या दे रहा है जो बीजेपी नहीं दे पा रही है, आपको लगता है? मैं आई एम गिविंग यू अ चांस टू टेल कि ये अलायंस क्यों है। एक तो है कि जोड़ हो गया, चुनावी जोड़ हो गया, अरिथमेटिक हो गया, वोट शेयर, शायद सीट एलोकेशन अच्छा हो जाएगा, पर ये इंडिया अलायंस एक आम भारतीय है, वो सच्ची में अभी उसने डिसाइड नहीं किया कहां वोट देना है, वो क्या देगा जो बीजेपी नहीं दे पा रही है और या एनडीए नहीं दे पा रहा है?
आई थिंक मैंने जो अपना स्टेटमेंट शुरू में दिया था वो काफी ऑब्वियस था। देश की महिलाएं, देखिए मोदी जी 4 स्तंभ की बात करें, अन्नदाता, महिला, युवा, भ्रष्टाचार और साथ में महंगाई। ये इनका 2014 का भी मुद्दा था, 2024 में फिर से उन्होंने कहा ये हमारे 4 स्तंभ होंगे, और चारों स्तंभ की हकीकत मैंने आपको भी सामने रखी है। तो इशू देश के सामने क्या है? आप बोलिए 130 करोड़ की जनता है, उसमें 80 करोड़ लोगों को आप कहते हैं, और आप उसको अपना वो कह रहे हैं कि हमारी उपलब्धि है, 80 करोड़ लोगों को रोजगार ना देकर आप उनको कह रहे हैं हम आपको मुफ्त का राशन दे रहे हैं। एक तो मैं मुफ्त के शब्द से मुझे प्रॉब्लम है, आप उनको राशन दे रहे हैं, 80 करोड़ लोगों को आपने निर्भर कर दिया है उस पर। मैं इसको आपकी उपलब्धि नहीं मानती हूँ, मैं मानती हूँ कि कहीं ना कहीं विफलता हुई है। अगर 45 साल में सबसे हाईएस्ट ग्रोथ ऑफ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट है तो वो भी आपकी हकीकत है। और आपने कहा कि उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि महाराष्ट्र में आपको कैसे धूल चटाई, मैं आपको बताती हूँ अब ये डिबेट तो लेफ्ट और राइट की होनी थी, पर मैं बताती हूँ ये कहाँ का आइडिया है, आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया में ये कहाँ लागू होता है कि अगर नए अलायंस बनते हैं तो आप ईडी, आईटी, सीबीआई का इस्तेमाल करके सरकारों को गिराएं। अब तो फॉरगेट, मैं तो उनको एक्सटेंडेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बीजेपी मानने लग गई हूँ कि अगर आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन देखें 97% लोगों के ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो हो रहे हैं, जो पॉलिटिकली एफिलिएटेड लोग हैं, 97% विपक्ष के हैं। अशोक चव्हाण को क्लीन चिट मिल जाता है, 40 साल से कांग्रेस पार्टी में रहे, उनके पिताजी भी चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे। और ये मैं नहीं कह रही हूँ, इनके खुद के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता कह रहे हैं 26, 27, 27 साल हमने पार्टी में रहकर काम किया, और जिनके ऊपर आपने पूरा आदर्श स्कैम का घोटाला लगाया वो आपके राज्यसभा उम्मीदवार हो गए 24 घंटे के अंदर अंदर। तो 97% जो हैं आप ईडीआईटी केसेस पॉलिटिकल ओपोनेंट्स पे लगा रहे हैं, और वो जैसे ही बीजेपी में शामिल हो जाते हैं तो वो वॉशिंग मशीन धुल जाती है। अब तो वॉशिंग मशीन नहीं रह गया, वो तो डस्टबिन बन गया है, और आप उनका इस्तेमाल कर आप सरकारें गिरा रहे हैं। तो ये लेफ्ट आइडिया हुआ या राइट आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया हुआ? आप एक्सटेंडेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बीजेपी पॉलिटिकली देखिए, अब है एक्सटॉर्शन डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बीजेपी। अभी हाल ही में सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक निर्णय आया जहां पे इलेक्ट्रल बॉन्ड्स को पूरी तरीके से रिजेक्ट कर थ्रू आउट किया है। उसमें से डोनेशन सबसे ज्यादा किसको आ रहे हैं? भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आ रहे हैं। हाल ही में एक बड़ा इन्वेस्टिगेटिव स्टोरी आई है, 30 कंपनीज ऐसी हैं जिन्होंने 330 करोड़ दिए हैं, उसमें से 23 कंपनी में किसी तरीके का उन्होंने डोनेशन नहीं दिया था बीजेपी को, पर जैसे ही ईडी, आईटी, सीबीआई उनके घर पे ऑफिस में पहुंचे हैं, उन्होंने डोनेशन देना चालू कर दिया, पॉलिटिकल डोनेशन बीजेपी को। तो अगर आप लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड नहीं करते तो ये आइडिया ऑफ लेफ्ट और राइट ही नहीं रहता, ये आइडिया ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी नहीं रहती है, ये आइडिया ऑफ ऑटोक्रेसी बनती है। तो हम जो देश के सामने रख रहे हैं, और जैसे मैंने धूल चटाने की बात, उन्होंने इंदिरा गांधी जी की बात की, मैं उनको याद दिला दूं, इंदिरा गांधी जी हारी जरूर थी पर 1.5 साल के अंदर फिर से दुगने वोट से जीत कर भी आई थी। मेरे कहने का मतलब ये है, जो जो प्रजातंत्र को खत्म करने की कोशिश करेगा जनता उसको सबक सिखाएगी। एंड द आइडिया दैट वी आर लिविंग इन राइट नाउ इज नॉट रियली द आइडिया ऑफ व्हाट इंडिया शुड बी।
ठीक है, मैं आपको जवाब देने का ऑफ कोर्स मौका दूंगा, लेकिन मेरे को एक वैसे बात बता दीजिए, शिवसेना लेफ्ट विंग पार्टी है
देश में लेफ्ट विंग नहीं। आप मुझे, मैं आपसे एक और फिलोसफिकल क्वेश्चन पूछती हूं,
ideas, investigations, stories are coming from left-wing media.
No, I want to
That's
say
what's
one
quite
thing.
interesting.
Idea of left,
आप ही ने लेफ्ट विंग राइट विंग बोला, मैं तो सिर्फ पूछा था आप क्या अलग करोगे।
I'll explain to you, क्योंकि मैंने ये कहा था डिबेट का टॉपिक ये था। अब मुझे आप बता दीजिए, इस देश में एक तो सबसे पहले आई हैव अ प्रॉब्लम, हमने अपने देश को लेफ्ट विंग पॉलिटिक्स, राइट विंग पॉलिटिक्स, जो यूरोपियन आइडिया ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है, यूरोपियन आइडिया ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स है, अमेरिकन आइडिया ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स है, वो हमारे देश में लागू नहीं है। आप मुझे ये बताइए, 80 करोड़ जनता को आप राशन दे रहे हैं, वो लेफ्ट विंग आइडिया या राइट विंग आइडिया? आई एम आस्किंग यू
ट्रेडिशनली लेफ्ट विंग। यस।
नाउ जब तो आप इंडियन इकोनॉमी को लिबरलाइज करते हैं, वो लेफ्ट विंग आइडिया या राइट विंग आइडिया है?
इट्स राइट विंग।
एग्जैक्टली। किसने किया? किसने किया? कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया, उस समय पर माइनॉरिटी गवर्नमेंट थी। यहाँ पर किसने किया? 80 करोड़ लोगों को राशन दे रहे हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी। सो ये लेफ्ट और राइट विंग कंस्ट्रक्ट खत्म होना जरूरी है इस देश में। और इंदिरा गांधी जी ने एक बड़ी बात कही थी, जब उनसे ये सवाल पूछा गया था, लेफ्ट, डू यू सी योरसेल्फ ऑन द लेफ्ट साइड ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स और द राइट साइड ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स? शी सेड, एज एन इंडियन आई सी एज माय पॉलिटिक्स बीइंग स्ट्रेट एंड इन commitment to my nation, and we will take decisions as per what my nation needs, and that is what शिवसेना is. शिवसेना के साथ बैकस्टैबिंग होगी। 25 साल के आपके अलायंस पार्टनर्स हैं,
तो किसने पहले बैकस्टैब किया था?
ट्रिपोल अलायंस होता है। देखिए, राजनीति में हम एनजीओ नहीं चलाने आए हैं, राजनीति में जब अलायंसेस होते हैं डिसीजन पे होते हैं। 2014 में हम लोग अलग अलग लड़े थे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और शिवसेना, और 2019 में हम पे ये कमिटमेंट देकर लड़ाया गया था साथ में कि 2.5 साल की चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप होगी। आप उस पर मुख्य, बिहार में आपकी सीट ज्यादा आती है पर मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार बनते हैं, पंजाब में आपके अलायंस पार्टनर मुख्यमंत्री बनते हैं। शिवसेना ने आपके साथ 25 साल रहकर यही गुनाह किया कि आपके साथ 25 साल भरोसा किया, ये कि आप 2.5 साल का कमिटमेंट निभाएंगे, और आप नहीं निभाए तो क्या हम यहाँ पे हाथ रख कर बैठे रहे? ये अलायंसेस, नए अलायंसेस, पोस्टफुल अलायंसेस सिर्फ बीजेपी का अधिकार है, हमारी पार्टी का नहीं है।
दुख यही है कि एक होता है ना कि दो लोगों की लड़ाई होती है, जिन दो लोगों का बहुत प्यार था, जब उनकी लड़ाई होती है ना तो ज्यादा दुख होता है। तो शिवसेना और बीजेपी तो दो भाई या मतलब एक ही परिवार के थे, वो नाम शिवसेना है, वही सेम सिमिलर लाइक एजेंडा ऑफ इंडिया, हिंदुत्व, सब तो इतना मैचिंग था।
हमारा तो अभी भी कोई एजेंडा से हम नहीं हटे हैं, पर हमारा एक एजेंडा है और हमारा हिंदुत्व वो है, दिल में राम हाथ में काम। हाथ में आप काम दो, दिल में राम रखो, भगवान श्री राम रखो। और सबसे पहले पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बनी थी जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट का निर्णय आया था जो राम मंदिर पहुंची थी और राम मंदिर के भव्य टेम्पल के लिए डोनेशन दिया था। मैं उसके बारे में बात नहीं करना चाहूंगी क्योंकि हमारी आस्था का विषय है, हमारी राजनीति का विषय नहीं है। पर वो उस धर्म का पालन हम करते रहेंगे और जनता के साथ भी जो धर्म है वो निभाते रहेंगे। बट सबसे बड़ा धर्म जो भगवान श्री राम ने सिखाया था, उन्होंने क्या सिखाया था? रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए।
हाँ।
आपने वचन दिया, वचन को नहीं निभाया, तो हमारी भी जिम्मेदारी बनी कि हम अपना रास्ता निभ करें और वो रास्ते पे हम चल रहे हैं।
मैं बोलूं?
वचन दिया था, पता नहीं।
सबसे पहले मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि प्रियंका जी बहुत जोरों शोरों से इंदिरा जी के बारे में कह रही हैं। इंदिरा जी को हम सब सम्मान करते हैं, उनको अपनी पुरानी पार्टी की भी यादें ताजा करनी होती क्योंकि अभी वो अलायंस में चली गई है।
Prime Minister, that's a bit unfair of you
No,
to
no,
pull back
I'm saying we both respect her. So that's let me put it this way.
Thank you.
And उसके बाद वो जब शिवसेना के बारे में बात करती है, उनको क्या पता 2014 में शिवसेना ने क्या किया, 2019 में शिवसेना ने क्या किया। एक तो आप उस कमरे में बैठी हुई थी ना, मैं उस कमरे में बैठी हुई थी, लेकिन मैं उस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी थी और मैं सब जगह थी। मैं तो सालों से पहली शिवसेना और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की अलायंस हुई तो सबसे पहले मैं थी। As being पूनम प्रमोद महाजन, I have seen it. और ये जो रघुकुलती, ये जो आपकी सारी सदा रीत चली आई, प्राण न जाए, तो आपने वचन जब 50-50, आपने फिर से एक बार वो प्रियंका जी देखना चाहिए प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस जहां पे बात हुई थी 50-50% की, ऐसे उन्होंने कहा। तो 50-50% की जब बात हुई, जब हम चुनाव लड़े और हमारे
2.5 साल, मतलब 2.5
50-50%, लेट मी जस्ट क्लियर इट। सी 2.5 साल का सीएम नहीं कह रही हूं मैं, उन्होंने पहले उद्धव जी ने कहा 50-50%।
ओके।
हम हर चीज में आधे आधे भाई इकट्ठे रहेंगे। तो मेरा ये सवाल है और इस सवाल का जवाब कोई मुझे शिव सैनिक दे नहीं रहा है, आप जरूर दे पाएंगे मुझे, कि आने वाले समय में जब हम जीत के आए थे 2019 के चुनाव में, तो 22 नवंबर को जब 19 को सारे मेयर के पर्चे भरे गए थे, तो क्यों नहीं आपने 2.5 साल के बाद कहा नहीं कि हमने भाजपा के साथ 50-50% का वादा किया है और जब 22 नवंबर को हमारा मेयर बदलेगा 2.5 साल के बाद, तो हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देंगे, तो हमारी तरफ से भी हमारा 50% होगा और आपकी तरफ से भी 50% होगा। जो चीज हमें पता नहीं है उस पे ऐसे ही अटकलें चलती रहेगी तो यही राजनीति होगी। और मैं ये सवाल, आपने इतने सारे सवाल उठाए और उनको, इनका कहना होता है कि ऑपोजिशन में इनको बोलने नहीं देता है, तो आज उनको ये भी पता चला उनको ज्यादा बोलने के लिए मिला। आपने बहुत सारे ऐसे निर्णय कहे कि 2019 में क्या हुआ, ये आपको मैं फिर से दिल से कहना चाहती हूँ कि उद्धव जी इस सवाल का अब तक जवाब नहीं दे पाए। मैं उनका सम्मान करती हूँ, मैं हर चीज का सम्मान, अलायंस हुई कि नहीं, उनकी अलायंस हुई नहीं, पीठ पे छुरा। 2014 में हम अलग क्यों हुए? 2009 के चुनाव में शिवसेना और भाजपा के साथ क्या हुआ था? 2004 में क्या हुआ था? ये सम्मान बाला साहब ठाकरे के लिए इसीलिए है, इसलिए भाजपा ज्यादा बोलती नहीं, लेकिन इनकी तरफ से ऐसे वार होते हैं जो बिल्कुल एक, मतलब सब देने के बाद भी आप उस रूप से स्वभाव आपका दिखाते हैं। दिस शोज द अपब्रिंगिंग ऑफ द पार्टी। देन ये दुख की बात है।
से हमने सब कुछ दिया शिवसेना को,
दिया नहीं
मैम। अगर आप अपना थोड़ा इतिहास बीजेपी का भी याद रख लें, महाराष्ट्र में आपकी क्या स्थिति थी और आप कहाँ आए हैं,
मैडम,
आई थिंक दैट्स अ वेरी रॉन्ग स्टेटमेंट एंड आई थिंक यू शुड
लग रहा है आप शिवसेना में 2019
दिया, आपको
नहीं, पूनम जी आपका वचन 2019 अप्रैल में आप शिवसेना में आई हैं, लेकिन सालों से आप शिवसेना के बारे में नहीं जानती। आप अभी स्पोक्सपर्सन बोल रहे हैं।
I'm sorry, again, for you to assume I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm stating the facts. I'm stating the facts.
आगे बढ़ते हैं।
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ 95 election to here.
पूनम जी,
I'm stating the facts.
One second, I take strong objection to what Chetan ji. 1 second.
नहीं, वचन टूटा।
1 second, allow me to say 30 seconds. I will take. I won't take more. 30 seconds.
हाँ.
I take strong objection to the fact where Poonam ji has assumed that I don't know what I'm talking about. B, that BJP has done us some huge favor. Let her also go back to her own history, her party's history, what its presence in Maharashtra was, and who has stood firmly with them when there were 2 seats, 4 seats, 8 seats, 20 seats. Thank you.
With due respect.
मैम हिंदी में जरा ये हिंदी चैनल
हानि में दुख, मुझे दुख इस बहुत, वो अंग्रेजी में आ गई तो मैंने सोचा आपने भी अंग्रेजी थोड़े शब्द, क्योंकि हूँ मराठी माध्यम से मैं इतनी, मुझे इतना दुख हो रहा है कि शिवसेना और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का रिश्ता, इसके बारे का इतिहास जो मुझे पता है या ठाकरे परिवार को पता है, वो बहुत कम लोगों को पता होगा। लेकिन उसके बाद की जो अटकलें 2019 के बाद हुई है, वो बहुत सारी झूठ की पॉलिटिक्स में हुई है। हर कोई अपने अपने, फिर आपको इतना वचन की दिक्कत हुई तो आपको सीएम बनने की इतनी जल्दी क्यों थी? आपने तो हर वक्त कहा कि सीएम मेरा शिव सैनिक होगा 50% में, तो आपने आपका मुख्यमंत्री घर में, दूसरा मंत्री घर में,
सारा मंत्रालय घर में क्यों फिर बनाया? आपने फिर बोलना चाहिए था की माझा शिवसैनिक मुख्यमंत्री होणार बाळासाहेबांचं स्वप्न होतं. फिर आपने वो सपना पूरा क्यों नहीं किया? आपने घर के सारे मंत्रालय बांट दिए और उसके बाद आप कह रही है कि आप उसको आगे लेके बढ़ा रहे हैं. तो मुझे लगता है ये भी एक बात है जिसमें दुख की बात है देखने के लिए. और आप हर वक्त चाहिए, जब भी आप मतलब परसों एक कांग्रेस के आपके ही अलायंस के एमएलए ने खुद प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस लेके कहा कि मुझे इस बात का दुख है कि शिवसेना के साथ हमारी अलायंस थी, हम 3 मुस्लिम एमएलए बैठे हुए हैं और वहां पे उद्धव ठाकरे खड़े रह के, क्योंकि वो हिंदुत्व की बात कर रही है, वो हिंदुत्व से परे हैं नहीं परे हैं, इन्होंने क्या डोनेशन राम मंदिर के लिए दिया, वो सब ठीक है. जब आला साहब ने कहा कि मस्जिद हमारे शिवसेना क्यों नहीं तोड़ दी, मैं उनका शिवसेना बाला साहब ने कहा तो हम उनका, देखिए हम उनका सम्मान करते हैं. तो उस सम्मान के बाद मैं कहना चाहती हूँ, खुद उद्धव जी खड़े रहे और उन्होंने कहा कि बाबरी मस्जिद मी पाडली, और उस पे सारे कांग्रेस के नेता कह रहे हैं कि इन लोगों के साथ हम क्यों जाएं. तो आपकी अलायंस की अंडरस्टैंडिंग हिंदुत्व की है, वो सेक्युलरिज्म की, सो कॉल्ड फेक सेक्युलरिज्म की है. आप एग्जैक्टली करना क्या चाहते हैं? और साथ में भी रह के आप कह रही थी कि हम मुफ्त की रेवड़ियां बांटते हैं, ये करते हैं, वो करते हैं. तो मुफ्त की रेवड़ियों वाली पार्टी के साथ आपको पसंद नहीं है कि मुफ्त देना नहीं चाहिए, तो मुफ्त की रेवड़ी देने वाली पार्टी के साथ आप दिल्ली में अलायंस क्यों कर रहे हैं? तो उनको कहिए मुफ्त की रेवड़ियां बांटे, इनके साथ हम अलायंस नहीं करना चाहते हैं. जनता को कुछ देना in part of socialism, you call it as left politics or right politics, does not matter. It is not about giving अनाज to people. उनको empower करने के लिए आयुष्मान कार्ड देते हैं कि उनकी स्वस्थता रहे, उनको एजुकेशन देते हैं, स्किलिंग कर रहे हैं, हर बात पे हम काम कर रहे हैं. उसके बाद भी आप उल्टा चोर कोतवाल को डांटे. उद्धव जी के साथ बात 50 बार हुई, हर कोई सम्मान से, मातोश्री जाके सम्मान से उनसे बात करते हैं. कभी आपने सोचा कि आप भी आगे आके कहें कि नहीं, हम भी 50% का जो हमने बात की वो सच नहीं है? मुझे क्या कहना है इस बारे में? उस कमरे में 2 लोग बैठे थे, उसमें से एक कह रहे हैं कि उनको मुख्यमंत्री पद चाहिए था, आदरणीय अमित भाई और आदरणीय उद्धव जी, और उद्धव जी कह रहे हैं ऐसे हुआ नहीं है. तो मुझे लगता है कि इस बात को उसके बाद 2019 के इतिहास ने दिखा दिया कि मुख्यमंत्री बनने की जल्दी किसको थी, और वो उन्होंने करके दिया. तो इस पे बात ही कहां से आती है?
बात ऐसे आती है, मैं बताती हूँ. वो मेरे पार्टी लीडर उस मीटिंग में बैठे थे, और जब मेरे पार्टी लीडर कुछ कहेंगे मैं उनका यकीन करूंगी, ना कि अमित भाई शाह का, जो एक तरफ कहते हैं कि नेचुरली करप्ट पार्टी अमित शाह, वो अजीत पवार 70,000 करोड़, और दूसरे दिन उनको अपने उप मुख्यमंत्री बना लेते हैं.
क्या वर्जन है?
और दूसरा, मेरा पॉइंट यही है, मैं अपने पार्टी लीडरशिप पे मेरा पूरा विश्वास है, और एक 25 साल के इतिहास को खत्म करने का जो काम हुआ है, वो किसी
इतिहास ही पता
मुझे
नहीं है.
मुझे तो कुछ नहीं
25
पता
साल का इतिहास खत्म 2009 में भी कर रहे थे, 2014 में भी कर रहे थे. We took a step back every time. No madam, you don't know. आपने सही और गलत की बात नहीं है यहाँ पे.
अगर मैं
गलत 2019 में हुआ.
गलत
2019 में
बोलेगा
हुआ.
तो सुनाई देगा.
If I can speak, since you asked me a very specific question, I will tell you. She said 2 leaders in that room. My party
हिंदी
leader.
में मैम, सॉरी.
हाँ, हिंदी में, सॉरी. मेरे पार्टी लीडर और अमित शाह जी.
हाँ जी.
और हमने कह रहे हैं कि हाँ, हमें ये कहा गया था, और मैंने आपको उदाहरण दे दिए हैं. भारतीय जनता पार्टी के क्या क्या उदाहरण रहे हैं, शायद उनको लगता हो मुझे इतिहास नहीं पता है, पर मैं भी शायद
प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी वहां पे देखनी चाहिए थी, वो क्या बोले वहां
मैडम,
पे.
प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ही सब कुछ नहीं है.
अरे वो दोनों बैठे थे उस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में.
अगर आप सब कुछ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बता देते तो अमित शाह जी बता दीजिए.
उन्होंने कह दिया, अमित शाह जी ने बोल दिया है, आपके भी उप मुख्यमंत्री, आपके उप मुख्यमंत्री थे तो आपके प्यारे थे.
घोटाला के बाजिंग बनाने वाले
घोटाला मैडम 2 साल से आपके घोटाले चल रहे हैं यहाँ पे.
अशोक चौहान को बोल दीजिए.
आप कहिए, आप हिंदुत्व के साथ है या नहीं है? आप सोनिया गांधी के दरवाजे पे जाते हैं या नहीं जाते हैं? आप बताइए, आप किसके दरवाजे पे जाते हैं बता दीजिए.
आप लेकर आते
नहीं,
हैं.
ऐसे एक्चुअली एक्टर के सेशन करने बहुत आसान होते हैं, ये बड़ा मुश्किल था. पर मेरे को एक बात बताइए, आपका वचन टूट गया, चलिए मान भी लिया, पर इसका मतलब ये कि कांग्रेस के साथ और अलायंस हो जाएगा?
नहीं, आप मुझे ये बताइए कि
और
हमारे
री इलेक्शन भी हो सकता है, मतलब अगर ऐसे
आप मुझे
देखा जाए
फिर
तो?
से एक बात बताइए कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का पीडीपी के साथ, टोटली डिफरिंग पॉइंट्स ऑफ व्यू, राइट?
हाँ।
एक कॉमन मिनिमम अंडरस्टैंडिंग होती है कि नहीं? आप मुझे बताइए
पर फिर वो वर्कआउट नहीं हुई ना मैम।
जिस दिन
आगे चल के क्या हुआ फिर? आगे चल के क्या हुआ उस दिन?
क्या वर्कआउट नहीं हो रहा है? आई एम टेलिंग यू आगे चलकर क्या हो रहा है। मैं आपको यहाँ पे सबके सामने ये बोलकर जा रही हूँ, आगे चलकर अक्टूबर में जब महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव
आपको
आएगा,
मौका दूंगा उनको बोलने का।
महाविकास आघाड़ी जीत कर आएगी और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। ये होगा।
मेरी इच्छा है कि जो तालियां बजा रहे हो उनको वोट भी दे दें, क्योंकि मेरा ये पूरा विश्वास है एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए ठीक होता है सब कुछ। राम के राम राज्य के लिए उस विश्वास, उस परंपरा को लेकर चलना पड़ता है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इसी विचारों को लेकर चलते हैं। महाराष्ट्र में 5 साल सरकार थी, इसलिए उसी इंफ्रा पे हम महाराष्ट्र में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। 2 साल कोविड में जब मुख्यमंत्री घर पे बैठे रहते हैं और वहां से सरकार चलाते हैं और उसके बाद कहते हैं कि हमारा काम अच्छा हुआ, इसलिए कोई बात नहीं, पूरे सम्मान पूर्वक मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी से बात करती हूँ।
यूनिसेफ ने भी कहा, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर, हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री
काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया।
अगर
माफ करिए मैडम,
अच्छा काम कर लेंगे
और
तो
इसीलिए आपने बनाए हुए सारे सेंटर पे आपके सारे शिवसेना के लोगों ने पैसे खाए, कॉफिन केस पे पैसे खाए और इसके बाद वो पकड़े भी गए। तो इसलिए आप इसमें बात ना करें।
और फिर सब बीजेपी में शामिल होकर
किशोरी पेडनेकर बीजेपी में शामिल हो रही है तो बता दीजिए हमें।
ये तो 10
किशोरी पेडनेकर बीजेपी में शामिल हो रही है तो बता दीजिए मुझे।
ये तो चेयरपर्सन कौन है?
बता दीजिए किशोरी पेडनेकर पार्टी में शामिल हो रही है तो बता दीजिए। किशोरी पेडनेकर पार्टी में शामिल हो रही है तो बता दीजिए मुझे। किशोरी पेडनेकर शामिल हो रही है तो बता दीजिए। शामिल हो रही है तो बता दीजिए। आप शामिल हो रहे तो बता दीजिए।
ये डिस्कशन
शामिल हो रहे तो आप भी बताइए आपके यहाँ से कौन आ रहे हैं?
तो शामिल हो गए।
आप हमें बताइए आपके यहाँ से कौन आ रहे हैं?
हो गए शामिल। अशोक चव्हाण और अजीत पवार शामिल हो गए तो और क्या बाकी रह गया?
अजीत पवार ने शिवसेना का पूछ रही हूँ। शिवसेना में क्या बचा है?
पूरा भारत ये शो टीवी पे देख रहा है और हमें खत्म करना है क्योंकि लोगों को डिनर भी खाना है। ठीक है, अब मेरी बात सुनो।
हमें भी घर जाना है।
एक आखिरी सवाल है जो बिल्कुल इससे अनकनेक्टेड है। इज इट डिफिकल्ट, क्या कठिन है एक महिला के लिए पॉलिटिक्स में होना और ये सब करना और घर पे बच्चे भी संभालना और पूरा सब कुछ करना? लाइक हाउ इज इट? यू हैव टू टेल मी। एंड इसमें तो आपकी दोस्ती मिलेगी ना, इसमें तो आइडियोलॉजी अलग नहीं है, इसमें तो आइडियोलॉजी अलग नहीं होगी। तो मैं एंड में एक दोस्ती के नोट पे छोड़ना चाहता हूँ ताकि लोग, आप लोग भी रोल मॉडल्स हैं, हमारे देश की बहुत सारी महिलाएं देख रही हैं, बहुत सारी छोटी लड़कियां देख रही हैं, वो देखना चाहते हैं कि आप कैसे बैलेंस करते हो अपनी लाइफ। हाँ, और घर जाके अब ऐसे ज्यादा डांटोगे तो नहीं बच्चों को।
आज मेरा बेटा खुश होगा कि मम्मी ने सारा गुस्सा बाहर निकाल दिया है। सो आज डिनर बहुत शांत होगा।
नहीं, मैं सारी छोटी लड़कियों से कहना चाहूंगी क्योंकि मैं एक नॉन पॉलिटिकल फैमिली से आई हूँ और मैं जहाँ हूँ, मैंने अपनी मेहनत से आई हूँ। उन छोटी बच्चियों को कहूंगी जरूर सपना देखें। हर राह डिफिकल्ट होती है, राजनीति भी डिफिकल्ट है। एज अ सीईओ ऑफ सम कंपनी, एज अ चेयरमैन ऑफ सम कंपनी उतनी ही डिफिकल्टी होगी जितनी राजनीति में होती है, पर उस सपनों को हकीकत बनने की क्षमता रखें और उसके लिए काम करते रहें। और रही बच्चों की बात, मेरे बच्चे they have learned to understand कि mother's job is a high pressurized job, so they stay away from me whenever I come back from a debate.
डिबेट तो जीत नहीं सकते मैम वो आपसे। आप बोलिए मैम।
नहीं, मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ, मैं राजनीतिक परिवार से आई हुई हूँ, लेकिन हर वक्त हम्बलिंग ये एक्सपीरियंस रखा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी बढ़ते बढ़ते हम भी बड़े हुए हैं। हमने देखा है पार्टी एक कमरे से लेके कहाँ तक गई है। और मैं छोटी बेटी या बेटे को, मेरी बेटी और बेटा है तो मैं जेंडर इक्वालिटी पे ज्यादा विश्वास रखती हूँ, उन दोनों को कहना चाहती हूँ सपने भरपूर देखे। भारत का समय आया है, विकसित भारत का समय आया है। 2047 में जब 100 साल हम स्वतंत्रता के मनाएंगे तो भारत तीसरी नंबर की अव्वल अर्थव्यवस्था होगा और उसमें यही बच्चों के सपने पूरे होंगे। इसलिए सपने भरपूर देखे और आगे बढ़े।
थैंक यू सो मच। प्रियंका जी, पूनम जी, आपने मतलब इतने शिद्दत से, दिल से ये सेशन किया। थैंक यू सो मच एंड फॉर गिविंग योर व्यूज। राजनीति और लोकतंत्र का मजा ही है कि लोग अलग अलग व्यूज रखते हैं, अपनी बात रखते हैं। और हमारे देश की ब्यूटी ये है कि एक कोई, इस प्रोग्राम का नाम आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया है, आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया नहीं है, एक एस लगा हुआ है और वो प्लूरल है क्योंकि एक आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया नहीं है, बहुत सारे आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया है। Thank you so much.
Absolutely, thank you. Certainly a match of equals, isn't it? Please give it up for Poonam ji. as well as Priyanka ji. और मैं स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगी प्रशांत चक्रवर्ती को, CFO ABP Network, to hand over a memento of Ideas of India to our speakers for being here today. और ये आज इस मंच पे पहली बार हुआ है कि चेतन कुछ देर के लिए चुप रहे. So I think उसी के लिए I think we should applaud these fiery leaders. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद पूनम जी. अरे that's a lovely moment. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chetan. Well attempted. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a fantastic 2 days here, and of course, we still have one incredible session coming up. पर उससे पहले, उस फिनाले से पहले मैं स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगी अविनाश पांडे जी को for the vote of thanks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the last one, as it was slightly at the same level as Javed Saab yesterday. Well, it has been fantastic 2 days here. We have heard from scientists and writers, actors and movie directors, politicians and scholars, and entrepreneurs and lawyers. We have heard many ideas of India. We have heard a history as a battlefield, and India as a global giant. Ram as a civilizational ideal, the politicization of the religion and telling of the Lapata tales yesterday. We had debates, discussions, masterclass, and even an outstanding performance orchestrated by one of our greatest poets, which some of you enjoyed yesterday evening. It was a feast for the senses, a balm for the soul, and booster shot for our mind. Most importantly, even when people differed with each other, they did so in a civilized way, and that is what ABP Network is known for. We have debates. Despite Chetan being cornered today, it was quite civilized. Without screaming and shouting at each other, and most importantly, what Piyush Pandey said today, a few minutes back, that idea of India is India as an idea itself. And I think it's a profound statement about our country. I would like to thank you, audience. Without you, nothing is successful. I mean, the way you have participated, many of you have been sitting in this room since yesterday at 9 a.m. And last night we finished almost about 1 a.m. So think about it, right? Thank you. This table has been sitting all this while. Thank you. And I also like to thank our dear sponsors. All the way you have traveled from different parts of country to be part of this and supporting us in this noble endeavor that we at ABP Network is trying to achieve, which is not about what, I mean, some friend reminded me that we are not in the race of rating. You know, we are in the race of what we call the true storytelling, right? So thank you, sponsor. Without you, it was not possible. And see you next time, same time, next year, probably bigger and better. With Padma now going on stage, I think we are going to have the fabulous next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. It has been an exciting, fulfilling 2 days. And now we have come to the final session of Ideas of India, ladies and gentlemen. And we could not have asked for a more suitable speaker because she's someone who truly represents a global Indian, a talented and influential figure whose work has had significant impact on the worlds of entertainment, food, as well as civil rights activism. Her story is one of creativity and cultural pride, and she continues to inspire audiences around the world with her passion, dedication, and charm. We are so pleased to have you here. Please give a rousing welcome to multiple Emmy-nominated producer, television host, food expert, and New York Times best-selling author, the one, the only, Padma Lakshmi. Please join us on stage. And I'd request Mr. Veer Sangvi to please grace the dais and take on.
Padma Lakshmi, welcome to India. Welcome to Mumbai.
Thank you. It feels surreal to be here because I just landed a few hours ago and it's very nice to be in this room. So thank you so much for having
How
me.
jet lagged are you? You took the red eye from New York. huh?
I did. Probably like on a scale of 1 to 10, a good 7.8 right now. So if I babble, please give me some grace.
Okay, for people who are not 100% aware of this, and I wasn't, though we think of Padma as being a New York person, she was actually born in Delhi in Safdarjung Hospital. Yes?
Yes,
And
my grandfather lived there, so my mother went there to have me. And for the first 4 years of my I was born in Safdarjung, and I still love going back to Delhi. I think it has the best chaat,
You said
Bengali
that, yeah.
market. So those are the priorities that I have when I come to India. I always have a mental list of all the foods I want to eat.
And your other home, where your family was Chennai, or Madras, as I still call it, where you kept going back to.
Yes, I grew up mostly in America. My mother had a very troubled marriage with my father, and in the early 70s, she took a very radical decision to get divorced. And so she went to America, and I stayed with my parents from 2 to 4. And then my grandparents retired to Chennai. We're Palagat Tambrams, and so he wanted to be closer to the south. And so I grew up shuttling between New York and Chennai. So I would spend most of my summers in Madras for 3 months every year. So I still feel very connected to my Indian heritage and my family there. So.
And though it looks effortless, you actually had quite a tough time growing up. Your mother didn't have that much money. There were marriages that were not necessarily the most perfect or the happiest. And you struggled almost all the way through till you end up, from judging by your autobiography, your memoir, in Italy, of all places. How did that happen?
People always ask me, oh, how did you plan on your life? And the truth is, I didn't plan anything. I did the best I could with the opportunities that came to me. There are 2 or 3 young women that I mentor in America, some of which I've had a relationship for 15 years because I never had a mentor. There was no playbook for my career, and so I wanted to make it easier for them. And the thing that I always say to them is push against the open door. That is, the opportunities that come to you may not be the exact ones that you have planned for your life or your career, but you never know where that's going to take you. I read somewhere that Steve Jobs, for example, took a calligraphy class in college or whatever. And so when he was designing the iPhone, that actually came in very handy, though at the time no one knew why he should take such a class. And so I think all of the things that I've done in my career path have led me to the career that I have somehow contributed to who I am. And to be honest, I was somebody who had college loans. I had financial aid to go to college, and I had very big loan payments that I had to make. And so for me, modeling was not at first this glamorous endeavor. I was doing very low-level modeling, but it allowed me to pay off my college loans. It allowed me to be independent, and it was a means to an end. I don't think I would have the career as a writer and in food today if I hadn't had the opportunity as a young person to travel and see the world. I think that is an education that in itself that I could have never had coming from the socioeconomic background that I did. And whenever I meet young people who are interested in food, the first thing I say is go, hit the road, travel. Before you have kids, before you have responsibility, just go as soon and as often as you can, because that is really what made me as a the person who I am today, is to see other cultures. I was always straddling between Indian culture and American culture. When I went to Madras, I was never Indian enough. When I was in America, I was also not American enough because of my skin color, because of how I looked. I mean, now today, I think it's a lot easier in America, and I like to think that my show Taste the Nation also has something to contribute to that conversation, to say that, hey, we Indians or we Chinese or we Mexicans, whoever the ethnicity is, we have contributed to the success and the world dominance of the American economy. We are why America is great, because we have taken the best of all our cultures and brought them to bear on our work and on our lives and settling in America. And so I wanted to shift the language a little bit, because people think in America that patriotism is the sole domain of a white person who's a Republican. And I disagree with that analysis. I think Taste the Nation in itself is a huge act of patriotism, or an attempt at patriotism in my part, to really acknowledge all of the contributors to what makes America not only an economic powerhouse, but also a social and cultural powerhouse. I mean, the reason that America is so attractive to young people is because of, and all those art forms have also been shaped by the many contributions of the many immigrants or descendants of immigrants who've settled in America.
You
can clap, don't be quiet. This is a very interactive talk. This is the last forum, right, that we're having? This is the closing thing, so let loose.
Yeah, if you see me pause, that means you should clap. Yeah, so go ahead. More seriously, you were Indian in America before there were that many Indians in America, before we were seen as tech wizards and computer geniuses. You've talked about growing up at school, being bullied, having to face racial epithets. Somebody even used the N-word.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? How did you take that?
I think the things that happen to you when you're a young person, at least I can speak for myself, they seem, and they are, genuinely very difficult. But if I look back on my life, and I'm not just saying this to be virtuous, I thank those bullies. I really do, because it was a great training ground, and they helped me develop a thick skin. And when you're a woman, especially a brown woman in entertainment, believe me, the first thing you need is a really thick skin. And so I knew that the barriers to achieving what I wanted to do would be more plentiful and higher than somebody else. I didn't know about the business. I learned everything the hard way, which is, again, why I make it my business to mentor a few women in their 20s and 30s so that they don't have it as difficult as I had it. And I didn't come from money. My mother is a retired nurse. My stepfather's a plumber. It's a very working class existence. But I do think that all of the difficulties that I had, whether it was my car accident, whether it was being publicly shamed at times in the media also, that those things made me who I am. And I don't think I would be as strong today. I don't believe that you have to go through hardship in order to become resilient. In my case, that was the training ground that I had. And so that is who I am as a result of.
It's when you read your memoir, the one thing that people who know you now will find odd is that you never thought of yourself as being, let alone beautiful, even particularly attractive. That when you started modeling, it was sort of lower tier catalog modeling, stuff like that. And you then had the problem of the scar.
Yeah.
Let's talk a bit about that, because you are now proudly showing off the scar. So let's talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, I I grew up in the 70s and 80s. You know, I'm a 53-year-old woman, and the world is constantly telling you that time is up. And I'm here to tell you that time is not up. It is not up at all. And when I was growing up, I didn't see anybody who looked like me. I didn't see anybody on television that looked like me. Maybe towards the end of college, there was Sanjay Gupta on CNN, but that was it.
Much later, and he was a doctor on CNN on after. Yeah.
Exactly. But I mean, I didn't see anybody on television, in advertising, in magazines that resembled me at all. But, you know, I felt that I was attractive based on how people reacted to me, but not that level of attraction. To me, the models on the catwalk or the models in ad campaigns were just sort of a different species. And it was only when I left America and I went to Italy and started modeling there that I began to feel, okay, maybe this is a viable career. But it was only because of what was, again, coming to me as opportunities. And I had so many college loans, and I had no way of knowing how the hell I was going to survive financially and support myself, that I said, okay. I said, okay to modeling. I mean, I really had mixed feelings about modeling because I come from a very conservative South Indian family, and I am very much my grandfather's child, you know, and so I was very concerned about how they would feel. And it was not the plan that I had for myself. I was a literature major, I was a theater major, and I never knew that this is what I would do, but it was the best opportunity that came to me, so I had no choice but to take it, and frankly, I was very thankful for it.
The accident, what did that do to your confidence, which gave you the scar? The accident, which gave you the scar, what did that do to your confidence? Because you went on modeling, being embarrassed about having the scar.
Yeah,
Right?
I had my car accident when I was 14, and I almost lost my right arm. It was shattered into a million pieces. We had a first doctor said I would never use my arm again. And my mother actually took me to another surgeon who said, well, she's so young, let's try to save the arm. And thank God for him and for her not giving up, because he did save my arm. And so I never also thought I could model, because you have to remember, I started modeling in 1992, 93, when there was no retouching, you know? And so I got very good at covering it up with makeup. I got very good at positioning my body so it was not an issue. But it did impede my modeling a lot. And so I thought, listen, as long as it gives me enough money to live, as long as it pays off my college loans, it's okay. You know, I'll do it until I start working in film and television. So I didn't have a lot of confidence. I just thought it was another job, really.
And then Helmut Newton shoots you.
Yeah.
Yeah? One of the world's most famous, greatest photographers. Yeah. And he finds you stunning, and he loves the scar. Tell us that story.
One thing I want to say before I tell you about that is that all of the things in my life that I thought were impediments or that made me different, and so not as much of a saleable product or talent, those in the end were the things that really gave me success. And it's a hard lesson to learn as a young woman. It's not easy to accept that when the world tells you differently. But I was lucky. Helmut Newton was a German photographer who found me and insisted that I shoot with him. And I got this job. My agency was so excited because he was such a big artist. And then I found out I had to pose nude. And so I canceled. I canceled the job 3 days before because I was so nervous. I'd never done anything like that. And everybody was angry with me, my agency, everybody. I thought they were going to drop me. And I just said, look, I don't feel comfortable. And I had a boyfriend at the time who was Italian. He said, if you don't feel comfortable, say no, because the pictures won't come out well anyway. So I turned the great Helmut Newton down. And then 6 weeks later, he called back and he said, okay, it's not going to be nude. What if it's just topless and we position you? It's really your scar I want to show. And and I said, okay, that's fine. So I kind of bargained, but I was still really nervous about the pictures because they're very provocative. So I drove down from Milan to Monte Carlo. And the atmosphere in the room was not sexual at all, was not provocative at all. It felt like being with my grandfather. Like, he was very kind. He talked about his wife a lot. He had a lot of female assistants, not a lot, but a couple of people around. He used my own makeup artist and hair person. And it was the opposite of what I thought it was going to be. And that really took me from being just a low-level fit model to all of a sudden working a ton. I mean, it happened literally within 3 months. And all the same designers that were saying they didn't want me on their catwalk, and I could only be on their catwalk with long sleeves, now they were saying they did want me, and they wanted to make sure that I was in short sleeves so that the scar would show, because Helmut Newton made it cool. But one thing that taught me is that standards of beauty are very arbitrary. You know, when I was growing up in India, everyone would always say, everybody in my family would try to feed me, because I was so skinny. You know, I was this tall when I was 14. You can imagine in Chennai going to St. Michael's Academy, how that would have felt. And when I was in America, there were completely different beauty standards. So I've always had to translate for myself what is the right thing, and it's usually somewhere in the middle. And I think this is an experience that every immigrant kid goes through. There's a lot of code switching, but none of us are the same person all the time. You're the same, you know, are you the same with your boss as you are with your wife or husband? Or are you the same with your children? Or are you the same with your drinking buddies when no one's listening? We're all different versions of ourselves. And I think that lesson as well taught me how to be a little bit of a chameleon and how to navigate each situation in a way that was most appropriate.
If we look at you now, you're a role model not just for brown women, but for women all over the world, and especially in America. You seem brilliantly put together, totally articulate, totally confident. Yet, judging by your memoir, you weren't like that for much of your early life.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't very confident because the world gave me lots of reasons to be insecure. And I think any woman in this room would understand what that means. I mean, is there anyone who doesn't understand what that means? No.
No
You
hands
see?
have gone up, yeah.
So, but the thing is, inside, even if you're shaking inside, and believe me, when you see me in different situations, a lot of those times I'm shaking inside. The only thing I remember is how much my mother suffered. The only thing I had to make. And, you know, in the 70s, it was very taboo what she did. And she just made a new life for us. And so I want to pay her back. I want to make her proud. And I think somewhere, even my grandfather, as conservative as he was, I know approves, you know. And so I'm not immune to seeking approval from those who I respect. But at the end of the day, you realize that you have to make your own code of ethics, your own code of what's right. And there have been lots of times when people advise me to do things differently, but I had to learn to listen to that voice in my head. And it's a really hard thing. And I tell my daughter that all the time too, like, really, like, physically just go into a private place, even if it's just a bathroom stall in some hotel, and just ask yourself, what do you want? And if it's a yes or no question, I guarantee you some voice, some feeling inside your body, whether it's in your gut or your heart or your mind, will tell you what the right answer is. And the only time that I've misfired is when I haven't listened to that voice. And that voice is like a muscle. The more you use that voice, the stronger it gets. The more you listen to that voice, the stronger it gets. And now it's not that I'm so confident. I still feel incredibly insecure in certain sections. You know, there are things that have happened to me now, this last year, that I would have killed for to happen to me when I was 30 or 25 or really modeling or really wanted to be an actor or whatever. And they didn't happen. The fact that they're happening to me now, I think I can savor it a lot more, but I can also handle it a lot better and put it in perspective. You know, I am who I am, whether my shows are very popular or I don't have any shows. And that takes a lot of self-talk. Like, it sounds so corny, but I'm serious. Like, it really takes talking yourself down emotionally from a cliff, and saying, it's okay, life is long, you've got to do what you think is right.
In your personal life, you've suffered pain, you've suffered loss, death, etc. And yet somehow you seem to be stronger almost as a consequence. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, I had this really bad car accident, but 2 days before the car accident, I had a very bad and rare disease that landed me in the hospital. And I had just gotten out of the hospital on a Friday and then got right back in the hospital on Sunday. My mother was quite religious, and the Hindu temple closest to our house was 50 miles away. And on the way back from doing an archana, to say thank you for getting my kid out of the hospital, we had a car accident and I landed right back in the hospital for months and months. And then, yes, I've suffered a very public breakup. I've suffered a lot in the public eye, so that's been very difficult. You have to learn how to block that out. And I've also gone through a lot of sadness. I never have had a relationship with my father. Every time I would come to India, I would go to restaurants or canteens or whatever, and I would look at all the men who would be about the age of my father. And I would wonder, is that my dad? Is that my dad? I didn't even have any pictures of him, because when they divorced, I was only 2 and they ripped up all the pictures. They just, he didn't want anything to do with me. He made my mother sign an affidavit saying she would never ask for support from him in order to grant her the divorce, in order to let her take me out of India. And so I think from a very young, early childhood age of development, I always had this feeling of not being good enough, because if your own father rejects you, whatever happened between them in their marriage, that's between them. But why didn't he want me? I think that was a very difficult thing to go through. I don't know about the medical history of one half of my family, so you're reminded of it every time you go to the doctor. I don't really celebrate Father's Day, things like that, just little things that do affect you. And, very recently, I got a phone call informing me that my biological father had died. And he had actually died a year ago. And I didn't know that until a month ago. And as soon as I hung up the phone, I burst out into tears. And I was thinking, why am I crying? Why? Because how can you miss something you never knew? Yeah. But I think I'm mourning because all those feelings of being a child who didn't feel wanted have come up again as a grown woman, regardless of what I've been through or accomplished. It's very hard. Grieving without a memory is like bleeding without a wound. You don't know where it's coming from. But in the end of the day, I have to also thank my father, because him rejecting me made me that much more ambitious, made me that much more want to prove myself. And I may not have become the person I am if we never went to America. And we wouldn't have gone to America. My mother would have had a nice upper middle class marriage, and that would have been it. Yeah. So even the most difficult things that I've been through have been a benefit in some way. And everything is a benefit if you look at it the right way. Even when it's hard to do that, it is a healthy thing to do that if you can. And that is what has saved me from the abyss. Just having a sense of humor and saying, it's okay, fuck him. Excuse me. So, but just like, yeah. I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and I'm going to be who I am in spite of that. And that has been incredibly gratifying. So I don't want this to turn into a sad talk, because it's not. Because here I am being flown to India to speak to all of you. And I'm sure you've had such a wonderful array of very important speakers, and I'm really honored to be part of that group. So thank you.
I paused to let them clap properly. But the other thing, I don't know if you want to talk about it, is one of the things you've gone through in your life is how much difficulty women have with their health often, because things are not diagnosed properly, they don't talk about it, they suffer, they're made to believe almost it's their job to suffer because of women. So tell us a little bit about it. I don't want to go into too much detail because I'm sure there are many women here in this audience who will be inspired by what you went through.
I had endometriosis, and it's a very nasty disease that affects a woman's reproductive system. And we believe 10% of all childbearing women in the world have it. There's also preliminary research that says Asians are more predisposed to it, but we don't have enough funding to really back that claim up. There are studies in Singapore that have been done. So that was the case with me. I had terrible pain. I was in bed 1 week a month every time during my period. And, you know, I'm a pretty outspoken person, but believe me, it was the last thing I wanted to do was get up on a stage and start talking about my vagina. It's like so unsexy. But I felt it was important because once I finally got the treatment that I needed, I realized what life was like for women who didn't have it. And so there is treatment through laparoscopic surgery. So I started a foundation with my surgeon in 2009 to educate people about it, to also raise money for research, to raise awareness. We have an education program that is to date educated 35,000 teenagers about the disease in the tri-state area, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. We've also changed laws in the state of New York to say that anytime there is sex education, you should also teach about this illness and related illnesses to the women's reproductive system, like PCOS, like, you know, all of these things, fibroids. And we insist on going into the science class, not the health class and not the phys ed, physical education class, because we want to educate men or boys as well as girls. Because a boy who understands about it will become a better brother, a better uncle, a better father, a better husband, and be more understanding. And so we've had a lot of great luck. We've managed to double the funding that the federal government gives to this illness. We've managed to change all kinds of state laws. We've managed to also fund research in many, many different hospitals and universities. And we've also managed to change how medical schools teach this illness. And I'm proud to say that it will probably be the thing that I'm most known for.
Yeah.
We opened a Center for Research of Gynopathology, the first of its kind in the country, with MIT, along with Harvard Medical School. And, you know, I was told I couldn't have children. Right about the time I got divorced, I was told that I would never